this was not my first choice of audio. Yes, this is a sock. And yes, it's very, very cold. In 2003, Call of Duty was released. You're feeling pretty old now, don't you? It's been 20 years since then, and I've decided for the 20-year anniversary to bake a cake. Buy a cake. I bought the cake. I can't bake cakes. Going on Twitter today was actually hilarious because it's the 29th of October today, which means today is the day that Call of Duty was actually released, and I didn't see anything on Twitter. I mean, it is 10 a.m., so it's a little early to call it, I think. So, I decided to make a short review of Call of Duty. I was going to make it one video, and it was going to be maybe 2-3 hours long. It was going to be every single game in the series, summed up, reviewed, and then I kept finding shit that I wanted to say about every single individual game. I can't not talk about that stuff because it's fundamental that you understand the same shit I understand, and in order to do that, there has to be a transference of knowledge, right? So this is a 9-hour video, and you can use the chapters at the bottom. Hopefully I've set them up right to where you can pick your favorite game, and it'll be between like 11 minutes and an hour, depending on which game you pick. This whole fucking franchise that I've got a cake for, why am I making a 9-hour analysis of it if I don't even like it, if I don't consider the multiplayer as interesting? I find the campaigns interesting. Call of Duty's 20-year anniversary is upon us. And we really need to start wondering, what is the point of the campaigns? If it's the best-selling title of all time, and you have many people who only play Call of Duty games, right? What if the campaigns are bad? What happens then? What is the consequences of that? These games are bad, right? So if they're introducing all these millions of new players, all these millions of new gamers to the idea of single-player campaigns, and they're doing a bad job of it, they're going to think all single-player campaigns are bad, and as a result, they're not going to play any. So, fuck it. I'm holding court right now. I'm the judge, and Call of Duty, is it good? Have the campaigns been successful in teaching people that single-player video games can be good? I'll find out. Court, settle down, all in order. The date is November 11th, 1997, and Steven Spielberg has just arrived home from another day of post-production on his next film, Saving Private Ryan. 2 years of development and production has resulted in an R-rated classic that would, for the next few decades, color our collective interpretation of World War II. On the living room couch is his 13-year-old son Max playing GoldenEye 007. Steven sits beside him and watches him play. With World War II fresh on his mind and the realization that his film might be a bit too violent for his kids, Spielberg had an idea. Here, Medal of Honor was born. Spielberg was one of the first in traditional media to realize the potential video games had for telling stories. He had set up DreamWorks Interactive in 1995 specifically to exploit that potential. At the time, they'd only published 6 games, and they were nearly all effectively tie-ins with existing properties DreamWorks had licensed to. An interactive movie based on a Goosebumps book, a Jurassic Park game, Dilbert's desktop games, as well as a weird game called Steven Spielberg's Director's Chair, where you would edit a film starring a truly insane selection of actors with Quentin Tarantino, Jennifer Aniston, and Penn and Teller. It feels like if the 90s exploded into a video game. It's safe to say DreamWorks Interactive was primarily unsuccessful in its early endeavors. According to an article from 2 months before Spielberg's idea for Medal of Honor was born, DreamWorks Interactive is now just another CD-ROM company losing money as it desperately searches for a hit. In 1999, 2 years later, that hit would be released. Boombots, just kidding, it's Medal of Honor. But what's more interesting is how it almost didn't happen. The release of 3D-capable consoles in the mid-90s allowed for gaming to change entirely. The new possibility of 3 dimensions was only just being realized in the 90s, and DreamWorks Interactive was hesitant in supporting this project, both due to it being on the PlayStation, as well as it being set in World War II. First-person shooters were still primarily the domain of PCs, with Wolfenstein and Doom being huge successes, and ports to consoles were negative, with the SNES port of the original Doom receiving a meh out of 10 from Electronic Gaming Monthly. Additionally, the World War II genre, prior to the release of Saving Private Ryan in 1998, was pretty much dead and buried. It was old hat, boring. To quote Peter Hirschman,
"They said World War II is old. It's got cobwebs on it. People want ray guns, hellspawn, and laser rifles. The idea of doing something with historical relevance set in a low-tech game environment was a challenging sell."
But as soon as the demo was put together, it was pretty obvious that the concept, at least, was gonna be a success. Production started, development went underway, the 71st Academy Awards came and went, and Saving Private Ryan had won 5 Oscars and had been nominated for 4 others, losing Best Picture to Shakespeare in Love, which is, well, I'll never forgive John Madden for being allowed to have a career. So, suddenly, there was now a new spike of interest in World War II games. Thankfully, production on Medal of Honor 1 was well underway. Even his son was involved in QA. Child labor truly is amazing. There was a problem, however. Fittingly, almost exactly to the day, 2 years after he had had his idea, in November of 1999, Steven Spielberg received a visit from Paul Bucha, a Vietnam veteran who, befitting of his title, possesses a Medal of Honor. Paul had heard about the game's development, and more importantly its name, and requested to meet Spielberg and told them his opinion.
"We just sat there and let him speak. He didn't know anything about the game but laid out a case. When it comes to the Medal of Honor, it's a serious and sacred thing. You don't turn it into a video game. It's an awful thing to do. He made a really compelling case that we shouldn't be doing this. Bucha said, 'What you are doing is terrible. You are dishonoring the Medal of Honor. Please, change the name of the game.'"
Paul Bucha was angry, and probably for good reason. History was being compressed and put on a CD to be experienced by literal children. Even before it had been released, it was being censored and changed, with them choosing to cut blood from the game entirely following the Columbine massacre. Steven Spielberg genuinely considered canceling the entire project, even though at the time it had effectively gone gold, a game industry term for the game being ready for wide distribution. Fortunately, Peter Hirschman saved the game by asking Bucha if he wanted to see it for himself. As soon as Bucha laid eyes on the game, and after Hirschman told him of their commitment and passion to the real history and its victims, Paul Bucha did what most people are generally incapable of. He changed his mind. Walking away from that meeting, the Congressional Medal of Honor Society would not only no longer go against the game, but would go on to formally endorse it. The game became WDI's most successful title, but unfortunately, the damage of the industry had already been done. DreamWorks Interactive was hemorrhaging money, and for whatever success Medal of Honor had given them, it was not enough. Disinterested in maintaining DreamWorks Interactive, especially with the financial concerns, DreamWorks and Microsoft sold the developer all of its intellectual property to Electronic Arts in February of 2000. The Medal of Honor franchise was now wholly owned by EA, who went on to produce the title using other developers than DreamWorks Interactive, now called EA Los Angeles. Very creative name. While the first game from 1999 is incredibly clunky, it would be Allied Assault that would cement the standards for what would become the new genre of video game, the war shooter. Allied Assault was of course not created by EA Los Angeles, although they would land their own mark on the genre by developing Medal of Honor Airborne, which is, in my opinion, the best in the series. Allied Assault, however, was developed by 2015 Games Incorporated, and yes, the logo is in fact terrible. And I have no idea what it means. It was the 90s, and they called themselves 2015 Games. Anyway, Allied Assault was rushed with 6 months of development, poor leadership, and was immediately the most critically lauded Medal of Honor title yet to be released, with people comparing it favorably to Half-Life. People at 2015 began to wonder what the next Medal of Honor could look like if they had time and good leadership. Despite this, the studio was slighted. EA, in classic EA scumbag fashion, pulled development in-house to their subsidiaries. Activision and EA have had a long rivalry going back many years that is, in some form, continuing today.
So it's no wonder that a lot of the developers from 2015 Inc. were unhappy with EA, traditional fashion, and moved over to Activision, creating a new studio called Infinity Ward. The game they worked up ended up releasing as Call of Duty 1 in 2003, and according to Justin Thomas, who was an artist who worked in the game, its code name, before it got the name Call of Duty, was MOH Killer, which seems only appropriate, doesn't it? When Call of Duty 1 released in 2003, it gained critical acclaim, some even touting that it had the best sound design of all time, getting an award for outstanding sound design, and that's a fucking fly again. Sales weren't as good as Allied Assault's, primarily due to Call of Duty being a new IP, but it got a lot of good reviews, and the sales were pretty damn good for a new IP. Infinity Ward would go on to produce Call of Duty 2, the original Modern Warfare trilogy, Call of Duty Ghosts, Infinite Warfare, and of course, the new reboots. The big thing for Infinity Ward that changed the company was after Modern Warfare 2. At this point, Jason West and Vince Zampella, about halfway through the production of Modern Warfare 3, were forced out of the company, and they took half the development team with them, which meant that a new company had to come and help the development of Modern Warfare 3. But we'll get to them later. The moment of Jason West and Vince Zampella leaving the company is actually fairly important because it kind of shapes what comes next. Let's get these strings up so you can see who developed what. But hey, there's more games than these and more developers than this, so let's get some more on the board. Exatrix Entertainment was founded in March 1993 as a subsidiary of Activision, but they were terrible. Their first games were awful and they sucked. But once they changed over to becoming Grey Matter Studios, suddenly they produced the critically acclaimed Return to Castle Wolfenstein. And then they got told that they would be able to help with Call of Duty by producing a map pack type thing like they did for Quake 4 for the original Call of Duty called Call of Duty United Offensive. I don't have a piece of paper with that on it, sorry. Once they produced that, they did another one for Call of Duty 2 called Call of Duty 2 Big Red 1. It's console exclusive, so I won't be covering it here. But what's important is that they were allowed to produce Call of Duty 3 after they had been merged with another Activision subsidiary. I dropped the piece of paper. The important part for us, though, is that Grey Matter Studios was merged with another Activision developer, Treyarch, which produced at the time movie tie-in games and sports games. They were producing absolute trash, but once they merged with Grey Matter Studios, they were suddenly allowed to make games for the Call of Duty genre. Series, not genre. Fuck, I'm not doing it again. After Call of Duty 3, Treyarch basically cleaned up their old obligations and produced the rest of the Black Ops franchise that we know and love today. Unfortunately, Call of Duty 3 is also a console exclusive, so that won't be covered here either, but it's fine. What's interesting about them, however, is that they have a bit of a Kevin Feige MCU situation going on with David S. Goyer and Craig Houston. Now, Craig Houston's been the lead writer for most of the zombie games, even in the other titles. Now, he's also been working on the campaigns, and as has David S. Goyer. Now, David S. Goyer has an insane portfolio, from The Crow sequel to the Ghost Rider sequel to the Nolan Batman trilogy and the entire Blade trilogy as well. David S. Goyer has been in a lot of the writing rooms of some of the best things to ever come out of Hollywood, and he's recently worked on a TV show called The Foundation, which I've heard is very good. Next, we have the next studio, Sledgehammer Games. Now, Sledgehammer Games is another EA drop-off developer. Their heritage comes from Visceral Games, where they left and they came to Activision and contacted them with the hope of creating a third-person action-adventure Call of Duty spin-off, which is really, really weird, to say the least, but in the end, they were basically told to help on their development of Modern Warfare 3 after half of Infinity Ward left to create Respawn Entertainment instead. However, immediately after Modern Warfare 3 came out to the resounding reviews of meh, Sledgehammer Games were then allowed to create their own games, starting, of course, with Advanced Warfare. Sledgehammer Games proceeded to make World War II, Vanguard, and, of course, more lately, Modern Warfare 3. Now, what's weird about Sledgehammer Games is they were actually supposed to be making the Call of Duty for the year 2020. However, they were set up to work with the last developer, we'll talk in a little bit, and negotiations basically broke down. They totally disagreed on what the game was going to be, so instead, Treyarch worked on it and it became Black Ops Cold War. Forgot to add the white string. Almost, I did remember. Now, Sledgehammer Games has actually had an intense effect on the entire franchise and how the games are effectively developed, and has basically changed it so that all Call of Duty games now basically look the same. Now, the last developer today is Raven Software. Now, you might think I haven't left enough room for their games here, but that's because there are no games. These guys have not made a single game for themselves yet. However, they are incredibly important to the entire franchise, more than the other system developers like Toys for Bob and Beanox, who aren't being included. These guys are, for good reason. These guys have served as assistant developers on the entire franchise since Black Ops 1. So I'm going to put them over here and then draw lines to all of the games that they have developed on. That took 20 minutes, but as you can see from the red lines, Raven Software has had a hand in a fuck ton of these games. Now, I would add the other ones being support devs as well on their certain occasions that they have done that, but instead, I'm going to change this whole board to something a little bit more understandable. Come closer. Okay, so this is going to be very confusing, but allow me to explain. See, Raven Software here, although they haven't gotten their own game, they are the longest serving developer under Activision. This whole board here represents the primary developers and support developers. Let me explain how this works. So, you have blue for Infinity Ward, orange for Treyarch, and white for Sledgehammer Games. Now, the red coming up from each individual is their support dev. So you can see Infinity Ward only have this one red thread, and if you follow it, goes to the new Modern Warfare 3, because they're technically support devs, because it's technically the work of Sledgehammer Games. We talked about that earlier. Now, Treyarch, of course, have also worked a handful of times on being support devs, primarily on Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3. And Sledgehammer Games themselves have, of course, also developed Modern Warfare 3 as a support dev, technically, because it's built on the architecture of this, so it's kind of like being a support, because they were a support dev when it started. This just has white and red lines going to both, because it's a very confusing topic to talk about this game in particular. Now, Raven Software, you might be noticing, that's a lot of red lines. And in fact, that's 11 red lines, which means they've had their hands in every single game from Black Ops 1, basically for 10 years of Call of Duty's long-running time here. For half of it, Raven Software has been the primary support dev for every single game. See, basically the QA development team were having a bit of a problem with their current situation. They didn't like their employers at Activision. They didn't like them. Bobby Kotick, who is Satan incarnate, didn't want to pay the QA team here, who are in charge of making Warzone their most profitable thing, paying them reasonably. So instead, they fired hundreds of these people. These guys went on strike, which is why their entire input ends there. They went on strike, which is why literally everyone is working on Modern Warfare 3, even though it's hyped up DLC. What's important to note, though, is that none of these games are developed by this name right here. However, this is the name everyone talks about regarding the whole fucking shebang. If you want a more viewable, easy to understand version of this chart, by the way, I'll put that in the description somewhere. Point is that a lot of people call this Call of Duty by Activision. In reality, that is not the case. This is Call of Duty by Treyarch, Infinity Ward, Sledgehammer Games, and Raven Software. These motherfuckers just own them. Activision do still control a lot of what happens between here and the finished game, because they retain all creative control. That's what was so important about this cutoff. Before here, Vince Zampella and Jason West held a lot of creative control, in particular regarding Modern Warfare 2, which is why a lot of people call it the best game in the entire series. It had a lot of creative control from two incredibly intelligent people who would go on to make Titanfall 2. Now that's a good game, isn't it? But the end result of that was that Activision would retain creative control, which means that they are effectively an overarching control group over this entire franchise. Because you see, David S. Goyer was once offered to do a Call of Duty film, or at least had the idea or the subject broached to him. And when he lifted it with Activision, they said no, under no circumstances, because why would we give up creative control to David S. Goyer? Now keep in mind, this was right after David S. Goyer had been involved with the Batman trilogy, the Nolan Batman trilogy, one of the most successful superhero movie projects of all time, and possibly kickstarting the entire generation of cape shit we've been seeing ever since. And he wrote those, or at least worked with Nolan on them, so when Activision said we didn't want to give creative control over to David S. Goyer, they weren't afraid he was going to fuck it up. They were afraid he was going to do something good. Well, Raven Software's QA team did actually get a union together sometime last year, and in June, the Satan asshole goblin incarnate Bobby Kotick, in charge of this goddamn piece of shit, eventually agreed and said that he sided with the company and said, yes, the union is allowed to exist. Now, the end result of that is maybe Raven Software will be working with whatever comes here, probably Black Ops 2024 and 2025 subsequently. Apparently, they're going to do another back-to-back thing like they did here, which was totally planned. But what's important is this is made by these 4 developers, primarily these 3. So when a game is bad, we're going to be talking about these 3 and not Treyarch. It's Activision. It is 8 a.m. It's taken me 6 hours to record. So when we talk about these games, we need to establish a lot about what even is possible to do with first-person shooters, because as storytelling techniques, when we're going to be talking about such a broad subject of 20 different games, what makes a good FPS game? What techniques can an FPS game use, and what sort of pitfalls should you avoid if you're making an FPS game? Those are questions that are very important to answer and establish, because it's very, very crucial in seeing why this is so confusing. Because it's a lot of developers and a lot of strings for stuff that doesn't quite hit the mark.
And welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System.
I always preferred FPS games as a form of storytelling to the traditional third-person or cutscenes you see in most other titles. Ever since the first Half-Life, a lot of people realized that if you are your character through the whole game, you are more likely to grow attached to that character. You've lived through their eyes and walked in their shoes. To give a comparison you might understand, in Batman Arkham Asylum, if I am up in the ceiling, waiting for a bad guy to come below me so I can take him out, I am, for all intents and purposes, looking at Batman, hiding in the ceiling, and waiting to press the right button. If Batman is spotted, then I have to guide Batman out of that situation.
I'm Batman's camera.
That's my perspective. If I do the same in Dishonored, however, I am up in the ceiling. I am waiting for someone to come below, and I am worried about me being spotted. It is much easier to put yourself in that headspace when your point of view is that of the characters. When your place is made so clear as to have your perspective be from the exact position of your avatar within the world. This comes from the fact that in an FPS game, your sight is infinitely more limited than it is in third-person titles. In third-person, you can place your camera behind you and look around corners, over walls, or in some cases underneath the platform you're standing on. Additionally, you can very often in a third-person game run in one direction at full speed while swinging the camera in another direction and looking behind you, something that is impossible without a dedicated look-back button in FPS titles. As a result, your view is more claustrophobic in first-person, a fact that needs to be taken into account when developing your game, to its advantage or to avoid the obvious disadvantages. For instance, every time you're looking at the enemy in an FPS game, you are exposed. It's crucial that you can actually see the enemy much easier in an FPS game than you could in another game. Because if you're standing out in the open trying to spot an enemy and you can't see them and then you die, that's frustrating. Meanwhile, in Gears of War, I hit the take cover button and I am out of danger, whilst my point of view can observe the exact positions of my enemies for as long as I want. This means FPS games need to take more care of cluttered visuals, dark terrain, or lack of contrast. Meanwhile, this perspective can actually be used massively to the advantage of the developer as well. The limited field of view creates a bias in direction. When you are interacting with an object in Uncharted, you can swing the camera around to your heart's content, but in an FPS game, your head is locked to that object. You cannot look around. A pretty simple recipe for a lot of scary games. Additionally, you can use the field of view granted by video games and narrow it, creating some of the scariest moments in gaming. Alien Isolation frequently uses this trick in the moments of the game's highest tension, when hiding under a desk in a vent or inside a locker. The normally traditional FOV the game is played at is narrowed by the terrain around you, giving you an even smaller slit to view the monster passing by.
The same effect is used in Half-Life 2 Episode 2 when you're running through the antlion caves, with shots of adrenaline as you cram yourself into tiny vent-sized caverns to avoid the massive, dangerous beast capable of crushing you instantly, with absolutely no chance to look at it after you see it for the first time, allowing the sound design to play to all its strengths. This perspective can also be used to create excellent narrative as well. Recently in third-person titles, we can have moments of great cinematic prowess. God of War and The Last of Us achieved this cinematic effect of video games to a very high standard, with excellent moments in both, given in part to the high quality and direction in the cutscenes. However, it's possible to achieve a stronger effect from the first-person perspective. Far Cry 3 did this wonderfully. The game starts off showing third-person footage of Jason Brody and his friends on holiday. Some of it's filmed from a first-person perspective, but Brody pulls the camera away or hands it to someone else. The perspective is implied to be that of a phone or a GoPro. Brody kicks a coconut out of a tree and goes skydiving. Then, we're locked in a cage with a lunatic, talking to us from the outside, and from there, the rest of the game is in first person. Through every gunfight, cutscene, and dream sequence, the only time it will ever break from first person is at the very end. If you choose to leave Rook Island, we see the boat, with presumably everyone on board, traveling away from the island, as Brody talks about how he will never be the same. It's subtle, but it gives us the idea of being locked into Jason Brody in the same way he's locked into this situation. The idea of staying in first person also gives us a series of brutally intimate conversation with Brody's friends throughout the game as his psychology devolves. It also helps the design of some of the characters as they frequently get very intimate and close. The shadows around Voss's eyes create a demonic look, allowing a way more psychotic appearance as he looks directly at the camera. We follow Brody as he takes on the role of the Rocky-eyed warrior as he starts seeing killing as winning. Concerned looks, pleading faces, and the hopeful, teary eyes are directed not just at Jason Brody, but at you. It's important to note that if you choose the Rocky-eyed warrior ending, you end the game without breaking first person. You die locked in. You stay. All of these brilliant tools of the medium, every single one of them, has been given to the Call of Duty franchise over the years, and every single one of them has been thrown away into the bin in favor of the same shit, year in and year out. But maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the fact that they reject that, the tools of the medium, means that they can avoid the idea that they're meant to be innovative or good. Perhaps the fact that they remain as expected is what keeps sales so high. Or maybe there's something to all this. Perhaps we can find something, some morsel of unique and good storytelling, if we take a look critically at every single game in the Call of Duty franchise. Maybe, if we did, we might see a bigger picture. All this is ostensibly to say, no, the Call of Duty franchise is not high art. It's not good, high-quality fiction from any angle. But maybe that's not the whole story. Maybe underneath that Mountain Dew and Dorita exterior, there's a hint of something more. Something more paella, or croque monsieur, or lasagna. You know, it's good. Not amazing, just good.
The first game in the series was made during a time of incredible rapid change in video games. It's 5 years between Doom and Half-Life, and another 3 years between Half-Life and Medal of Honor Allied Assault. The move from an engine where full 3D models was practically a work of fiction outside of the blockiest shapes imaginable, to a full 3D environment that feels cohesive, all the way to a comparatively photorealistic Allied Assault. That shift in graphical fidelity was still going on during the development of Call of Duty 1. Another 6 years after Allied Assault, we're looking at Fallout 3, Mirror's Edge, Far Cry 2, full 3D worlds with beautiful graphics, some approaching photoreal even by today's standard. 15 years from Doom to Mirror's Edge. For reference, it took 15 years to go from Mario on the arcade machine to Doom. Wait, we've gone full circle. As a result, the first two Call of Duty games feel partially like they're in different eras of gaming. Call of Duty 1 is a game that established a lot of the elements that would stay throughout the franchise's very long history. First, we have our two primary weapons, no more. We don't have the Half-Life or GTA-style 10 million guns strapped across our entire body. We just have the two that we come with.
Second is linear levels made up of multiple set pieces strung together with fairly standard level design, moving point to point and on occasion integrating other elements of gameplay that are either not used again or used very little. We also have a silent protagonist, no surprises there, but we also have a hover over friendly characters to get the name and rank. Additionally, the strange practice of hiring Hollywood actors to play certain characters. They got Jason Statham and Giovanni Ribisi for this piece of shit. The game sets up a lot of game design principles that have stuck with the franchise throughout every iteration of the franchise. Jumping between multiple perspectives from multiple playable characters, a non-linear timeline, and a desire to stick somewhere between real events and fiction in terms of the plot. Now, while more recent titles have fallen more into fiction, as it's literally setting up its own parallel universe, that's more of a recent development. But the first title still manages to set up some elements that we count as archaic by today's standards. Outside of games like CSGO, where it's incredibly important to know what you're carrying at all times, displaying your weapons in a big list in the HUD is something that we've left far behind. Some third-person titles like God of War or Assassin's Creed have gone the ingenious decision of displaying your character's unselected weapons on the character, almost as if they're supposed to hold it or something. Other games like GTA or Fallout, if they have too many weapons, just pull up a huge fuck-off menu you need to navigate. Although I guess Fallout has quick favoriting options, but I didn't end up using them too much. But Call of Duty 1 has all our 2 guns and our sidearm displayed in full in the top right of the screen, which I suppose is fine, but like I said, it's something that we've left a bit behind. The game also makes a baffling decision in how it tutorializes the game. A lot of games are aware how annoying a long mandatory tutorial is at the start of a game, so they try to make it as diegetic as possible. Diegetic meaning justified in the game world, i.e. gameplay mechanics that are being justified through the game world and story. However, no matter how diegetified you've made your tutorial, an unskippable level that is just teaching you the mechanics of the game is never fun, especially when all you do is learn. It'd be like being back at school, except nowhere near as traumatizing. There are multiple ways to avoid the negative nature of tutorials. For example, you could place the player in a forest path. It's a decent way to tutorialize players to your game's basic movement. It's a linear corridor that doesn't look like one, and it's pretty easy to justify any areas where you would have to crouch below a tree or vault over one to teach you the mechanics of the game. Generally, these types of missions go on to lead into actual gameplay sequences as well, like how in Ghosts it immediately leads into zero-gravity combat and running through a collapsed city. It's stupid, but hey, at least I get to play the game without the tutorial occupying 100% of this level. Some games go away with the diegetic tutorial entirely, choosing instead to have a separate level that you can choose to play at any point. This tutorial generally serves as a sort of introduction to the basic concepts in a totally separated way from the rest of the game. System Shock 2, Half-Life 1, and Counter-Strike Global Offensive all do this, where you have a tutorial level that's all about teaching you the mechanics of the game, but it isn't mandatory. Unfortunately, even though we've had this issue solved for 20 years, some games still fuck it up. The first half hour of Deathloop is terrible on repeat playthroughs, and you can't even skip it because the code you need to progress is randomized every time. Fall 3 famously had an excruciatingly long, hour-long intro teaching you about the game. Many people have complained about this and are wrong to different degrees, but it's still not great to have an hour-long mandatory intro. You can make a 100% tutorialized level, though, if you pair it with something like a kill house, especially in Call of Duty style games. Titanfall 2 and both the first Modern Warfare games kind of get away with their tutorial levels thanks to the kill house. There is no such concession here. It's a series of lessons on how to use the things in the game. I suppose at the time the war shooter was still a relatively new concept, but this is still, you know.
I hope it's clear to you that you will be more accurate while aiming down the sight.
Though we did notice one detail here in the opening level, that this 10 hit point healing kit is literally dark chocolate. It's fucking chocolate. Dropped a nut. The debate about regenerating health versus health bars was always a weird one for me, because the reasons people argued either way was kind of stupid. People argued the factor of realism when that's not the debate at all, especially in any game where you're designed to take hits and still get to the end of the level. In that game, no healing of any kind is more realistic than another. If you take a bullet to the leg during World War II, or one to your chest that punctures a lung, that's it for you. No more war. You go home. So the idea that you can eat some fucking chocolate and somehow that closes your bullet wounds is never an argument of realism, because in that debate, regenerating health wins out. It's ambiguous in regenerating health how bad the hits actually are. You can't see your body or feel exactly where it is, so it's possible for bullets hits just scraping your body. And it is instead an indication of the enemy getting closer to landing a killing shot. So you run behind cover to break line of sight, and that counts as re-healing up. What's more unrealistic is me taking a bullet to the abdomen, disintegrating my liver and part of my right kidney, then putting on some bandages or whole-ass eating this tin box of medical supplies and somehow being all fucking good again, no problems. In that scenario, I can see exactly how fucked I am by the health, making it very unrealistic that I would just touch a healing kit and be fine. What is actually debate about this is gameplay difficulty. Listen, a game with regenerative health, AI enemies, and relatively fast movement will always be 1,000,000 times easier than a game with non-regenerative health. This is the actual complaint these critics failed to place on the game, calling it unrealistic instead. In Call of Duty 1, I'm forced to play conservative due to my health being limited. Luckily, in most scenarios in the game, you're showered with healing kits all over the place. You can pick some up without even fucking noticing. But in some stages, it's quite a while before you see any healing kits at all, and you have to play careful in those scenarios. It actually makes a considerable difference to how you behave in the game. In Call of Duty 2, it's a fucking joke. I'm literally bunny hopping through the entire level, shooting everyone I can fucking see, because the AI's rubber aim is too slow to catch up to my movement and actually aim at me. And if I get hit, I simply change direction or break line of sight, then I'm totally okay. What regenerating health did was change the way cover worked. In Call of Duty 1, cover was a respite from attack. It is a way for you to stay alive, be harder to hit, and try to spot somewhere in the environment to get a proper healing kit in order to heal and stay alive. At which point, you have to cross. That means you have to risk running across to get that health kit, risk shooting the enemy and exposing yourself, both of which are bad options. So this simple gameplay mechanic makes you instead look for an alternative way to solve your problems. Either pop a smoke to cross more easily, find a different route to the health kit that's less risky, or use grenades to attack enemies behind cover, guessing their trajectory. But in Call of Duty 2, because of the regenerating health, every piece of cover is a healing station. Doesn't matter where you are. If you break line of sight for more than 5 seconds, you're back to 100 HP. No need to think about getting your way out of this one. Speaking of level design, interacting with gameplay mechanics, some of the levels in this play really well together with the gunplay, especially in Call of Duty 1. You have largely accurate weapons that almost fail to hit the perfect balance between true inaccuracy of last century weapons and the accuracy of modern day weapons. The game is largely built on what is, for FPS games at least, mid-range encounters for the most part. As a result, you need that level of accuracy. For instance, a game like Sniper Elite would prefer an accuracy level much higher because of the long-range encounters, whilst a game like Brothers in Arms, where you're meant to rely on the firepower of your squad, you want it to be going the other way towards inaccuracy. In Call of Duty, like I said, it sits more on the side of Sniper Elite, which does work for the game as it is. You need those accurate shots, and the enemy needs to feel a lot bulkier in the health department because of your health. You're going to be dipping in and out of cover repeatedly to try to pull off high accuracy shots, or you're going to run around corners to try to get the drop on your enemy with a spray of bullets. As a result, the high hit point enemies with the high accuracy fits a lot better for this type of game. The problem comes in Call of Duty 2. Like a lot of problems arrived when that game got made. When you remove the health bar and go to regenerating health, now I don't need to be careful going out into the open, because I can just beeline to the nearest cover and heal up. As a result, you're not afraid to take whatever shots you can get, which means that your high accuracy to risk trade-off in Call of Duty 1 has entirely removed the risk factor, and you instead have high accuracy. This trade-off got rebalanced in later games in multiple ways, and we'll talk about it later, but I think Call of Duty 2 gives a poor account of that balance, and it's easy to see how people reacted poorly to this change. As for the guns in Call of Duty 1 and 2, we have all the classic favorites present. Call of Duty 1's roster of guns was massively improved with the addition of the expansion pack United Offensive. Though their initial list included most of the big favorites, by the end of the campaign you do wonder where most of the other guns are. Sure, all the bolt actions are here are Kar 98K, Mosin, Springfield, Lee Enfield, but as for some of the semi-automatic weapons, we just have the Garand and its carbine variant. There are no actual LMGs to speak of, other than the MG42, and as for sidearms, we're missing a Russian equivalent and a Webley. This means that the entire Soviet campaign you're running around with a Luger, and in the British campaign you're running around with the American as Apple Pie 1911. You're allowed to carry 2 primary weapons and then 1 sidearm in Call of Duty 1, which allows you to get your hands on a decent amount of equipment, and it is an upgrade, with 16 weapons in Call of Duty 1 versus the 12 weapons from Allied Assault. In Call of Duty 2, however, we have everything from one United Offensive with some welcome new additions. On the SMG front, we've added the PPSH's Little Sun, the PPS-42, as well as the American tank SMG, the Grease Gun. We even have the War Crime with a pump handle, the 1897 Trench Gun, coming to the party. So overall, Call of Duty 2's weapons trump Call of Duty 1 by turning the 16 weapons into 22 weapons, with a decent variety. So that leaves Call of Duty 1 and 2's gameplay covered, but the level design is still something I want to talk about. It's one of the fields where we've had major improvement in the last few years, and especially visible between Call of Duty 1 and 2. We can see some techniques used very differently in these two games as level design, and directly comparing them shows how much level design changed during this time. In Call of Duty 1, there is a level at the start of the American campaign where you're sent to take a town during the night, then set to defend it during the day. The way you move through the level is fairly dynamic, but in both areas, you go through parts of the town that you can't do in the other. Although this creates a dynamic and changing battlefield, it does create a bit of linearity to the gameplay, however, as you didn't take this area yesterday. It comes from a propensity to not want to reuse levels, especially from the time, but it just feels like you're continuously taking terrain rather than fighting against a counter-attack. However, in Call of Duty 2, you start off in the American campaign, working your way uphill against a massive enemy offensive at Pointe du Hoc. Everything is already really fucking bad, and it even starts off with a callback to the Soviet campaign in the first game with your boat blowing up just as you step off. You climb the cliff and fight your way to the crossroads at the other side of town. Then, in the following mission, you're meant to fight off the counteroffensive until you get relieved, but you need to continue retreating. From the crossroads into the walled garden, from the walled garden to the house, from the house to the village, moving back and back as you lose more men until you reach the absolute last point of retreat, firing your last few bullets just to survive until the bombers get there. At the start, around you, there's you and at least a dozen men, but by the time you get to the end of the level, it's you and 2 other guys fighting off the advance. In the second game, this counterattack holdoff is a lot less free, with literally moving forwards and backwards on the same track, but it feels a lot better, with the retreats actually occurring with the changing battlefield and through the terrain that you fought to take in the previous level. Rather than you running down the checklist of tanks to blow up and people to kill, it's raw and brutal, and you feel like you're always on the back foot until you get saved just in the nick of time. It's great! Call of Duty 1 has a similar level, holding the bridge in the British campaign, but in that, it doesn't feel like you're on the back foot enough. Sure, you're being surrounded, your teammates are dying, but I'm comically swinging this Flak 88 around, taking out tanks just barely in time. It's tense, it's great, don't get me wrong. It feels fantastic taking out the enemy as it surrounds you as you try to hold on to the bridge, but it feels a little too action movie. This is the same for a lot of the levels in 2, except for the British campaign, which is just worse than Call of Duty 1. Call of Duty 2 has a miles better American and Soviet campaign than either campaign in Call of Duty 2, but the problem is, the British campaign is low-key kinda ass. Because of the terrain you're playing through, it feels like the game only has 2 levels, the tank terrain levels and the town level, and you play through them for 11 campaign levels. And then at the end you have 4 levels in France and Germany that are a lot like the original Call of Duty, but it's just not good at all. It's incredibly repetitive to play through the British campaign, because it just feels like you're doing the same level repeatedly. Call of Duty 1 had some decent overall levels, but nothing exceptional. Call of Duty 2, meanwhile, has some genuinely exceptional levels, so overall I think the level design in Call of Duty 2 is a lot better, but the game balance is better in Call of Duty 1. While there are elements that draw one above the other, in the end, the disparity between the two is clear to see, at least for me. But which one ranks higher, you'll have to see at the end of the video. Fuck you. While researching the start of this video, talking about Paul Bucha and the Medal of Honor, I wanted to continue his concern for history in video games. I mean, he was concerned that Medal of Honor was being a disrespect towards history, so I wanted to forward his concern by bringing in a friend here to rate the historical accuracy within these games. So I've got my friend Alex in. He's a computer science major, but I'm sure he knows about books.
I'm not a historian, I'm just a based and epic gamer. There are many documentaries and books that tell the exciting tale of the D-Day landings. Paratroopers were given a truly vital task alongside elements of the French resistance who would sabotage the infrastructure necessary for a quick response from the Jerries. But before taking part in the largest and most complicated naval invasion in human history, we need to learn how to crouch, hold a gun, and not die. Live fire exercises in training are pretty rare for many reasons, but for a particularly good example, you could just look at Starship Troopers. Firing a live, wait a fucking minute, is that an MG42 a half foot over your recruits' heads is a bit excessive. And a bit of a waste of ammo, especially considering that the Americans weren't exactly making their enemies' guns for them. But don't worry, after that you can have a break, have a bit of a heal if you got caught by a stray 7.92mm round, and have some nice refreshing German coffee chocolate. I honestly think that this is a nice touch and is a little bit better than finding generic medkits or morphine injectors on the battlefield. It also makes a good amount of sense. You don't really see any German medics that you could loot for medical supplies. Killing them would be war crimes, and we all know Call of Duty doesn't do them. But finding one of these in someone's pocket is reasonable rather than a medkit that is way too big to fit in their normal field gear. Now, with no parachute jump training or extensive knowledge of the area that we are dropping, without knowledge of the local language or navigating in pitch darkness, we jump out of our plane and crack on.
Yeah, dude, the fucking, cover up and counter planning and everything was just, oh, shitting hell, you hit the ground way too fast. Fuck me.
The rest of this game is simple, and I would say that it is more limited by technical resourcing than by desire for historical accuracy. A good example is in the Burning Village, where an improvised Wirbelwind mobile AA platform has been made by taking the static Flak 38 model and screwing it into the turret ring of a fairly generic looking Panzer IV. Whether this was done for time or memory's sake is unknown. There are more examples of limitations leading to inaccuracy, MG42s not having ammo belts when mounted as static weapons, for example. Well, this is utterly fucking ridiculous.
Now, the names of the British officers obviously altered, but was there ever an operation where Americans were sent to rescue British officers?
No, and what the fuck is their plan of extraction? This would be like an SOE thing or some sort of resistance thing. Wait, why is it called a chateau if it's Bavaria?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you like to know how you aim with the bar?
I'm curious now. Oh.
It isn't really possible for the 506th to be here, as they participated in Operation Market Garden during the same period, and it is unlikely that a detachment would be taken off for this purpose. The real Operation Pegasus was not related at all to this, and was several months later.
This bedspread, oh my god.
Oh my god, swastika bread's the bedspread.
Who do you know that would love this?
I'm not gonna answer that.
I'm pretty impressed by this mission brief. It uses the appropriate posh language of the time. There's some rather nice storytelling, and visuals are ruined by a couple annoying mechanics. Mainly a repeated tendency for Call of Duty games to reload static or heavy weapons about 3 or 4 times faster than a well-trained crew. One of the first examples of this is when John McCall of Duty is able to single-handedly understand, load, aim and fire a Flak 88 round every 2 seconds. For reference, a well-trained crew of up to 10 can make it lob out a shell every 4 seconds. It happens again with AA guns, which usually require multiple people to aim, direct, reload and fire. Many a bruh moment to be had here, me laddies. This is simply put batshit crazy. There is an excellent video on what it took to bring down the Tirpitz by the operations room, but you don't need to watch that in order to understand that some British commandos infiltrating and fighting their way through one of the largest warships afloat and then extracting is fucking mad. Ignoring the fact that infiltrating this harbour yard is damn near impossible, ignoring the fact that this ship has guns that can shoot for 16 fucking kilometers that could snipe that tiny speedboat out of the water, ignoring the possibility of armed patrol boats coming after us, ignoring that an operation like this could be halted by a single locked door or the documents just being in an unknown room in a ship that is easily able to contain 2,000 fucking people. What the fuck even is the plan? What is on these documents that they need to squish 13 inches of Krupp steel and 2,000 men need to shield with their fucking lives? What is it? And Joseph Stalin and I agree on many things, but I believe that he curtly summarised how World War II would be won with the following quote:
British brains, American brawn, and Russian blood.
This is a fitting and horrifying depiction of the latter. Order 227 is infamous, and no fucking wonder. The Soviet campaign is underrepresented in all World War II shooters, even to this modern day, and that genuinely saddens me. This is the largest land battle in history, but the Red Army did not win through tactical brilliance and innovation, it won through blood alone. Although the depictions of mass human wave tactics are overused, these casualty rates don't lie. Stalingrad must be held, even if by the end there is nothing left. You are part of the 13th Guards Rifle Division. While it was not as horribly equipped as portrayed here, the men were undeniably poor trained. This was compounded by the fact that out of a unit of 10,000 men, 3,000 died on the first fucking day of contact. Holy fuck. By the end of the battle, after weeks of some of the highest intensity combat seen in human history, less than 330 of 10,000 men remained. But Stalingrad did not just have death by bullet, bomb and bayonet, it had massive amounts of death by near starvation. You actually get to fight in Pavlov's house, the iconic, heroic and slightly overhyped war story of a bunch of mad lads with a PTRS-41 going up against German tanks. Though these men did not have the shoulders that could handle the recoil from our magical PTRS-41 that could go straight through the front armour of a Panzer IV, while firing 3 times faster without needing to reload, they definitely had guts. The next mission is another entry into the long list of needless Call of Duty vehicle missions. This one takes the time in the brief to mention how the crew is not that well trained, and yet they are able to shove rounds out of their T-34 as fast as the PPSH can deliver God's wrath. Call of Duty 2. Having a mission on the approaches to Moscow is a bit odd. The German invasion's high watermark barely reached the outskirts, and that was with a couple motorcycle battalions which were driven back. The massive weapons and equipment upgrade from the previous game is much appreciated. Now we actually have an appropriate Soviet pistol. Now we see the environment effects in greater detail. The cold, the snow, the view distance, it all feels a lot more real than before. Finally, the PPSH has appropriate bullet casings. Finally, we have a suitable weapon variety. This campaign is a fantastic example of technology changes allowing for a greater degree of historical accuracy. The Soviet part of this campaign unfortunately takes less than an hour, so there isn't that much to say. In the British campaign, there are quite a lot of complex bunkers for North Africa. This is odd, as Rommel and Messe were not that fond of static positions, and getting the resources to create these was so difficult when they could barely supply their fuel needs. Many an abandoned truck or tank were left behind as they retreated at this point in the war. Wait a fucking minute. What's this? An actual depiction of Italians in a video game in World War II, despite them only making up a measly 2/3 of the Axis forces in North Africa. They're actually depicted by a single magazine which shows the face of Giovanni Messe, the Italian commander in Tunisia. This revelation is rudely interrupted by a series of Stuka dive bombers which are flying so low that they might as well fix bayonets and try to ram the Allied forces. Another fucking tank mission with reload speeds triple that of what is realistic. There is a nice part where the Crusader tanks have to close the distance to some German guns as a Flak 88 outranges them, which was a valid strategy used by Rommel, who was not a tank general, by the way. Call of Duty 1 gets a lot of dates right, but has some fucking insane missions. I would give this a D. This would be a lot higher if it wasn't for sabotaging the turret pits. If you remove that, then this would probably be bumped up to a C. Call of Duty 2 is a significant improvement. It gets the equipment better and gets the dates correct. Though it is sometimes vague about what units we are fighting for, overall this net improves on its predecessor, and I'm going to give it a modest B.
For this, I will be playing the original, not the remake, even though I understand the remake is faithful to the original with only minor differences in cutscenes. Also, the remake is for cumsluts, and I am no cumslut. This game started a very interesting trend in video games, and for good reason. At the time, we had become pretty tired of the World War II genre, and this game served as a pretty violent change from the distant past to the near future. The game came out in 2007 and is set in the year 2011, featuring a fictional civil war between the Russian government loyalists and ultra-nationalists, built on nuclear proliferation in the 90s when Imran Zakhaev was trading nuclear fuel rods for weapons to build his army. A civil war that, through an alliance with the al-Assad forces in the Middle East, resulted in a nuclear explosion in a war zone for the first time since 1945. This is the first entirely fictional plotline and world in any game that is meant to depict realistic warfare, and CoD 4 does a good job of that.
We have semi-realistic warfare and war situations using current, at the time, military hardware, call signs. This was even made in the mid-2000s. This is before they shot and killed Osama, off-screen, with no evidence of his death, and before American hero Edward Snowden did his leaks. Yet we have American forces doing Black Ops in modern day, killing a captive enemy leader without authorization. These actions are given a totally new perspective, especially now after the 2019 reboot. Let's talk about some other gameplay elements that have changed. One major change is the effect that gun hits have on you as a form of balancing the strength of regenerating health, by completely destroying your sight. Getting hit in Call of Duty 2 included some minor screen shake and an indication that you had been hit, some blur and some red. Not too dissimilar from what you'd see in health bar-based games today, but in Modern Warfare this effect is massively increased. Your vision shoots up, your screen blurs, and jam is smeared into your retinas, all to break your vision and to make you ineffective immediately after being hit, as a way to counteract the power of regenerating health. The problem with this is that it doesn't necessarily reward careful gameplay. It rewards not being hit repeatedly. Which means, sure, you aren't going to peek out as wildly as you would in previous games, but you're more liable to run jumping around corners and between pieces of cover just for the hell of it, which is great. I love it. Problem is, the balance is still in favor of the player, and breaking visibility, especially in a game where bullets are spraying anywhere, can feel cheap. Often I find my AI teammates can't actually keep something as simple as my back clear, so I get shot from behind while behind cover, and I'm confused. It feels cheap, especially when the damage stacks as, now I'm being hit, I can't see anything at all, so I keep getting hit. This effect is 10 times worse in World at War, but even here it's miserable. One aspect we've seen in the previous games that is almost completely absent from this game is the complete lack of missions where you're on the back of a truck or in a car shooting at the enemy driving down. We have the mission at the very end of the game, in the back of a truck, but that's kind of it. We control a grenade launcher on a gunship, but other than that it's all infantry combat. We don't even have a borderline mandatory tank level that both previous campaigns and indeed our upcoming World at War has. As a result, there is a cohesion to the gameplay. It allows a more narrow variety. What does that mean, you ask? Well, let me tell you. There's broad variety, which is a massively changing level of gameplay. Your input, perspective, and your gameplay changes drastically. You get a sniper level, an on-the-rails shooting level, you have your tank level. All these elements, although they give a variety of gameplay, if they're shit, it doesn't feel cohesive or unifying. They just feel like I'm running through a theme park of war, trying all the rides of middling quality. Narrow variety is what games are doing more these days, where you have a great variety of interaction and gameplay within a narrow field of input. In God of War, for instance, you have your axe. You can throw it, summon it to you, swing it, and that's fucking it. But the amount of puzzles they use this single input in gives an amazing variety, making it feel like you're mastering one tool in all the ways you can use it. Only at the end of the second act do you actually get your hands on a second tool, which itself has a number of problems it can solve unique to it. Games like Battlefield 5 and 1 have broad variety. Games like Titanfall 2 have narrow variety. Dishonored fits somewhere in the middle. Narrow variety is present in Modern Warfare. Not in a great quantity, mind you. The narrow variety is only slightly bigger than Call of Duty 2. We have a stealth level, a sniping level, a level or two where you need to run from close-range encounters to mid-range encounters to long-range encounters. In fact, all of those changes are across 2 levels back-to-back. We have defense across defense lines, as we saw in my beloved American Call of Duty 2 campaign, and in that we're given tools to defend ourselves, using a vast variety of mechanics we've been taught throughout the game. From stationary gun turrets to explosives and javelins, all of which leads to an epic run down a hill to the LZ. The game isn't perfect, but it does have some good gameplay variety that keeps the game from feeling boring and repetitive. We even have a prototype of the Night Raid mission from Modern Warfare 2019's remake. But Joel, you're talking positively about the game. Don't get too comfortable. Modern Warfare 1 is far from perfection. This is something new from Call of Duty 1 and 2. We're actually attempting to tell a story here, and the story makes no fucking sense. In the opening mission to the game, the opening cutscene to the game, we're told Russia is having a civil war, ultranationalists versus the government. Now, Russia has a standing army of 1 million, with 2 million in reserves. This is a nation that has complete patriotism and absolute control of the state. Keep in mind, Russia is an authoritarian nation. We're seeing the results of that in Ukraine right now. So the idea that an ultranationalist force could rise is a bit dumb. We'll get into how stupid it is actually a bit later. We drop into the level, we have a tutorial, which, you know my opinion on integrated tutorials from the last game, so we don't need to talk about that, but we have a kill house, then afterwards, we get into the first level. which is a crew expendable mission, Black Ops with no flag SAS operation. The kinds you see in Black Ops. I don't know about how the SAS goes about their Black Ops operations, but Jesus Christ, do you think they'd pull a new guy, a fresh recruit who is just a Scottish dude with a good sniper score, and put him on a highly secretive, illegal mission? Not to mention, this is a mission kept so in the dark that there isn't even registered by the public at large as an exploded or sunk ship. The ship just goes missing.
In other news, the search for a ship lost in the Bering Strait due to a major storm has been called off.
But okay, let's talk about what you find on the ship. You go into an Estonian freighter carrying a suspected nuclear package, and we find it practically draped in the flag of OP4, the Middle Eastern faction we meet immediately after this mission. So we have the Russian ultranationalists protecting a nuclear package headed for the Middle Eastern Taliban that isn't called Taliban. In fact, it isn't called anything. OP4 stands for opposing force. It didn't even have the balls to come up with something like a fake Middle Eastern terror group that sounds a bit like Al-Qaeda and Taliban, like, I don't know, Al-Qatala. No, it's too obvious. Too easy. I mean, they'd never do that. Anyway, back on the freighter, we grab the shipping manifest, which indicates ownership to one Al-Assad. Now the mission ends with you running out of the ship, as MiGs have decided to sink the entire ship because, I don't know, there's literally no explanation for how anyone was informed. Communications in 2011 between ships out to sea were pretty limited, and to state it simply, fast communications. Comms fast enough to contact and send out 2 flying MiGs is pretty insane. But fine, let's say a Russian army caught on to the ultranationalist plan and decided, fuck it, let's bomb and sink an Estonian freighter in the Bering Strait. Now, fun fact, the Bering Strait's deepest point is less than 100 meters, at 90 meters. And given that Alaska and Russia are right fucking there, the idea that the search for the ship is called off is kind of insane. There's a reason it's called a strait. Its definition is literally a narrow passage of water connecting 2 seas or 2 other large areas of water. Which means land is right fucking there. But okay, let's pretend that this sunken freighter carrying millions of dollars worth of goods sank, and after a week, nobody gave a fuck enough to find it. Now, thankfully, at least they sank the nuclear warhead, so there will be no nuclear explosion. What? You sank the warhead. I know, I was there at the start of the game. It's never explained how Al-Assad got his hands on a second warhead, and it's definitely not elaborated why Russia sold it to them. It's just a strange way to connect the 2 civil wars. You have the ultranationalist Russians trying to take Russia, and you have your probably extremist Muslim, though they never say, murdering the president. It's never properly explained why Zakhaev has such a close connection to Al-Assad, why his son personally transported the president of Saudi Arabia to Al-Assad to kill, why Zakhaev was there at the execution. These are storytelling techniques that should make sense, right? But they don't. You are the underdog. You are leading an ultranationalist civil war against the 5th largest standing army in the whole world. So you spend resources and time sending the leader of the civil war and his son, who is the field commander, to Saudi Arabia to take part in the assassination of a political leader with cameras present, potentially capturing either of you on tape doing this. Listen, later I'm going to talk about nonsensical plot lines and how it's a good thing, but this game wants to be realistic here. It doesn't just want to be awesome for the sake of being awesome. It wants to be taken as a potentially believable storyline. It wants to give you the unsettling feeling of, ooh, this could all be real, you know, and we're not just there yet. Sure, it has spectacle, but by God's embrace, what the fuck are you talking about? Not to mention, you're spending the resources to send them a nuclear warhead and guns. You're sending precious resources to a foreign nation whose only share in your cause is fighting the West, which you are clearly not a fan of. That's it. What I find most hilarious in this campaign is that we have a mix of 3 elements pretty integral to US media in the last couple of decades before this game came out, and in the coming years. We have the Red Scare, the fear of Russia that goes back to the Soviet Union, a fear that's becoming more and more realized every day now. We have the villainous depiction of Middle Eastern guerrilla fighters. Then finally we have the US projection. Because despite the storyline to this game, there is in fact next to no evidence that the Russian government supported or financially aided any terrorist group in the Middle East. Yet everyone knows that the CIA and US government, together with Saudi Arabia, literally trained the people who did 9/11. Completely an accident, mind you, let's not jump into Conspiracyville. Now, al-Assad himself isn't in the country where his war is taking place. He isn't in Iran or Saudi Arabia. I don't know, the mission load cutscenes really do not give a flying fuck where in the Middle East it zooms into. During the entire campaign, I'm pretty sure First Force Recon travels across the entire length of the Middle East, but... Okay, as you may have noticed by now, I've been re-recording lines to fill in gaps where I either got something wrong or missed a key detail. It happens. This is a tens of thousands of word project. But this time it was because I was creating the visuals for how truly fucked up the game's map tour is, and, well... Remember that part where I said this is a good game, but as soon as you pick a part of any of its storytelling, it immediately falls apart? Well, that held true more than ever. The game starts off pretty well with the prologue. FNG shows the map zooming in, clearly, at Hereford, which is where Craden Hill is. Or, well, right next to it. So we'll say at this scale, you got it close as could be. But then immediately we get a problem in the next mission, Crew Expendable. Here we have an initially vague location stating just as the Bering Strait, which is, admittedly, a large scale of land, or water. We see a boat on the water and zoom in on it, so I can place it pretty clearly 50 miles north of St. Matthew's Island. Unfortunately, Soap's Journal came out with the hardened edition of Modern Warfare 3, detailing Soap's life before Call of Duty 4, all the way up until Modern Warfare 3, and there, he has a sketch of the damn mission location, with coordinates and everything. And we're not north of St. Matthew, we're north of the Diomede Islands, the two islands in between America, Alaska, and Russia. Yeah... Okay, small error, years between games. Why would you take care to go back to the original game to, check that you got the location right, you know? Well, we're gonna take one of them as the real location, one of them as the map location, so we move on to Coup, where shit really starts to fall the fuck apart. Not only are we in reality zooming in on the Red Sea coast of Saudi Arabia, but when we see the city map, sure, that's a fictional city, but we're told that this is Al-Qunfada, Saudi Arabia. But when we see the city map, the coastline isn't scaled properly, making these buildings fucking cataclysmic in size. Look! The coastline maps out that this is completely fucked. If we take the city map and overlay it onto the real world, we're zooming into the middle of fucking nowhere, when, in reality, the president would probably be in, I don't know, the capital of Saudi Arabia, which is Riyadh. Riyadh? Riyadh. Hundreds of miles away. It doesn't matter. Next, we find ourselves in the Caucasus Mountains, bordering Georgia and Russia. But hey, let's not get bogged down in details. Russia thinks all of this is theirs anyway. So we hop between either side of the mountains at will, without a care in the world. Well, at least they all point at the Caucasus Mountains. Now we shuffle into the boots of US Army Rangers, and truly, it all goes to shit. Our initial map location is in the middle of the Persian Gulf as we invade Al-Jabali, but at the end of the mission we've moved nearly 150 miles northwest of Kuwait. Starting the next mission we point to, once again, the coast of the Red Sea for the Bog. The Bog ends back up north by Al-Jabali. Then Warpig starts up by Al-Jabali and ends by the Red Sea. Just hopscotch the Middle East, will ya? Who gives a shit about continuity or physical possibility? We're playing as one Army Ranger here, not two different invasions. This is the same fucking town. These are sequential missions. The second greatest crime in this entire mess is Blackout, Hunted, and Death from Above, which are sequential missions, i.e. there is no real time skip between the three missions, where we start out on the southern side of the Caucasus Mountains and on the north side in a helicopter. Then, we are traveling in that helicopter nearly 1,000 miles away by Nizhny Novgorod. We're shot down and we call in for AC-130 support in Iraq.
The margin of error on the map screen is the distance from Lisbon to Oslo, the entire length of Central Europe. The biggest crime, however, is Ultimatum, which starts out saying Altai Mountains, Russia, which is incorrect because only part of the Altai Mountains are in Russia, and neither the real location nor the map location is in Russia. They're both in Mongolia. As we enter the base, the nuke launches. However, we moved to the Caucasus Mountains in northern Georgia. The production team at Infinity Ward took a fuckload of Xanax and forgot which mountain chain we were at, so not only is this a single mistake, it's repeated in 3 different cutscenes. Then, to escape the horrible Russians, we escape to the other side of the Caspian Sea, somehow, and drive down a mountain range in southwest Kazakhstan on the border with Uzbekistan. What's interesting is that for One Shot, One Kill, Heat, and The Sins of the Father, we don't have any lead-in or lead-out regarding location, almost as if they knew this was a whole fucking mess. The first one is Ultimatum, which sends us to the Altai Mountains. All in all, they did not give a fuck about making any form of cutscene continuity, or they ran out of time. Both are bad. Anyway, back to good old Less Horse Joel.
Regardless, he is in Azerbaijan. Not the Middle East at all. In fact, halfway up the Caspian fucking Sea, hundreds of miles from where his war is taking place. Not to mention, nearly the day after the nuclear bomb goes off, the USMC joins up with our buddies in the SAS somehow. Griggs is shipped directly to Price in Azerbaijan without any questions. It's pretty clear from interviews at the time that things were changing up until the moment of release in regards to the plot. In an interview of June 20th, 2007, the project lead for the game, Jason West, talked about the campaign and mentioned that you had Zakhaev on one side and Al-Assad on the other, each of them having right-hand men, which the media refers to collectively as the Four Horsemen.
Zakhaev, who's an ultra-nationalist military leader in Russia, raging a civil war, ruthless dictator by the name of Al-Assad. Each of them have a number 2, and together, collectively, the media has dubbed them the Four Horsemen.
Except we have Imran and his son Victor, but Al-Assad is all alone. Now, we've retroactively applied Makarov as the Fourth Horseman, but we know for a fact that he didn't exist as a character until Modern Warfare 2 began development. So, what we do have is the Four Horsemen in this image, where one of the Four Horsemen is crossed out before we even know who they are. He's even wearing similar gear to Al-Assad. Clearly, this was a character cut for time or development. The Four Horsemen achievements still show up in the game, but there's no Fourth Horseman in the game at all. Clearly, there was meant to be another character present in the assassination scene, or the person driving the president was meant to be someone. Actually, we don't have an idea of who this person was meant to be, because it sure as shit was not meant to be Makarov from the start, and we don't actually have that much insight into this particular part of development. Given that there's some explanations missing from this plot, I can totally understand that these changes were made as a sort of explanation as to why they aren't there. Except on a second interview done just before the earlier mentioned video interview, Infinity Ward's studio head Grant Grant Colley talked about the game as well. Specifically, the major design challenge for them was not actually any of the gameplay surrounding the new technology or combat, but instead the storytelling. They had to make up a villain that explains why they're a villain, how they're a bad guy, because Nazis as a villain is so incredibly easy. It's a single sentence setup as a villain. It's super easy. They're a Nazi, that's it. Collier mentions more overt relationships between Price and Zakhaev as a rivalry or arch enemies, but in the game it comes off as just an old mission Price did some years ago. There's not an ongoing threat for 20 years. Collier also talks about how one of the things they wanted to do was change locations a lot, which makes it really interesting that the entire game basically only has 3 locations. You have Eastern European Forest, Eastern European Urban, and Middle East Urban. That's what all the locations and missions in the game are all collectively boil down to. There was a desire to do something more interesting than what ultimately came to the table, and frankly, I think the following 2 games in the franchise deliver a lot more on both of those promises than the original comes forward to. One last thing that Collier mentioned that is kind of funny is that they wanted to stay away from jungle warfare, something that World at War and Black Ops would both go on to do, and both of those games sold better than the original Call of Duty 4. Okay, maybe the story isn't good at making sense. So do we have characters that can carry... No, we don't. No, the fuck we don't. None of the characters in this game go through a character arc, and there is no real villain. Al-Assad has no spoken dialogue and is killed halfway through the game tied to a chair. Zakayev's son kills himself and has absolutely no spoken dialogue outside of a phone call at the start of the game in a language we don't speak. And Imran Zakayev has one cutscene where a .png of his Facebook profile picture talks about how sad he is that his son dies and how he's going to nuke the entire Earth because he's sad. Villains need to be intimidating, have personality, be unlikable as people. Okay, so what about our protagonists? Soap is quiet, as is Paul Jackson, silent as ever, no voiceover whatsoever. So we're looking at our teammates. Gaz and Price are SAS gruff boys, so they have standard likable can-do attitude with a bit of badass confidence. Macmillan is only in the game for one level, but gives a better character than Vasquez and Grizz ever do, which shows why him and Gaz were both back for Modern Warfare 2. Oh, what, you think Ghost is a different character from Gaz? Only in name. Their personalities are interchangeable, and their voice actor is the same fucking guy. It's Craig Fairbass. He's even back as Wallcroft in Modern Warfare 3. So, they're unimportant wank. We only like them because they're cool, which, let's be real, is a good thing to have for protagonists. So, what's left after that? Nothing really. Interesting stuff is that Soap and Jackson aren't even given second-hand characterization. Let me explain that. You remember in Half-Life 2 where Alex would talk about how Barney and Gordon would race through the vents to see who could get inside Kleiner's office first? The way Barney talks to Gordon like an old friend, talking about owed beers, even implying small stuff like how Gordon's a bit clumsy and loses stuff a lot. Hey, even in Half-Life 1 we had second-hand characterization. They say, Gordon is a highly trained professional. He's running late to work. He appears to have misplaced his HEV suit helmet. And we see everyone greet him like an equal. That is second-hand characterization, which is to say, characterization given by a secondary character or an environmental clue. This game? There is zero second-hand characterization for Soap or Jackson. Nobody is teasing Jackson about his wife back home fucking the mailman. Nobody is calling Soap a lightweight or not capable of taking more than a couple drinks. We only know Soap is a sniper specialist from Modern Warfare 2 and his journal, where he actually gets some characterization. The only characterization anyone gets outside of main dialogue is this list. 1. Griggs likes hip-hop music because he puts it up at the TV station in his first mission. 2. Captain Price smokes cigars to such an addictive level he's smoking one up to less than a minute before dropping into a mission. And 3. Gaz, Griggs, and Price all like drinking beer and have different opinions on them. Also, Gaz is from London. So, we have garbage villains, a nonsensical plot with shallower-than-the-Bering Strait protagonists. So why is this game viewed as one of the greatest FPS games from the era? Well, not only was it incredibly fresh to play in modern times when this game came out, the game also has some incredible moments. In the mid to early 2000s, you were limited to sci-fi FPS games or historical shooters, with only a handful of actually set during modern times. You have Halo Combat Evolved, your sci-fi nonsense, and you have Call of Juarez. Some of the games I can find from before Modern Warfare that depict modern combat are Delta Force games, Close Combat, First to Fight, and Battlefield 2. Remember, Arma was still doing Arma Cold War Assault, and Arma 2 post-dates Call of Duty 4. After Call of Duty 4, by the way, it's a massive shift. The following year, Far Cry went from depicting tropical islands with sci-fi warfare to having a painfully gritty and brutally realistic civil war in an African nation. We have Frontlines, Fuels of War, depicting a potential World War III near future. We have Battlefield Bad Company as the first title in the series to feature a single-player campaign. It keeps going after Modern Warfare 2 even. Operation Flashpoint put out its first title in 7 years, Dragon Rising, following a potential near-future war. Rebellion puts out Rogue Warrior. We have Bad Company 2, Sniper, Ghost Warrior, and now Medal of Honor has decided to reboot into modern combat. Body Count, Breach, Homefront.
No gunshots.
And another Operation Flashpoint. Call of Juarez decided for some baffling fucking reason to make their Western shooter set in the modern day. It goes and goes and goes, but at the point of Battlefield 3, the fatigue was starting to mount. They dictated the next half a decade of FPS games, and it still affects it to this day. Another element that this game is remembered unbelievably highly for are the moments of brutally real combat present in those games, namely the levels Shock and Awe and Death from Above. In Death from Above, there was a lot of care to match it to the released footage of gunships firing at individuals on the ground, and even to this day, it has this eerie quality to it, like you're doing something wrong, especially as your crew members comment on, "This'll make one hell of a highlight reel," or "lots of little pieces down there," pretty callously. In Shock and Awe, your only existence is to die. You're wandering through your pointless existence waiting for the moment you drop dead and simply die. It allows the game to slow down and take a moment to make a point about war. Everything bar the first level as Paul Jackson revolved around keeping people and resources alive. You save a tank crew, get it running. You save a squad and get them out of danger. Your last act is saving a downed pilot, and then, boom, it's all gone. And you're left wandering alone, limping out of a crashed helicopter in a foreign nation far from home. It would have been 10,000 times better if Paul had literally any kind of characterization, but at the very least, it's still effective. So, that's Modern Warfare. Wait, something's off. Let me check my fridge. Maybe I left some food in there too long. Oh my god! World at War is some of the worst garbage you're going to see in this entire franchise, and the game is its own worst enemy. Somehow you've managed to copy all your story elements from both the previous Soviet campaigns, so it feels unoriginal, but the Soviet campaign is by far the best part of this game. But then simultaneously you've taken a rather underrepresented part of World War II, the Pacific campaign, and turned it into the most boring generic garbage ever. You literally get introduced to your commanding officer in the same level where he dies at the end. He didn't have any time to be cool before he died, which makes his death even dumber than having no character at all. At least Alan did stuff before he got baked. This is Roebuck's story, but we're not playing as Roebuck. We're playing as some random dude in his squad. We have no personality, no story, no background, no character arc, no character description. We don't even have second-hand characterization. I talked about that last time. Our name is C. Miller. We don't even know what the C stands for. Nobody barely ever says our name. In fact, I can't remember a single fucking moment anyone tells us what our name is. C. Miller? I had to find that shit in the goddamn wiki. Meanwhile, in Soviet Russia, Reznov literally can't stop saying our goddamn name. He keeps saying it. Dmitry Petenko this, Dmitry Petenko that. Jesus Christ. Not to mention the guns. Fuck me, the guns. On the Eastern Front, you have the German classics, the Sturmgewehr and the Kar-98K and the MP40, even your Gewehr 44 a couple years early. You even have the daddy of all World War II SMGs, the PPSH, which I fucking love to bits, especially in this game. But you move to the slightly more Eastern Front, you have the worst feeling Garand in the history of video games and pea shooters like the Type 100 and the Type 99. These guns feel like they should be accurate, but they're not fucking hitting anything. Not to mention, although both campaigns have huge problems with visibility due to the fact everyone looks the same, at least Russian campaigns put different clothes on enemies and the friendlies. Over in the Pacific, they are literally wearing near identical outfits and colors, making it near impossible to spot who is who. And frequently I just shoot at my own teammates in reflex, because thanks to another neat trick of the ambushes constantly happening in the Pacific, there is no way of knowing where the battle line is. It all just becomes a jumbled nonsense. I have to spin around constantly in case a banzai from behind sends me to the blur screen. That means I have to play an unreasonable section again, because yeah, in the Pacific campaign the checkpoints are fucking miles apart. Not to mention in the Soviet campaign you have all these levels where the gameplay and level design materially changes. You start out in this early level stealth sniping. After a bit more of sneaking, we do a bit more sniping. Then we get spotted and have to run through a burning building and escape it. Once we link up with our comrades, we're sniper support overlooking a battlefield for the remainder of the level. But then, once we continue through Stalingrad, the shift of perspective and gameplay shifts again. Nearly the entire Pacific campaign is running through the jungle, bunkers, or caves, killing Japanese soldiers at mid to close range. Ooh, sometimes you have a flamethrower. Ooh, sometimes you need to complete menial tasks such as pointing a giant ray of light to blow up a bunker or throwing some dynamite through a window. But the moment-to-moment gameplay doesn't materially change throughout the entire campaign. It could have all been saved if you were allowed to slam fire the trench gun, which, might I remind you, is the very thing that made the damn thing a war crime to begin with. Yes, the sequences where you're ambushed in strange ways by a bunch of Japanese is a bit cool, but the enemy feel like they're complete idiots. They don't feel smart, they senselessly run at you. Oh sure, it's historical accuracy through the roof. These characters would do that, given their devotion to the Emperor. It's completely realistic, but it doesn't feel good. It doesn't tell a story other than you're fighting against lunatics, which works well when the game is meant to depict horrors of war, or in a movie like We Were Soldiers, where you can explore those characters in more depth. But in this game, we're spending half the the time shooting them and the other half being patriotic little pussy boys. Honestly, it feels like the Pacific Campaign and the Soviet Campaign in this game were made by completely different teams at completely different times. One thing that doesn't feel the same across both campaigns is, again, the hiring of big-name Hollywood actors inexplicably to voice characters in your campaign. Gary Oldman, infamously for the legendary Reznov, so legendary that they still use him to this day in Call of Duty games, and Kiefer Sutherland to voice Roebuck. This campaign is a fucking mess. Top to bottom, it's filled with levels that people didn't think all the way through. In the final level at the Reichstag for the Soviet campaign, we're about to enter the Reichstag, but we can't enter because of these hip-height sandbags that I've spent the entire game jumping over. The entrance is right there. I can go in there. I want to go in there. But no. We have to wait for the game to blow up a column and send it crashing into the sandbags because cinematic gameplay. Then we walk up the steps, and you can literally flank and empty an entire clip into a flamethrower man, but because he's part of a retarded scripted sequence, you can't kill him until it's over. Scripted death sequences are the goddamn bane of this entire franchise, by the way. Every single replay, you want to find out what happens if you stop that dude with the RPG from shooting you, but every time you find out that the dude's immortal and the game just breaks for a moment. Here, it's to kill off one of the least developed characters we're meant to feel sympathy for, Chernov, who is given a bit of characterization that I enjoy. Reznov and him play off of each other, and he has resentment towards the both of you. You for being better at the war than him, and towards Reznov for being a cold, ruthless murderer. Chernov is told to carry the flag, victory flag, and he drops there. We don't pick it up either. We just leave. Reznov, the banner of freedom is literally right there. It doesn't matter. At the end of the next level in the Reichstag, we just find another one near the land, conveniently just lying there. Thank God. Now for my final sequence. Oh no, last second drama. Anyway, we put it up. Freedom, yada yada. Going back to Chernov for a bit, he serves to add a lot of much-lacked depth to the campaign, though only fucking briefly. Just before the final level, Reznov reads out a portion of Chernov's journal that Reznov so callously mocked earlier, and we get a glimpse into the words of this now-dead man. It gives a haunting feeling that although we're ending this evil force, we might not be the good guys. Given current-day politics, this campaign hits even close to home, but I'd argue it's completely timeless. Then it's completely undercut by a finale in the Pacific Campaign where the Japanese run screaming at you to blow themselves up just at a chance of killing you. You feel absolutely no remorse emptying bullets into the heads of these Japanese because they're complete lunatics. They feel cartoonishly evil, especially in comparison to the Germans we just found cowering in a subway entrance before we burned them alive. Am I meant to feel conflicted about the senseless murder of this war, or am I supposed to feel justified? Nothing feels more confused in this game than moving from one campaign to the other. The tonal shift is comical. There's no moment where you wander through a Japanese village and find civilians cowering or themselves picking up guns and shooting at you. Originally, the game was going to have a British campaign set in Holland, and it was going to be called Call of Duty 5, so clearly they ran out of time during development. It did take 2 years, which was twice as long as Treyarch's previous game in the franchise. Polish might have helped this a bit, but frankly, it's hard to believe it would have been that much different. The Soviet campaign is mired in small problems that, towards the end, stack up towards annoyance only relieved by a gloriously satisfying PPSH spray, whilst playing through the Pacific campaign makes me want to point the PPSH towards myself. I guess this part of the review was pretty short because there's frankly not a lot to talk about in this game. It only has 2 campaigns, and the real reason everyone loves World at War has very little to do with the campaign. This game was the start of Nazi zombies, a genre so penetrating it has literally consumed every piece of historical gaming since. Red Dead Redemption added in Undead Nightmare, which isn't to mention Sniper Elite's Zombie Army franchise, the continued Nazi zombies mode in Call of Duty, Wolfenstein Old Blood. I mean, Nazi zombies have been a thing since literally World War II. Heck, it even predates US involvement in the war, but as a result, it's a point of nostalgia for a lot of people when talking about this game franchise. Nazi zombies is a simple concept. It's a horde shooter with waves. Co-op, so play with friends, but not a big server with 16 people, just up to 4, so you can take the game you already own and then make it a small co-op game. Everyone loves that shit, especially in the late 2000s, where couch co-op was becoming more and more popular. So here we are, Nazi zombies taking over the world. If you like Nazi zombies of World at War, good for you. I'm not here reviewing that. I'm here reviewing World at War's campaign. I'm going to stop talking about this game now, because the reason I've dedicated so little time to my part of the review is because, as it turns out, this is Alex's favorite game in the series. Anyway, sorry, bro. Anyway, Alex, take it somewhere else.
I was partially raised by World War II documentaries. I distinctly remember sitting far too close to my living room TV, saying out loud, someone really ought to do something about those Germans. I got a distinction on my World War II history project. We were meant to be in groups of 3, I left my group and did it on my own instead. I have a lot of books, and for a period of about 5 years, I'm honestly confident that I watched every World War II documentary on the History Channel. I watched a lot of grey footage from the war. I often encountered the words of these great and terrible leaders, but of course this one always stuck in my head.
The death of one man is a tragedy. The death of a million is a statistic.
Josep Bezaronis de Jugashvili, also known as Daddy. There's something beyond the numbers that watching a lot of this footage shows you. I can look at a Wikipedia page or a statement from a general about a battle in the Pacific. I could scoff at the comparatively low casualty numbers and compare battles which cost a factor of 10 times that amount of lives on the Eastern Front. But this Call of Duty game does something I have not seen another franchise of the time do. It shows the brutality openly. It shows the desire for revenge and the emotional side that sweeps over your fellow soldiers, and unlike some games, those primal emotions prevail over training and heroism. It isn't just one bad or edgy egg, such as in Call of Duty World War II with beloved Pearson. It's everyone around you being slaughtered and slaughtering right back. There is no light for long before it is snuffed out. It feels like a game such as Call of Duty World War II is playing at and alluding to darkness, whereas this game is playing at but smothering the idea of hope. The intro to this game is good and shows immediately the common brutality of the Japanese soldier. In Vanguard, this would be the main fucking villain. He would be part of some mythical fake unit with a name linked to Heinrich Himmler's pagan obsessions or something dumb. This isn't a set-up villain who we defeat later. This is just some low-ranking officer, and this is the attitude he and his normal unit have towards prisoners. Look at the shit going on in the background. Look at how much blood is spilled on the beach. The way you are liberated isn't through a quick time event and some sneaking at the start of the game like so many others. You are free when he dies. You are only safe when the enemy is dead. The enemy, who if they capture you, will do shit like this. That starting mission with its beautifully animated cutscene is an interesting introduction to the Pacific. You are dropped off by the USS Nautilus, which was a very key component of the Battle of Midway, and have been captured. Though the raid this is based on does not mention any sort of liberation like this, and it is very unlikely that raiders would be left alive, it makes for a great setup. The rest of the raid's commitment to historical accuracy is brilliant. It shows the brutality the Japanese reflected onto their prisoners. I thoroughly recommend further reading on this topic. You think the Japs are good at making jiggling tits, turns out that they're great at doing some fun things, such as dropping flies infected with the bubonic plague onto several Chinese villages, decapitating Allied prisoners of war, a lot. Very clear photo evidence that we cannot show on YouTube of a Japanese soldier bayoneting a Chinese baby, having 2 of your soldiers participate in a contest to kill 100 people using a sword. The rape of Nanking, where approximately 200,000 Chinese soldiers and civilians died and did a lot of getting raped. The entire story of Louis Zamperini in his book and movie Unbroken shows how they treated prisoners, but you don't have the time to read that truly inspiring and excellent book, so here are some images. Now, to qualify, a lot of these actions weren't directly ordered. They were a product of culture and the abusive methods used to train Japanese soldiers. Undeniably, this shit is insane. This doesn't happen en masse in other armies. But if you want to see what your enemy commanders and leadership ordered their men to do, then bear witness to this list of some of the shit Unit 731 did. My favourite being using live human subjects to test the effectiveness of grenades. You could have just used corpses, but this is just Warhammer 40k level peak evil. A close second being reintroducing the bubonic plague by aircraft. Consume the anime. Do not think about the war crimes. Think about the waifu. I want to worship Bismarck. Joel doesn't like this game, but even as a young 11-year-old, I realised that this, at the very least, portrays the tone of what war in the Pacific and in the worst parts of Russia was like. I agree that this should and probably easily could have been made into 2 different games. The Russian cut from Stalingrad to rolling across Germany 3 important years later towards Berlin is indeed jarring. I think that Kursk would have made a more justifiable battleground for the tank level in Blood and Iron, although I think that showing the build-up of Kursk and what many consider to be the actual perceived turning point would be brilliant regardless of it being in a tank level. Show the extensive fortifications, maybe man an AT gun with a realistic reload time, or call in IL-2s, something. But this game gets the tone right, it gets the real tone of these battles correct. Most of the battles in this game are fucking meat grinders that aren't won through tactical brilliance or technology. For the Pacific campaign, as mentioned above, the casualty numbers for each island in total are relatively small by comparison to battles on the Eastern Front. There are no 250,000 man encirclements. But that is for a very good reason. In the Japanese campaign, the islands you take couldn't fucking fit that many people. Every person has to have food shipped from several thousand miles away via the ocean, which is infested with sharks, enemy planes, enemy ships, enemy subs, and just plain old garden variety bad luck. You think the Germans did a good job of logistics? Get a ruler and look at a map of the Pacific. On the Eastern Front, you could ship a fucked tank back to the factory in less than 24 hours. Imagine doing that with boats, getting them to sail 5,000 miles, and how many cranes that would involve. No wonder people turn to cannibalism on these fucking islands. On both sides. Let us take Iwo Jima as an example, a tiny volcanic island which is only 21 square kilometers, which doesn't even have a native population or some sense of an identity. It's about 1.5 times the size of London Heathrow Airport, about a fifth the size of Disney World, a tenth the size of Washington DC, or a 15th the size of Dublin. Ahem, Joel?
In a battle that lasted 1 month and 1 week from the 19th of February till the 26th of March, 1945, in the left corner we have the U.S. forces, which include total naval superiority, total air superiority with no contested planes from the Japanese mainland, a pre-landing bombardment which totaled 13 hours of continuous shelling, thousands of tons of explosives dropped on that burnt pork chop in the middle of the ocean in 74 consecutive raids from B-24 and B-29 bombers over a period of 74 days. 612 sorties from fleet and escort carrier fighter bombers attacking any targets of opportunity. A force of 110,000 U.S. servicemen. And heavily equipped with flame tanks, flamethrowers, and many with experience in this kind of fighting. In the right corner, we have the forces of the 109th IJA Division, made up of 20,000 troops. That's it.
You heard that right. The Japanese are very outnumbered, extremely outgunned, and often near starving with no hope of rescue or relief of any sort. They will die on this island, and they don't really mind. They just want to protect their land. So, let's add up the dead. We get 25,237 people, divided by the area, not including underground caves and bunkers of the volcanic island. That's 1,202 corpses per square kilometre. This is a daily death toll of about 682 people. That's roughly 1 every 100 seconds on that island. Let's look at the Eastern Front. Finding casualty numbers is difficult, factoring in the paramilitaries and the different armies that fought alongside Germany. But let's include all deportations to death camps, all civilians and peasants who were murdered who probably couldn't defend themselves, and all military dead. Let us round it up to 50 million people, all dead within this battlefield that Germany and the Soviets fought through. Remember that the Eastern Front was fought over 4 long years, averaging a death toll of 34,247 a day. That's about 11.5 9/11s a day. Bush'd be jelly. That's a death every 2.5 seconds. So it's way more deaths, way more often. However, we have the grand total of corpses per square kilometre of 67, less than 100. Iwo Jima has 1,202. There were well over 18 times more corpses per square kilometre on Iwo Jima than there were on the entire Eastern Front, rounding up and including civilian casualties. This was the only battle in the history of the Marines where American casualties, with every advantage they could realistically have, exceeded their enemy. To quote my bulldog,
"Battles are won by slaughter and maneuver. The greater the general, the more he contributes in maneuver, the less he demands in slaughter."
They didn't win through maneuver on these islands because there was nowhere to do any fucking maneuver that didn't have a couple hidden bunkers. They won through walking into the meat grinder. And that is what this game feels like. The Russian missions in particular do a fantastic job of showing this. In so many war games, we are some form of special forces who go behind enemy lines and blow up artillery pieces or fuel depots. Now those are often the most interesting and approachable stories. If the BBC is willing to make a series on it, then it is sufficiently safe. But that glorification always bugged me. This isn't how most of the war was won. Sure, those kind of missions are important, but for most people, on these fronts, in these battles, it was a fucking meat grinder. And this game shows that. It shows the brutality, it shows the hatred of the enemy, it isn't afraid to slur or slaughter, it shows larger scale battles better than the previous games that make you feel like a smaller part of a colossal human being lawnmower that would devastate 2 continents. When the metro tunnels of Berlin are flooded, it isn't by a laughing, maniacal Nazi who calls out to you on the radio. They don't care who you are. It is an action of the desperate. I love the sinister undertones. I love how it sweeps you up into the feeling and need to slaughter. That scene when you are moving through Berlin and your commissar comes on the loudspeaker, it is not a loud declaration of liberation to an oppressed people. Oh no, everyone in this army, including you, Dmitri, won't give them that. Reznov made a promise. Their land, their people, their blood. No prisoners, no hope for surrender, even if it is the conscripted and forced. Old, young, and the weak, we the player do not hesitate. We the player do not think of our opponent as human. I mean, doesn't that dialogue sound like the start of some kind of resistance movie against a comically evil villain? I'm not condoning the treatment of fucking Nazis, but this is far from what we should aim to do in any war. Go look at a playthrough and watch as we and the tanks beside us in Ring of Steel slaughter these fleeing Nazis by shooting them in the back. They aren't a threat to the player, and yet we shoot. Go look at a playthrough, people get caught up in it. We execute the wounded even when they are no threat. We were openly and clearly encouraged to do this earlier. We knew that those men are already bleeding to death. We know what those animations look like and mean, yet we keep killing. We don't look at the beautiful and well-made ruined streets of Berlin or look behind, we keep pushing forward. This is not always mechanically necessary, but in every playthrough, I've seen no one, including myself, stop. No one hesitated, because they wanted their revenge. In other Call of Duty games, we cut to black with a little bit of hope that we have made progress to a better world. That we, the player, are undeniably the good guys who are... Good guys, fucking hell. That we, the player, are undeniably the good guys who are liberating and improving the right to national self-determination through our actions. But the ending to this game is laden with sinister tones. The words earlier by Reznov, shared with the feelings and actions you have committed, leave a tense feeling of unease. I can't imagine the real events that took place in Berlin after the Red Army's assault in the final days of the war in, say, Call of Duty II, but I can imagine the horror of the rape of Berlin, hundreds of small massacres, and the unlawful execution of prisoners. And that happened. It gets the tone and brutality of real war history correct, and that is a rare thing.
You should have shot them, General. This only proves that we're all men of suffering.
So how is it historically? The weapons in this game are mostly accurate, although I noted that the Type 92 heavy machine gun does not appear to have an ammo belt or clip. It gets the dates reasonably right and commits to the tone. The next few missions show the unusual tactics of the Japanese in clear light, ambushes, spider holes, and an obsession for banzai charges. There was a marked increase in Japanese effectiveness when these were banned towards the end of the war. By the way, in battles such as Iwo Jima, you see how much artillery you need to lob at them in order to keep them down. You see the fanaticism that seems like it belongs in a Doom game or Left 4 Dead. Sparing them isn't an option. Let's have a look mission by mission. Russian campaign first. What a mission? Holy fuck. There's a comical number of German bombers flying overhead when the air battle was beginning to turn to the Soviet favour. These planes, mainly from the cutscene, resemble Focke-Wulf 200C1s, and there were only about 276 made. It seems unlikely that these would all be on the Eastern Front flying over Stalingrad, especially flying this low. The hunting of Amsel is fantastic, and the ruined environment of Stalingrad really is perfect for a sniper to make their legend. As for what general he is based on, this is unclear. He's depicted in the intro cutscene by footage of Heinz Guderian, but doesn't share the right history, as well as Heinz not being anywhere nearby. Most likely he is pure fiction. The role of snipers in Stalingrad is legendary, and playing as one is fantastic. As for Dmitri potentially being unqualified to shoot a high-precision weapon, they let an 88-year-old do it. And even a 19-year-old woman, Rosa Shanyana, who at least killed 59 people, girl boss. So Giga Chad Dmitri can probably manage. Having a PTRS with a scope is rare, and by quite a few accounts it seems to not be very useful. Dmitri shooting that SKS on steroids, holding it in a single arm while reloading and running or skating on the innards of anyone who dared cross that tungsten carbide cord lump of fury. Certainly bends reality, especially considering that these things are 6'11". Is it so much to ask for a cutscene where some guy just gets his gun stuck in a door or knocks out a light? The mission ends by jumping in a river.
Oh, fuck the whiplash! Going from the real possibility of defeat to nearly 2,000 kilometers slightly northwest has really hurt Dimitri's brain. What the fuck happened in the last 3 years? Was Dmitri kidnapped by fish people living in the Volga? Did he and Reznov open a small bakery together? Or was he captured later in one of the more dramatic battles like Kursk?
We won't ever fucking know. Oh, why was this not fucking shown? Doo-doo-doo.
The statistics in the intro cutscene are all true, and yeah, I mean, how could the Soviets lose this? 10-1 is insane. Order 227 being repealed, as well as the large amount of experienced officers which could finally come through, alongside all of the equipment changes that War Thunder players jizz over. You actually get to fight alongside some tanks for once, which is a nice change of pace. At least we aren't going to be forced into one again.
God fucking damn it! Why do games like this insist on 1 second reloads? And why the fuck are Dmitri and Reznov driving the fucking thing?
Especially when the Germans are on the back foot. Why the fuck do we not have enough tank crews? It's not like this shit is easy. Soviet tankers were being trained in every fucking factory so they wouldn't lose anymore. So why could you ever claim to shove a couple of infantry guys into it? I'm not going to get into a T-34 amazing rant. That horse has not been beaten, it has been stabbed, liquefied, dissolved, decomposed, and with any luck will be gone from collective memory soon enough. I love how much ruined Berlin looks like Stalingrad. It's a bit weird that the T-34-85 you fight alongside has an American machine gun mounted to an unconventional commander's hatch. Not sure why that was added, especially considering that nobody's using them. The rest of this building-by-building fighting is absolutely brilliant. The defenders of Berlin were not all crack veteran units, it was a hodgepodge of your dad, who was just too old for the draft, children, the physically disabled/wounded soldiers, and a couple SS members. The flooding shown here likely represents the seemingly intentional flooding of the north-south line. Although this takes place a little over a week later in early May, it is still a cool mix-up, and it makes a cool level transition. It isn't just the threat of bombs, bullets, kids with rocket launchers and pointy things in this battle that'll get you. Yeah, this isn't what the Reichstag lawn looks like. It was, in actuality, a lawn. The building had never really been repaired after the fire that brought Hitler to power, so throwing a fuckload of artillery shells at it doesn't help it. Really shouldn't be this intact, amazingly. The story to raise the flag is an interesting one, from a single British Valentine tank making it all the way from the Eastern Front to the selected site to proclaim victory, from competitive generals sending certain ethnicities with the flag to please Stalin, to rushing to raise the flag by the traditional communist May Day celebrations. And boy did they hand that in at the last minute. Officially, a flag was raised over the Reichstag on the 30th of April 1945 at 2240. They had done it all because of the bravery of Rakimjan Kwashbakwara. Fucking hell, these names, what's wrong with John Johnson? Of the 674th Infantry Regiment. Only for the flag to be shot down by German snipers when they could see it was up. The whole building was finally under control on the 2nd of May. Obviously, we don't wait until the 2nd of May. Recovering from near drowning midway through this mission, we shake out the water in our lungs and crack on. What an ending. Though this final scene with Reznov and his butcher knife is badass, this isn't where the flag was planted and the roof section is a bit over-scaffolded? Never thought I would say that. As mentioned before, there was a bit of back and forth until the building was finally taken on the 2nd. Wouldn't it be fucked up if both characters died the next day? Now, Pacific time. Semper Fi commits to a surprising amount of historical accuracy to what was nearly the first attempt by the Americans to strike back at the Japanese. There were 2 banzai charges which, when wiped out, pretty much cleared out the island. While it shows the mission as a more desperate affair than in reality, your unit, which I am assuming is based on A Company under Lieutenant Petros, based on its size and separation from the rest of the men, escapes under significant fire. In reality, the main threat to the Marines was a couple flying boats carrying Japanese soldiers, which a couple mad lads shot down with machine guns and a boy's anti-tank rifle. There were a couple strikes by Japanese planes at 1:30 on the next day, but if we are based on this squad, then everything is correct as we withdrew back to the subs at dusk. It takes place on Peleliu. It gets basically everything right. It shows the correct date, the significant fortifications, the incredibly rare Japanese advantage in tanks. The actual battle took over 2 months to pacify the island, but this is a shooter game, so we have to be front and centre. 8 men were awarded the Medal of Honor for their service while on this tiny island, 6 of them for jumping onto grenades. Rocket strikes are a bit weird, but showing the effects of artillery and how helpful it is. Remember kids, war is not Call of Duty. Statistically speaking, even in modern conflicts, the main killer is artillery pretty much ever since Napoleon. I love this ambush, I mean how can't you? The beginning of this mission is fantastic as we work our way towards the airfield. I love this combat, unlike some vagina heads. Although the rifle grenade shouldn't detonate on impact as it is literally a normal frag grenade and not an M7 rifle grenade, it's still a fun weapon. Otherwise, pretty decent portrayal of the day. Operation Stalemate really does help prove my lovely human being lawnmower metaphor, doesn't it? No idea how Constance Miller is able to rival Dimitri's feats of strength in that baking sun, but here we are. More brutal jungle fighting on our way up and out towards the point of Peleliu. One of my favourite vehicle missions in gaming, the Black Cats were great at search and rescue. Seeing this kind of flying boat in action is a real treat. Finding details in their armament was pretty tricky, and as I was always skeptical of there being a 20mm autocannon at the front, but yeah, turns out some of them did, mainly based out of Guadalcanal. I mean, the spectacle of this mission is what Call of Duty does best. Sure, it's ridiculous, and we should be sinking with the amount of holes in our plane, but fuck it. At least it isn't Chumley Miller and Roebuck flying it. The environment is a bit overdone, but that dear viewer actually has a purpose that could have been done with a throwaway line. Okinawa was considered to be one of the home islands. Until now, the war in the Pacific had been over tiny airstrips or near-worthless disease-filled jungle. This had a very large Japanese population and... oh, fuck me, Christ. Otherwise, I really like this mission as a concept. I always love games where you have limited resources, and fighting like this is a hell of a lot of fun. The spider hole ambush was pretty great in my opinion. Oh yeah, by the way, the mortar thing was real. Extraordinarily dangerous, but real. Saving Private Ryan got it right. Remove the safety pin and bash the bottom against something solid to simulate the mortar charge firing. This was definitely used on Okinawa, so this is a nice touch. But what the hell are we slamming it against?
Big Daddy Stalin's asshole.
Sure, there are some fuck-ups, but overall I love the commitment to the tone, and it has clearly gone above and beyond the other games. I am giving it an A. Well done. Kissies.
Holy shit, Modern Warfare 2 is shockingly good. While the first Modern Warfare laid the foundations of something that could be pretty good, Modern Warfare 2 knocks it out the park. We'll begin with the graphics. It's no surprise that every sequential title from Infinity Ward in this franchise is generally a major step forward in graphical fidelity, and it's no different here in Modern Warfare 2. The step up from the last game is huge, and we're just about to hit the plateau of graphical fidelity in video games. But this was during that insane period in the 2000s when massive graphical upgrades year by year was kinda huge. Comparatively, it's been a good 9 years since Crysis 3 and Our Worlds, and graphics have hardly moved at all. We start off with a more reasonable in-world context for being taught how guns work. We're not some nut who is on their first day on the rage about to get hired to the top task force in the world. No, we're a highly trained ranger. We're demonstrating for a bunch of newbies in the Middle Eastern forces how to shoot a gun, which does track. Then we run an obstacle course, which has an in-world context for existing. General Shepard is looking for new recruits for Task Force 141, which itself has an in-world context for existing. Their successful actions in the previous game. Everything makes a basic level of sense. Then, in the following level, you start off on the ground, pulled up by Shepard, and then you literally take a town almost alone. No wonder Shepard immediately hires you for Task Force 141. Then we shift away to a fucking snowy mountaintop with a stealth level, followed by a vehicle section that doesn't suck and is in fact awesome. Finish off with a huge jump, then we get another completely new level, a mass murdering terrorist attack where you're the terrorist. Hey, no wonder this game serves as the largest controversy in Call of Duty's history. If it makes you feel any better, you don't have to shoot the civilians, you only have to shoot the SWAT and police who shoot back at you. After this, we have close and fast encounters in a complete madhouse in Rio, another completely new level. We finish off the Rio levels in this brutally fast-paced and adrenaline-rushing rooftop chase that ends with a narrow escape. But you think, oh yeah, the second parallel campaign to this will be in the Middle East because that's where we started. Nope, the parallel campaign with the Rangers this time is not in the Middle East like the last game, but it's suburban America, another environment we haven't seen before, and it's materially different. I made the argument repeatedly during World at War's playthrough that a lot of the levels didn't feel materially different. What did I mean by this? Well, let me tell you. Let's say you have a level where you're going to be engaging the enemy behind cover, largely straight up in a series of lanes, with cover at chest height. You have slight options of verticality, but largely it's a linear level with mid-range encounters, where progression is dictated by killing the enemy and moving forward. If that describes every single level in a campaign, I find a problem with that. Material difference is dictated by how the gameplay moves the level forward. Are we fighting against waves to wait out a clock, or are we trying to remain stealthy throughout the mission? Are we trying to escape an enemy, or simply move through them? Or are we doing something else entirely? Are we ambushing them? Are we not fighting the enemy at all, and instead infiltrating them in secrecy? Are we on a vehicle? Are we in the air? Are we on a gun turret? Do we have things to do in the level that progress the story without it being simply shoot the enemy? Are we dealing with different ranges and environments? Are we moving from exteriors to interiors to streets to rooftops? Are we moving through a low visibility environment or one with a lot of gunfire clouding our vision regardless? Does the environment serve a purpose beyond set dressing? All these questions can determine material difference from one level to another. For instance, all the way back in Call of Duty 2, we're talking about how the British campaign all felt the same. Well, that's because all the levels were mid to long range encounters, where killing the enemy and reaching a location is the primary target. The visuals of the terrain didn't tell much of a story, and instead simply gave us an arena to fight within. Meanwhile, here in Modern Warfare 2, our seemingly generic Middle Eastern campaign is set during a town where we see civilians and militia short moments apart. We have a bit of foreshadowing with General Shepard not giving a damn about danger close, then we fight through a school, an innocent location prior to the war that has now become a scene of war itself, showing not only that no place is sacred during war, but also the vile tactics some terrorists use by placing themselves, and thus the war, in the same location as children. An element that comes back at the very next level as we play as PFC Allen in a terrorist attack. Every level feels nice and cool. There's very few levels in the game that feel like they're materially boring or don't change enough about the game. And we have a fantastic twist villain towards the end as well. General Shepard is a villain for the first time in the entire franchise. That actually makes sense. The ultranationalists take Russia and name Imran Zakhaev a hero and a martyr, and Zakhaev's former Lieutenant Makarov commits a series of horrible terrorist attacks against Europe over the 5 years between Modern Warfare 1 and 2. General Shepard served as Supreme Commander of the U.S. military forces during the Russian Civil War, as well as the Marine Corps during the invasion of the Middle East. So when that nuke went off in the last game, 30,000 of his men died. They lost so much firepower, and he began to lose his faith in the world and international politics after the ultranationalists took Russia, and he wanted two things: to reinstate America's reputation as a global power after they just got bitch-slapped in the Middle East, as well to restore his own reputation as military commander, considering the bitch-slapping happened under his watch. So he forms Task Force 141 with Soap, who found a number of high-power recruits: Roach, Price, Sandman, Frost, and Ghost. Yeah, Soap put together Task Force 141, not Price, whatever the new games want to say. Task Force 121 went to an ultranationalist compound in Ukraine to find and kill Kingfish, who is Makarov, which ended badly with Price getting taken away. Price, by the way, was the main guy to distrust Shepard. Knowing Task Force 141 might not be fiercely loyal, he created his own militia in secret called Shadow Company, which were trained to be normal soldiers who were fiercely loyal to Shepard, willing to do anything. Shepard went to Afghanistan feeling burned about the lack of justice found for the men and women he lost 5 years prior, with the US military losing power, and his ultimate goal was to reinstate their power by causing the US to have no shortage of volunteers. So he wanted to ignite a war between the ultranationalist Russia and the US. After hearing about Makarov through Operation Kingfish, Shepard figured Makarov could be used to indirectly bring that war ahead. All he needed was to sloppily insert a US agent into Makarov's ranks and give Makarov the idea to hold out the attack.
That was no message.
It's a perfect story, and you discover it in a natural way. The opening mission earlier to retrieve the ACS module, too, wasn't a completely empty plot point either. The ACS module allowed the Russians to infiltrate and hide under the radar of NATO's satellite network until they hit the US mainland. Hey, although stupid, you do have put an in-world explanation as to why it happened, which is more effort than all the previous games in the franchise put together. His plan worked. He now had 3.5 million soldiers at his fingertips, no shortage of volunteers. Now he needed to place his revenge against the ultranationalists by going after Makarov. Once the fighting in the States had slowed thanks to an EMP from the sudden reappearance of Price, Shepard has a blank check to take down Makarov. Task Force 141 is his task force, which means Alan's insertion into Makarov's group is in the DSM that Ghost and Roach retrieve, so he takes his chances and eliminates Task Force 141 and names them traitors. His betrayal makes sense to cover his tracks. As Price and Soap narrowly survive the attack by Shadow Company, they take the fight to Shepard, who finishes his arc by performing the ultimate betrayal. Since when does Shepard care about danger close? God, it's so good! Even looking away from the small stuff, the subtleties of Shepard's actions throughout the game, straight up, this is a good campaign. Now, it's not the best of all time, but by God is it good. It's so good, we have an honest-to-God character arc. We're still suffering from the lack of a voiced protagonist. I mean, they almost did it. Private Allen actually does talk in one cutscene, voiced by none other than Troy fucking Baker, by the way. That is the voice acting equivalent of the Invisible Man from Deadpool 2 being played by Brad Pitt. People who criticize this campaign for being implausible are failing to realize the very function of the story. Fiction is what sells a story, because if we were to tell stories exactly as they are, they'd all end up like Arma 3's campaign mode. Boring as hell, yet comatose levels of realistic accuracy. It's 10 million times better to tell a good, emotional, relatable story with a bunch of kick-ass moments. You telling me big moments like waving the green flares at the top of the White House doesn't make you feel pumped? That every slow-motion jump or last-second explosion to save the day isn't cool as hell? Believability exited the franchise head-first in the first Modern Warfare, and expecting a sequel to be more believable is a failure to understand the franchise's strengths lie further toward the fiction end of the fiction-to-realism cake. Scale. Sorry, I read that horribly wrong. Fuck it, keep it in. So the gameplay is the best yet. We've had an excellent twist villain that is done better than Disney villains, because most of the time we have a real villain being menacing for basically the whole game in the form of Makarov, but we then have Shepard who gets the center stage to be the real villain with an actual motive and plot surrounding him. The problem comes in Modern Warfare 3, which has both less materially different levels as well as Makarov taking the spotlight, and he's... We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that later. So how's the gameplay? Well, it's largely a minor improvement on Modern Warfare 1. More guns, more attachments, more fun. We have a thermal scope and a heartbeat sensor. In terms of other elements, we have a better balance of hit damage to obscuring vision. Sure, it obscured vision completely on repeat hits and obscures vision slightly moments afterwards. This is a better balance. Being hit is always a negative, and visibility of the enemy is high enough that you can play through the damage while looking for cover. The movement is also a marginal improvement on the last Modern Warfare, and as a result feels cleaner and smoother to move around. No wonder people like it so much. We also got rid of weapon sway when ADSing with weapons that aren't snipers, which is a massive improvement for gun feel, as it makes the guns actually feel like they're shooting where you point them, which is always a problem when gun sway is present in a game. Finally, after beating the game, there is a bonus level, my favorite in the whole game. Museum. You can see the dioramas of most of the levels, locations, and events in the game's storyline, a love letter to the development of the game, as well as a couple of exclusive weapons not available in the campaign, Price's M1911 and Gaz's W12100 from the last game. This is a fantastic thing that a lot more games should do.
You've had an amazing journey throughout the game and the story and had a massive emotional moments, and now you get to rediscover it and a nice send-off to your game. I don't really find it pretentious at all, though I've heard people say as much. My favorite part is you can pick up whatever guns you want and then press a button to activate all the AI on the characters, so you can shoot and kill all the main characters from the game, for fun.
So, this is the best campaign so far. And saying that back-to-back kind of shows how insanely good this era of Call of Duty was compared to what it was before and what came after. But this doesn't last very long, so enjoy it while you can. Listen, we all love the spectacle of Modern Warfare 2, but it lacks the depth. Sure, Modern Warfare 2 has an excellent reveal within the story, but tell me which one is more legendary.
That's one less loose end.
Or
Dragovich, Stein, Kravchenko. All must die.
Listen, it's fucking clear. Sure, we all love Lance Henriksen's performance as Shepard. The man is a legend of the 80s and 90s, but unfortunately, you can't beat the old man. This man carried World at War on his shoulders, and now he serves to be the center of a major brainwashing conspiracy that is one of the smartest plot lines in any Call of Duty title to date. I don't mean date of release, I mean to date of today, which is the... hang on, it's the 9th of October, 2022. Listen, Modern Warfare 2's not out yet. I'm making this as Modern Warfare 2's coming out. So before I start saying this game is really good, understand that it is within the context of a Call of Duty game. In the grand scheme of things, it's still not great. But what does this do that is interesting? Well, it does something no Call of Duty game has done before. The bad guys are the government. Kind of. And you play as what is intimated as the man who shot JFK. We're talking full delve into Conspiracyville, and it is fucking awesome. We've thrown away the concept of being realistic about history or warfare, so instead, we're going to read a bunch of CIA documents about MKUltra, brainwashing, and a bunch of other shit, and then finally write a cool James Bond Mission Impossible platoon game set in Cold War that has a bunch of crazy scenery with interesting gameplay opportunities, as well as some neat new elements we haven't seen before. So, let's break down plot by parts. Some of this might be confusing as the later title in the franchise retcons some character details, which I'm not happy about, but we'll talk about that when we get there. The game circles around a group of MACV-SOG CIA operatives, but if you're confused about any of those acronyms, go ahead and look here for what each of them mean. But let's do some quick introductions. Hudson, the Ice Cube CIA representative, not to be confused with Bowman, who is voiced by Ice Cube. Hudson is our handler and the coolest head in the entire game. Born in the nation's capital, he was a member of the 101st, served in the Korean War, and became an in-the-field agent, as well as a mission coordinator during his time in the CIA. Weaver, the defected Russian, his father killed by Stalin's Great Purge, causing his mother to defect to the US with him as a child. As soon as he was of age, he signed up to the US military, excelling in Ranger School. He was recruited by the CIA thanks to his Russian language. Woods and Bowman, your main buddies through the combat you'll be doing in the game. Bowman, enlisted in the Navy at the age of 17, excelled and was invited to be part of the underwater demolition team in the US Navy. That got the attention of the CIA. Woods, meanwhile, is a well-known and capable operative. Ran away from home as a child, grew up damn quick. Served in the USMC fighting in the Korean War together with Hudson and Mason. As a sergeant, he got a lot of credit as a leader, giving him an excellent reputation, at which point the CIA recruited him for the Special Activities Division. MACV-SOG. Finally, we have our main guy, our big boy, Alex Mason. Born in Fairbanks, Alaska, his home's proximity to the USSR brought the threat of the Cold War to his doorstep that much quicker. Hunting elk and grizzlies with his father in the Alaskan wilderness made him quite adept at shooting in cold water environments at long distances. Discovering he was an excellent sniper, in 1953, he became the youngest Wimbledon Cup marksmanship champion in history at 20 years old. Mason served as a Force Recon Marine in South Korea and made an exemplary show of his abilities during that time, causing him to be recruited into the Special Activities Division of the CIA under the leadership of Frank Woods. Mason has a tendency towards being impulsive and always itching for action that has not been trained all the way out of him. But his work under Woods showed that the two are the ultimate combat pair, as Woods always knew how and when to rein him back in, and when to let him loose. Now, the story, it's good. It's really good. I like to tell these chronologically rather than narratively, because if you want to have the story told to you in the order that the editors of the game chose to put it, then go play the game. It's worth it for all its slightly clunky old COD engine nonsense, though try to get the franchise on sale on Steam. It's stupid how expensive the games still are. But to tell the story chronologically, I need to introduce one last person who will serve as the start to this story. Viktor Reznov. Born in St. Petersburg in 1913, Viktor's childhood faced the revolution of Russia and the rise of the Soviet Union. By the time he was 9 years old, the USSR had gained control of Russia, and before the start of World War II, Reznov joined the Red Army. His father was a musician. During the siege of Stalingrad, when the Nazis controlled much of the city, he would play his violin. The streets filled with his beautiful music. The Nazis, however, saw this as defiance and slit his throat as he slept. This filled Viktor with a deep hatred for the Nazis. During the Battle of Stalingrad, he had risen to the rank of sergeant, with an offbeat relationship with his leader, Dragovich. Like many military leaders left behind following Stalin's decimation of military leaders prior to World War II, they were opportunists and truly not kind people. They left Reznov to die in the battles of Stalingrad, causing his men to perish around him, and meaning the narrow survival of only 2 men in the battle. On the Soviet side, Viktor Reznov and Dmitry Petrenko, feigning death in a fountain of Russian blood. Here, Reznov begins his friendship with Petrenko, where he not only serves to create a hero of Stalingrad, but fueled Petrenko's ego, to the point where Petrenko believes he is immortal, fueled by the words of Viktor Reznov. Petrenko damn near single-handedly bursts through the German front lines at every advance and plants the victory flag at the Reichstag himself. Reznov had created the ultimate warrior, but a part of him still had compassion. After the war, the work of cleaning up the last of the Nazis across the globe fell to the Russians, the British, and the Americans. Reznov and Petrenko were sent to the Arctic Circle with the new rank of captain for Viktor Reznov. The duo folded into Unit 4-5 to capture a Nazi scientist named Steiner, the mastermind behind a nerve toxin capable of killing someone in less than a minute, which was meant to be deployed during World War II using V-2 rockets. The name of that nerve toxin was Nova 6, and it was locked in an ice-locked ship north of the Arctic Circle. Dragovich had what he wanted, but he wanted to get rid of a thorn in his side. He tossed Reznov and Petrenko in separate chambers and allowed Reznov to watch as Petrenko was killed by Nova 6, seeing its destruction firsthand.
Instead of giving his life for the glory of the motherland, he died for nothing, like an animal. He should have died in Berlin.
But a wild Deus Ex Machina named the British SAS showed up to the ship carrying the Nova 6 and attacked, inadvertently in the combat blasting Reznov out of his chamber, and together with a handful of other lucky souls, Reznov fought his way through the ship, sinking it into the ice forevermore, hoping to prevent anyone, British or Soviet, from using Nova 6. Unfortunately, his escape was temporary. On his way through the Arctic Circle, he was captured. Dragovich, Petrenko, and Steiner, all surviving the encounter, chose to throw Reznov in Vorkuta, a gulag in northern Russia, the largest of its kind in European Russia, serving as an administrative center for a large number of smaller camps in the region. And Reznov would stay there for a long time. A few years later, in 1961, Alex Mason is in Cuba, working together with the rest of his Op 40 members to try to execute Operation Zapata, the assassination of Fidel Castro, using the Bay of Pigs invasion as a distraction. Mason, Woods, and Bowman would infiltrate Castro's compound and execute him in his home. Once the deed was done, the trio moved to their escape route, a plane on the nearby airfield. Unfortunately, however, the Cuban military turned the tables on the Cuban rebels, blockading the runway. In a last-dash effort to let his compatriots escape, Mason runs from the plane to a parked AA gun by the airstrip and blows up the blockade, sacrificing himself to save his compatriots. Alex is captured, waking up on a dock in front of the man he just killed and two men he doesn't know. He finds out that his attempt only adds to the 638 attempts to kill Fidel Castro, which were not successful, which I'm sure Alex is going to talk about. Not Alex Mason, History Alex, the one with the Turtle Man picture. Mason was sent to Vorkuta, where he was quickly cast into the labor force. Didn't take long for the U.S. military agent to clash with the prisoners under one Viktor Reznov, following his natural charisma. Fights between Mason and Reznov got so heated that they got thrown into solitary confinement, where the two found they had more in common than they thought, quickly becoming friends. Dragovich and Kravchenko would seek to use their captured CIA operative for their new project. They had captured U.S. intelligence of MKUltra and seeked to use it themselves. The CIA's brainwashing project. Steiner carried out the brainwashing and implants ideas into Mason's head, giving him the programming to kill JFK as soon as the message is sent. But Reznov intervened.
But pain is difficult, isn't it?
Using his connections built up over a decade living in Vorkuta, he sabotaged Mason's brainwashing, programming him to
all must die.
In his blind desire for revenge, he would sacrifice the entire prison population of Vorkuta in a desire to just help Mason escape, immortalized in Reznov's last words.
Your turn! Come on! Step 8, Reznov! Freedom! For you, Mason! Not for me! Reznov!
He knew that he needed to draw the last of the attention away from Mason, so he sacrificed himself so Mason could get away, drawing the parallel between the two soldiers. After escaping Vorkuta, Mason returned to the U.S. They subjugated him to every single brainwash test possible, but he didn't break. His mental willpower that proved so difficult for the Russians seemed to obscure their image, though Mason still has visions of their original attempted programming. Back working for the CIA, Mason was sent to Baikonur, Kazakhstan, to infiltrate a Soviet cosmodrome, back with his old crew, Woods and Bowman, together with their Russian operative, Weaver. Unfortunately, Weaver was compromised in his status as an infiltrator and has his eye cut out by none other than Lev Kravchenko. After narrowly saving Weaver, the group made quick work of the Soyuz 2, but Mason wants to make sure Kravchenko and Dragovich are dead. Attempting to hunt down Dragovich in his limousine, they cornered it and blew it up, but rather than confirm the kill, Woods and Mason abandoned him to survive. After Vorkuta, Alex rejoined the SOG immediately, his dedication getting the better of him. When his mother fell ill, his father called him and his siblings to her deathbed, but Alex failed to arrive, giving animosity towards him from his father, causing his father to say that his son should have died in Vorkuta. Then, in November 1963, Kennedy is assassinated in Texas. 5 years after Baikonur, in 1968, Mason joined the SOG unit led by Woods, searching for covert Soviet operations in Vietnam and Laos. They fought in Khe Sanh with Hudson to locate a Soviet defector with vital information regarding Soviet involvement in the war. After finding the defector dead, they pick up a folder containing some information. However, Mason starts acting strange.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Reznov's sabotage of Mason's programming had caused him to slowly fall into obsession with Kravchenko, Dragovich, and Steiner. Unfortunately, the Soviets, meanwhile, had used Steiner to recreate Nova 6, together with a scientist named Daniel Clark. After fighting to a Soviet plane supposedly carrying Nova 6, the trio of Mason, Woods, and Bowman were captured by Spetsnaz, whose presence in Vietnam was not lost on the CIA operatives. Trapped in a deer hunter hell nightmare Vietnam underground, Bowman is beat to death by a Russian Spetsnaz, together with the Viet Cong. Forced to play Russian roulette, Woods and Mason click once and click two, blow away their captors. They hunt down and kill the Spetsnaz soldier, capture a helicopter and blow up a fuck ton of Viet Cong stuff, and... Okay, listen, so far the story has been excellent. The way it's told in the game is excellent. The reveal of the brainwashing in Mason's main, the slow burn of Mason's madness slowly capitulating and making it more and more obvious, the careful hiding of Mason seeing Reznov, the one person who points out and asks what the fuck is going on with Mason talking to thin air is killed instantly, which itself serves as a misdirect for later in the same level where Reznov is attacked by Viet Cong, but you can't shoot them when you could shoot the guy who killed Stryker, Sliker, Snooter, S name. You can't shoot that guy or Reznov because it's either a hallucination or an out-of-body experience of Mason dealing with the Viet Cong himself. The numbers broadcast subtly fading in whenever Reznov appears. It's all subtle enough to still remain not so obvious for your halfway intelligent individual, as well as being obvious enough so that in retrospect your average American Call of Duty fan can see it as well. The game's moment-to-moment gameplay sits on the line between believably realistic and your regular Call of Duty nonsense, but this mission, the one where Mason, a sniper from Alaska, and Woods, a street kid from Pennsylvania, jump into a Russian helicopter, fly it around and blowing up 50,000 Russian soldiers, as well as outmaneuvering and defeating multiple trained Russian pilots in the same helicopter as you, whilst you survive anti-air. This is the most plot armor ridiculousness I've seen in this franchise so far, a franchise that literally called in $12 billion in the form of a fat airplane with guns to protect 5 guys and a confidential informant. We are not trained to fly a Black Hawk, much less a Russian Hind. Sure, Frank Woods can speak some Russian. But in terms of willing suspension of disbelief, this puts your suspension of disbelief in a chair and a basement and waterboards it into not thinking about how little sense this makes. Look at the pretty explosions, listen to the good music, ignore the fact that nobody in this helicopter is trained to fly anything more advanced than a kite. But it's okay, because tension is then reinstated in the following 2 levels in a pretty good way. We witness the explosive death of Woods and Kravchenko, meaning it's just Mason and Reznov left. Well, Mason and the Russian in his head left. Sneaking into Rebirth Island to kill Steiner. The interrogation that happened chronologically after even has Mason breaking fully in just such a good way.
After you left Kravchenko's compound in Laos after your team were killed, you went rogue.
No, I wasn't rogue. I was continuing the mission.
You went to Rebirth Island against orders. Why, Mason?
Steiner was there! We had to kill Steiner!
But Hudson and the CIA were already on their way to get Steiner at Rebirth. Why did you have to go?
Dragovich, Kravchenko, Steiner, they all had to die.
We wanted Steiner alive! Why did you have to kill him?
Because the numbers were telling me to! Why don't you fucking understand?
Sam Worthington's performance is bafflingly good. We know Oldman didn't take the games too seriously, but just naturally gives a good performance because he values his craft. But having seen Sammy Worthyboy in Terminator Salvations and Class of Poxy Titans, I was pretty sure he was a shit actor whose only credit was being pretty decent in Avatar. But hearing his genuine frustration in the voice of Mason, like, it makes complete sense to him. He was following the mission. The mission was to kill Steiner. He doesn't sound crazy, but his words make him crazy. He's angry because to him, he's being tortured for no reason, for something that he was ordered to do, that made complete sense. They're asking him questions that they should know the correct answer to. My favorite game of all time, Life is Strange, even managed to fuck this bit up, where the moment you realize the bad guy is crazy, he starts acting like Jeffrey Dahmer come Ted Bundy.
But I love the purity of your own image. Much better. Thanks, Max.
Blah, blah, blah. God, I hate your voice now.
Going back, you can tell a part of that character lives underneath there, and the final moment is a mask off, rather than having the villain sound insane as soon as he reveals himself. But Sam Worthington gives an amazing performance here, and is the biggest reason why I was incredibly disappointed to see him, James C. Burns, and Ed Harris be replaced as the voices of Mason, Woods, and Hudson in the reboot for Cold War. There are also some pretty interesting details in Rebirth Island as well, including a gameplay change, but we'll talk about that later. The mission is actually 2 missions, running chronologically parallel, but are played one before the other, so we'll talk about them in inverse because that reveals how they did it and how well they did. You play as Hudson going to get Steiner out of the Soviet base as it's being attacked, so the Soviet Union wants to kill him for his knowledge. Hudson wants Steiner to tell them the secrets of the numbers broadcast that Weaver and Hudson discovered in the Yamantau Mountains. Reason I didn't talk about it yet is because I will later. Also, they don't know Mason is brainwashed yet, but they know he's AWOL. Hudson and Weaver are walking through Nova 6 in this mission, and instead of having simply regenerating health like every other mission in this game, you have regenerating health, but every time you take significant damage, your helmet is damaged. But unlike Metro, airtight duct tape doesn't exist within the opulent West, so you're stuck with that damage until the end of the gas section of this mission. This gives a pretty good sense of tension and forces you to play more carefully. Too bad this was never repeated in the entire history of the franchise. We just have non-regenerating health kit hit points, or regenerating health. Boo! The level continues into the base where we see on a screen that Mason is in the base. We locate Steiner and Mason is in the room.
Mason! Damn, it's bulletproof! Mason, what are you doing? We need him alive! Stand down! Stand down!
My name is Victor Reznov, and I will have my
revenge! Mason, no!
We knock him out and realize he's mad. Then Weaver and Hudson take him to the interrogation. So let's have a look at Mason's way through the mission, knowing that Reznov is a hallucination. We see Mason wearing the same outfit as Reznov in a very subtle manner, the Soviet jacket and everything. Mason does everything. Every time Mason gets a gun, Reznov gets it too. And at the very end, when we kill Steiner, we get the most direct out-of-body experience in the game.
On the island! Those no longer essential to his plans are being executed! You must hurry before they kill me too!
Friedrich Steiner. This is the end.
I know you. Vorkuta. You don't know what we did to you.
Mason, talk to me.
Mason disappears. The camera pulls out of his head as Steiner's sight doesn't alter to see Reznov step in front. Steiner's telefied no works both with this being Mason and this being Reznov, so it isn't obvious. But the camera goes almost entirely sideways in a Dutch angle, a completely unnatural perspective for Mason to be in, something you might not keep track of if you're lost in the moment. It's very well done to take the effort to pull the camera in an unnatural motion, making it smooth the moment Reznov steps in front, rather than implying natural human movement like the cutscenes normally do. Reznov got exactly what he wanted, his revenge, in the only way possible. As a 65-year-old man stuck in a prison and weak, he was never going to manage it. From here, we're simply wrapping up, going on and killing the last man on the list, Dragovich. Mason even makes a reckless decision to go down and kill Dragovich, despite it being blown up soon. Hudson complies, and we get a lovely small moment between Dragovich and Mason before he confirms the kill.
Try to fuck with my mind! You failed! You don't know anything! Tried to turn me against my own! Tried to make me kill my own president! Tried? Come on, Mason!
The coy smile of Dragovich could be either an attempt to mess with Mason's head before he's killed, but the credits and the stuff Mason says is heavily implicative that Mason was involved in the assassination of John F. Kennedy, which sits as a spectacular cherry on top of the fantastic cream cake that is this game's story, implying something no other game in the franchise has ever done. The main character assassinated the president. So about Yamantau, it is possibly the most disappointing level in the game, and a part of the game that could have been capitalized on, that is successfully capitalized on in Black Ops II and Cold War. In Yamantau, you have the ability to choose whether to go in loud or to go in stealthy at a point in the game, and you can do so. You can successfully infiltrate the base and eliminate the enemies without raising the alarm. But no matter what you do, when you get to the bottom of the mountain, they burn the documents. It would have been really cool, and it was an obvious opportunity, but maybe it's only obvious in afterthought. The earliest game to have a linear experience be altered by your decisions earlier in the game, later in the game that I know of is Metro 2033, especially as an FPS game. That was released the same year as this game. Black Ops II would have you finding information about the core of the story, and Cold War would have you find intel that gives additional info and complete extra missions. Plus it has a bunch of choices that affect the ending in both cases. But Black Ops 1, nah, no side content generated from taking the care and restraint to carefully stealth assassinate your way through this mission. Very disappointing. But all in all, there's a lot of surprisingly interesting stuff for this game, historically. But I will hand it over to the resident time nerd. This chair's annoying. By the way, isn't it weird that gaming chairs are based primarily on race car driver seats? Like, this thing that we're meant to sit in for hours and hours at a time is based on a type of chair designed for short stints in a 2-ton vehicle being hurled through the air at 100 miles an hour around corners. Like, not the same momentum as you'll experience sitting, pissing around in your chair. The chairs are only promoted anyway because the chair...
I love almost every part of this game. The tone, the visuals, the feeling of authenticity, the change in locations. This, in my mind, is a fantastic game. It is held back by an excessive amount of weird fucking gun choices. I mean, seriously, the average gun in this game is 10 years ahead of its time. I'm going to power through these as fast as I can. ASP shows up in 1961, not developed until the 70s. Why do Cuban police have them? Colt Python ignores the ejector rod. CZ75 was made in 1975, and the automatic variant was not made until 1992. If you wanted a full auto Soviet pistol, maybe a Stechkin APS? In reality, this has a capacity of 16 rounds. Here are all the variations that don't. MP5K is 13 years early for the gun and about 20 years early for the red dot. Mac 11 was made in 1972 and appears in 1968. Why not the Mac 10? OTSO2 or the Kiparis appears 8 years early. PM63 rack, wrong capacity but snuck in under the wire just in time for development. Scorpion was produced in 1963 but no real reason for the Cubans to have these yet as mass production had just started. Sight's Spectre M4 was not produced until 1984. AKS-74U was not developed until 1979. Commando/XM177 is a cool gun that basically inspired the modern M4. Mounting a sight seems to remove the front gas block, which would stop it from firing in full auto, but oddly enough this is fine in the third-person model. Enfield XL64E5IW is a 1976 prototype of what is known as the worst modern military rifle in a weird caliber. Adding a thermal sight and a master key is even weirder. FAMAS shouldn't be used by Spetsnaz and is incredibly out of place. This is a FAMAS Valerie, which didn't exist until the early 2000s. The FN FAL was not used by the NVA, but they did use the functionally identical L1A1. Super likely that they just found historical footage of the L1A1 and assumed it was the FN FAL. The difference is automatic fire. The FN FAL had full auto capability, the L1A1 does not. And the FAL here is semi-automatic, making this a mislabeled L1A1. Heckler & Koch G11K2 were only designed with the incorporated scope, but did not enter service until 1972. Steyr AUG appears a decade early. Stoner 63A would have been nice to see the 100-round ammo box or the 150-round drum, but otherwise a good choice. Olympia, it's a double-barreled over-under shotgun, and they still managed to pick one that isn't in the period. Spaz 12 appears in 1968, is used by both Spetsnaz and the Goodies, and entered production in 1979. Ithaca 37 was indeed originally produced in 1937, but this version's stakeout wasn't produced until 1981. KS-23 holds a lot more rounds than it should. Model 1887, cool as fuck, but how did this make it to a Siberian prison camp? The Death Machine GE-M134 minigun, do I really need to say anything about this? HK-21 holds 20 rounds IRL and 30 in-game. M60, no idea why one of these is mounted on an MI8 on Rebirth, you have Soviet LMGs. Heckler & Koch PSG-1, not developed until the 1970s. WA-2000, made in the 1980s. Strela 3 appears 6 years too early. Tow missile, based on the BGM-71, oddly enough was not issued until 1970. It's also modelled on a Jeep 2011 Wrangler model that was used as promotional material for the game. Tow 2B was not invented until 1991. The reason why this is frustrating is because there were other options, many of which were equally as cool that could have been used. Doesn't matter how far back you go, soldiers don't like the new and unreliable experimental shit. The US Marines took forever to adopt the M1 Garand, and let's face it, that's probably the best common infantry rifle of World War II. Why does any of this matter? The reason why people love this game is the vibes, the authenticity of this game's locations, visual styles, the programs and themes referenced. The reason why this game is so good and influential is because it is powerfully intertwined with our own world in interesting and real ways. But you guys are going behind enemy lines largely to prevent a catastrophe / World War III. Stealth and deniability is vital. Hence, so much of the intro text is erased to show you just how secret this is meant to be. But if you in your playthrough were to die in, let's say, the end of the Kazakhstan mission, then what would the Soviets find? About 100 of their soldiers dead, an ICBM blown up with dangerous gases within the payload spread everywhere, and a couple obvious Americans. The Soviets would have proof of the death of hundreds of men by direct American hands. That would be a greater gift to Dragovich, Kravchenko and Steiner than anything else. The Cuban Missile Crisis nearly escalated because of the death of Rudolf Anderson, and yet this event has no repercussions. What would seriously stop the US from doing this again at another missile site? Nuclear missile technology is one of the most closely kept secrets of the Cold War. There is no way an incident like this could be covered up or excused. A single death and unrecoverable body on this mission would lead to a colossal undermining of the US, NATO, and would tilt the world towards disaster. What I think would be more interesting in some of these behind-the-lines missions would be to emphasize the theme of secrecy and thus avoid any feelings of ludonarrative dissonance. That's more Joel's thing. How does this do historically, though? Speaking of missiles, here is a man who was quite determined to keep his loaned weapons on his recently acquired dictatorship. A man who openly encouraged a preemptive nuclear strike on the USA and was absolutely livid at Khrushchev for backing down from their weapon-sharing arrangement. Don't worry, though, he would come to regret and truly believe that the annihilation of the American continents was the wrong call. 50 years and 600 attempts at assassination later. This ideologue survived so much, and the game really shows him at his most dangerous, when relations with the US were escalating and the weapons given by his allies went from tanks to world-ending weaponry. While this mission, the Bay of Pigs invasion's main goal is to eliminate Castro's control over Cuba by destroying his military capabilities, there have been many, many more covert attempts on his life. Fabian Escalante, who for a time had the job of keeping El Comandante alive, has calculated that there have been a total of 638 attempts on Castro's life. So let's take a look and see who didn't kill Castro. Wow, Reagan and Nixon really pulled their weight, or I guess failed to harder. Fidel definitely enjoyed his reputation as the unkillable man. But what was the last attempt, you may ask? This game! Dun dun dun! According to Cuban state media site cubadebate.cu,
what the US couldn't accomplish in more than 50 years, they are now trying to do virtually. This new video game is doubly perverse. On the one hand, it glorifies the illegal assassination attempts the United States government planned against the Cuban leader, and on the other, it stimulates sociopathic attitudes in North American children and adolescents.
There are quite a lot of attempts here, but here are some of the funny highlights. Hiring 2 members of the FBI's most wanted list, Sam Giancana and Santos Traficant. Sam was also heavily involved with the various mobs which were accused of killing Kennedy, as well as election rigging. Maybe that's why the CIA wanted him. Attempting to trick lawyer James Donovan into giving Castro a diving suit and a breathing apparatus contaminated with Madura foot fungus and tuberculosis bacteria as a gift for Castro. Rita Lorenz, read her fucking Wikipedia. Castro took a liking to her when she was 19 and he was 33, ew. She lived with Castro for a few months, got pregnant, and when she was about 7 months long, she was given spiked milk and woke up with no baby to be found. She was contacted by the CIA in late 1959 and was given 2 botulism toxin pills to drop in his drink, but she got cold feet. According to her account, Castro pulled out his .45, handed it to her. He didn't even flinch, and he said, "You can't kill me. Nobody can kill me." And he kind of smiled and chewed on his cigar. After that experience, she joined anti-Castro activists in Florida. The core premise of this game surrounding Nova 6 is worth some explanation. Nuclear war is hazardous, and by the 1960s, especially after the incredible tension of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the world was deeply aware of the dangers of nuclear war. Home bunkers had been built, duck and cover drills run, and the calculated death toll in such an event had been made. According to a top-secret Department of State report, in 1964 the Soviets could kill 48 million Americans in a preemptive attack such as the one encouraged by Castro. By 1968, with greater numbers of intercontinental ballistic missiles in place, they would be able to kill 91 million. These horrifying numbers only got worse as all sides gained further nuclear capability, including China, France, India, Pakistan, and even South Africa. Nerve agents and chemical weapons had been banned for a long time, but I don't think the Geneva Convention would survive the fallout cloud of a general nuclear exchange in Western Europe, so best to be prepared. The US only managed to disassemble its last sarin gas M55 rocket in July 2023. The massive use of nerve gases is appealing to some governments in the event of war. though it doesn't make as much sense for the antagonist to target the US with these weapons, as the main concern of the Soviets would be using it on Western Europe so none of the fallout blows back on the mother country's face. It also is definitely less effective at clearing out large areas compared to the fireball of nuclear weapons, and as shown in Rebirth, the US did, and still does, have capability to fight in chemical weapons attacks. It kind of makes the whole premise questionable. If they want to kill Americans, there are a couple thousand nuclear weapons that could do the trick. This weapon doesn't offer them any real extra advantage compared to what existed in our world. The whole gang being in Mac v SOG makes a hell of a lot of sense. These were hard bastards, not the kind of heroin-addicted officer-fragging infantry you sent in with a Zippo lighter to burn down a village because it might have VC in it. Mac v SOG has performed a broad range of tasks, from rescuing downed pilots, planting tampered ammunition in VC supply dumps to kill those who use it, raiding camps for prisoners, psychological operations such as trying to create a splinter faction of communist officers, observing the Ho Chi Minh Trail and being some of the first guys sent into Laos. Importantly, these units were in all of the shit that this game portrays. Afghanistan is the graveyard of empires, but Vietnam, despite having an equally impressive record, is what I like to call a force multiplier. This is a nation which has been eternally outnumbered by those who seek to destroy it, from the Song dynasty to the Mongols, the Ming, the French, and the Americans and the followers of Mao. The geography, climate, and the sheer fucking will of this people is a force multiplier against invasion.
You can kill 10 of our men for every one we kill of yours. But even at those odds, you will lose, and we will win.
As you can see, Ho Chi Minh had it right. Nonetheless, they needed help fighting a modern war. This help was given in large material leases by the Soviets and Chinese, as well as technical expertise and fighter pilots. There were definitely Soviet special forces in Vietnam, along with the vast majority of equipment being of Soviet or Chinese origin. It has been acknowledged that about 3,000 Soviet personnel were in Vietnam, and only about 16 are claimed to have been killed there, compared to the 58,000 Americans. Overall, it is difficult to assess CoD Black Ops, as it specifically creates events which have not occurred or interpret real-time periods in interesting ways. It definitely has some blatant errors, such as the Vorkuta revolt timing, the weird use of modern guns, and a penchant for massive, excessive spectacle that harms the sneaky, subtle image it seeks to portray. But it is largely authentic and brings people's attention to an interesting period in an interesting way. Overall, I'm going to give it a B-.
Ugh, that's all I have to say. Fucking ugh. This is gonna be short because, man, do I have very little good to say about this that isn't just Modern Warfare 2 did the good things better. I'm a big fan of Yuri being brought in, but he should have been teased in the earlier games. I liked the idea of 141 being out on their own. I like having us fight with the Americans to try to recover the Russian president and his daughter. It's all very stupid action movie nonsense, the kind of shit you'd hear in like 90s, 80s, Rambo, Air Force One type shit. That's the kind of plot niche Call of Duty fills. But everything around this is a massive missed opportunity. Nikolai started out in the first game just being an informant for the Americans with the Russians. Then in the second game, he can also fly a plane. That's fine, since we know he's got military experience. It's not explained what it was, so fuck it, pilot works. It works so well, in fact, that we even see his character and role done again in the remakes, completely removing his existence as a confidential informant, instead making him just Price's personal transport. But going into the third game, he now has a private fucking army at his fingertips. Kamarov's back and working with us outside of Russian territory, holding a partial invasion of Austria? We have way too many resources for what should feel like a small team of Nikolai, Yuri, Soap, and Price up against the odds. The raising of the stakes in a game like this, where now Soap and Price have been named enemy number 1. Task Force 141 is completely gone, and all you have is a handful of gear you had going in. This can create a bunch of fun tension. For instance, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol does this very effectively. You have Tom Cruise and the team cut off entirely from the IMF, no backup, just them in the train carriage. I mean, that's what they
they do most of the time anyway, but adding this layer of holy shit, we can't get any backup adds to the suspense. That movie also had a bunch of themes surrounding the tech they were using breaking, like the mask machines not working, or the gecko hands breaking as he's climbing, adding to the suspense because they can't get a new one, so the shit they have is breaking. It's all makeshift. Oh boy, will they get through it? Ghost Protocol was released in 2011, and Modern Warfare 3 came out the same year, and by God, is it a contrast. You're meant to be cut off from, your main resource? No. Not only do we have all the same resources back immediately, we almost have more than in the last games. Sure, in the last game, we were a task force with a bunch of agents, but it felt slightly more make-do, especially in the last 2 missions where it was super clear that it was just Price and Soap. But in this game, I don't know, it feels like they completely forgot that aspect. So while we do have missions with just Price, Soap, and Yuri, there are so many other missions where we suddenly have an entire Russian army in a game that should really be about just the last remnants of Task Force 141 fighting to take down the biggest, baddest version of Makarov. The Russian fucking army shows up as support instead. That feeling that we're meant to have of being on our own against the most powerful version of the worst enemy we've faced really only comes at the very end of 141's storyline, when it's just Yuri and Price against Makarov's weird gambling hotel. Over in the parallel story, where with Frost, Sandman, Truck, Grinch, Gator, and McCoy. Are any of these codenames for our new up-ranked Ramirez, Dunn, and Foley from Modern Warfare 2? The characters we actually have some sort of connection from the last game, who even teased at the end that they were going to go fuck Russia up. How it would have been cool to actually follow the same characters like we've done with Price, Soap, and Nikolai for all 3 fucking games? No! Team Metal is a Delta Force squad completely unrelated to anyone we've ever heard of before. Frost, our guy, has about as much character as Ramirez from the last game, but this time, he isn't even present in the joint force operation at the end where all of Team Metal gets to have a dramatic death. So he's literally just a vehicle for you to experience the Delta Force half of this game. He doesn't even get a cool death. He doesn't exist outside you playing him. They die dramatically. Frost doesn't get that credit. At least Yuri dies a dramatic and important death for the narrative. One that's felt. Frost just disappears off screen to head up the special operations nonsense in the co-op campaign. A co-op campaign that, by the way, no longer works. Too bad. We won't be able to show it to you. Cry. Not having our American characters from the last game carry over is doubled up in annoyance by the fact that the campaign itself has some serious issues story-wise. There are a bunch of missions that feel like a waste of time because you don't prevent or contribute to anything. In Modern Warfare 2, you take part in the terrible terrorist attack and then spend the rest of the game getting closer to tracking down the perpetrator, Makarov. Step by step until you're shown who the real baddie was all along, everything gets turned around, and that's the final act of the game. It wasn't wasted. The steps got us closer. The missions got us closer. In Modern Warfare 3, the first mission after the prologue is Black Tuesday. You take down the jammer and restart communications for the Americans so they can drive back the Russian forces. Then you launch submarine missiles on the Russians from their own U-boat in Hunter Killer. This is setting up the switch around in the war on US soil, where Russians are now suddenly no longer on the offensive deep into America, but having their only attacks happen in New York and not deeper into the landscape like it actually was at the end of the last game. Or they are, and all of those battles get turned around because New York fell to Americans? Like, what? The next mission is Soap's extraction. You don't hold off an attack while Soap has surgery from being stabbed in the chest. You just fucking leave from the safe house minutes after arriving and Soap just walks off the stabbing in the chest. Like, he's fine. Like, he doesn't have a stretch where he gets injured, he doesn't have a pain, he's just fine. No limp, nothing. He's chill. He's good for the rest of the game for no reason. But onwards, it's a series of missions where you fail to stop the thing from happening. In Turbulence, you're trying to protect the Russian president from hijackers and prevent him from being kidnapped. You fail on both. In Back on the Grid, you're trying to reach a piece of cargo before Makarov gets it extracted from Sierra Leone. You fail. In Mind the Gap, you're trying to track down the chemical agents that escape from Sierra Leone before they blow up Europe. You fail. There's 2 missions about saving and securing the daughter of the Russian president. Guess how both of them end. I get that it's all trying to set up the Davis family vacation where Europe gets blown up, but the scale of the problem and the amount of times you just get close and it gets taken away just makes you feel dissatisfied. You're not intimidated by it because Makarov doesn't do anything that matters to you. Perhaps if he personally shot either Wallcroft or Burns during the mission, like Shepard did, a betrayal, or some form of actual intimidation that affects us as a player. This just leaves us with more questions, because now Russia ceases to be an actual just normal threat, and instead becomes an ever-present enemy across all of planet Earth. Not only are they actively invading America, they're now suddenly invading and bombing all of Europe. The Russian president was kidnapped by Russians, so naturally, the Russians bomb Europe and invade it when they've already opened a front against the Americans. On the east side of the American continent, not the west where they're bordering it? What? Unless all of this is just Makarov's army, which would be even crazier. The invasion in Modern Warfare 2 was a retaliation for the massacre at Zakhaev Airport, a simple setup and payoff. But this invasion of Europe feels like an escalation only called for in the plot. It doesn't make sense on nearly any basis whatsoever, but the desire to create an escalation was not necessary to make this a good sequel or an interesting continuation of 141's story. Going onwards to Act 2, we have 4 missions in a row where you actually succeed. You secure the vice president, you find out who Makarov was working with in Europe, you secure him, and you get him out of there in a repeat of the AC-130 mission that feels way less cool than the original. Then we try to assassinate Makarov, and of course, Soap dies. So we fail again. The attempt here is to make Makarov kill Soap so it feels more threatening, so he is menacing. He even kills Kamarov as well, one of the few named characters in the franchise we've seen more than a couple of times. But it's all done with bombs, activated from far away. Shepard looked Roach in his eyes as he blew his heart away, and then took Ghost's life with the callousness one throws away takeaway food. But Makarov is only seen at a massive distance. He kills Soap and Kamarov with bombs from far away. He talks over the radio. He doesn't actually feel intimidating because it just feels like he somehow knew shit he had no way of really knowing. I guess he interrogated Kamarov and found their location. I guess. But how did he plant the bombs? They were there for ages. And then Soap is alive for a long time after the explosion as we trail him through the city. He only dies at the very end, and by then we've almost forgotten that Makarov was involved in his death at all. In fact, he kind of gets killed by the scaffolding. Like, he doesn't get killed by Makarov. He gets killed by like 2 degrees of separation from Makarov. But once he's actually dead, when we're meant to have that quiet, slow moment, you know, after Ghost and Roach died, instead we're blindsided by the fact Makarov knows Yuri, and we get a whole cutscene about him introducing himself as Yuri, as the guy who was always there around all the points of the entire, all 3 games, just off screen, you know, just over there, around the corner, just a little out of view. The final 4 missions are half-baked ideas. The Stronghold is too linear a stealth mission to feel like it's worth its salt to hold that title. Even All Gillied Up had more options, and I don't even really care or agree with that as a proper good stealth mission. Scorched Earth is a weak retread of Black Tuesday. Down the Rabbit Hole has one really cool breach at the end, but otherwise doesn't make the cut in terms of high quality action or gameplay. There's a bit too much aimless wandering. You're guided not by good level design, but by the waypoints and commands of your teammates. The drone is overly useful as a new patch of enemies to easily kill spawns in every time the drone is ready. You don't have an opportunity to waste it. And the finale is once again weak because we don't really know who Sandman, Grinch, or Truck are. Yes, we just played with them for a while. An entire campaign, in fact, but we haven't seen their dynamics in the same way we did for Foley's squad in the last game. There was no moment of downtime in the Dead DC. The fact that they're entirely new as a squad to the game makes the entire finale they're given fall flat. Plus, their sacrifice feels just not necessary, as the run to the helicopter from them is really not far at all. The final mission is mired in visibility issues, messy cover-to-cover gameplay, some really bad linear design, and a quick-time event finale that attempts to recapture the killing of Shepard, but fails miserably because the build-up just isn't there. Nothing Makarov does in the first act is called back in his last moments. He might as well be an unrelated criminal who lives in this UAE hotel. There's no continuation of his character because he has no character. He's a really weak villain because he doesn't do enough on screen. There's no moment like the rooftop chase in Rio, or the snowmobile escape in the frozen mountains, or the quiet silence of the EMP'd Washington. There's nothing that has the action movie bombastic quality, nor the quiet, slowed pacing of the previous game. And as such, Modern Warfare 3 fails to deliver. The closest it gets with the bombastic is the Eiffel Tower, but even that's kind of shit. There's a good reason why the first 2 are seen as some of the best games to ever carry the Call of Duty name, and the third is largely ignored. We didn't get a Modern Warfare 3 remaster, and I doubt we ever will. We now know Modern Warfare has joined the Black Ops contiguous universe, with Zakhaev being canonical in Cold War, which means the only long-running Call of Duty series that is decanonized these days is the original Modern Warfare trilogy, because we know Black Ops 1 and 2 both happen. As we leave this game behind, it's clear it was the last hurrah of a game series that was innovative the first time, got lucky the second time, and got lazy in the third, with little luck remaining, as after this, Infinity Ward would go on to create that. Oh dear.
We'll get there. Oh boy, we'll get there. Short one this time because there really is nothing to be said for the gameplay of the campaign. It plays like a slightly muddier version of Modern Warfare 3. That's it. There are a couple cool guns. That's it. There's nothing new. The AC-130 mission's new, but it's not good.
Okay, let's try this again.
What'd you see, Woods?
Sand. Sand and more fucking sand.
You know what they say? You're gonna fuck up, get it out of the way early!
Help me seek a newer world. I'm not a kid this time. Opulence is sinful and we all pay for it.
It's hard to not exaggerate how good this game is, while still keeping in mind none of the games on this list deserve to be on any list of the top, absolute best games of all time, because we're lacking a bit of perspective by now. This is the 10th game I've played for this video, and the 7th I'm reviewing here, so by now the scale of quality is kind of off. We're talking about middle-of-the-road games in general. The best is an 8 out of 10, and the worst is, to most, only a 6 out of 10. Though, I'd put it a lot lower than that. We're talking about the best and worst of what is admittedly a fairly middle-of-the-road franchise to begin with. We'll talk about the campaign for most of this review, but I cannot get away from the fact that, barring the absolute most recent iteration of the Call of Duty multiplayer, this was the best since Call of Duty 4. The dolphin dive, the just right amount of sci-fi before we disappeared into the wall-running exosuit black hole. Additionally, this was by far the best zombie mode as well, as considered by those who play that. This game was developed in less than 2 years, and it includes not only one of the best campaigns in the Call of Duty franchise, but optional storylines with multiple endings. You could mess up in one scene or simply choose not to do some additional content, and that would change how later missions would transpire, as well as affect the final ending. Not to mention, these choices aren't your Life is Strange, Walking Dead big screen with option A versus option B, which frequently can boil down to just good option versus bad option. No, quite often the choice boils down to active gameplay choices that just change how the game ends up. One of the characters can be permanently burned and scarred by you driving on the wrong half of the road at the end of a mission. I thought Karma being captured by Menendez was a mandatory game ending, but turns out if you just shoot the guy taking her before they get to the end of the mission, you get an entirely different ending. And later, Karma helps out in the final part of the game. Even if you manage to fuck up and not get there in time, there is an optional mission that arrives so you can get her back. An optional mission that only exists because of a decision you made. I remember giving praise to Life is Strange for having a scene where you see Kate at the hospital, getting better, if you managed to prevent her suicide in an earlier episode. But turns out Black Ops II did it 3 years earlier. Life is Strange is still my favorite game of all time, but it goes to show how great this campaign is. Okay, so we have a linear campaign with subtle choices baked into the levels, so surely our story and characters must suck.
Oh wait, this is Black Ops. We have our pre-established characters of Hudson, Mason, and Woods. And oh boy, well, look at that. They've not only kept the things that made the characters cool to begin with, but they've deepened them. Mason is a bad absent father, Woods is traumatized and in a wheelchair, and Hudson finally does the CIA betrayal and pays the price for it. And hey, there's other small bits as well about the brainwashing. It's great, it's cool, it's a big improvement. Somehow.
Well, okay, we got a new kid, Section. Well, he works perfectly fine in the setup we have here. Plus, I'd argue this is one of the first true ensemble casts in a Call of Duty game. We have Woods, Mason, and Hudson back in the 1980s running between multiple conflicts to try to track down a new boy, Menendez, dealing with slimy Noriega, lies, deception, and a conspiracy that reaches further than they expected, with tons of exciting action sequences, amazing story moments, and actual character arcs. Then, on top of that campaign, we have a slightly futuristic campaign set in 2025, starring Alex Mason's kid, Section, and his two comrades, Harper and Salazar, who work for America's JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command. We saw them as Delta Force members in Modern Warfare 3 and the Strike Team in Call of Duty Strike Team, the iPhone game. No, I will not be playing it. Do not ask me to. This time, however, it's SEAL Team 6, for which we have Section, Harper, and Salazar, and then Crosby, King, Fareed, and later Karma. led by the most fun action movie military leader in history, Admiral Briggs, who forgoes the secondary antagonist role the cliche version of this character frequently has, instead opting to simply be badass as fuck.
We finally got one over on this cocksucker.
The other characters, by the way, are great. Karma is a fun punk chick with some cool lines and sense of humor.
Get me the president.
Chill out, jerk off, I got it.
Fareed is a slightly nervous tech whiz who happens to also work as an undercover agent for the Middle East. He's a really tragic character who I kind of wish was given slightly more scenes to flesh out his character, because no matter what happens, he dies at the end. And both times, he kind of kills himself to save someone else. He's another addition to the theme this game has about destiny and fate that remains subtle enough to actually give a shimmer of the third layer of storytelling this franchise never seems to actually reach. Like, there's a mission where David is searching for Karma while fighting through Colossus. Harper is your explosive stand-in for Woods in the futuristic version. However, without Woods' competence, control, and surgical hammer approach to warfare, Harper is a lot more bombastic in his choice of combat. He has a toying relationship with Fareed, which makes the scene where Fareed has to shoot Harper to not break his cover all the more heartbreaking.
Listen to me. You stay strong, my friend, and I promise you, I'll get you through this, okay?
He also has a can-do attitude that's pretty well covered up to maintain composure. When he loses composure after Salazar's betrayal, he fucking ices him. Ice cold. Speaking of Salazar, he's an interesting character, but he's not that well developed. As Section is our vessel and the active leader of the group's actions, and going through a mental crisis as he's remembering the suppressed memory he has of Menendez killing his dad, Salazar serves as our solid member. He's Latin American as well, which gives him a unique connection to Menendez in Nicaragua, which allows him to spit lore about Menendez's origins, but also, given Menendez's characters, shows why he did what he did, why he betrayed them at the end.
Hey, what do you figure it'd cost to spend a weekend here?
More than you make in a year.
No shit.
No wonder Menendez rallies so much support.
Now, as for Section, David, he's probably the second best protagonist in the Call of Duty campaign. We unfortunately don't have an actor the pedigree of Sam Worthington to play his son. It's Rich McDonald, who doesn't do a bad job at all. In fact, we have a cool recast in this, with Ed Harris being replaced for Michael Keaton for Hudson, and Mike Harper is in fact Michael Rooker. But the point is, Rich McDonald can't really compete when surrounded by these other fantastic actors in the story, but he doesn't do a bad job at all. He plays the competent and cool-headed leader of the group quite nicely. Him slowly remembering Menendez doesn't affect him too much in gameplay or in the story beyond short flashbacks, which, compared to Mason, who was hallucinating a Russian man and assassinated the President of the United States, kinda doesn't hit as hard. He sells the moment it's revealed quite well, and you absolutely buy his character as not only the leader of SEAL Team 6, but as the tactical leader of these side missions I'll get to in a bit. Finally, however, we need to talk about the big cheese, the old Cyclops fuck, Raul Menendez. This is to date the best villain we have ever seen in a Call of Duty game. Period. I'll just give you his character introduction so you get what I mean. I never get tired of watching this shit. So in the start of Black Ops II, Alex Mason is called back to save Woods from captivity after he went dark. Mason and Hudson contact Jonas Savimbi, a man who they say knows more. Savimbi directs them to a Nicaraguan gunrunner, a dangerous man. Once we get to the container hauling Woods, we open it up and find all of Woods' men dead for weeks and stuffed in a container, beaten one by one. At the back, thin and frail, we find Woods barely alive. The boat sinks after we commandeer it, and far behind enemy lines and alone with very little weaponry, Mason and Hudson spot a radio tower. So to call for help, Mason goes to secure it. Then, this happens.
Do not concern yourself with local politics. Prosta marionetka. Как ты. Делай. Как сказано.
You're a dead man unless you do exactly as I say. Tune the radio.
You're going to kill me, see?
No one move or this fucker gets it!
El americano le está diciendo que no se muevan.
Shut up!
Él piensa que está en control, pero él no es.
I said shut up! Lower your weapon! I swear to God, I'll kill this bastard!
Los americanos no saben nada sobre la lealtad. Quizás nosotros deberíamos demostrar.
You son of a bitch!
Every scene starring Menendez ends up this way. The motherfucker steals the show. They had to sell the character of a man capable of controlling an entire army of people, taking down America and China at the same time, and corrupting over 1 billion people across the planet to follow his words. And holy shit, does his character sell it. You get the sense that he is in control of every single situation he is in. Every moment he is somewhere, it is because he wants to be there. Wherever he ends up, it's where he needs to be to make his shit work. Every scene he is in, he is the man who wrote the script.
We're almost ready.
We are ready.
He is by far the most fleshed out villain we have ever had in Call of Duty. His motivation to destroy America is entirely justified, and from Makarov to this, it's night and fucking day. Born in Nicaragua in 1963, for the first few years of his life, the country was chaos, taking part during the Nicaraguan Revolution. The American-backed Contras performed horrific, hateful crimes on his fellow countrymen. Then, after the revolution in 1972, a colossal earthquake destroyed his home, taking everything him and his family had. The year after, his sister and him sought shelter in a warehouse, but his sister, Josefina, was horrifically disfigured and burned when the warehouse got set fire in an act of arson by the warehouse's American owner in order to collect $11,000 of insurance. In his teenage years, to try to earn money, Raul and his father, Jose Luis Menendez, would sell drugs, becoming richer and richer, eventually becoming the Legends of Managua, becoming so big it registered on the CIA's radar. As a result, they sent an unknown operative to assassinate Jose Luis Menendez. Thus far in his life, America had taken from Raul his country's innocence, his sister's beauty, and his father's life, through greed and their political desire to control everything. Later, Mason would take his eye, and Woods would take his sister. This is an unbelievably powerful place to start a story. Menendez is an unstoppable force in Black Ops II. His story with Woods and Mason showcases some incredible writing of intrinsic trauma. Woods is deepened greatly from the previous game, simply through his personal beef with Menendez and his solid trauma.
Prisoner swap. Right fucking then I should have known. Right then and there. I should have known right then and there. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? The fuck?
He saw his friends, his men, killed slowly in front of him, tortured in front of his eyes. Then he spent days trapped in a box with their corpses. He is permanently broken by this. A part of him stays in that box. So when he sees Menendez, he loses his shit. He sprays wildly. He attacks his friend, and he throws a grenade in a residential building. He doesn't know where he is at that moment. He just wants to kill Menendez. Menendez himself treasured his sister above all, so he has an unbridled hatred of Woods in particular. That's why he leaves Woods alive, and instead kills Hudson and torments David. He wants Woods to hurt like he did, and you can't do that dead. Hudson, meanwhile, ordered the man who killed his father. He gets to die. The reason Hudson screams for it to be him, however, is clear. Woods is a mess. He has no family, no wife, no kids. Hudson has both. Mentioned at the start of the game as even David Mason's surrogate family, in a way, as Jenny takes care of Hudson's kids, as well as David. But Hudson betrayed them. Hudson got Woods permanently disabled, and to his knowledge, until the moment he died, got Mason killed too. Not to mention, he has no idea what Menendez's plans are for David. He wants to die out of sheer self-hatred following his betrayal, a brutal ending for such a stone-cold character. So yeah, the story's great. But what about the gameplay? Ha! With so much choice in the story and so much in-depth character development, there's no way they had enough time to develop a shit ton of good choice in the gameplay.
They did.
You have a full loadout choice at the start of every mission that includes every weapon available in the game, and you have full control over their attachments as well as an additional special ability. I always choose the Access Kit, which allows you to access cool additional gameplay elements, from drones to bear traps to mortars you can throw, invisibility cloak, even turrets, or optional pathways for NPCs to give cover from. It's fantastic. The gunplay is also great, offering us interesting new attachments like a scanner that pulses through terrain, giving us wall hack, some cool fast-firing futuristic guns, as well as having interactions and choice between what our characters say and what we do.
Provide cover from the bell tower. I'm in position. Move in.
For instance, there's a couple sections in the game where you're given an open area and you can choose whether to go left, right, or center. And depending on where you go, either Section or Alex will say where they're going. Excellent stuff we're seeing repeated in even newer titles. An always appreciated detail that helps us feel more in tune with our character. The level design and visibility is also great. A game that has invisibility cloaks shouldn't feel this fair, yet it absolutely does. The enemies who have them, their guns are still visible, and if you have your eyes on, you'll still be able to see the outline and the shimmer, which fits with the fact that even you would struggle to remain entirely invisible like this, your gun floating in the air. So you don't. At range, there's a massive difference in visibility for the enemy, but up close, they can see straight through you. Every mission has interesting new locations. We don't always get the same amount of materially different level design like I talked about before, but in the face of everything else, there really is nothing to complain about. So on top of 2 campaigns, there's even a super cool optional strategy game where you're given a task force and can jump between them at will or order them around to achieve a number of nice goals. Seriously, the game actually gives you an actually good strategy FPS hybrid game as an optional story adjacent to the unbelievably good campaign. And it affects the ending. 3 people's death or survival, together with the optional strategy missions, can result in 8 different endings. Karma, Menendez, Alex, and the optional strategy missions together creating 8 total different endings. If you do all of the optional strategy missions, the USS Obama is not sank during the drone attack, as Chinese drones now allied with the US come to save the day. The mission in the crashing airplane doesn't start with the president talking fruitlessly with the Chinese president, but instead starts with them talking about the joy of their new alliance. They could have just not had either of those things, but they actively choose to include the effects of your choices in the story. For a game like Black Ops, for a Call of Duty game to do this is beyond the pale. It's incredible, actually. It reminds me how, in Metro Last Light, it doesn't matter if you let Pavel or Lesnitsky live if you kill everyone else. The Dark One won't come back and save you at the end. You have to take your actions into the actual gameplay. D6 is destroyed and everyone lives. In order to get the ending where everyone lives, you have to actually be a motherfucking Teresa. It shows that the canon endings in 2033 and Last Light are actually diametrically opposed to each other. Having read the book, I've been informed I need to stop talking about Metro now and should instead hand the floor over to Alex, who, interestingly, despite having half this game set in the future, 2 years, will have a fuck ton to talk about.
Oh, fucking hell, another gun section. The last one took forever, and if you fuck up the timing of one gun in the script, the gay lords will tear me apart. Fuck it, let's just get it over with. The Valkyrie tow launcher has a range of about 4.5 kilometers, so the fuel gauge being that tiny is weird. Flies at about 410 meters per second, and isn't TV guided, but is instead like the Stinger, an infrared homing weapon with a 1 kilogram warhead, so yeah, maybe the explosion wouldn't be as big. Oh my god, that's it! Yeah, that's it. No other fuck-ups. Even Savimbi's awesome grenade launcher is in the right period. It's not like every gun in Black Ops and isn't 2 decades ahead of its time. Seriously, this is a major improvement over the last game. Speaking of Savimbi, our first mission is a pretty fantastic introduction to the various Angolan civil kerfuffles that lasted from the 1970s until the turn of the millennium. I don't think this war has been covered or mentioned in any other video game. Okay, fine, but it is interesting that CoD makes up half of all video game coverage of this conflict. I mean, look at the mission. This was a large-scale war that lasted for about a quarter of a century, with nearly 1 million people killed and 4 million displaced, and well over 70,000 lost limbs as a result of landmines planted in this conflict, jumbled up in the process. It not only involved the classic Coke brand Cold War capitalist versus communist civil war narrative, but had an interesting amount of outside help. Overt US support was pretty limited, especially considering the size of this conflict, mainly due to the involvement of the South Africans. But this is a weird war. Minor powers such as Romania, Brazil, South Africa, 2 Yugoslav ships, and East Germany all got involved. Them, alongside a significant Soviet force, totaled about 15,000 men. But Cuba sent over twice that, along with 1,000 tanks, 600 APCs, and a lot of fucking artillery. It's good that this broad coalition is represented. On Savimbi's side, you fight alongside some South African Elan tanks, and later in the mission you guys see a Cuban officer training child soldiers. Though Mason should not be surprised that any Cubans are here, the effort to get Cuban soldiers into Angola was Herculean, and they definitely made their presence felt, for at least a decade by that point. This whole mission from a historical standpoint is great, and I only wish we spent more time here. Unfortunately, the fun Nazis can't let me talk about Jonas Savimbi. A man declared dead 20 times who spoke maybe 7 languages, believed in witchcraft, was trained by Chinese communists in the 1960s, and within a decade was warring against communists. An opportunist who played whatever side would give him the most money or guns at any given moment. His portrayal is a bit too relatively heroic, which makes this fucking thing pretty confusing. Savimbi's interpretation isn't the only one that caused a what the fuck? Lawsuit! Savimbi's interpretation isn't the only one that caused lawsuit, but we'll cover Noriega later. Like, the guy was a general dictator, and I mean, we really should be calling him the Drip-tator. Yeah, I don't know why they think of his portrayal like that, but otherwise this is pretty fucking great history, though the Angolan boat witchcraft technology still remains a national secret.
You got mortar rounds still. You can throw them at the boats.
This is true, but it's hard to line up when they suddenly speed up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, no, see what I mean?
Jesus, fuck, the acceleration! Continuing with our mandatory CIA intervention into foreign civil wars, we end up in the sandy grave of Afghanistan for a mission which is probably the most spectacular one in the game, much to its detriment.
Did I just take it down?
Okay. Old Wounds is the only mission which doesn't make complete sense to me. Initially, I was confused about the character of Zhao. My immediate instinct was that a Chinese communist shouldn't be helping the Mujahideen.
So the Chinese and the Americans, did they work together with the Mujahideen?
The Chinese... Well, I mean, yeah, it's post-Soviet split, but it's still...
Chen Zhao is, obviously Zhao is here with the Mujahideen.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense, because... They'd still support... They'd still support a fucking... 3 pages of research later, I concluded that this is a brilliant detail. This is well past the Sino-Soviet split, and while I would love to summarise our often unknown but heavily manned front of the Cold War, we need to unpack some other stuff. This was one of the tensest and most likely points for the onset of nuclear war. Ever since Khrushchev's peaceful coexistence policy, the communist world split in 2. On one side, the Eastern Bloc, and the other, China, as well as Albania, whose separation from the Warsaw Pact is an interesting...
Stay on track, you fucking idiot!
Oh, fuck you. That really hurt. Ugh.
Anyway, after that, the Chinese didn't want any Khrushchev off-brand communist light. They would have been fine with an independent communist regime in Afghanistan, but one that would be a direct puppet of the USSR would be unacceptable. So they would rather have a fervent, anti-communist, ultra-conservative, non-secular bunch of madmen supported by the Americans instead. Makes sense to me. But this really does show that the people who made this game really did their research, and that the Black Ops series really does exist in the grey areas of the Cold War. Fast hands, fast mag? Just fucking...
Fucking Christ!
Jesus fucking Christ. The rest of this mission is technologically interesting. Though the US did initially want to be a little discreet about their support for the Mujahideen, by 1986 this was long gone. I'm not going to pretend to know who is going to watch this video, but I think a lot of you will have heard of Rambo 3. The plot of the movie involves a task force of elite US operatives going into Afghanistan to fight against Soviet forces. Overt support for the regime was very, very public before this, so them requiring deniability in 1986 is a bit ridiculous. The US support for the Mujahideen became one of the biggest spends in the CIA's history, totaling about $20 billion in aid from 1979 to 1992. There is even an urban legend that I fell into where the Rambo 3 end title card was changed after 9/11, but this, it turns out, is a bit of a psyop. Whoops. Don't get me wrong, the level is brutal and I'm amazed that these horses can stay calm, but otherwise it's cinematic and fun as hell. The stingers sent to Afghanistan proved incredibly effective, though there is much debate over the figures. Regardless, they aren't anti-tank weapons and you can't carry 20 rockets and reload them one-handed while on horseback. Obviously, the double-barreled tank isn't a thing used in the Soviet-Afghan war, though a couple countries had experimented with the idea, such as the German Wasserstager 1-2, which is probably the dying gasp of the Stug series. Speaking of brutality, now we head to South America and reunite with our main villain, whose origins are firmly linked to the region he grew up in. Menendez came from nothing and created a South American drug empire to fuel his goals, working with Noriega to help ship his product to the US. He inspires an incredible degree of loyalty as a very brutal man, who alongside having massive political aspirations is extremely protective of his family and would do anything for them. So those are the primary descriptors of Pablo Escobar, and considering Pablo's influence at his peak, could you imagine if his control was able to expand further like that of Menendez? If the operations against him largely resulted in failure and he turned the billions at his disposal into a more universal anti-American narrative. Both men even ended up using the same Panamanian underling to fuel their own empires. It's pretty cool that Noriega is used to attack the cartels. Betraying the CIA makes total sense for his character. I honestly think his portrayal in this mission is a fantastic use of historical characters. Though I have no idea what kind of mystical explosive was in that frag Woods used. Seriously, that thing brings the building down on top of them. You can't talk about Manuel Noriega without talking about the chaos in Panama, and luckily that's where our final mission takes us. This is probably the smallest conflict a Call of Duty game is going to involve itself in. Call of Duty campaigns have you killing hundreds if not thousands of enemy combatants, but this would be a problem if we were to spend another mission here.
Okay, can I do something fun? So,
Sure, what?
According to fucking basically, roughly speaking, during the invasion, 316 Panamanians were killed, right? Should I count and see how many we do? because I
But I only killed 74.
I think there's a reasonable chance.
Yeah. Well, let's see if you can keep.
I'm going to
count.
try and count. Okay, that is an incredibly long shot for a throwing knife.
Yeah, but I'm Woods. Are you keeping count?
3, 4.
We're already up to 7, 8, 9, 10,
9,
11. Nope, not 11 yet. 11.
12.
That's 12.
Wasn't it 13? Oh,
that's 13.
I'm just writing down the numbers.
Why?
Because I'm not going to do. I'm
You
not going to
mental retard! Why? Why are you writing down the individual numbers? Fucking
tally. Why wouldn't I tally?
Why would I tally it? You fucking mental retard!
That would take forever to count. You piece of shit.
No. Yeah, but oh my god! You adding these to the 18 I've already killed?
No, I'm doing it by dots now.
Dots.
I don't have one of those fucking clickers, okay? I didn't have that to hand, you piece of shit.
That's
tally!
No,
We
lines.
just said tally!
People tally with lines. You do 4, then you cross over and you get 5, so it's easy to count. You're gonna have to count the footage. This is gonna work.
This is I think I got it right thus far. That guy's dead.
Enjoy that one, that's like a hand grenade. Enjoy counting those deaths.
I think that was 3. 1, 2, 3.
5.
What do you mean 5?
9.
What the fuck? Fuck you.
6.
You cunt.
3. You're not doing tallies, so this is I'm fucking you up on purpose because you're not doing tallies.
I am doing tallies. Fuck you. Oh. I'm gonna.
Where? I thought that was a hand grenade. It is a hand grenade. It's coming down. What the fuck was that? Mate, who launched that one? I didn't kill that guy. Some guy launched a grenade from like way behind enemy lines, way high up in the air. And it landed and killed one of his own. Alright, let's get the targeting things. These are going to be a nightmare for you to count.
I promise to try.
Enjoy. Good luck counting those kills.
What is that? 4, 5 people? It's none. I'm going to say 4. Does not help that I'm basically on 144p right now.
Oh, tank.
Oh.
Well, how many are in the crew?
Probably it's a Russian tank, right? Looks Russian. Oh, that's an M113. Oh, that could be up to 13.
Well, then count 13. Count that guy as well.
Is
Fully murdered a man.
that a friendly?
Yeah, he's dead.
Plus friendly. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Fuck off! I was out of range. Now remove all the ones that you just counted.
No, I'm gonna. You're gonna re-kill him. It's fine.
Go to hell. Oh.
Where do you think I'm from, cuckmuncher?
Hell, we've already been.
Close enough.
His line was cooler.
Yeah.
You said cuck muncher.
I don't know. I thought
that's not a cool line. Cuck muncher isn't
funny.
a cool line.
I was.
Well, how many are we up to in terms of total kills?
A lot.
Well, how many? Because
I don't know, because I can't
we're
count
done.
all the fucking lines. What do you mean we're done? There's no more deaths from here.
There's no more Panama deaths. No, there's no more Panamanian deaths.
Are you fucking kidding? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is Jesus fucking Christ.
60. $5, $10, $15, $20.
$86.
86.
Yeah, assuming the M113 is full.
What if it just had 3 people in it?
Well, still over 70. Like fucking, it's still over a quarter of all.
And we're not counting the kills just Mason and McKnight also get.
Yes, that is literally how I counted it. I know, it's impressive that I can count to 8 without a visual reminder. That's right, Team Call of Booty deals at least a quarter of all enemy deaths in one evening of the month-long invasion. The US took 14 days to seize Noriega, but to be honest, it hardly matters. This is way cooler than getting a Spanish prelate of the Catholic Church to lie to him in a house of God and claim no country was willing to host him, convincing him to surrender. The South American communist movements were complicated, but Noriega, despite being an election-rigging hard-right nationalist, had his uses to Uncle Sam since 1955. He helped establish listening posts in Panama and helped funnel US aid into El Salvador and Nicaragua. His riz overcame his horrid acne and he quickly rose up the ranks of the Panamanian military, showing genuine competence. After the death of his former boss, Omar Torrijos, the president, maximum leader of the Panamanian Revolution, Manuel was in effect in control of Panama. He helped the Medellin cartel smuggle their drugs, clean their money, all while working with the DEA. But, by the game's events, he had raised a bit too much ire from the Americans. He even began to raid cocaine factories, just like In Time and Fate, though this was in 1984.
Well done, mate. Oh, I love how there's cocaine in the air. This would be enough to fuck you up. Like,
I should get a speed boost, really.
Though this did get him a warm letter of commendation from US drug authorities. By the end of the 80s, he had played both sides too closely for too long, and his usefulness had all but run out.
We want to get him out, and we want to restore democracy to Panama. And so
he was indicted for trafficking and racketeering charges in February 1988. He then proceeded with a massive campaign of harassment, from US civilians being beaten to 21 buses of school children being held up at gunpoint. The US attempted to intimidate him by having military exercises in public. Noriega's ego won out over his common sense, and he became delusional and overconfident. He had written a book on psychological operations and thought he could just get away with things. He openly televised him going up to a US military police officer, taunting, "Here I am," suggesting he dare to arrest him. He wasn't arrested, and by December 1989, he grabbed a machete and had the National Assembly declare him the maximum leader of the Panamanian Revolution. The next day, Lieutenant Robert Paz, a US Marine, was killed while traveling unarmed in a civilian vehicle. After the 1989 election was obviously rigged and marred with violence, the US declared the opposition candidates as the true presidents of Panama. This, alongside the death of Robert Paz, was used as justification to invade with a lightning-fast operation with 28,000 men, where our only mission in Panama takes place. There is some great attention to detail with Christmas lights being up in Panama before the mission. The invasion took place 5 days before Christmas. I'm very impressed by this game's historical segments. It's very clear to me that they went all out and did their research, and this has really helped this game not only in terms of story, but also in its fame. Though there are some small errors, these feel much less damaging than those made in the first Black Ops. It does, however, lose points for the numerous ridiculous Call of Duties it does to itself. Overall, I give CoD Black Ops II a solid B+ for its historical use and accuracy.
this game to death. Call of Duty Ghosts is a big wet fart of a game. It's a disastrous attempt at a story that was literally born out of a fake-out of making a game about Ghost, the character with the cool mask from Modern Warfare 2. Think about that for a second. It was literally created whole cloth out of the marketability of a character with no discernible personality or face. Beyond that, this is the least interesting, ugliest, and by far the least fun game thus far in the franchise. The characters suck ass so badly you'd prolapse. The game is even uglier than World at War, which was, unless I'm mistaken, ugly on purpose. So let's start with the good, so we have more time for lynching later. The game has 2 good missions. Federation Day, where you climb down the side of a skyscraper and break in, and the Ghost Walker, the final mission in the game, which involves a bit that reminded me of a scent similar to that of Titanfall 2's campaign, where you jump between the bouncing mag holders of a moving monorail. It's a good finale and a good level, however short it is. There's a cool mission where you actually infiltrate an enemy base and use some clever tactics to fake out the enemy, but the parts that are fun and cool are more cutscenes than gameplay, in all honesty. Like, you don't shoot anything, you can move around and watch things happen. So it's a Half-Life 2 cutscene. And the rest of that mission is, well, the gameplay. This is the end of the good things. Outside of that, it's a bunch of the same looking, equally boring levels over and over again. Despite the levels looking all very different, the gameplay is not materially different, outside of a handful of gimmick missions. This game makes the dilapidated, collapsed city of San Francisco look and feel the same as the jungles of Brazil, a level of cement manufacturing that is almost impressive. And the characters invite about as much interest as a ball-bearing smoothness competition. Every single character is gruff, grey, boring, I can do it nonsense with a rank slapped on. Veteran, rookie, second in command, commander. That's it. It is all incredibly one-dimensional. Oh sure, some of the characters are more stoic than others, but it's the difference between a shout and a calm command. While it can speak to greater depths, those depths need to actually be there. They need to be present in the dialogue, or the character, or the story. Like a perspective chalk painting famous on these TikToks, it is simply an illusion. There is no greater depth. The ghosts have a good backstory, and in fact, I'd much rather play the backstory of the 300 guys sent to fend off 15,000, or where the fuck the numbers were, going all the way down to 15 people, and one leads them away. I'd rather play that game where you're on your own with very limited resources against a massive amount of enemy. We're going to come back to that. And also, let's talk about the villain. The experience of coming from Menendez to Rourke is like moving from Hannibal Lecter to the Verminator. It's not intimidating, it's not cool, he's just weird and awkward. You get a sense he's the type of boss to bring a pool table to the workplace, forget to bring any cues, and then everyone is too scared of his rambling insanity to say, no boss, this was a dogshit purchase. He'll end up trying to use anything as pool cues, just to appease his mad broken brain. Extended presentation pointers, a stack of paper cups, only to find out he chose to give you no cues just to mess with you. Rourke tries to have the long, intimidating monologues that made General Shepard and Menendez legendary, but without the acting chops, without the gravitas, and without the intimidating personality. Rourke falls apart. Which really makes no sense, because the actor for Rourke is the legendary Kevin Gage from Con Air, Blow, and Heat, one of the greatest action movies of all time. He is at the center of one of the greatest mottos in life. You always make time for Waingro. You have to always make time for Waingro. If you don't know what that means, go watch the movie. If you haven't watched Heat already, you should probably join Ghosts in the bottomless pit after I'm done with it, because you cunt. Unfortunately, Kevin Gage clearly can't play an intimidating leader of men, because compared to General Shepard, which is Infinity Ward's previous foray into this type of character, he really falls flat. Rourke's motivation isn't well established either. Following the cool backstory of Ghosts, where 15 men had to protect a hospital, and one of them led them to safety whilst 14 fought against 500. The 14 were named Task Force Stalker, after this amazing, act. However, since that name is already trademarked, they were known unofficially as Ghosts. Their leader, Rourke, only got the rank as leader as a result of him being the only one seemingly unaffected by the battle. Which is a really weird criteria. Let's pick specifically the psycho who had fun killing enemy soldiers in a horrific scenario. he probably has the best leadership skills because those two things are connected. His motivation to become evil goes as such. In an operation to assassinate the president of South America, yes, that's real, after he declared war on the US for seemingly no reason, the squad of ghosts we know in the game were sent in. Unfortunately, there was a flood in the city caused by the president, because sure, why not? Let's bomb our own city with water. And as the ghosts hunt down and kill him in a helicopter, the helicopter crashes, Rourke is trapped by debris and unable to being pulled up, because he's being pulled up through a ladder that's bigger than him. He is then dropped into the water with the rest of the helicopter underneath a bunch of debris in a flooding city where he is killed on sight. However, he miraculously survived and got captured by the Federation. And for some reason he's angry that the squad didn't die with him, I guess, because they searched for him for weeks. So I don't know what's wrong with that. But anyway, there's no way any sane human being could anticipate him just walking that shit off with all his limbs, and yet they searched for him for weeks. Rourke's miraculous survival ends up landing him in an Amazon tribe, basically, because the Federation captures him and then bring him to an Amazon tribe to brainwash him using poisons and psychological torture to turn him evil. Because again, just killing their leader isn't good. Let's dedicate a bunch of resources to killing the ghosts via Rourke. Rourke's character motivation is literally everyone didn't die with me, and also I was brainwashed. That is a shitty motivation. The brainwashed thing as a plot point only works if you break the brainwash at the end of the second act and spend the third act hunting down the brainwasher, like the main villain. Like, the Avengers and Black Ops. But when the brainwashed person is the main villain and not just his second in command, the character can't really be intimidating unless their motivations are intimidating. Like, his goal just seems to be kill the ghosts and help the Federation. Like, he's actually not related to, like, the space titanium rod dropping machine at all. Like, that's just unrelated. That's just something that we deal with right next to it. It's kind of ambiguous what Rourke's greater desires are in life. And while a personal vendetta can work for a Call of Duty game, as it did for Black Ops 1 and 2, you still need the scale around it and connected parallel to it. Because while in movies, you can justify tense scenes where two characters just talk or punch each other or do something else tense, Call of Duty games need you to fight a bunch of enemies every single level. The personal vendetta has to be secondary to the primary goal in reality, but in the forefront of the story. So like Black Ops 1, for instance. In the forefront of reality, as in what's the most important thing in the world for these characters and the villains, is the Cold War between Russia and America. Big international scale. The Russians are trying to set up Nova 6, blast across North America, and Americans are trying to figure out what the Russians are planning. But at the forefront of the narrative is Mason and Reznov. The entire game is framed around Mason's situation, which he's in because he listened to Reznov. He's trapped in a chair, being interrogated and tortured, and the most repeated thing in the entire game is Reznov's revenge, his personal revenge, which itself has an entire level dedicated, actually two almost entire levels dedicated to specifically telling us why he's so angry about it all. The personal revenge takes the forefront, but in the background there's this big scale war stuff, and it runs parallel because Dragovich, Kravchenko, and Steiner are directly connected to Nova 6, so it all connects together, lovely. But here, Rourke's personal vendetta against the ghosts isn't properly established. The level dedicated to explaining his revenge motivation only deepens the well of questions and makes me more confused. And then the primary story also sucks about, the Space Needle thing. I honestly can't even remember this as I'm writing it down. I played this game last week. Running through the missions in my head, it just seems like we're doing completely random, unconnected shit that just vaguely retells some of the elements of previous Modern Warfare games. We discover the Federation's plan to bomb the US by happenstance while looking for Rourke. Rourke is not connected to the Space Needle thing. On the scale of the story, it's a bit like searching for your runaway dog and happening upon the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's mentally ill. But frankly, the background story doesn't matter because, the scale's about right, but the focus is off. While, Reznov's revenge ran parallel with the hunt for Dragovich and Kravchenko, as I already mentioned, the South American Federation space plan is completely unconnected to Rourke. I love having an entire army dedicated to killing 6 guys, and that being the forefront of the story, and then just in the background there's the Space Needle shit. Like, according to the lore, the Ghosts are the only special ops in the fucking world in America. Like, they're the only special operatives, which makes no sense, because then America's dead. Because, like, they spent weeks hunting down, trying to find Rourke, and they're the only special forces. So for those weeks, I guess no special forces operations happened. Fuck you, then. But, like... There's an entire army dedicated to locating the 6 guys. Also, yeah, the fucking Federation, I didn't explain it, did I? Fuck's sake. The premise of the game's setting, right, is that we bombed the Middle East into the Stone Age, killing all usable oil in the entire subcontinent, I guess. And that caused South America to become the primary producer of oil, despite the fact that US and Russia both still produce more oil separately than all of South America. But whatever. Also, everyone just forgot about China while writing this game. But anyway, that oil somehow made the entire continent become a single federation, despite the fact that half the countries fucking hate each other. I guess they did through invasion. And that joined Federation then waged war on America using a fucking space rod called Odin. Like, they captured America's space rod thing, which they had floating above their own country, which is a mad thing. Like, float it over the ocean, maybe the Pacific or something? Like, if it's in orbit, then try to orbit it in a way where it doesn't fucking touch other countries, or, like, just orbit it around the bit that's just water, please. Like, why would you have it hovering over your own country? Like, it makes no sense. Like, whatever. Anyway, after they took Odin and then smashed the entire West Coast to shit, and after that somehow didn't kill them all the way to death, the Federation then built a second space rod launcher called Loki, but it's actually an array of space rod launchers, massive array of space rod launchers, that are hovering over South America for some reason. Like, what? Get it? You know, yeah, also, it's called Loki, and the first one's called Odin. Get it? Hilarious, isn't it? Anyway, it doesn't make sense. And every one of the writing team should kill themselves. As for the brainwashing element, there is at no point in the story, other than when you are told he was brainwashed, that he gives any indication of being brainwashed. There's no two-dimensional notion to his character at all, that he's less sane now. Remember when I talked about how Mason yelled about the numbers, telling him to kill people as if it was a normal thing? Yeah, without that stuff, you have no idea that they're brainwashed. Like, you could just remove the brainwashing and he could doing this for personal revenge things, and it would make no difference. In fact, Rourke acts the same way when you play the flashback mission to assassinate Diego Almagro. He's not different in any observable way. He's not more unstable in the future time, or, you know, more controlled and you know, levied in past time. He's just the same person. Finally, as for the dog, Riley, his missions feel clunky and awful. The stealth is contrived, the mechanics barely work with the animations, it's incredibly linear, and thematically the dog doesn't even really fit into this broken, dead world on the edge of collapse. They put a dog in the game because they wanted a dog in the game, and then didn't think about how it would work together with the gameplay or the story, which is why he isn't in most of the missions in the campaign. And then he gets shot. A cute dog gets shot in a video game, and this was my honest reaction. I didn't give a shit. They established this dog so little as a character, and made his missions so shit, that when he got shot, he doesn't even have full missions, by the way. He has segments of missions that last maximum 5 minutes, and it happens 3 times in the game. Like, when he got shot, I only got annoyed because I now had to carry the dog across an open field of fire to a helicopter. In the following mission, he isn't even just fine. Like, he isn't even, like, laying down with bandages. He's standing there. No bandages or anything. He's standing there. No problem whatsoever. Despite being shot with a sniper round that should, in all reality, tear the dog open, skull to tail, and split it in half like a leaf blower against foam. Hesh, by the way, your brother, has barely any character at all. And Logan, who you play as, has literally no character at all. He's another no-speak protagonist, despite the fact that Infinity Ward actually did cross the barrier in Modern Warfare 3 by giving one of your playable characters an actual character backstory and sort of arc. In this game, you have this supposed brother duo that would have benefited greatly from a voiced protagonist. You could add in some brotherly banter in the quiet sections of the game, perhaps a heart-to-heart in one of the more extreme moments after their dad dies. But no, Logan says nothing. At this point, it is seemingly only in the service of maintaining the status quo, rather than serving the game or story. Because hiring one additional voice actor is well within the budget of a franchise that reaches #1 in world sales with consistent reliability, especially as Treyarch has been doing it for 2 games already. Not having the player character speak at this point in gaming doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense in games like Half-Life, Doom, or Metro, where the characters are all completely alone or of types of personality that would make no sense for them to communicate with words anyway. Ghost was released in 2013. At this point in gaming, I think we were pretty clear that a voiced protagonist is an unbelievably powerful tool in a storyteller's handbook, particularly if you want to have the main character be the third member of a family that is the center point of the goddamn story. Far Cry 3 had a voiced protagonist in Jason Brody. It's one of the best protagonists in the history of FPS games. BioShock Infinite released the same year as this game, and guess what they had? Yeah, you're right, it was a voiced protagonist. Bulletstorm had a voiced protagonist too, and it was stupidly fun. I love Steve Bloom. Also like Brian Bloom, who was in this game. He also wrote it. Oh dear. And everyone in the writing team should kill themselves. What's great is Brian Bloom and Steve Bloom actually have pretty distinctive, deep, gravelly voices. Like, Steve Bloom is best known for being the Sherman tank commander in Company of Heroes, and Brian Bloom is best known for being Private Guzzo in Call of Duty 3. Or, you know, if you're weird, you'd know them from their indie roles as Spike from Cowboy Bebop and BJ Blazkowicz, respectively. This game also supposedly has a massively upgraded version of the IW engine, and really it doesn't show. Not in the gameplay, visuals, lighting, graphics, or sound. The game looks uglier than every game before it, and plays less smooth. It's garbage. Listen, I don't want to talk about this fucking game. We talked about the characters. Let's move on. Gameplay, yeah. The guns feel less satisfying to shoot than Modern Warfare 3. There's less of them than Modern Warfare 3, like way less. Like, I feel like there's only like 5 rifles in the whole game. The enemy AI is somehow worse, and your friendly AI is also dumber. This game felt the consequences of this franchise being developed console first harder than most other titles in the franchise, thanks to the incredible choice of having, as default, a 60-degree field of view and head bobbing that combined makes me feel physically ill. Sprinting in this game is a non-option for a lot of people because it feels like being put through a tumble dryer. Of course, in most games, you could go to the settings and turn down the head bobbing and up the field of view, but hey, this was developed console first, so no complaints from people sitting 10 feet away from their TV that the field of view was too low. If you're a console gamer, you might not fully understand this, so allow me to explain. Even though screens are two-dimensional, our brain treats them like windows. If your face is too close to a window, then you should see more out the sides. Like when I mentioned at the start, Alien Isolation uses the narrowing of field of view using terrain or doors. Think of TV screens in first-person shooters like that. Well, since it's a 2D image on a screen, the field of view doesn't change as you move your head closer or further away, so the game needs to render at the appropriate degrees to match the distance from your head to the screen. Giant 16:9 monitors, even at 10 feet away, generally don't fill your view as much as a 24-inch screen does at 2 feet away or less, which is why console gamers don't mind the 60 degrees of field of view, but PC gamers really do mind it. Now, it's not that big of an issue in third-person titles, but in FPS games it can be the difference between your dinner staying inside your body or on the keyboard. So if you're making an FPS game, then either set the game at 90 degrees field of view by default if you're too lazy to put in a slider, but in reality, you should be putting in a slider that goes from 40 degrees all the way up to 120. Because guess what? Higher than necessary FOVs don't actually create the same nausea effect, so I don't know why locking it low became standard. Now, too high FOVs can make you nauseous or even dizzy, but not nearly as much as low FOVs. The new added gameplay elements to this game also don't even work that well. You can now stand next to cover, and a yellow arrow will pop up saying you can lean around it, but the cover benefit appears incredibly minimal, and thanks to the awful level design, there's almost no scenarios where you would use this intuitively. It also lacks any ability to peek above cover, so adding this ability to the traditional Call of Duty level design does absolutely nothing to add to the experience, except sometimes using it by accident. Speaking of the level design, there's nothing new in this game apart from 3 levels, and I already mentioned one of them in the good levels section, the skyscraper climby one. But the other 2 new levels are actually just awful. The underwater section is new, but it just feels awful. The controls are terrible, your guns do no damage, and the enemies shoot through cover. And yeah, it makes total sense. You are underwater. I mean, maybe not the shooting through cover thing, that's a bit silly. But yeah, you're underwater, so your bullets do little damage, so you need to shoot a lot to kill anything. But the gameplay of that is just wank. It's just not fun, because you still fight a lot of enemies, so you need to empty 10 bullets into one guy. Guess what? Now it's just less fun. You also go to space 2 times in this game, and it isn't special. It's just the same Call of Duty gameplay, but with a new added vertical axis. In fact, it sucks ass, because here's a picture of the spacesuit, and here's a picture of the space station. Remember World at War's visual field? Well, now imagine something just as bad, but the enemies can be literally anywhere on screen, not just behind traditional cover or along the ground. They could be on the space station, hidden behind random contrived piece of geometry, or they could be floating up in space, disguised as an asteroid or a piece of debris. They could also be just floating in the middle of the air, and guess what? When you kill them, they ragdoll and move in the exact same way as normal people. So you will have a lot of difficulty picking out a moving corpse on the corner of your view, thinking it's a person, flicking to it, shooting at it, and only then realizing you're getting shot from somewhere else. And then you flick to another corpse, and then finally you locate the person, but by then you might be dead, at which point you've gotten very annoyed because you've been debated twice. It's literally impossible to see who is who instantly, which means you need to look at every single piece of debris, as well as every single greeble on this godforsaken level. Later, Infinite Warfare took the genius decision of making the enemies actually visible in the space missions. So if you want Call of Duty with zero gravity sections, just play that game instead. It also has characters with more depth than a fucking rain puddle. I mentioned it before, but this game feels like a rapid list of previously good levels that have been done better after or before. As a result, the whole thing feels stupid. Like, it's a best of album, but it's all cover songs from a worse band. The defense of Khe-Sanh is here in the form of Homecoming, but it's bigger, and you can call in a dogshit A10 Warthog. In fact, you can call in 2 of them, and you can clear every red blip on the radar, but as soon as you're back in Logan's shoes, they're all magically back, so what's the point? Legends Never Die includes a significantly more boring version of Fallen Angel from Black Ops II. Birds of Prey, while it cuts between standard gameplay and bird gameplay, it's reminiscent of just a bigger and more chaotic version of Payback from Black Ops 1, with about half the spectacle and double the size. I didn't like that mission because it was ridiculous, but hey, at least they'd had more fun. The following mission, The Hunted, is a mishmash of a bunch of different missions from all over Call of Duty. You have Cliffhanger's heartbeat sensor from Modern Warfare 2, combined with the moment-to-moment stealth of All Gillied Up from Modern Warfare 1. But it's a bit confused because the heartbeat sensor only works when you use this pistol, so as soon as you upgrade to a better weapon, the heartbeat sensor is not visible, unless you use the pistol the whole way through. Now you can do that, but it'd just make more sense to either physically put the sensor on the gun, or allow us to see it the whole time. Like, it's an armband, just rotate it to be on the other side of the wrist, so you can see it when you have a proper gun out. So you get annoyed at the reality of the situation. Atlas Falls is on an oil rig, similar to The Only Easy Day Was Yesterday, but the fact that you blow it up and it's all a bit louder overall makes it more reminiscent of the oil rig mission in Modern Warfare 2 2022, actually. All or Nothing takes place on top of an aircraft carrier, which again just reminds me of Odysseus from Black Ops 2. This game actually does the more wide variety rather than narrow variety thing I was talking about back in CoD 4. We have a bunch of levels that do very different things and running into the exact problem that I talked about before. None of them are done very well, and some of them are even actively harmful to the story. We spend more one-on-one time with Keegan than we do Hesh or our father, so when they're at risk of death at the hands of Rourke, it doesn't matter. And Elias doesn't even get a good death. His death is straight up funny. He gets shot like 6 times in the chest and keeps talking. It's like the Tom Scott animated sketch where he keeps shooting himself in the head. How is he alive? For that matter, how are we alive? I'm pretty sure Rourke put a 45 in the center of our chest, and our health isn't even in question in the following scene. We're just fine. Essentially, this game is a bunch of active mistakes from the development team born out of a marketing decision. While there are good elements at the core of this story and the game, there is nothing worth talking about in the building blocks that make up the house. The concept of a no man's land is something I've wanted to see in Call of Duty for ages. A survival campaign set behind enemy lines or in a no man's land scenario, no chance of backup with incredibly limited resources. In a situation like that, imagine the parallel between Far Cry 3 and this game. If Hesh died at the start and it was just Logan and the dog on their own in no man's land, surviving against enemy patrols, mines, traps, animals, and with limited resources, it would have endeared us to Riley. It would have made us appreciate his presence and utility. In fact, if anyone out there wants to make a Special Forces K9 companion game, doing it like this is actually ideal, because in this game, there's never a time where it's just you and Riley. He just feels like Hesh's dog through the whole game. The No Man's Land concept, on your own in enemy-controlled environment with limited resources, is something that has been indirectly or accidentally teased by multiple games in the franchise, but never really fully attempted for an entire game, even though they've done enough variations on the concept to fill an entire game, mostly kept to either just a cutscene or a single level. It was something that could have been capitalized on, but wasn't, not through a lack of filling out the potential for the game, however. I've already talked about missed opportunities. This game wasn't that. This was the myth of Pisa. They laid a good solid foundation, then started building sideways, and kept going. They didn't stop until they were finished and found out the thing was fucking skewed to begin with. But unlike the Leaning Tower of Pisa, there's nothing interesting or unique about the final product in Ghosts. It's just built wrong. The game's ending is also immensely stupid. You should have died about 5 times, but you don't, you just keep living for some fucking reason. You're on the Maglev train I mentioned, and Hesh says, "When I call checkmate, hit this train with the impact missiles from space," and Merrick goes, "Okay." So you go in, to Rourke. Rourke obviously overpowers us somehow, so we call in checkmate, which doesn't direct impact the train, despite the fact that I was pinpoint accuracy hitting this thing earlier, so they didn't miss. They just didn't hit it. And also, the animation leading into the train from the blast from space showed us a direct impact. But no, instead it's a chain reaction of the bridge, which instead sends the train underwater. Hesh and Rourke fight, then you shoot Rourke in the stomach with a 357 Magnum. It goes through him, through Hesh, and through the window in the back, smashing open, pouring in the water. So everyone's dead, right? No! We pull Hesh out the water, out the wreckage, and swim to the beach. He's fine. He's chill. He's alright. The end credits then roll. Then we're back on the beach. We look to the right. And oh, look, it's Rourke. He's fine too. We set up this whole finale around killing Rourke no matter what, using a space titanium rod. We have a 357 bullet going straight through his heart and a fucking pinpoint accurate space nuke that is supposed to direct impact the train, yet none of it kills anyone. Everybody fucking lives the whole sequence. Being pulled away by Rourke into the fucking Yucatan forest to imply Logan's now being tortured the same way Rourke was could have been an interesting setup for Ghosts 2, but where the fuck is the suspense? Rourke has survived God knows how much bullshit. Logan tanked a 45 caliber to the lungs, Hesh tanked a 357 to the lower abdomen. Everyone's just fine through everything. Everyone is surviving getting fatal bullet wounds 24/7, not just in the gameplay, in the fucking cutscenes where it's supposed to matter. Even the dog lives. In fact, they realized this, which is probably why Elias needs to get shot 6 times on screen and once in the head before we'll believe he's dead. And then after all of this, the ultimate fuck you, we end on Eminem for some fucking reason for the credits. I guess that's where the acting budget went for some fucking reason. I can't fuck this game.
There are some days we never forget. Where were you the day everything changed? One man tried to throw the world into darkness.
Irons. Nose.
When you were vulnerable, we gave you our strength. When you were sick, we delivered you the cure.
As fast as we can. Manticore is thermally unstable. It's highly volatile.
When there was chaos, we brought you order. Stability. Safety. A chance to start again. Who are we? We're the way forward.
Every other game in the franchise has been either pretty good or pretty bad. Welcome to the first boring, middle-of-the-road game in the franchise. 6 out of 10. The worst thing is, the game inadvertently became the blueprint for all future titles. Cutscenes rendered in realistic form and filmed like it's a movie, characters with direct likeness to the voice actors, and a plot that has no holes yet doesn't surprise or engage. And this was from Sledgehammer Games, their first game in the franchise. And I guess I can qualify what I mean when I say this is a 6 out of 10, because sometimes these numbers get thrown around and there isn't much qualifying. It's why Jeremy Johns, my favorite movie review man, doesn't use numbers or rating systems at all, and instead just, no alcohol required, alcohol required for good fun. Bought it on Blu-ray and awesome-tacular. He uses words that have meanings so he can place them into categories where he finds them interesting. And that's a much more direct thing. But when you're using out of 10 saying something's a 6 out of 10. Well, on what scale? For instance, a lot of people think Fallout 3 is the worst Fallout game, but in the world of video games, it is a 7 out of 10. It's a very good game. It might even be an 8 out of 10, because, if the bottom of the scale is terrible garbage and the top of the scale is the best game of all time, Fallout 3 is over toward the upper end. But as a Fallout game, it falls massively in comparison to the other ones. So, let me qualify my out of 10. A 0 out of 10 is a totally worthless experience. It gives nothing. It is nothing. I played a game many years ago called Forgotten Land. It's a walking simulator where you walk for 25 minutes in a frozen, icy landscape. There is no sound, there is no music, the controls are bare bones, there is no gameplay whatsoever, and the environments are dull, boring, and disarmingly bland. Imagine if you were dropped into a DayZ map, but none of the buildings had furniture, there were no zombies, and you could only walk at the slowest speed. Forgotten Lands has forever been the epitome of a 0 out of 10 game for me, and I beg of you not to buy it at all. You can get the entire experience of playing it by watching the video on the front page. It contains 100% of the content for the game. There isn't even gameplay to experience. It's hold down W and move the mouse. That's it. The developer made another game called I'm Lost that is literally just a maze as seen from above with 20 collectibles. It does, however, as a game, literally contain a actual maze, which is a game, and as a result is only a 1 out of 10. That's how empty Forgotten Land is. A 10-minute maze is a higher ranking. Now, on the other side of the chain, we have 10 out of 10. This is your truly flawless game, or a game that is so good in its constituent parts that the relatively minor flaws are washed away completely. This is your East Shade, Papers, Please, Portal, Minecraft. These games are so good, they define genres and eras of video game. I have a list of GOAT games on my Steam page, and most of them range from 7 to 9 out of 10. Yet I consider them to be immensely important, or some of my personal favorites. Because again, like I've discussed before, best versus favorite generally is not the same thing. Now, while defining the outer edges of the side, the 10 out of 10 and the 0 out of 10, it's useful. Few go out of the way to find the exact middle, because that's where it starts getting really difficult to tell what is what. But I think I know what is truly a 5 out of 10 game, however bad it may sound. A 5 out of 10 is what means when you play it, and every single part of it is nothing special. Far Cry 5 is ironically a 5 out of 10 game. The story is nothing special, it's boring. It's not doing anything that Bioshock Infinite didn't do 10 times better, nor is it doing anything Far Cry 5 and 4 didn't already do a little bit better. Hell, even the companion system is a serviceable, if slightly underwhelming comparison to the Fallout games. It's all just nothing special. It's not a genre-defining title, nor is it doing anything new, but it also isn't so abysmally put together that it actively harms you to buy. It's just a truly neutral game. You can go through your whole life playing or not playing this game, and your time would not be wasted or well spent playing it. It's akin to dinner. Not good dinner, not the type of dinner that you slave over and make for food, but not the type of dinner that you microwave. It's a simple dinner. It's pot roast with rice. It's chicken with rice. It's salad with rice. So when Advanced Warfare is a 6 out of 10, it is only because it has a handful of elements that puts it that 10% above games that are basically a flat experience like Far Cry 5. So what does Advanced Warfare do that is at least slightly interesting? Well, it does some stuff with grenades that is ultimately quite interesting. You have the option to have 3 types of explosive grenades, Impact, Normal, and Smart, as well as your special grenade, your utility grenade, having 3 types as well, Flash and EMP, that are self-explanatory, as well as a new threat grenade that allows you to spot enemies behind walls in an area around you for a few seconds. If you ever use Impact or Normal grenades, you are a bit of a weirdo, since Smart grenades literally fly automatically to the nearest opponent, though you can sometimes goof it up by aiming at your own allies. Thankfully, this game is sort of blasé about the whole friendly fire thing, until you get really violent, though. or until you accidentally clip one civilian in the background, except the other time you did that one was fine. As for your utility grenade, 90% of the time when there aren't drones around to EMP, you just have it set on threat. And I never find myself using the flash grenade ever, thanks to the fact that the new exosuits invite level design that generally doesn't include interiors, and interiors are where the flash grenade thrives. This is still a pretty creative, if relatively clunky, solution to the problem that other Call of Duty campaigns have had for years, replacing your special grenade that you want with stuff you don't want or need. We've all played a Call of Duty game and tossed a grenade around a corner, waiting for a bang, and running directly into a face full of smoke. Speaking of the new exosuits, they are pretty fun. Double jump in the air, allowing some nice level design. You get a grappling hook halfway through the game that gives you some fun movement options, except it unfortunately replaces your special grenade slot. However, you do get a nice stealth level with it, so, you know, it is what it is. Do you see what I mean? Every single thing that's pretty good, there's a bad thing attached to it, but it ultimately, you know, it evens out when you look at the whole picture. The only thing that saves this entire game from a sub 5 out of 10 rating is the gameplay, because the story is, again, lacking of holes in engagement, but not ultimately worthless. I did complain about Ghosts quite a bit, as well as multiple stories before then, but at least they had ambition. They tried to have multiple layers and depth to characters. They failed. Trying and failing is worse, but here we have once again, for some fucking reason, hired Troy Baker to be a cutscene protagonist only, when there are multiple scenes where he could have benefited greatly from speaking. I complained about Logan not talking, but this is almost worse. As soon as the game starts, Troy Baker shuts up. As soon as you are in the driving seat, Troy Baker disappears from the game. He's not in it anymore. It makes for an utterly depressing experience when there's an incredibly pivotal scene at the start of the penultimate mission of the game where Irons, the villain, walks in having imprisoned us. For context, this is the guy who gave us our arm back after we lost it in combat. He gave us a life back, and he's also the father of our best friend who died when we lost our arm. And here, in this scene where he walks in, fatally shoots our oldest surviving ally and beats up our arm, breaking it forever, our character, Mitchell, says fucking nothing.
But that's the way it has to be. The wheat from the chaff, the strong from the weak. The ancient Spartans knew the true meaning of warfare. But that truth has been lost to us for 2 millennia.
What of your son, Will? What was he? Wheat? A chaff?
I genuinely think this game could have been elevated ever so slightly just by the addition of Troy Baker saying something in this cutscene alone. There's even gaps in the conversation where his words would fit in perfectly, but instead, Cormac says it, or Gideon says it, or someone else says the line, or there's no talking at all. Troy Baker's character, Mitchell, should have spoken in these scenes, and it really detrimental to the fucking character. Listen, if Mitchell's just going to be a quiet participant in one of the most important fucking moments, does he care? If he doesn't care, I don't care. He should have spoken just in this cutscene alone, if not the countless other moments it would make sense for him to, you know, speak. Like during the bridge collapse after Irons declares war on America. His first target being the Golden Gate Bridge, obviously, because he's a giant monster from a Hollywood disaster film.
Mitchell, you alright, mate? Fucking bastards.
Or at any point when our buddy Gideon comes back after his fake betrayal. I don't want to do a play-by-play of the story too much because, well, a large quantity of things happen, but none of it feels that consequential. Yet it all fits together in pieces and bits, you know? All of the bits matter, but it doesn't feel like they matter. The game struggles from the simple fact that none of its characters are really all that engaging, and the story is obvious and predictable. What, the giant conglomerate highest bidder private military corporation turns out to be evil. Shocker, especially after the level in Detroit where we're dressed in SS black and red, surrounded by dystopian language about ID tracking and food rations and shit. I was especially shocked because Kevin Spacey is such a lovely and kind-faced child rapist. His smile is absolutely heartwarming. Look at that man. He just wants to take your son and give him a good... So I guess in order to make the shocking reveal that he's evil more shocking, they added on top that he's developed Nova 6 Manticore, which is a biological agent that melts the insides of anyone who isn't in the Atlas database. I don't know why it's called Manticore. For those that don't know, Manticore is a Persian mythological creature with the head of a human, the body of a lion, and to differentiate it from the Egyptian Sphinx, has a scorpion tail. There's also versions where it mimics speech. It is quite literally just a human killer. It kills humans, that's all it does. It's a man killer, Manticore, you know what it is. Now, it would have been an appropriate name had Manticore been famous for only killing people of certain background. Like it didn't kill nobles or good warriors or something, but no, Manticore is just a cool sounding mythological name for a biological agent that kills people. You know, it's a human killer, so you kill... You know, it kills people as a human killer, so you get Manticore. I get that, but why isn't it, you know, a different man killer that does kill people of specific kinds, you know, like good boys or whatever the fuck. Before we see it in action, though, Irons goes to United Nations Security Council and says, I know there's been a lot of talk and rumors about whether or not me and my company have been developing a virus that kills people based on genetic markers. And I just want to confirm those rumors. Yes, I am, and I'm coming to kill all of you.
Are we developing such a weapon? No, we are not. Because we've already developed it.
Which would, in the real world, result in the immediate arrest at the UN Security Council and a hearing on why the fuck he decided to reveal to the world that he has a racist to Nova 6. In multiplayer, the bomb is referred to as a DNA bomb instead, which seems a bit more appropriate since it's designed to attack only people not listed on the DNA list. I mean, I could go into the extreme difficulty of designing a virus that attacks everyone apart from the people on your payroll. They would have to all share immunity of some kind, and being somehow inoculated instead would surely make a lot more sense than them being registered on a DNA database. I mean, you'd have to cross-reference every single person in your staff with every single communicable illness and biological agent, and then you'd have to cross-reference those with the ones that kills everyone, and then you could only use the ones that kills everyone but not the specific people on your staff. And if you add anyone to your staff or remove anyone from your staff, then you get into the problem where, congratulations, you can't, you have to completely change Manticore from the bottom. Meanwhile, the alternative option would be to inoculate people with some sort of injection before. I don't know why they went with the DNA thing. I don't know why they went with that. That's so mad. Like, that's so stupid. Like, just have us get injected at some point, you know? Like, I don't know. One idea that I had was that why isn't everyone of Atlas amputees? Because a lot of soldiers, you know, lose their ability to fight through amputation, and if Atlas have access to these amazing prosthetics, why aren't they, you know, recruiting there? And maybe it would make sense to have, like, oh, here's some anti-rejection amputation medicine, injection to our neck, and we're not doctors, we're soldiers, so we go, oh, okay. And then at the end we find out, oh no, the anti-rejection medicine was actually some sort of inoculation to Manticore. But no, instead they went the stupid option of having DNA based. What? Fucking whatever. I don't know. This is 30 years in the future. Maybe some tech will eventually make it so this is possible. I don't know. As for gunplay, by now you know the drill. It's fine. Some attachments are better than others. The hybrid sight drives me insane because it seems to want to extend on its own sometimes. 90% of engagements in this are medium to close range, so a hybrid sight that extends on its own is worse than useless. But at least the guns feel nice to play with. Unfortunately, the guns sound awful. They all sound suppressed, which weirdly does make a bit of sense. If you could suppress the sound of gunfire from all guns without affecting anything else, that might have some combat benefits. It'd definitely improve the hearing of everyone in a war zone. People shooting in ranges in America for fun do on occasion use suppressors so they don't have to worry about their hearing. Whether it was accidental or deliberate, the sound of the gun's end result is the same. Every single gun sounding like a book being used to kill a fly. Ultimately, this game has a lot of ideas that are kind of half-baked and not thought all the way through, yet somehow polished like a half-finished idea was put through quality control and polished, resulting in the refinement of incomplete ideas and designs. But the gameplay is ultimately inoffensive. The level design is interesting enough to keep your attention, and the story is bland but largely free of obvious holes. The end result is a 6 out of 10. Competently produced blandness. In this whole review, I've been careful not to give exact rankings away, but frankly, there is no better way to say that expect this game around the middle of the final rankings, which shouldn't shock you. Again, we are only reviewing the campaigns here. In the end, the Advanced Warfare campaign does do two things that are relatively new to the franchise. We have, for the first time, actual futuristic exosuit stuff. We know where that ends up, so I won't talk too much about it, but the additional abilities are fun. The grappling hook can create cool chains of events, you can do takedowns with it, and there's an entire stealth level where you get to utilize it while moving through a compound of civilians and enemies. While the actual objectives are literally a checklist of 2 objectives, and compared to games like Dishonored, the size of the level is absolutely pitiful. It is an actually open and good stealth level, something we haven't seen before. Sure, it's a little superficial and ultimately doesn't do anything not done better by other stealth games. You don't launch Advanced Warfare to play the one level with 10 minutes of mediocre stealth, but it's at least the very best we've had in the franchise. There are 2 mandatory vehicle segments in this game, a tank one and a plane one, which seems to almost be a staple of the franchise. One of each every time, though they're never really that good. Thankfully, the tank level and the plane level are entirely inoffensive. They're a bit dull and frankly far too linear to be interesting, but they don't impact this experience negatively at all. It's meh. It's a toast sandwich, you know, the food where you literally put a piece of toasted bread in between 2 slices of untoasted bread. Yeah, it exists. It's one of the few foods I believe to actually be invented by the English, rather than all the immigrants who bring their actually good food to the UK, like chicken tikka masala, which was most likely invented by a Bangladeshi chef in Scotland. Damn, I'm hungry now.
Listen only to the sound of my voice. Let your mind relax. Let your thoughts drift. Let the bad memories fade. Let peace be upon you. Surrender yourself to your dreams. Let them wash over you like the gentle waves of the bluest ocean. Let them envelop you, comfort you. Imagine somewhere calm. Imagine somewhere safe. Imagine yourself in a frozen forest. You're standing in a clearing. The trees around you so tall they touch the sky. Pure white snowflakes fall all around. You can feel them melt on your skin. You are not cold. It cannot overcome the warmth of your beating heart. Can you hear it? You only have to listen. Do you hear it slowing? You are slowing it. You are in control. Calm, at peace.
Black Ops 3 is, by a country mile, the hardest one to review. I wrote the script for a full review and recorded it, and as I looked at the recording I realized it was 3.5 hours long. Maybe I'll release that someday, but I decided pretty quickly that it would be entirely impossible for me to do that here, primarily because I want to sleep between now and when this video is done. Instead, I'll try to change up how I do these, because, man, it is difficult for this one. The franchise began with Black Ops I, a story where the CIA's immoral development of MKUltra is co-opted by the Russians and used against them. They are the villains in the literal plot, and the Americans aren't actually in full viewed as the bad guys, even though they are kind of implied by the story to be bad, you know, the mention of MKUltra. Also, Reznov, who is an ally in the game, though a villain in reality, says Nova 6 can't be allowed to be in the hands of any country, even America. The game is framed, as I said, around Mason being tortured and captured by the CIA, but that's kind of brushed under the rug for the final mission and the following sequels. You can kind of tell the game wants to make America partially the bad guys, at least show a more nuanced point of view, but is unable for whatever reason. The villains still have to be ridiculously evil Russians with no depth beyond evil Russian man. Note how little I actually talked about Dragovich, Kravchenko, and Steiner in the original review. Well, Reznov takes the front stage a lot more and is interesting as opposed to the other three. In Black Ops II, however, Menendez is a much deeper and richer as a character. His backstory is revolved around every part of his life being ruined by Americans. His sister, his father, his own life, his home, his country. Everything was ruined by the Americans. We get to hear the dark side of America's international policy over the last 50 years or so.
So when Black Ops 3 rolls around, we can see a pattern. More and more in the franchise, we're making the point that every country has its evils, and America certainly has more than some, especially when it comes to the intelligence agencies, the FBI and CIA. If you've never read the CIA Family Jewels, you should, or at least a summary. The CIA have done some terrible things, and a lot of it never having been publicly recognized. Break-ins at the homes of personal interest people, wiretapping and illegally surveillancing journalists, kidnapping a KGB defector, countless assassination plots, though we are only actively told about the unsuccessful ones. Not to mention the full extent of the MKUltra program, which I can summarize by saying it was basically considered continuation of the work and experiments done in World War II-era Japanese facilities and Nazi concentration camps. And I probably don't need to remind you about the stuff Unit 731 were up to. So here in Black Ops 3, we've hit the midpoint of acceptance. We can finally talk about the evils of the CIA while being in a game about playing as a Black Ops operator, in a way that doesn't feel like it's actually playing the fence like it did in the previous games. So the game centers around the discovery of a project involving kidnapping of criminals and homeless people, illegal brain testing, and to hit the trifecta caused a disastrous event that killed 300,000 people. And the ultimate fallout as a result of that discovery, the betrayals, twists, turns, and subtle underlying plot about free will and the existence of consciousness, and the ultimate path of technology in our ever-increasing war of surveillance versus terrorism, was written beautifully, and then handed over to a Call of Duty development team who then proceeded to hire shouting, angry, terrible voice actors who couldn't sell the story, animators who couldn't convey that subtlety in full detail, and then gave it to an audience of players who have a low expectation for the story's quality to begin with. Other than the thematic references about the control of the mind, there is very little connecting this to the other 3 games in the series. Other than a blink and you miss it connection to Menendez, there is no Masons or Woods of any kind.
We have less than 1,000 men, a dozen armored vehicles and a squadron of VTOLs. Essential supplies are low.
How are you still holding on?
You can thank Raul Menendez.
What? Raul Menendez was a hypocritical egomaniac who thought he could make a better world by fucking everything up.
Word of advice if you're going to play this game, pick the female. Not only because it would be the first time in a Call of Duty game where you would get to play as a female character, but also because the voice actor for the female is 1,000 times better than the male. It actually makes a lot of the game make a lot more sense, and definitely by the end, you'll feel a lot more like you got a good experience, because it sort of balances out how bad Hendrix is.
Let me ask you another.
Whoa! Hendrix, stand down!
What is the frozen forest?
I really don't want to spoil the reveal, but I want you to play through the entire game, and just before the last mission in the game, Life, go to the wiki and read the mission start texts in full. Yes, there's an integral part of the plot hidden in the mission start text that just scrolls past. I'm not even joking. If you follow this, then the game will immediately become one of the most interesting stories in a Call of Duty game. Theory crafting about the ending of this game is always fun because it leaves so much open and ambiguous, but not in a way that's confusing or bad, in a way that's good. Understand that while I think this game does a truly terrible way of presenting this story, I do think you should still have the experience I had. And then, once you've read the text at the end of the game, you can play it through a second time and catch all of the amazing subtle hints that were trawling through the game.
Hey, you know what they say about staring into the abyss? Let's go.
Obviously, you can rediscover these if you pay attention the first time through, but it becomes really hard in a Call of Duty game to pay attention to the plot as much as you need to for this to work. And you even realize that some of the major plot holes and points of confusion for the story were intentionally confusing and meant to be flags pointing you to the truth of the situation. Yes, they literally wrote bad plot into the game on purpose to add to the final reveal that is then done so poorly you don't even realize it's happening. Understand that I already revealed in full both the betrayals of Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops 1, but that's because they're actual reveals that happen on screen. Black Ops 3 did the genius reveal of not really telling you outright what's going on outside of 12 seconds at the start of every mission where it scrolls by at 1,000,000 miles per hour. so I'm also not telling you the reveal this game has because I genuinely think it's too good to reveal. Now, will it change your mind about the game as a whole? Probably not too much, but it might make you appreciate what they were going for a lot more. And if you didn't know this game even had a campaign, I wouldn't be too surprised. Obviously, if you're nearly 4 hours deep into a Call of Duty franchise video review, you're probably a fan, but if you've paid any amount of attention to the marketing around this game, it was almost all about the multiplayer. Campaign was even cut for last-gen consoles at the time, being effectively multiplayer only for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. The marketing around it and the coverage of the game was almost exclusively marketed around the multiplayer.
What? Y'all don't know about Kevin?
The multiplayer was the focus, as it almost always is, and in recent years the game is most remembered for its multiplayer and the excellent zombies mode. Oh my god, I've got hands and also hands. What the fuck? I had 4 hands. But the campaign does have some unbelievably interesting things. As an upgrade from Black Ops II, not only do you have your loadout selection that hilariously can let you bring the wallhack gun into Nicaragua in the 80s,
So I mean, is war really a thing anymore when you've got a gun like that? You know, like, is there, dare I say, is there much point? Is it just a range game at that point?
You now have it upgraded. We have all futuristic guns, sure, but you can unlock them, then you have to buy them using fabrication kits. They're not an in-game currency. They're something you get for getting a medal during a mission or completing challenges. You use them to buy guns, abilities, lethal and tactical grenades, as well as stuff for your tac rig and wild cards. The wild cards are less than I'd want them to be. Most of the time they break down to more attachments for gun or have a primary as a secondary. But the tac rig stuff is interesting. You have access to the movement abilities here, making it an optional choice, and I'll talk about how that affects the game later. But you have other stuff like auto-revive, short-range automatic self-defense, blast resistance, the whole deal. It's a lot more than what we've gotten before, and although there's nothing as unique and fun as the access kit from Black Ops II, it makes up for it with some fun guns. The highlights are the spike launcher, which is actually exclusive to one level in the single player, not available in the multiplayer at all, which is pretty cool. It basically combines together the rebar crossbow from Half-Life 2 with the remote explosive crossbow from Black Ops 1, and then they turn it into a giant heavy piece of inexplicable construction equipment, because why not? The micro missile launcher is also very fun. It auto-locks onto up to 5 enemies and shoots the rockets at them, and it's pretty fun to use as an ambush weapon, and the beeps are very satisfying. Also, the cowboy weapons are good too. A single action revolver and a lever action shotgun being used in combat during the 2060s is ridiculous, but just the right kind of ridiculous for this franchise. There's also the unfortunate presence of some really uncreative guns in this too. Like, we're in 2065 now. You could probably go away with the AK and M4 patterns. We could be a bit more creative. I understand the choice of having a Kalashnikov pattern rifle present in any game, though. The Russian military themselves, right now, are using the AK-74M as standard issue. In fact, in the list of assault rifles and used by the Russian army, there are only 3 guns that are not Kalashnikov pattern, though I guess old habits die hard as conscripts have been using Mosin Nagants, which are, at this point, 130 years old. So we have the KN-44, our Kalashnikov pattern rifle for the game. Whatever, it works. The game's answer to the M4, however, is the ICR-1, which is so fucking unoriginal. It is basically the gun equivalent of what Marvel does to comic book suit designs, add a bunch of near-random sci-fi details. There are other appearances of obviously current-era guns that are just sci-fi'd up for 2065. The 48 Dredge is similar to an FN Mini-Me. The 205 Brecci is basically a Remington 870. The Weevil is basically a weird P90. The Cuda is a UMP, and so on. Moving on to the abilities, however, we have some more interesting stuff. They're going the route of character build here almost as much as possible, so you have a wheel of abilities for 3 different cores. Presumably these are physical cores you have installed in you, because you get to choose or change them in the same menu you can pick your loadout. If you reach level 20, you get to change them at will, however, which can make things even more fun, allowing you to chain them together in interesting new ways. The 3 different cores are Control, Chaos, and Martial. The Martial core is the worst one, so I'll start with that one. Each core has a passive ability, as well as 6 abilities that are activated by the Q button. The passive ability here is a takedown, or rapid strike, which allows you to punch out 1 or 2 enemies. It comes in handy for some of the sections of the game, but the main problem is that you're not protected from taking damage when doing context animations in this game, which means while you're locked into the animation of the takedown, you can still take damage and die. Worst of all, it has a massive range, and you can send yourself flying across a room out of cover massively for an attack. Smokescreen is self-explanatory. It doesn't do much at all, but you can use it with the wall hack to abuse enemy POV. Weapon lockout locks off 2 enemies' weapons, but the upgraded version locks 4 enemies. This is probably the best ability in this upgraded status, but still not better than some of the other core's abilities. It prevents damage and gives you easy time to kill them, but is not too good. Concussive Blast is just Doomfist's secondary ability. It's pretty rad, but any ability that forces you to close to the enemy or into an animation struggles massively. It also forces you to use the level design in a way that it really wasn't designed to use, because again, this is an optional thing. Unstoppable Force is the worst example of the animation problem, as it just sends you blind rushing about 20 meters forwards, which means that you could be sent out of cover massively, not even kill everyone you aimed at because you missed, or they walked away, and then end up dying because you're way out of cover. Active Camo is fun, but never really that useful, and it doesn't last very long, because there are only 2 proper stealth levels in the game, and both are optional. Finally, the Martial Corps has the Overdrive ability, which is basically the same ability from Advanced Warfare. Move faster, aim faster, reload faster, sprint faster, it's all the same. It's a little annoying. Next, the Control Corps has a bunch of abilities tied to tech control stuff, the new sort of futuristic era of this game. The passive ability to that one is the Ravaged Core, which allows you to tear out the blue pulsating heart of the robots and then huck it as an impact EMP grenade that then stuns robots in the area. It has limited usefulness, especially as it can hurt you, and it is even less useful in harder difficulties when the robots start rushing you more. Remote Hijack and Protocol Override both hack into the enemy robots and turn them to your side, except Protocol Override swaps the AI to your allied side, and Remote Hijack controls only a single enemy robot, and you can't hijack the biped enemies, so Protocol Override is just better, I guess. Though it's not that reliable, you can get 2 on your side pretty quickly. Servo Shortout explodes up to 3 enemy robots. Though it won't normally kill the bipeds, it will kill the small lads. System Paralysis just shuts down up to 5 robots temporarily, and again, temporary stuff isn't the best, because then you still have to shoot them, and you could have just shot them instead of pressing Q on them. Augmentation Breakdown can hack 2 enemy exosuits and fold them like origami, which is pretty nice, but only in the upgraded version. And finally, Surge, which basically turns the robot into a Middle Eastern terrorist, suicide bombing into a crowd of enemies. Finally, the Chaos Core, the best one. Passive ability is Electrostatic Strike, which just upgrades and improves your default melee attack to a shocking attack that can arc. As for the activated abilities, Immolation instantly explodes an enemy, causing any nearby enemies to die in the blast. Firefly Swarm, meanwhile, will just kill and set fire to enemies as they fly around the map, almost passively murdering a bunch of people. Then the absolute best ability in the game, the Sonic Anti-Personnel. It has a small targeting radius, but can insta-kill a bunch of enemies in an area in front of you. Despite having a bunch of rad, awesome abilities, the Chaos Core also has a couple of less useful abilities. Cacophony, for instance, just detonates explosives in the environment, which you can activate by shooting at them, like in every other game. There's also the Misdirect ability, which just projects a bunch of holographic drones that draw enemy attention, which ultimately isn't all that useful, because again, you still have to shoot the enemy, and there's still a danger. Why not, just blow them away with Sonic Anti-Personnel? So let's finally touch on the big problem this game had when it was made. The tack rig you have allows you to pick your passive abilities at the start of the level. In addition to your core's passive ability, you can pick 2 extras. One of these is the Movement Core, and this being optional is actually a huge problem for the game's design. In Titanfall 2, which is probably the most mentioned non-Call of Duty game in the fucking video, sorry. Anyway, in Titanfall 2, the wall run and double jump abilities were baked into the character from the 2nd level onwards, not counting the simulation at the very start. The game could expect you to always have access to the wall run, because there was never a point, apart from the very first mission in the game, where you did not possess that ability. So the level designers could very freely design levels and gameplay and enemy placements around that movement ability, which is what created the amazing levels in Titanfall 2, II we now love so goddamn much. Effect and Cause, which is one of the most acclaimed FPS levels of all time, literally only works because of this wall running ability being standard. And while Black Ops 3's movement is, in my opinion, genuinely superior as an FPS to Titanfall 2's movement abilities, it locks you to the wall you're running on a lot more, and it lets you run on it longer and at just the right speed so you have an actual opportunity to aim at enemies without worrying about falling or losing momentum. But because it is an optional choice in loadout, not a single level can actually be designed to use it properly. It has to have optional shortcuts, at best, with the main path still being perfectly traversable without the movement abilities. This half-assed approach to the very selling point of the game undermines the very presence of this mechanic, and prevents it from being fully fleshed out as it could have been. The very next year, Titanfall 2 would show us exactly why this decision hurt the game as much as it did. Weirdly, it is the very choice I praised at the beginning, and in Black Ops 2, that ultimately became the greatest failing of both Black Ops 3 and Infinite Warfare I'll be talking about in a bit. The game's story isn't quite as good as Black Ops 2, as the villain Taylor isn't as bonkers or intimidating as Menendez, and neither is Corvus, but the story is still genuinely great once you get what's going on. The concept is genuinely the most unique thing I've seen from a mainstream FPS game. It's just unfortunate that the presentation would go on to ruin it. On the other hand, however, the unbelievable amount of choice you're given in how you want to play is something truly astonishing for a Call of Duty game. Your loadout, playstyle, your abilities, everything can be chosen at will. And while we saw the collection of intel disappear from the last few titles, collectibles are back for Black Ops 3, and you can actually use them to decorate your safe house room, which does add to the atmosphere, and it has nice small, notes on every single one. The replayability of this game is through the roof compared to other titles, especially since you have all these crazy difficult challenges to complete to fill out this metal cabinet. I only have one, which is probably the easiest one to get anyway. I could spend the rest of my life finishing this off. Black Ops 3 is great. Despite being far from the best Black Ops game, it still managed to tell a more interesting story than most of the Call of Duty games have before or since, with actual RPG elements, something we haven't really seen ever since. And the unfortunate reality is, I get why. Black Ops 4 we won't see here, because it doesn't have a campaign. And since I'm only talking about the campaigns, then here we are. Before the second Revival franchise era, Infinite Warfare will mark the end of the experimental Call of Duty games. Black Ops Cold War is good, don't get me wrong, but I feel like we lost a step in between here and there, thanks to the backlash against the campaigns of this game and the upcoming Infinite Warfare. Who knows what would have happened had the community and Activision agreed that this avenue has actual potential.
This is an NRC friendly coming in.
All is good down here. Possible malfunction at your end? Fire now!
Firing! Dead system engaging target. Firing.
Shit! Get out!
Whoever decided that preloading shaders are a thing necessary for a game should probably be killed. I'm not sure exactly how long it took, but when I started the game, I was watching the beginning of Roblox_oof.mp3 by HBomberGuy, and by the end I was booking a plane ticket to Los Angeles to kill Tommy Tallarico. But now I'm staring at this rather plain menu, embracing myself for a playthrough of Infinity Ward's attempts at the newly introduced Sledgehammer formula. Basic and not that deep characters, plot that's incredibly shallow with middling gameplay that's unoriginal, and level design that is disappointingly stale. But starting the game up, Nick Reyes, main character, isn't all that boring. He's a speaking protagonist for the first time in an Infinity Ward game. Who knew how long it would take them? It took them this long to figure that out. The camaraderie between many of the crew on the ship is pretty neat. Nobody is so much of a character that it completely takes you out of the experience. It's pretty nice. Some characters start getting really interesting, actually. They do more with Ethan's existence than I anticipated from an Infinity Ward title, and no joke, the game has side quests. They're not as complex or interesting as Black Ops II. In fact, the side quests in that game are significantly better than this game, given how much variability there is. I do understand that it makes sense that every ship would be made to be the same, but it is really boring to fight in the same level over and over and over and over again, even if the surrounding context and specific mission goals are different. Then as things really start getting interesting, about halfway through the story, the ship crashes into a planet, then everyone dies, the end. I hate to spoil it, but there's no way to avoid it when talking about this game. This is a game that features exosuit movement, a lovable robot companion, and half the game is spent inside a combat vehicle that has different movement and loadout options. You'd think I was talking about Titanfall 2, but no, this is the most disliked video game trailer of all time. Why? People are stupid. It was a bandwagon. It was completely pointless. Black Ops 3 has a complete resurgence this year. Guess why? The movement system was interesting compared to this slide cancel nonsense we have in Modern Warfare 2 these days. The comparison to Titanfall 2 is actually apt and poignant here in some ways, but pretty unfitting in others. There are levels in this game where you definitely, guaranteed have your jumpsuit. You know, the movement abilities in this game, which would, in theory, allow them to do a lot more level design around wall running. Right? Well... See, this game and Black Ops 3 are suffering from the same problem. One that I would like to talk about a little bit more in detail here than while reviewing the game itself. You've heard of ludonarrative dissonance, and I've mentioned ludothematic dissonance. But have you heard of mecha-environmental dissonance? No, you haven't, because I just made that up. It is where the environment is unable to accommodate properly the gameplay elements you have present in your game. See, while there are moments in Infinite Warfare and Black Ops 3 where you can use the movement abilities you are given, few levels take that into account, and as a result, we have a disconnect between my tools and my environment. Imagine a game where you have a grappling hook. It is a core part of the selling point of the game. The game's marketing and many of the game's features are primarily around the fact that you have a grappling hook. You are imagining you will be using it in the same way you've been using grappling hooks or similar tools in games in the past, either using it to climb to explore an open world, or using it to swing around buildings in a city, or basically as a mechanical stand-in for a short-range teleportation ability. Well, what if that game then proceeded to place you underground inside a vault from Fallout for about 80% of the runtime of the game, or in the middle of an empty desert? However, every now and then, in the middle of the level, there's a pit of acid with a giant blue attachment hook hanging over it. No matter how good the grappling hook feels to use, it will be completely undermined by the level design itself. The only time its use is even remotely necessary is when it is circled with a giant marker through the level design. You can attach the grappling hook to any surface above you that you want, but what's the point? The roof is rarely more than a few feet above your head, and most of the time your ascent or descent through the level is using stairs. That would result in the player, that's you, wondering why the grappling hook was even there. The only time it's useful is undermined by the very level design, and the rest of the time it is usable but ultimately useless. That is the problem the wall running has in Black Ops 3 and Infinite Warfare. But they stem from different sources. While Black Ops 3 had to rely on standard level design with added functionality or shortcuts for people who had the movement kit, that was due to a player-first decision that bit them in the ass. The decision was made very early to have this choosable loadout. The levels possess an element of level design that does allow wall running but is never essential, because they knew they had to make it optional thanks to their loadout decision. Infinite Warfare, however, made a decision early not to do that. The jumpsuit is brought into the lore in small parts and is mandatory for many missions in the game. So why do they have the same problem in the level design? Well, Infinite Warfare may have resulted in the same failings for different reasons. The reason Infinite Warfare struggles with it is because of their direction to be incredibly grounded in the world and story, which means, as we're traveling between planets and military bases, the primary inspirations for the level design
has to be real-world examples of space stations and military bases. Places that are relatively cramped and incredibly space efficient. So because we're drawing inspiration from small, cramped spaces, it becomes incredibly difficult to justify gameplay-wise places where you can wall run or double jump. Black Ops 3 got around that issue slightly by not being about large-scale war and instead being more exotic in their choice of locations, also being able to justify the level design through the gameplay. However, because all of the levels have to be either planets, military bases, or space stations, it ends up with all of the levels in Infinite Warfare by the end feeling incredibly similar, and as a result being unable to justify the level design necessary to accommodate the player's abilities. It is never and rarely ever as simple in game development as they forgot or they did it wrong. I mean, sometimes that is the case. Look at the bosses in Deus Ex Human Revolution.
Remember the directions sheets I was talking about at the beginning? We didn't have one for boss fights. We kind of forgot about it.
Very often these things do happen simply because of conflicting design decisions, which is why it's probably a good idea to base your game's story around the gameplay and level design and not the other way around. Before I continue with the review, let me tell you a story about Half-Life. In 1996, Mike Harrington and Gabe Newell, former Microsoft employees, founded Valve. Brainstorming their new product, they wanted to make a horror FPS using two versions of the Quake engine, combining them together, creating their own Gold Source engine. They were, obviously, inspired by FPS games like Doom and Quake, but they had some problems with the direction that games were taking at the time.
For a long time, 3D action games seemed to keep treading down the same path, an increasing focus on a narrow definition of gameplay, and a focus on the graphics instead of the gameplay.
For the most part, level designers can't design games. What Valve figured out was that you needed a creative committee to design a game. A level designer worries about things such as how to lay down the bricks, but not necessarily the story and the scope of the game.
In the end, their criticisms were clear, so they made a game hoping to address those criticisms. They also hired Mark Laidlaw, who was a legal secretary / game reviewer / novelist at the time, who approached them when they were looking for people to use Worldcraft. He wanted to write a story for the game, and he worked in tandem with the level designers and gameplay developers at the time. But then, by the end of 1997, when they had worked on the game for a whole year, they looked at what they had made and realized it didn't work. They were developing this AI and technology while they were making the levels for the game, and realized halfway through development that the game had so much more potential with what they had learned at this point in development. So they scrapped everything and began again. Valve time struck for the first time, as it naturally would, on their first ever project, with the release date sliding from them further and further away, month by month, finally resting on a Thanksgiving release. But the realization was clear. They were developing levels, story, and gameplay at the same time. So while they were talking together and making the game as they went, while communication was clear and planning was present, they didn't know that, by the end, they would have a completely different set of skills and knowledge, and could make a completely different game. So, they made it again. Half-Life was recreated in the form we know today, but the story and game design was done backwards. Mark Laidlaw frequently worked to implement elements of the script from the gameplay he saw. The famous train sequence at the start came from after one developer, Jay Stelly, created a train entity. By the time Laidlaw came to Valve, the basic story was in place, inspired by The Mist and an episode of The Outer Limits called Border World, an alien invasion into an underground science lab, resulting in eventually going to an alien planet. The gameplay and level design came first, then Mark Laidlaw looked at them and tried to justify their existence with a story. The opening of the game, the first half hour where you walk around this normal facility before everything blows up, its most legendary element, came from this backwards development. Brett Johnson, one of the level designers, had created a level inside of Black Mesa that was busted up, and Mark Laidlaw asked a simple question.
I sat with the designer who built that section, Brett Johnson, and we ran through endless corridors and labs, all of them broken up and wrecked. Clearly something had happened. But what?
Laidlaw asked him that day to create a cleaned-up version of the level, and that they might use it as a transition from before the destruction to after. As soon as they saw the two versions side by side, the fate of the game was sealed, the legendary and truly original opening to Half-Life, something other games have been repeating ad nauseum throughout the ages, due to its extreme effectiveness, was created by doing the level design first, then having the story to justify it. Doing it side by side as equals can end up undermining the purpose of the gameplay, where in the case of Infinite Warfare, the game's story and world is being catered to by the gameplay in a way that is unnecessary or restrictive. The reality is that the story team has to serve the gameplay team, and the moment you pretend they're equal, the effort becomes pointless. Titanfall 2 will be the perennial game of comparison to this one. They came out the same year, they have incredibly similar elements, but they are so different in quality, and its game development did something similar to Half-Life, deliberately so. The first game, which was called Titanfall by the way, was a multiplayer-only title, so in order to make a campaign, especially with most of the development team coming from Infinity Ward, the studio had to get rid of their multiplayer forwards mentality. So according to Steve Fukuda, they held a game jam inside the studio. Plenty of people in the campaign development team basically freed themselves to experiment with the tech of the game and make whatever action blocks they wanted.
We were told that it was okay to be as abstract as we wanted. It didn't need a theme, story, or setting, as we were just kind of exploring what was going to be fun.
While there was established lore, the story about BT and Cooper, the discovery of what was going on, the bosses, none of that was even established halfway through development. They literally said they were aiming to make Half-Life.
The reason for us aiming for Half-Life was primarily a matter of trying to create mystery, in the sense that players wouldn't be able to guess what was going to happen next. That would be the big driver of players staying with the campaign, and it was also a byproduct of the fact that we approached this very gameplay first. Almost to the exclusion of story, to be honest.
Before I move on, by the way, I just want to give specific attention to Jake Keating, who, during the game jams and later action blocks, created the basic mechanic that resulted in the level effect and cause. And it serves as an important part of this that I think proves my point more than anything else I could say.
We wanted to showcase it to the point that we warped the story completely to accommodate it. The whole ending with the spinning rings, it's all because we wanted to make it fit in the narrative. It was a big change.
And then Steve Fukuda, the game director, and the writer, Manny Hagopian, and everybody else that was involved had to kind of pick up the pieces and say, okay, I guess we're going to have a level where houses are getting manufactured, and we're going to have a level where you're wall running on a ship, and one where you have a time travel device, and somehow we need to merge these together into some sort of coherent story.
They realized the gameplay potential they had with effect and cause, and instead of molding it to fit the narrative they had created, they molded the narrative to fit the level, and it resulted in one of the biggest landmark levels in FPS games in the last decade. If I've ever learned anything about game design while researching for this video, it's that if you have a theme, or a world, or an experience of play that you want to have expressed, video games are the best medium to do so. If you want to explore the ruins of a derelict society, or fight countless enemies in a space war, or drive a car really, really fast into a wall, then video games are unparalleled in delivering that experience. But if all you want to do is deliver a story, if that is your goal, then you should write a book, or a script. The medium is not ideal for wanting to tell stories alone, because you never know what story the gameplay is telling. Many video games could have been better as books or TV shows or, dare I say, movies. And Infinite Warfare is one of those games. Moving on now. The lesson is over.
Speaking of level design, we have another attempt in this game of what could charitably be called zero-gravity combat, but what really feels a lot more like being a football in Rocket League, floating around mid-air, occasionally getting blasted in one direction or another, while getting assaulted from all sides like a balloon in US military airspace. There are a handful of truly major improvements on Ghosts in this area, together with one massive downgrade. While Ghosts was generally massive orchestral music with only the faint sounds of gunfire outside, and you only really heard the stuff that could be transmitted through your suit, this game, however, has the whole shebang, not even faintly muted or slapping a low-pass filter on it. No, we just fully hear gunfire and explosions in this space vacuum.
Not even orbital vacuum over like an atmosphere like Earth. It's so aesthetically, it's missed the mark entirely on space. I want every moment in space to feel like the phrase, "I have no mouth, but I must scream." I want no noise, I want absolute silence. I just want to hear my own breathing and the movement of my own suit, and maybe my own gunshots because they'd resonate through my bones. You want to know why I think this is good? People try to pretend The Last Jedi was a good movie purely on the basis of a shot with absolute space devastation with zero noise whatsoever, ignoring the milk part of the same movie. It's good. Look at that shot. Don't look at that shot. That shot's horrendous. But at least the two big improvements do help the major problems I had last time, primarily visibility. This time, enemies are highlighted on your HUD. The other is movement. We have a larger space to travel through, so you have a grappling hook, which, despite being presumably wrist-mounted the entire time, is unavailable in traditional gameplay. I guess weightlessness helps with the pull strength in a frictionless environment. You're not fighting against the mass of the person and gravity, you're all just fighting against the mass of the person. But Infinity Ward being utter cunts have decided to not give the specific year we're set in, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly how far we are in the future. Sure, the Wikipedia article says 2187, as does this Eurogamer article, and this Reddit thread has people remembering multiple years, ranging from 2080 to somewhere beyond 2200. But no matter how far this is into the future, this society has space elevators and fully functional humanoid AI robots that pass as human. Any society that has space elevators can figure out how to make a wrist-mounted grappling hook work in traditional environments. Plus, it would have made the gameplay even more fun, but no matter. Speaking of the gameplay, as I said, we now have the ability to actually design levels around having the jumpsuit, thanks to the early design decision made at Infinity Ward. The jumpsuit is actually useful. It's still not mandatory, unfortunately. There are only a handful of moments where it's actually specifically more useful than not using it, but it does allow usage of the terrain in a way that can't be done otherwise. So, special props for that. It does combine fairly well with some of the weapons as well, as shotguns are always fun to blast at someone you get closer via a wall like some sort of goat. But despite that, it's all incredibly grounded. In fact, the wall-running jetsuit is the most out-there thing in the whole game. The game at the very least feels very genuine. Something space combat very rarely does. Halo is so deep into sci-fi it might as well be a fantasy game, and Mass Effect is getting closer and closer to Star Trek, or Star Wars for that matter. Meanwhile, Titanfall 2 is closer to a cartoon than reality. It distinctively has a very cartoony art style, with some truly Black Mesa-style, ridiculously inconvenient designs for structures to facilitate gameplay above logic. But Infinite Warfare therefore feels a bit like brutalist architecture. Here we've been skipping along with joyous, beautiful, yet not at all practical architecture, and then brutalism shows up and gives us a sensible concrete cube. Yet the game has a bit of charm to it. Ethan is genuinely lovable, more so than BT in some ways, because if anything, BT is basically just ripping off Terminator 2. It works well, don't get me wrong, and it's really, really fun to watch, and it does get to you in the heart. But there's a part of me that's screaming against the unoriginality, because when BT tries to emulate a thumbs up or adds a catchphrase to his vocabulary, I just think how charming it was when I watched it first 15 years ago in Terminator 2 as a young child, or how audiences saw it 30 years ago, you know? Meanwhile, Ethan is a total bucking of the trend. Robots are either unbelievably cutesy or stone-cold emotionless bastards that make you question whether they truly possess affection or are simply acting out protective programming. Making a robot a folksy can-do southern lad with a sense of humor is a cliche break I did not anticipate, and it totally works.
We're revealing him at the ceremony today.
You know I get stage fright, right, sir?
You got feelings, Ethan?
I do, Lieutenant. I do. I carry the brain of a human farmer.
Holy shit, are you serious?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
I love Ethan. He's the best. He's my boy. Ethan is enhanced with his relationship to Omar as well, who does follow the classic cliche of doubting the new recruit and then coming to like them later. But while this is a cliche, it has a bit of added depth that the biped that is Ethan is generally used by the SDF, henceforth will be referred to as the Martians, because it's both true and funnier. As a result of that connection, Omar's distrust of robots, such as Ethan, is entirely justified, because who knows how many Black Ops 3 prologue missions he's seen happen to his buddies, with those very robots at the other side of the encounter. While we are on the topic of characters and how genuine the game feels, I guess I should talk about how the entire cast is filled with characters. In terms of characters that have an effect on the plot, the highest number we've had so far is, in a Call of Duty, I think 11 for Black Ops 2. This, however, Jesus Christ, this isn't a true ensemble cast. Black Ops II was just a merging of two different ensembles. This is a true ensemble cast. There is a vast cast here, and all of them are given time. We have our core duo of Reyes and Salter, who play like old friends quite nicely. Their dialogue is suitably generic for primary protagonists in a Call of Duty, and their characters are inoffensive. Salter and Reyes were dueling lieutenants and wingmen for a long time. However, at the start of the game, after Reyes has a Maverick-style "we should act first" talk with Admiral Raines, yeah, I guess nobody in the writing team noticed that having two characters was a bad idea, but okay, immediately after this conversation where Reyes is gearing to action, and soon after meeting Ethan, Geneva is attacked by the Martians, who hacked into their equivalent of the Dead system from Black Ops 3, causing a near-instant invasion and attack on the military. So out of the roughly 20 major fleet ships they had, all but 2 are completely destroyed, with the Retribution, your ship, badly damaged after a ramming attack that killed the captain and second in command. So Reyes, who is basically this universe's Maverick, has to become the captain of the ship, then is upgraded to commander as well, because he's the only person left alive, but then also has to participate in the missions as normal, because guess who also got shot down during the attack? Most of the pilots. So this creates an interesting dynamic between Reyes and Salter. Reyes and Salter having been equals only moments ago, and then soon after, Reyes being massively outranking her, being master and commander of the U.S. Navy, basically. Well, I guess international Navy, but who cares? But that's not all, of course. These things that happened at the start constantly come back up. The debate of whether or not the ramming charge was a good idea is a constant conversation through the game, with it being a genuine debate that is then echoed in the final act when Reyes attempts the same ramming attack, but it fails so miserably, basically kills everyone left alive at that point, directly in a crash, or indirectly when the only course of action then is a suicide mission into the omnibus or whatever Harrington's mission place is called. The fact that that attack severely damaged the ship is actually really important to the aesthetics, because it means that there's a fuck ton of activity all the time. Not just in terms of people moving around, but also in terms of people fixing things, and shit is sparking and exploding. And every time you do a jump, for instance, you do a space jump to move fast in space, everything's shaking around and catching fire. We are flying a damaged vessel into battle. You really do actually feel like you're on the back foot, but because the scale is big enough, we can still justify the amount of resources we have. Calling back to Modern Warfare 3, where the plot says you're on the back foot, but you don't feel like it. Thankfully, Lewis Hamilton is on the job to fix the Retribution. That is a weird side thing I'm just going to mention right now. This game has 2 of the weirdest celebrity cameos pre-Fortnite I've seen in Call of Duty. Obviously, Fortnite has basically converted video games into a pop culture vortex where everything just gets sucked in regardless of message, meaning, or brand overlap. But this game inexplicably has a cameo from Lewis Hamilton and Conor McGregor. Mr. Hamilton has like 3 lines if you walk to him, and McGregor has no lines and instead punches the first character you play as to death, which I suppose is appropriate for his character. Continuing with the crew, however, the ship's damage allows us to be introduced to another member of the crew, Audrey McCallum. Interestingly enough, she used to be a lieutenant commander, even a captain of her own ship, but she herself is going to serve as Reyes' foil for the story as a commander. She dropped out when she realized she couldn't cope with the responsibility of ordering people into battle to die.
They were ready. Now, if you don't have the will to make that kind of choice, then like me, you have no place being in command.
She has a lot of wisdom for Reyes about the journey he's going on. Unfortunately, Reyes is a fucking rock who has no real character arc throughout the game. He's just, a reasonably enjoyable character start to end. God. The rest of the crew are great too for their own reason. Everyone feels like they genuinely have their position and role. No character is truly wasted, and everyone matters a little bit. And while I like both Griff and Gator, I'm just going to go talk about Laura Boss Gibson. Gibson is the flight deck officer for the Retribution, and shows some damn real feeling dialogue, as it feels genuine, I guess is a better way to say it. Give a fuck. She's your in and out of every mission you do, basically, since nearly every time you'll be going through the flight deck. Very often, she or her second, Erwin Kloos, is the first face you see when you come back, and the last face you see before you leave. As a result, the way her character is handled is central to how the ship works, and man is she great. Rank-wise, she is below Reyes, and I think Salter even, yet her nickname is Boss, and she is master of her domain. She's not a servant of Reyes that a character who is often relegated to handling the vehicles can be referred to. You genuinely feel like she cares about her job more than anything and takes it absolutely seriously. She's not insufferable, she's just in charge, and Everyone respects her domain. She is the mother of that part of the ship. She owns that part of the ship, and everyone defers to her, even Reyes and Salter. And I suspect the old captain did so too. This game has a bunch of really good examples of different ways to write and portray women in video games, and I can't believe it's from a fucking Call of Duty game. Salter, Gibson, Boats, and Mac all serve as different versions of strong women, yet none of them feel like the trope. They all feel pretty great.
Is she Lebanese?
Yes.
Fuck. Ah.
Yes, but speaks with an American accent.
100 years in the future, I don't think that's going to be a thing, I'll be honest.
Lebanon?
Yeah.
But the problem with the game is, what do these characters spend the plot doing? Well, they spend the plot trying to fight Kit Harington and the Martians, and Jesus Christ. In terms of raw playtime, Infinite Warfare is almost the least played game on this list, because generally I will have already played through these campaigns multiple times before I make this. Black Ops I, for instance, almost 32.5 hours played. Modern Warfare 2, 32 hours on the dot. World at War, which you might remember I gave a scathingly negative review of earlier, nearly 19 hours of play. Infinite Wartier, 14.5. It's not literally the least hours spent playing any game, but are we really going to count the first two games? I grouped them together here for a reason. They're basically the same game twice with minor differences. Even Advanced Warfare has 16.1 hours, and that's only because while I've played through the campaign 3 times, it's a fairly short campaign. Infinite Warfare's story campaign, the missions, the levels, the plot development, it's fucking dull. I said it. It's boring. I mean, I already kind of said it with the Brutalist comparison earlier. The reason I've spent so long focusing on the characters is because, bafflingly, it's the only thing it does great. The writing of the characters. Because the story sucks. The Martians are so comedy evil they might as well literally be the Martians from Mars Attacks. Kit Harington is the worst actor on Game of Thrones, yes, including extras. I said that since I saw the first 2 episodes and gave up on the show because it was clearly piss. Every opinion I've ever had has been vindicated throughout my entire lifetime. The Settlement Defense Front is a totalitarian militaristic state that seceded 30 years prior to the game's events from the space NATO, literally called SATO. Kill yourself. Then they decided to kill us for whatever reason. I mean, they seceded, didn't they? Whatever. At the start of the game, they invade Earth, and then that's the game. So, is the entire game sabotaging the Martians' operations, taking the fight to them, shutting them down? No. It's kind of viewed as buying time for Earth to rebuild knockoff Star Destroyers. I'm not even kidding. Ideally, because this game is being painfully grounded for a game set in fucking space, you'd want to do that. But as this is a space Call of Duty, one would be remiss for anticipating a fucking military simulator from the franchise and developer whose tamest moment was collapsing the Eiffel Tower using a drone strike. Why is now the point Infinity Ward decided to be so utterly grounded and real is insane to me. But whatever. They even consulted military fucking specialists, on what this potential space warfare would be like. Keep in mind, the most commonly accepted date for this game is set 100 years after the events of Black Ops III. The idea that there's a person alive that could tell you what warfare would be like then is absurd. It'd be like asking Ramon Castilla of the Peruvian Civil War of 1858 what a fucking war in Ukraine would look like in 2023. Presumably, whatever information they got informed the interiors and how the crew functioned, because boy, does it feel good to be in the Retribution.
Captain on the bridge.
The fact that they have a normal 18th century bell is hilarious.
That's great.
I wish it was bigger, and I wish it was more open, like a huge version of Black Ops 3's hubs. But with what little they did do, it feels like a formidable home with a considerable crew. Crew you slowly begin to aware under your charge. The actual presence of the hub in the game actually serves as a sort of mid-thing. It replaces the loading screens and cutscenes we had in previous games. There's no skip in time. The only literal skip in time is only measured in minutes, which means that the whole game takes place basically in a day, which makes the whole thing even more ridiculous, but whatever. The characters you play with are great, but they're trapped in a boring plot with terrible, boring levels. I struggled to bring myself to play this game again to get additional footage. If you want to play this game, don't. I'm sorry. The characters aren't worth it this time. The game isn't worth it this time. I'm sorry. The new stuff isn't good enough or original enough to justify playing this fucking game. Black Ops 3 is worth playing because it has such a unique and strange, different new plot with bad characters. But it's such an interesting game that it is definitely worth playing.
Infinite Warfare, sure, the characters are fun and enjoyable. They're really good, in fact. Dare I say, the best characters alone that we've seen in a Call of Duty thus far. But the game around it is not fucking worth it. It's just not. It could have been. The concept is interesting enough, but the execution isn't bombastic or big enough to warrant enough interest. Anyway, I think I can safely retract my statement that the writing team for Call of Duty Ghosts should kill themselves. I'm sorry, Brian, that was too harsh. But you should still flagellate yourself over that awful game. With World War II, Sledgehammer games were basically tossed a hot potato. Advanced Warfare, Black Ops III, and Infinite Warfare were choking the company in PR terms. Reviews were down in the sci-fi genre, and suddenly a return to World War II seemed like a great idea. So whether by coincidence or through being ordered by Activision, World War II served as a stopgap as the series decided to reinvent itself, with reboot franchises, of course. This is the final game in what I would like to call the inter-franchise era. I haven't really discussed this openly during my reviews, but I do consider the games to fall into distinct eras. For instance, there was the cooking-by-the-book era that encompassed the 3 first games. During this era, Treyarch and Infinity Ward were effectively following what was already being done at the time, just executing it as good as possible. Innovation in this era, even for its time, was very little. It's just the best execution, or more realistically, the most broadly appealing version of something that has already been done to death. The second era I consider to be the first franchise era, spanning from Modern Warfare until Black Ops II. You'd think it's until Black Ops 3, but not really. We've already discussed why Black Ops 3 isn't really a continuation of the franchise, rather than a new take on the same basic ideas. During this era, the Call of Duty franchise started by breaching out into new eras of games that hadn't been done before. Modern combat, futuristic combat, and Cold War combat in Vietnam and stuff, setting the stage while they were at it. The franchise started to settle into its niche within the world, where it sat in the grand scale of video games. They weren't milsims, nor were they totally ridiculous nonsense. They were trying to emulate the perfect middle ground between ridiculousness and believability, peaking with Black Ops II. Next, we have the experimental era, from Ghosts until this game, the inter-franchise era. And the only actual sequel that released during this time was Black Ops 3 and 4, and both of them are so radically different from the previous games and each other that it isn't even really worth mentioning. However, this experimental era would be cut off once World War II was made, since people weren't a fan. The experiments generally didn't have enough time to develop their ideas, and as a result were kind of left half-finished. We've talked about that already. Rounded off at the corners, evoking what great stuff could have laid within, but not really ever crossing the threshold. This places World War II at an odd position, being forced to bridge the gap between what came before and what is to come next, as well as trying to give us a stopgap, a marketable return to form before we move on to the second franchise era soon to come, the reboot era, as I call it. But it was also just a strange period in gaming in general. The specter that hung over all single-player titles in the late 2010s was multiplayer. In the years prior, there had been a rising surge of multiplayer games, in particular Battle Royale titles like H1Z1 and, soon after this game, PUBG, which of course took over the entire world for years after the fact, completely altering the direction of gaming as a genre. The rise in multiplayer games came after years of the rising popularity of esports, as well as predatory practices such as microtransactions creating a social element to the multiplayer thing. Blizzard released their first original IP since 1998's StarCraft in 2016 when they released Overwatch, a multiplayer-only hero shooter. Bethesda, a company massively renowned for publishing and developing excellent single-player franchises since the 90s, came out with Fallout 76 in 2018, an open-world MMO version of Fallout, the first multiplayer-only game they published since Brink in 2011, apart from, of course, Elder Scrolls Online, released in 2014, which
which itself was probably a response to 2013's GTA 5 getting a companioning GTA Online that has maintained steady popularity until this very day, despite being a decade old now. So, in walks Call of Duty, at a time when their competing franchise, Battlefield, has utterly abandoned the idea of a single-player campaign with almost any amount of effort at all. Hardline, Battlefield 1, and Battlefield 5 are basically demos of the multiplayer instead of an actual campaign, and 2042, at this point, doesn't even have a single player of any kind. Gaming, and in particular shooters, are abandoning single-player games, and here World War II enters.
So he asked me for my watch, and I'm thinking, what the hell do you want my watch for? You're the captain of the goddamn football team.
I was surprised when I learned it would be Black Ops 4 that would be first Call of Duty without a single-player campaign, but not because I didn't think it would eventually happen. I was just surprised it was Black Ops, or at least I should say I would have been surprised had I learned about it now. I didn't realize what Black Ops 3 was and just thought it was dog shit, so when Black Ops 4 came with no single player, I said good. But in retrospect, Black Ops seemed to be the least likely franchise to do it. Meanwhile, World War II does have a single player campaign. It starts strong with its core concept. We have a single player story. For the first time in a World War II Call of Duty, we're going to be sticking to a linear series of events following only a single group of soldiers. We're pulled out for individual missions to play as different characters, but for the most part, you're playing as Red from this specific regiment of the Bloody First. Though I'm sure Alex is going to go more in depth on what that title means, be assured it's the 1st Infantry Regiment, frontline work only for these soldiers. We follow this group of soldiers from the beaches at Normandy until the forests of Germany, crossing the Rhine and all. We don't go to Berlin, but at this point the storming of the Reichstag has been done to death. However, as has the Battle of the Bulge, and we do that here anyway. Hey, pivotal battles in World War II are pivotal no matter how tired you get of it. We're going to do it over and over again. In fact, there are multiple battles that we do over again here that were done in Call of Duty 2, for instance, and United Offensive. This focused campaign allows us to follow history and characters a little closer than previous titles. It also allows us to have a more cohesive central theme in a story. We also have a deliberate cast of characters with actual personalities that reflect the patina of the era. These characters can and should be based on real historical context that would make them interesting to listen to, and lo and behold, that is in fact true. We have 6 core characters, which is a large cast for a video game with an 8-hour campaign to try and flesh out. And overall, it does a decent job of it, though not as good as Infinite Warfare. We have an Italian-American Catholic who is a little bigoted. We have a Jewish German-American who is a little too cocky for his own good and introduced as clever, silver-tongued con man. We have a book-smart yet brave comic relief character, and we have our main character, Red. Better known as Daniels, because Red doesn't make sense as he isn't ginger. Look at his hair. Is that ginger?
It's not.
That's
no.
That's like a
Blonde.
light brown.
Dirty blonde, I'd say.
But whatever. Our character is our all-American everyman. To give him a bit of bite, he does have some personal emotional baggage. They don't play him up as a tactical genius, but they make him clever enough to actually interact with the plot and not be the silent partner in a shitty plot. He's not totally blank slate, but he's close enough to function as one. Then we have the 2 leaders of this group, good cop and bad cop, Turner and Pearson. Seemingly self-aware of their roles, representing a kind guiding hand and tough love leadership.
War's not done.
Now come on, Pearson, let them have this.
That's what Turner's for.
Turner and Pearson served together, but Pearson apparently lost his old rank due to getting all his guys killed because he was apparently a ruthless dickhead.
Fun's not allowed under Pearson. You know why he's always writing you? Kasserine Pass.
Lost my best friends there.
Yeah, earned him an Article 15 and a demotion. He had to be a hard ass, and his men paid the price. Mission was Fubar, a massacre. Nazis had no mercy.
This is how he's viewed through most of the game, but there's a nice reveal where we find out that no, Pearson is this asshole now because being a goody who cares about his soldiers surviving got them all killed. This single detail makes Pearson the first ever, on paper, 3-dimensional character in a Call of Duty game. Isn't that incredible? World War II's development was in a strange era for Call of Duty as a franchise. Oh. Obviously, a return to form was pretty much ordered by the executives at Activision to try to remedy some of the failings of the previous games in terms of PR, going all too far into the sci-fi genre. But we've already discussed why that failed. Nothing to do with the genre, everything to do with the messy and poorly guided development. Not developing for the features of the era. Bafflingly, World War II is a game that actually does develop things for the era. This isn't really a full return to the original Call of Duties. It is superficially. We're back in World War II, fighting as the Bloody First for what I actually think is the third time in the franchise, but we have a bunch of new mechanics we need to run through. We have teammates with special abilities you can activate. We have a medkit system and a lack of regenerating health. We have an actual written story with characters that on first look seem to have some depth to them. We'll get to that later. And we have some other interesting parts. Sure, Black Ops III was the first Call of Duty to feature a playable woman, but here we have a playable named woman. Isn't that interesting? She even has a unique stealth level. In order to talk about this game in any meaningfully understandable way, I'm going to have to break it up into its constituent parts, then talk about how they work together. Then, finally talking about the story at the end, and I have a lot to say. This is such a roller coaster experience for me, and this script is 10 pages long. First, I think it's appropriate to start with the newest part, the characters and the abilities. There are a lot of ways to make us care about the characters in a story, give them distinctive personalities, special roles, sympathetic backstories, or have them do things that help us, the player. World War II actually tries to do all four, but kind of in a disconnected manner. In Bioshock Infinite, Elizabeth has multiple ways within the gameplay to help us. She runs around the battlefield picking up ammo or health kits for you, and then she can also unlock additional parts of the battlefield on demand if you want to. An ability that is directly tied to her entire character. Her ability to open tears in the world directly affects gameplay, and is a major part of the story. In fact, it's almost the pivoting point of the story. In Bioshock Infinite, these abilities were activated either passively or very deliberately, such as the ammo thing. You could effectively press the appropriate context button and you would receive the ammo or health or salts or money that Elizabeth had found. It was quick and nice. In order to activate the pieces of the terrain, you would look at the appropriate tear, deliberately, and activate it. Simple. In World War II, however, things are a bit different. In here, it's slightly off. Like, our lieutenant gives you ammo, which I guess makes sense. He is the core of the team, logistically speaking. But then our secondary character, Zussman, gives us medkits. But he's not a medic himself, not in the story or in uniform. People get shot when he's around and he doesn't, leap into action to help anyone. Aiello is just another rifleman, yet he gives you a signal grenade to call in mortar fire. But Stiles is the guy who has the radio half the time. Wouldn't it make more sense for, him to call in an airstrike? But no, Stiles, the meek but sarcastic guy with the radio, is the one who gives you a bucket of fucking hand grenades. There's nothing in the story to indicate why the fuck this is happening. For that matter, there's nothing in the story to indicate why Pearson, the aggressive, alcoholic sergeant, gives you wall hack. None of these abilities represent the characters in any way, and there's no real reason or explanation as to why these are the abilities they do. Aiello never mentions he's got a buddy in the artillery team. Pearson is never talked about as having 20/20 perfect vision. Zussman isn't mentioned as always carrying an extra medical kit. It stinks of simultaneous development, that the characters were made, then the developers and writers went in separate rooms and never talked. What it does do is make you miss when there's not the right person in the mission. In the missions where Zussman is unavailable, you really start to miss his ability to throw you healing kits, thanks to the removal of regenerating health. The problem is the effect of this change is limited by how prevalent healing kits are in the levels, or the lack of danger you are in when he isn't there. For instance, in the mission where he leaves you behind to go blow up a few anti-air cannons, you're in a bell tower with basically no one shooting in your direction. You are not in danger here. In the missions where he's just off doing other shit, you're just given health kits so often, and shot at so little that it just becomes a bit of a farce. Ammo becomes a concern enough that you have to pick up guns, and thankfully I have zero complaints. All the guns feel great, shoot where you aim, yet aren't so accurate and so powerful as to make combat outright trivial. Landing a headshot is always fun, and the distinctive sound and red tick mark signifying a kill as opposed to just a hit is great. The gameplay works really, really well, and running out of ammo can be exciting as you scavenge from the appropriate firearm. Fucking hell, really? There we go. God, it feels fucking dirty and fucking shitty. Like, it feels genuinely like, oh god. So when Turner dies, which is the only death in the game, it sort of doesn't matter. Like, mechanically speaking, like, you don't miss having the extra ammo because you could just pick up other guns, and all the guns are good. Meanwhile, Pearson's wall hack is available in times it would be really rad to have. Perfectly timing. Multiple times, the Germans are running through smoke and you get to shoot at them. You even get to see them literally spawn in front of you, which is all the more hilarious. But it is genuinely rad that they make sure Pearson is there every time the wall hack would be really cool to have. The problem with all of these abilities, however, is that they suck in a very specific way. Elizabeth's abilities were A, tied to static landmarks in the world that you could look at that generally have a huge detection area, or B, triggered by a button press without requiring looking in any direction. Here in World War II, however, they have made the choice of placing these button presses on specific NPCs that have their own AI that moves around and then decides that you will need line of sight. The detection is also not all that reliable. Numerous times I found myself spamming F against a character who is definitely within line of sight, yet it isn't registered, because he's doing some fucking contextual animation where he can't trigger the animation required to throw the thing to me. On top of the AI constantly running around, being behind cover and being busy, half the time you just can't get the abilities at all. Since we only have 2 weapons anyway, you could easily swap them with 1 button, and perhaps activating the abilities should be by number 1 through 5. You could even make Turner number 1, so when he dies, there is a constant gap present on the keyboard. But they don't do that. Instead, it's this mess. I discussed in the review of Modern Warfare about narrow variety versus wide variety. It's probably been over an hour now, video-wise. The short version is that narrow variety uses few gameplay mechanics to explore a bunch of different potential ways to play and things to do, while wide variety uses a bunch of different game mechanics to give a similar variety. Well, World War II definitely falls into the latter category. It's kind of a spectrum, but it's more wide variety than narrow variety. There's a spy subterfuge mission, 2 dedicated stealth missions, a tank mission, a couple driving sections, and a plane mission. While the majority of the game definitely stays relatively stick to the infantry gameplay, there's enough segmented and separated parts of gameplay to count as this more wide variety nonsense. As a result, we have to judge those individual parts. While the core gameplay is great, with some iffy special abilities and generally fun level design, if the attached mandatory other segments suck, then the whole game suffers. So what of those other segments? The stealth segments have 3 flavors. Flavor number 1 is a beautiful, round-bottomed and salty and stormy, almost smoky flavor of this basement mission, where you are unarmed with a child against enemies in a controlled environment. The first time through, this is tense due to the layout of the enemies. Unfortunately, on repeat playthroughs, it is significantly less tense, because their movement is not only predictable, but very scripted. Once you know their very convenient movement patterns and activation triggers, it's really, really easy to avoid them. Flavor number 2 is Spy Subterfuge, as the French resistance member Rousseau, which feels like basically a test for the Black Ops Cold War mission in the KGB that is rad as hell. It's the Lubyanka building, right? Which is the KGB? Fucking whatever. We'll get to that when we get there, but this one is very simplistic. It's basically only 2 goals back-to-back. There's only 2 info checks that can reveal you, but the second one is actually not that relevant because the guy knows you're Rousseau anyway. Later it transfers into Flavor 3, the tastiest one. The sweet and delicious, relatively open area with multiple ways through, to achieve some stealth, generally with a silenced gun, that makes everything comically easy. Also, the complete lack of any clarity in what is visible and what isn't makes the stealth not that deep. But it works. It's fine. It isn't as good as later Call of Duties have gotten, but give it a break. This is basically the second ever time they've actually tried a proper stealth mission. No, I don't count All Gillied Up or Cliffhanger. It's fine that it isn't all there yet. These open areas don't last long, and the troop movements in AI don't have any logic for discovering dead bodies, only for seeing their enemies die in their field of view. So the stealth ends up being all not that deep. Just kill anyone who isn't being watched directly. Why is the logic of discovering bodies not there? Because there's no way to pick up bodies, a feature that would interfere with all the weapon pickups that are necessary because the ammo restraints of the game. You could turn the feature only on for when the stealth missions are active, but that's just extra work. Let's just have the AI walk up and get suspicious in the presence of a suddenly dead body with an exit wound instead of a nose. So what about the 3 types of vehicle sections? Plane, tank, and Jeep. Jeep is a bit stupid, but generally fun. Rather than previous games like Black Ops, you're actually given the freedom to move around, like you were in Advanced Warfare with the boats, fully capable of crashing and fucking up. Just about every time I play through the first level, I crash into this wall because it looks like I should be able to slam straight through that building for a cool moment, but that's just me reading too much into the level design. In reality, these parts are generally inoffensive, which is the best thing I can say about a forced vehicle section. One of them even ends with what is literally the longest crash in a Call of Duty campaign. Time from the explosion that starts the crash until the final thing lands is
54 seconds. I'm sorry, it's been like 2 weeks.
Which is frankly insane. It goes the full trajectory from cool to stupid to radical, bridging the gap between Die Hard and Fast and Furious in the course of
roughly 1 minute.
Very impressive. The plane section, on the other hand, is not inoffensive, but actually deliberately offensive. It is without a doubt in my mind the worst part of the game, right below when a black man shows up in the main plot. Disgusting. The plane sections were clearly created by someone who heard the Battlefield 1 plane gameplay described to them down a telephone. It sucks, massively outstays its welcome, and comes right after the excellent tank level I'll talk about in a little bit. The controls suck, the lock-on mechanic feels like it'll actively make you miss rather than make it easier, there's absolutely zero clarity in where I'm aiming, or how many bombers I have left that I need to protect. It's so utterly unclear that it isn't even funny. The combat is absolutely inane, it feels terrible, looks awful, and excites me about as much as trying to cook cement into edible food. But the tank level? Oh god, the tank level is sick. You get introduced to Perez early in the game, and he tells the squad about why Pearson is a bit of a cunt, so you get the idea of his personality. You're a little invested. Plus, he's not the main cast, so he can be a bit of a red shirt, narratively speaking. Excellent World War II games in the past have used tank commanders as red shirts. My favorite World War II shooter, Brothers in Arms, did this exactly. Once you gain control of Perez in the tank, the first thing you notice is the perspective. Even with the highest field of view at 95, your angle of view through the tank is absolutely tiny. You can't see much except for maybe 50 degrees in front of you, and turning is incredibly slow. Unlike the anti-air cannons that I'll just quickly describe as very fun, you don't get as quick as the mouse movement. Your sensitivity is super low, and the rotation is capped. So when you're moving around corners, you have to do some Olympic mouse lifts. The claustrophobic corridors feel cumbersome due to your gigantic movement. This perspective also creates another problem. You don't really know which direction you're facing, like the bottom of your tank. And what's hard to describe, the movement of what is forward changes based on where you're facing, which makes movement really, really clunky and hard, which feels appropriate for the huge tank that we're inside. This is in stark contrast to the stupid tank sections we've had before, where the camera is positioned in a vehicle racer configuration. Your movement speed and mobility is easy to control because you can always see exactly where you're facing, and your camera sensitivity is the same. Your tank just follows the mouse on a delay and slowed down. So you have way better mobility and aim. You can acquire a target in a quarter of a second and just wait for the cannon to move to it and fire perfectly. Also, your field of view is gigantic, so you can see everything, even behind you. Meanwhile, World War II's tanks electing to choose this clunky, slow-moving, slow-rotating option makes the tanks feel like gigantic lumbering beasts. And although it's only for one level, the battle against the two Panzer IVs and the King Tiger is absolutely epic. The clunky combat and movement means you have to work on sound and intuition to find out where the other tanks are moving. Outmaneuvering them, dodging shots, and firing your own is all incredibly heavy and clunky. It feels stressful in a perfect way, and it really works. I feel like they tried to do more than one level. It wouldn't be as good, and it'd overstay its welcome, like the plane mission, or they'd try a bigger area that wasn't just these tight corridors of streets, and it would ultimately suffer. Giving a quick 10-minute segment with the tanks that is rad as hell is absolutely perfect. This is decidedly the best tank segment in an FPS, at least in my opinion. In an FPS that isn't also about, tank, whatever the fuck. Now let's talk about the story. By far the most infuriating part of this game. The game starts off by stabbing a named character in the stomach, a character that was introduced as a character that was going to stick around.
Since I'm obviously on a lucky streak, whatever happens, Stay close. First Normandy, then the Rhine.
Do they kill him? It'd be a wild thing to do. They did set him up as a continual character, but that could completely change how we view the game and the story. Death is entirely possible and a real threat. It'd make the battles of the Bloody First feel all brutal, because you've introduced us to these 8 characters or 6 characters, and they could all die at any moment. But no, they don't. Turner dies, but he's set up in the story as a character that would almost inevitably die. He's trying to take control of the situation and make everyone get out alive. So naturally, in order to enter the deepest cave, as the hero's journey says, where Turner is dead, Daniels is injured, and Zussman is captured, he has to die. They could have made an important historical point about the death toll of the Bloody First. Instead, everyone survives everything with minor injuries at best. Zussman basically walks off his stomach getting rearranged with a German bayonet. While he's criticized for getting back in the field and doubted, it doesn't come up in any real way. He doesn't face any consequences for returning early with an injury. He just holds it a bit and Pearson uses it to bully him. That's it. There's no depth to it. Instead, the game makes a general point about the deadliness of war, done in this game with the death of a civilian, the older sister of a child you rescue in the aforementioned unarmed stealth segment. She gets lit up by Germans and they have to drive away with her dead. Nothing you can do. It sucks, and although it makes an okay point about the civilian deaths in Germany, and even that German civilians were not all party to the war, but that point has already been made by dozens of other games. It's moot at this point. Civilian death doesn't matter. Games are too scared to show your death. I mentioned Brothers in Arms earlier, but that series actually does give you the consequences of war. The first game has you playing as Matt Baker, the sergeant of the squad where everyone always dies. The game starts off and one of your 13 soldiers has already died. Halfway through the game, the comic relief gets killed by the communications officer being a dipshit, a traumatic event that causes him to commit suicide at the end of the game at the hands of a German tank while under full psychosis. An event that causes Matt Baker to have continual PTSD for the entire franchise. People die all the time in Brothers in Arms because it, as a game, was trying to make a point about the chaotic and deadly nature of the 101st Airborne. The Bloody First had basically the same death toll, if not more, yet only one guy dies in this game. And it's the guy that was narratively telegraphed to do so. What would be really baller is if they killed the guy who was telegraphed not to die. Taking the, oh boy, civilians die a lot in war, huh? And bringing it to Call of Duty is a bit like bringing your own gun to the army. It's already there, and it's been there from the very start. If they wanted to brutally show how many fucking died as part of the Bloody First, then there's a story to tell that hasn't already been done in Call of Duty. Man, I'd love to play Call of Duty 2 Big Red 1, because that game also tackles the story of the Bloody First, and I want to see what they did instead. Unfortunately, it's a console exclusive and is therefore excluded from these reviews and basically my life. By the way, once again, if you're wondering where any of the console exclusive or multiplayer only games in the Call of Duty franchise, they are below whatever the bottom game is at the end of the video. Just say, because I can't be fucked. I'm not buying a 14-year-old console to play a shitty 12-year-old game. Instead, what we do have here are two-dimensional characters who go through arcs off-screen or not at all, whose triumphs and troubles are generally handled off-screen or like a light switch. Aiello, for instance, starts out as a bit of a bigot.
Aiello had enough fight in him for 2 men.
Ma said never shake hands with a Jew.
That's not what she said last night.
And enough bigotry for 6.
And then he meets a black man, judges him slightly.
Howard was part of the company that took the ridge. I can't believe they let him fight.
Oh yeah, they even let us die.
And then 2 missions later, he says, I was wrong, I am sorry, #BLM, #Black History Month, #ACAB. No, what would have been much better is he starts off as a bigot thinking less of Howard because of his skin color. And after Howard has proved himself to Aiello, he would respond, hey, you're one of the good ones. That's a bittersweet conclusion. But no, instead he's a reformed racist after 2 weeks. Styles, meanwhile, is a completely static character. He doesn't have any real trials. He's effectively, together with Aiello, the comic relief, making admittedly funny jokes during the course of the campaign.
I can't feel my hand. Oh my god.
Keeping things light, which would have been perfect if he's the first to die. Unfortunately, he's not even close to dying at any point. Pearson, who is the only guy we haven't talked about, is basically the lone bad apple. He has one of the more interesting character backstories, but it's super one-dimensional. I said it was on paper three-dimensional, but he is almost entirely surface level in reality. There's nothing really more behind him being a dickhead, even though it's alluded to. Sure, the reason he's a dickhead is literally present and is more complicated than he's always been a cunt. He's callous now because being a savior like Turner wants him to be caused him to kill nearly all his men, lose his rank, and get one step short of court-martialing. He's still a dickhead, but is also literally correct the entire time. Everything he says is the correct call.
Yeah, I'm sorry that things didn't go exactly as planned, but on the bright side, we've just alerted every goddamn German outpost in the whole area, so we gotta get moving.
At the Battle of the Bulge, as the tanks are overrunning you, he calls the order for artillery to target your position. While insane, it would, kill the tanks dead. You also have foxholes that would minimize potential casualties on your side. It's the right call. But instead, the story, or more realistically the characters, view it as Pearson just being an insane lunatic that's gonna murder us.
Despite Pearson's best efforts to kill us, we made it and defended the convoy.
The game itself doesn't understand this distinction either, as Pearson literally almost murders us in cold blood while we lay injured on the floor, meaning not even the game understands this character's potential depth. No, he's just callous. There was an attempt at having a character be self-reflective and understanding. When someone says to him, "Don't you think your team deserves a bit of praise," or some shit like that, Pearson responds, "That's Turner's job." It implies that Pearson gets the good cop, bad cop dynamic. Turner is here to make sure nobody becomes insubordinate, but Pearson's here to make things happen.
You see wings on me, Private?
No, Sergeant.
That's because I'm not your fairy fucking godmother!
That he gets that they probably deserve praise and admiration, but he can't be the one to do it. That's Turner's job. But no, instead, none of the rest of the writing reflects this. So instead, the meaning of this line isn't, "I understand, but I can't do it." It's, "I'm a cunt, so Turner, who's a goody two-shoes, is going to be the one who says it, because I'm a cunt." Finally, let's talk about Daniels. He's a bit of a weird choice of character. He's best buddies with Zussman throughout the entire game, protecting him from Pearson's shitty behavior. Daniels is active in the plot, but in the wrong way, if that makes sense. He keeps dreaming of his older brother who died because Daniel was unable to keep his shit together and shoot a wolf fast enough. The weakest parallel possible in this situation is Daniel's then finally shooting the German soldier as a parallel to finally shooting the wolf. But that's a dogshit parallel. Instead, what if the older brother died trying to save Daniels and died as a result? So when he returns to try to save Zussman, Daniels loses his life. At the end of the game, when Zussman is captured and taken away, Daniels is injured and given an option to go home. We see the whole cutscene about how he would go home, and then he tears it up so he can go save Zussman.
No sacrifice too great! You don't know anything about sacrifice! How about this? Honorable discharge papers signed by Davies. My ticket home. I could have had everything. A hero's welcome. My girl in my arms. Hell, even a Bronze Star.
But there's no real sacrifice. There is no sacrifice. He goes, saves Zussman, and then goes home anyway. There is no sacrifice. Tearing it up should be a sacrifice. Daniels, narratively, should die to save Zussman. Nearly all games that cover World War II, or any war in general, generally make some kind of argument about the cycle of death that war perpetuates. Yet, this doesn't. This is exercising your demons through murdering people during a war. There's no cycle of death present here. There's no sacrifice. You should have the Saving Private Ryan ending. You should have just copied the Saving Private... It's the Saving Private Ryan ending. Tom Hanks and his entire team dies so that fucking Matt Damon can live. It's the fuck... You could have just watched the most famous World War II movie of all time and gotten it right. But no, instead there's no sacrifice. Oh my god. As for Zussman, his missed opportunity is he's shown going to the internment camp, and then we see the POW camp right after he left. And then we find him emaciated and fucked up. The game actually doesn't show us either the POW camp or any other work camp for the Nazis. This game just almost did it. They almost showed an active POW camp. They almost had the balls to show off the horrors the Nazis did. But no, they just didn't. They just fucking didn't do it. They showed them going on the train, and they showed him at the end where they'd cleared up. Fuck knows if all the evil things they did in the camp that we see with the cameras would have been just there anyway. By the way, as you go through, Styles is taking pictures, and they don't even use real fucking pictures from these POW camps. Wouldn't have that been a fucking start? Wouldn't that been a fucking, like, kick in the chest? Like, you go into this fucking building, and then you realize, holy shit, it's a 3D recreation of an actual picture from a POW camp. Wouldn't have that been amazing? And then you find out, oh my god, the photographer's name was Styles? Holy shit, they actually connected. No, they didn't. They didn't do any of that. It's just nothing. It's just fucking nothing. It's a black and white filter instead. Fuck's sake. There are so many individual parts here that almost make it incredible. Like, hey, up on the hill, when Turner dies, Perez's tank blows up, but he climbs out and he's fine. IAO got shot during that bit too, but he's fine, so he's literally back immediately afterwards. What was the point? The game would have been amazing if it actually followed up on the promises the earlier parts made, but they don't follow up on it. Perez doesn't die, nobody else dies, Zussman doesn't die, nobody fucking dies. The whole game, you're waiting for the dark and dramatic but bittersweet death of a core character to give a satisfying conclusion to the story, and it's fucking Daniels' brother in the past instead. Instead, as you go into the story, they don't telegraph the death anymore. For the first 2/3 of the game, it's writing checks that the last third is so incapable of checking that it just becomes completely pointless. When Zussman is captured at the end of the game, and there's a 14-hour cutscene before the last mission, the stakes have already been lowered so ridiculously significantly because we already survived so much bullshit, and we already passed a bunch of plot points where the other deaths could have happened. You know Zussman is going to survive, that Daniels is going to survive, because nobody fucking dies. There are no actual consequences. In the big chase to follow Zussman that ultimately gives us our final kick into the third act, there's no tension. I know Daniels survived this, and I know Zussman survives this. Not because I played it before, even when I first played it. There was absolutely no risk. Here we have the fucking best, our best friend being captured, and we're chasing after him. Well, we have plot armor, and he has plot armor, so who cares? What's the point here? This game spends so long setting everything up, and then doesn't do it. Let's talk about the villain. No, not Pearson. These three guys. All three of these have villainous introductions. All three are designed as distinctive individuals. One of them even has an evil monologue. But none of these people are villains. Bafflingly, this game includes an entire character, Rousseau, who appears for 2 or 3 missions, depending on how you count it, and then disappears after Paris. This is a character with a dramatic backstory, characterization, motivation, skill, and an epic personal vendetta against this particular villain.
Soon this nightmare will be over.
So I ask you, why the fuck isn't Rousseau the main character? Why do we drop in for 3 missions to explore the last act of Rousseau's clearly fucking epic World War II experience? She leads the revolution, and her entire family got killed by one specific German guy, directly or through ordering other people. She has an actual story and motivation, backstory, and conclusion. What the fuck is Daniel's motivation? Not dying? Keeping his immortal comrades alive? This game is offensively annoying and truly is a testament to less is more. This is a complicated campaign with a lot of character writing, yet in my opinion is a worse campaign than Call of Duty 2. Spoilers for the final ranking, by the way. That game didn't have aspirations of greatness or desire to write a complicated story, and I think succeeding in not trying is better than failing this severely in actually trying. Rousseau is a better story than Daniels or Zussman, yet we get the end of her story on its own. The game has 3 characters who so clearly were supposed to be villains at some point. Otherwise, why the fuck are they so distinctive? But our main character Daniels doesn't see Rousseau's villain and kills the other 2 within a minute of seeing them for the first time. Pearson isn't a villain by the end. During the final mission, what are we fighting against? Not literally, I mean metaphorically. We're taking this bridge because it's the last over the Rhine, so we can save Zussman. But from what? The big ambiguous shape with a swastika sprayed on it can be enough if you give enough character and shape to the people immediately around us, and give us a thematic context to exist within. Or, you're talking about aspects of war beyond the personal. If there's no villain to drive the plot, the characters are two-dimensional, and the story is immensely predictable, why am I, story-wise, taking the bridge? What's the point, other than to have a bombastic finale for the gameplay side of things? It would make more story sense to actually fight for control of a POW camp to save Zussman from the bad villain at the camp. But no, we don't do that. We are instead doing the Rhine battle. Admittedly, as I'm sure Alex is about to tell you, the battles are very accurate, at least to how I remember reading about them in those history books. In the end, this game is more disappointing than its admittedly fun gameplay can overcome. It goes right up to the line of actually making a point about the war, actually making a point about racism in the 40s, actually making a point about death, actually making a point about anything, and then it doesn't do it. It is by far the most frustrating and disappointing game in the entire franchise. But where does it end up? We'll see. For now, some is going to talk about history for a few minutes.
Here we are, the big fucking beaches, the D-Day landings and their nastiest beach of them all, Omaha. This is possibly one of the most iconic scenes in, well, war? This has been depicted a lot, and all of these depictions aim to instill you with the same feeling. Tom Hanks' World War II walking simulator really has a lot of reach, and this specific battle has been covered too much, be it from Blazing Angels to Medal of Honor, Allied Assault to this game and another CoD we have already covered. We all know from these pieces of media Omaha was a bit of a shit show. 30% casualties is nothing to sneeze at for the Big Red One, and this mission does show that pretty openly. Honestly, I appreciate the smaller details that having a voiced character as well as much better graphics allows for. Whereas in Call of Duty 2, the storming of the beach is a loud, chaotic scene, this game really does pull us closer to the bloody nightmare portrayed and recounted by those who remain. While Call of Duty 2 mainly shows the Battle of Pointe du Hoc, both show the quite formidable defences, both show the brutality of the combat correctly and aim to instill the same sense of intensity as depicted in that movie that decided to film Omaha Beach in Southern Ireland.
We decided to shoot in Ireland.
While Daniels does more than enough to earn a Medal of Honor in just saving Zussman, he isn't acknowledged for any of his bravery and later on only gets a Bronze Star. While Call of Duty 2 spread itself among 3 main fronts at different time periods, we get a chronological representation of the Western Front post D-Day up until the final stages of the war. So how does this game do historically? Honestly, pretty moderately, somewhat okay. While in the first mission Soviet weapons are probably overused, it is possible that the Ostbataillon and 493 had them. They even appear to have an attempt at an MP40 PPSH magazine adapter that would likely have been present. With the upgrade in both standards and visual processing power, the dev team has the opportunity to show some real history before it is smothered by all of the Call of Duty spectacularism. This game, at least in the background elements, makes a real effort, from field kitchens to the correct depiction and colour of the French guns you need to take out to vehicles and more. It represents the cobbled together nature of the Atlantic Wall as well as I could really ever say. Sure, it messes up occasionally calling Pak 40s Pak 38s, massively fucking up the rate of fire on all mounted weapons. See, what's going on here is that someone saw footage of a heavy MG firing tracer rounds and assumed that each tracer was a bullet. This basically divides the rate of fire of mounted US weaponry by 3. This happens with some non-SMG guns such as the M1919 and the Bren. I honestly am not sure if this was done for balance purposes or if it was a genuine mistake. The mistakes that this game makes tend to be on the smaller side of things, insignias on helmets, apertures on iron sights being too large, using other allied nations' weapons for the sake of variety, giving privates pistols for the sake of gameplay, etc. Overall, in terms of what you might not see or particularly care to notice, this game is pretty fucking fantastic. It's a shame that a lot of the missions in this game make no fucking sense. The first few missions mostly make sense in reference to their locations and timings, despite some details such as a massive attack from Stukas in Cobra and Daniels hopping onto an AA gun. A stupid decision, as it would probably be the highest priority target for the overwhelming but non-existent Allied air forces. I get that you want a variety of gameplay and that the player character apparently needs to be at the centre of it all. There are better ways to do this. Maybe it's sneaking around and knocking out the AA so our fighters can come in and clear out an unusual presence of aircraft. That at least would make more sense than the mission SOE. Let me explain the premise. The Allies have broken out of Normandy and secured Brittany, while Operation Dragoon has just started. We are a day before the end of the Battle of the Falaise Pocket, where 50,000 Germans will be captured. The writing is on the wall, but the Wehrmacht hasn't given up. Davis reports that a train carrying V2s is going to refuel at the nearby town of Argenton, where it will then move on to a launching point and bomb Paris. Colonel Davis believes that this platoon and 2 SOE officers will be able to stop an armoured train with no heavy equipment and no air support at night.
The fate of Paris is in your hands.
It's a shame that Patton took Argenton on the 13th. 7 days before.
I'm fast as fuck, boy!
The V2s are supposedly meant to attack Paris, which is very controlled by the Germans until we gunny gun, cover shoot our way through. They own that shit. They could start massacring civilians by the thousands or set off explosives in the city they have occupied for years, so pretending that the main threat is this overcomplicated weapon is ridiculous. Why the fuck would they do this? V2s are the brand spanking new superweapon. Why were they so close to the dangerous Allied front line? There are no other unoccupied launch sites close to the front line before the Seine, so they should have shipped them to a point where they could be used at some point in the last 3 months. Why weren't they in Calais with the V1 launching sites and attacking London? Why the fuck is an armoured train made up of Panzer IV hulls and with the storage capacity of a doner kebab truck said to be transporting a ready-to-fucking-go V2 rocket that somehow has the ability to erect itself and end Paris? Despite not fumbling the fate of Paris and surviving the longest train crash in the history of our species, neither Zussman or Daniels are acknowledged. He got a Bronze Star for finding a piece of paper and nothing for blowing up 2 AA positions, dragging dozens of men to safety, and blowing up an armoured train. And you know what the kicker is? The next mission is pretty fucking fantastic. We just move on from this utter fucking shit spectacle, trailer moment insanity, and change genres to a spy thriller. It's a pretty fucking good one. Can anybody think of a good reason why we can't have a World War II game where we are an underground resistance member? I love the fact that a Call of Duty game forces you to pay attention and give a shit about the characters and surroundings. Could you imagine how good a Call of Duty game could be if they committed to this kind of gameplay? Perhaps utilizing the improvised guerrilla crafting mechanics of CoD Modern Warfare 2. The rest of the battles in the campaign are portrayed pretty well. The Battle of the Bulge is a fantastic place for a series of CoD missions, and the details given in the small sections before the shooting starts are great. This game would have been strongly improved if it added even more racism. Wow, I really am turning into Nigel.
Hey Nigel, do you want a biscuit? Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Oh yes, that's very nice, thank you, for the modern British people.
I like Howard. I said it, put down the pitchforks. He's a good voice performance and a strong character who has the opportunity to bring awareness to the diversity of the Allied coalition fighting on the Western Front during World War II. In all the rest of the war, he would have been in an entirely separate unit. But the ever so progressive US military, for just 1 little month as a Christmas gift, allowed black and white units to integrate in response to the German attack. While I have my gripes with the story as much as Joel, I believe that there is a genuine cowardice that not only betrays the potential for a more meaningful story, but betrays history. Sure, they show racial tension between Howard and Aiello, but that's about the extent of it. Huge amounts of racial tension was present in the Allied coalition. Lives were lost in brutal killings on foreign soil, not due to the enemy, but bar fights that got out of hand. Let's not forget that Roosevelt locked up every single Japanese citizen or Japanese American, and only later let some of the fighting men out so they could be formed into the 442nd Infantry Regiment. To skim these issues isn't enough. They do show the occasional soldier in Battle of the Bulge with the Japanese last name, but that's about it. There are so many possibilities that could ingratiate you to Howard while demonstrating the true history of the African American contribution, not only to the conflict as a whole, but in the specific battles you fight through. In 1939, there were only 3,600 black soldiers in the US Army, with only a literal couple reaching the lower officer rank. This was 2% of the US Army's size, despite African Americans making up 10% of the US population. Can you imagine how interesting our story would be from the perspective of one of these heavily oppressed units who, despite all of the discrimination and peer pressure, persevere?
I felt that if I fought for my country, shed my blood if necessary, when I come back home, I would be treated as equal. I earned it.
In a sense, I really believe before 2 wars. One's a war against the Axis, the Germans and Japanese, and the other is a war against segregation.
But no, we're just a random farm boy because that's safe and easy. Why is it that none of our comrades get medals for their good work, regardless of their skill or experience? A major plot point of this game revolves around Daniel's ticket home in the form of a Bronze Star. The bronze can be given out for a lot. It is given to those who have distinguished himself by heroic or meritorious achievement or service. That's pretty broad. I obviously realise that you cannot accurately award medals for kills or other achievements in-game, as you would collect literally all of them, and any level of realism amongst your peers or command would take you out of the war to do a Captain America-style press tour. Unless you're Simo Hauha, because a game about his 100 or so days and his confirmed 533 or so kills, or the unit that he worked with, just 40 mad lads killing over 2,000 people, would work perfectly, but Finnish people aren't canon in Call of Duty. If you bring up the subject of medals and tickets home, then we have to be at least a little realistic. I'm honestly not sure if the Call of Duty spectacle trailer moment gameplay is compatible with a lot of what the story wants to do. Only searching a POW's pockets mattered. Not any of the death, horror, clearing the barbed wire, crashing a fucking train, saving Zussman, none of it. Placing the idea in the back of your head that the moment-to-moment gameplay, which is what COD focuses on and sells the most, doesn't matter. By the way, why didn't POW PT Pisshead eat the fucking letter, or burn it as everyone was smoking in those days, or make a little paper aeroplane, or insert it into his own rectum and oh look, it's a metaphor for the plot? Call of Duty or other games that commit to a degree of realism should not broach this subject. It not only disrespects those who had to earn them, making achievements like rushing a couple of bunkers seem insignificant, but what about Daniel's ticket home? Would getting a bronze star send him straight back to the US? No, that would be the Purple Heart he isn't getting for some reason. There is a bit of a reasoning for a formalised points system to head home. People die in war and it would be a real shame for a whole division to be sent home just as they get their freshly trained replacements in. The US buggered this up during World War I, and by 1943 they wanted to create a system to deal with this when the US came to occupy Germany or Japan. Bureaucracy of warfare. America! This system was introduced in late 1944, and I don't see how Daniels could have gotten out. He was in the US long enough to get his girl pregnant, but even if he had been in the army since 1st of June 1940, he wouldn't have had enough. So where does this leave us? We have a mechanically good game that takes place in history without making full use of the advantages of making historical games. When you look into the lesser known battles or things that this game represents, you find them to generally be conceptually bullshit. People aren't going to only be satisfied with good gameplay. For instance, people adore Black Ops because while obviously it is set in fiction, it is historically authentic. Black Ops wears the skin of its period and does a less accurate job of it, being set in a fictionalized world, but we love it because it addresses the themes, emotions and issues of the time. The Cold War tension, the paranoia, and governments performing illegal action and proxy wars allow it to make you feel something. There are a lot of people who got into Cold War history because Black Ops presented it in such an interesting way. It found interesting stories and conspiracies that hadn't been discussed in the mainstream. But COD World War II is also authentic, you may retort. It uses the real uniforms, guns, place names, and many of the dates correctly. It only wears the skin or aesthetic of the period it is set in, without adequately addressing any of the real themes, emotions, or issues. It fails to make a real point. The skin wearing of Black Ops is more like Mission Impossible, meanwhile WWII is a lot more like Men in Black. But Call of Duty World War II didn't raise or present any new or interesting aspects to this war that we haven't seen in a previous title or Saving Ryan's Privates. Ultimately, the feel and themes are what matters, because it does turn out Southern Ireland is just as good as the beaches of Omaha.
We decided to shoot in Ireland for several reasons. The real beaches in Normandy have restrictions in terms of the types of filming activity that can be conducted there. And also from an aesthetic standpoint, there were now some power plants and buildings that interrupted the natural flow of the beaches.
Rating this is difficult, and I am tempted to use the same language as I did for the COD 1 review with that ludicrous Tirpitz mission. I mean, what the fuck? Though in comparison to SOE, that looks relatively okay. Their specific design philosophy for this game was a return to form of the older COD games, hence non-regenerative health, and COD 1 was the least accurate so far. Overall, I'm going to give it a C for missing out on a huge number of opportunities and not doing the people involved in this conflict their justice when it truly had an incredible opportunity.
Welcome and sit down in the reboot era, also known as the modern era. You know, the Call of Duty fandom wiki actually says there are two groups of games, classic going all the way up to Ghosts, and modern games going all the way up to today. But unfortunately, that would include Black Ops II, one of the best campaigns in the entire franchise, in the same group as Call of Duty 1, the first video game literally ever made. That's an ice cream truck.
They basically count the franchise as being BSHG and ASHG, before and after Sledgehammer games. But this is stupid, because it ignores a bunch of reasons for why the games were made the way they were at the time they were made. Allow me to elaborate. First, the context in these games. The franchise began trying to beat Medal of Honor, pretending that wasn't the development reason behind the first group of games from Call of Duty 1 to 3, and didn't totally color the entire development as like saying a Huracan and a Urus are the same because they're both made by Lamborghini. You try to launch up Call of Duty 1 and play it like it's Black Ops 2, I fucking dare you. Call of Duty 4 kicked off a totally new era, thanks to the fact that for the first time, every game being made is a direct sequel to a previous title. Unless you're in the American campaign, because fuck you, you just despawn when the credits roll. Can't believe that's true for both Black Ops and Modern Warfare, what the fuck? Third era is the inter-franchise or experimental era. We already talked about that last time. We went from everything being a fucking quadrilogy of direct sequels to like 5 straight games of no direct sequel whatsoever. Yet, every single game to pretended it was going to be one. Like, it was fucking hilarious reading interviews before the release of all these games. Every single one, there was like, yeah, we really think this could be the start of a franchise, and before bombing in review scores and scrapping any future sequels. And here we are. Kind of skimmed past it last time, but the reboot era. I remember when we found out that COD 2019 was going to be another Modern Warfare, we thought, hey, maybe it's going to be a sequel to Modern Warfare 3. Wrong. Absolutely nothing carried over apart from character names attached to totally different guys. We perhaps thought it was going to be a soft reboot, more like God of War, where the events of the last games are still canon, but never really acknowledged or talked about. Wrong again. This game is such a reboot, they changed Gaz's whole ass skin color. And Soap? Who the fuck is Soap? Nah, you got 3 men with mustaches and a woman with a strong nose, bitch. This is a hard reboot, not like Cold War, which we'll talk about later, where most of the old stuff is still canon. Nah, bruh, this is all new. And speaking of what's new, the engine. By God, this new engine is rad as hell. The visuals are the first thing that hit you when you launch the game up and drop into that forest. Like, damn. Some of these moments look straight up photoreal, and not in the comparative way I brought up when talking about Medal of Honor Allied Assault roughly 2 months back at the start of this video. No, I mean actually indistinguishable from real life. The Dead of Night is perfectly encapsulated with the sound design as well, and man, the lighting really is rad as hell. I bet they chose to start both of the Modern Warfare reboot games with a level set during the night because they know their night looks better than any other game's night. You can see shit even though it's dark, and the way muzzle flares and explosions and fire lights up the terrain just activates the primal part of my brain that craves a campfire to poke with a stick. And looks like they're doing it again for Modern Warfare 3, so whoop-de-doo, guess they have a formula. This new lighting completely changes how cutscene and gameplay pass each other in the hallway during their shift change. In World War II, they would just knock each other out with some sort of sledgehammer, as the visuals changed from a fairly good-looking and evenly lit environment with a bit of atmospheric rain to a high-contrast, desaturated thunderstorm with a totally different rendering engine. You could practically hear the ka-chunk sound as they flip between them. Here, the lighting of the game matches the pre-rendered cutscenes a lot better, so that difference is less noticeable. But you never change from gameplay to pre-rendered cutscenes directly. In-game cutscenes even move smoothly into first-person perspective. Absolutely flawlessly, might I add. Every single transition gives me the same feeling the perfect fit Vine compilations give me. Well, I guess it's TikTok now. Every other Call of Duty has some sort of janky camera move as a compromise between the game and the cutscene, but not this game. I mean, shit, at this point, Far Cry was still fading to black between cutscene and gameplay that happens in the same fucking room because they were too scared of making janky camera moves. But nah, Modern Warfare 2019 does it like a perfect sleight-of-hand trick. I can't imagine how long it took to nail that bullshit. By the time you actually have control of your character, you can notice the engine rebuild paid massive dividends in the gameplay as well. The guns feel nice to use, the sound design is punchy as hell, and the movement has been basically built from the ground up entirely new. No cap, Call of Duty, up until this game, has had the exact same basic movement since Modern Warfare 1 like 12 years earlier. So when I say they updated it, trust me, it's not like when they added wall running on top of the existing movement. It's a totally new movement system. Given that you spend a good 98% of the game moving through the level, trust me, it changes a lot about how you approach the game. Moves you wouldn't dare to do in previous titles are finally easy and smooth. One big change is mounting. If you're near a piece of cover, you can can press mouse 5 and you'll basically attach yourself magnetically to that piece of cover. Seeing as they literally never figured out how to make you lean around cover the same way as games like Far Cry managed to, for some reason, this is a huge improvement and gives my favorite weapon type, the semi-automatic rifle, a big buff, because it almost completely eliminates weapon sway. Sometimes it can be a bit annoying, you'll want to mount onto a piece of geometry, but because this is a realistic game, very few parts of the world are blocky, simple BattleBit style geometry. A door isn't just a rectangular hole in a wall, it's got moldings and edges all over the goddamn place. Crates have other crates stacked next to them, so there's always a chance you place yourself in an awkward position. By all means, this is still a huge upgrade from the lean mechanics we didn't have before. Call of Duty decided that the way you were throwing hand grenades before was fucking stupid, so now nades work a lot like bullets. They're thrown straight forward like a fastball. Makes it a lot easier to actually throw them where you want them to go. I always found it weird that way grenades flew in arcs upwards. Like in Counter-Strike, you need to learn that grenades go above your crosshair. Here, it's fixed. Man, this game just feels great to play. The level design is pretty cool too. It can often encourage the use of the now improved grenades as well. Unlike what a lot of people might have expected of this reboot trilogy, the levels in 2019 are not remakes of old levels. The closest missions I could find was Piccadilly, which is kind of reminiscent of the ending to Mind the Gap in some ways, or it's like playing on the other side of No Russian. There's Embedded, where you do a couple things that clearly remind you of All Gillied Up. You climb under a car and hide in shrubbery while enemies walk past. I thought that was good enough nod to the original that we didn't need that ass in the sequel, but I'll get to that bullshit later. Also, clearing house is similar to that one short part at the very end of Blackout in CoD 4, but besides that, this is really only stylistically similar in that we have a European adventure with Price and a Middle Eastern adventure with the Americans. And that's kind of where the comparisons in level design alone kind of disappears. Each level has its own slightly different pace to it, and it can shift at a moment's notice, but generally speaking, the levels are either cleanly executed set piece by set piece and fairly tightly scripted, or are comparatively open-ended levels with multiple paths through and open terrain. You don't feel too much like you're being pushed down a single path in the tightly scripted levels, and when you are, it's for good reason. You're trapped in an underground tunnel, or you're clearing a tight terraced house. The crucial element of this that really helps the more linear levels is that you are still in charge of the pace. You never really approach a door and have to wait for an ally to open it for you, as happens in endless other Call of Duty games. I mean, that does still happen, especially at the end of Clean House, and it's a real pet peeve of me. If the door opens to a cutscene, why not have me face the door and teleport them in behind me as I open it? If it doesn't open to a cutscene, well then the door opening animation will work well enough to put my teammates behind me anyway. I don't get this waiting game. It can create this unnatural feeling of inevitability when you are on occasion actually told to open a door, because, you know, that means the door is going to explode, or you're going to do one of those breaching mini games that are, you know, fun but predictable. It can become pretty expected. In Modern Warfare 2019, those scripted linear moments are instead filled with moments of deliberate chaos where each next step is generally controlled by you, the player. The show stops until you clear the room or open the door, so that's pretty neat. What's even better are the open-ended levels, where you are put at one side of a fairly large area and told to make your way to the other side, generally through a series of what I like to call anal bead level design. Big, open levels connected by a single choke point. I call it that for its obvious design similarities, and also because while it can be satisfying, it isn't for everyone. Some people prefer tightly designed levels with specifically playtested moment-to-moment gameplay. Others like to be given a big area, some guns, and a bunch of bots and told, have at it, you psycho, and they like to revel in the chaos. I personally happen to like both, which is why Modern Warfare 2019 is such a good game for me. Like I said, it's not for everyone. The game definitely has its flaws and valid points of critique, but nobody launches up Call of Duty expecting Half-Life or Deus Ex. Neither the gameplay or the story can support that, but what it can do is be a good game that doesn't really try to be something that it's not, which the gameplay, level design, and visuals absolutely achieve. Unfortunately, the story does not manage to quite land in that Goldilocks zone, and we end up with a totality that can feel a little underwhelming, but like, it feels like it should be better than it is, if that makes sense. Let's move on to talk about the story. This is by far the best execution of the Sledgehammer blueprint. I don't need to go through what I mean when I say that by now. I've used that term a bunch of times. This time around, our characters aren't actually complete blank slates. Alex, Gaz, and Farah have a bit of bite to their character, and while Price is definitely more actual character here than he was in the original trilogy, there's still something missing. Oh yeah, flaws. Actually, all the characters are missing flaws, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. Alex, Gaz, and Farah actually serve as our 3 parallel arcs that occur over the course of the game, and they're expressed in 3 different ways, which I found pretty neat. This allows players to not feel like any one character is stepping on another's toes, sidestepping into the spotlight where the previous character was standing. We'll start with Farah since she is arguably the protagonist of this story, with everyone else effectively being dragged in by her lifelong enemies and friends. Quick biography. Farah is a freedom fighter of the Mujahideen variety, fighting for the Urzikstan Liberation Force, which map-wise is located in Georgia, continuing the Infinity War tradition of being very confused about what and where Georgia is. The ULF are Middle Easterns fighting the Russian invaders, but of course, because it's a modern-day replication of the Middle East after 9/11, we also need a terrorist faction, so we have Al-Qatala working simultaneously also against the Russians. The Russians are represented through Barkov's forces, which are apparently a rogue division of the RGF, led by the eponymous General Barkov. Farah was bombed by the Russians, lost both of her parents to Russians, and has seemingly been tormented by Barkov personally for a large portion of her life. She was arrested for starting an insurgency, but escaped and started the Urzikstan Liberation Force in truth. She serves as our guide in the Middle East, together with her brother Hadir. For her arc, we see her change from a young scared child to a powerful warrior who killed Barkov, defeating her archenemy and the demons of her own past. Her arc is shown primarily through flashbacks. They serve as what is probably supposed to be the game's most emotionally impactful scenes, but at the end, they kind of just end up being funny. Like, the memorable part is not this bit where you're looking at your mother's dead face, it's this part where a 6-year-old is wielding a .357 Magnum and shooting full-grown adults. I do like that during the prison break, they did take the time to make her reloads and handling of the gun not completely refined, except unfortunately said prison break is probably the most ridiculous woman of power moment in the history of the franchise, which is good because generally this franchise has never done that, and Farah works without it anyway. But man, the idea of like a dozen women with no combat training whatsoever overpowering trained Russian military with absolutely no body armor is beyond hilarious. Either way, her arc is told quite neatly and segmented away from the rest of the plot, so it doesn't interfere. You play as her during the chronological first and last moments of the game. She works as well as can be, but is a bit confusing. We'll get to that, but if you're intelligent, you might have spotted the problem already.
What's the status?
Captain, Barkov is dead.
Roger that. Alex, charges set?
Affirmative, sir.
Alex.
I'm not getting out of here. Let's do this.
Thank you. What is your message from Captain Price?
Medikareem. Call me Alex.
I'm listening, Alex.
Halfway between an intended audience surrogate and a classic cliche, the American soldier embedded with an indigenous group of people who instead joins and fights among them. We've seen this a bunch of times before. No, The Last Samurai is not referring to Tom Cruise, it's referring to The Last of the Samurai because it's a pluralized word. Fucking shut up, you're not important, you should kill yourself. Alex is unfortunately fairly underdeveloped for the amount of time he spends on screen, which derives from one of the biggest problems this game has that we'll talk about later. But his character never really has a moment of disillusion with the CIA that cascades to the moment he goes AWOL. Like, at the airfield, he asks for air support, and he receives it. There's not really any negotiation. It feels like he follows the plot rather than following what a real person in his shoes would do.
And you? Where will you go when this is over?
Wherever they send me.
You don't choose.
Not exactly. I'm tired of being told who my friends are.
Alex, don't.
I'm going back to Urzikstan.
I want to pull you out for a second and talk about Dying Light 1. The first Dying Light game is set in the fictional Middle Eastern city of Haran, as it has been overrun with individuals affected with zombie virus. Survivors remain within the city, but a handful of disparate factions and lone survivors have created a complex and brutal web of lies, deception, mental illness, and wartime mindset of distrust and fear. People try to escape and will use any method to achieve liberation.
I need to get my wife and kids somewhere safe, and I found a way out.
You mean out of the slums?
I can't tell you the details, but I need to get across town, and I can't do it without a gun.
Attention everyone, this is Brecken. If anyone sees Dawood, get him back to the tower ASAP. He's got a gun, I repeat, he's got a gun. He winged a guard on his way out.
The survivors are assisted by the Global Relief Effort. They've been dropping crates of supplies to the survivors, among which are crates and crates of antizin, a crucial drug that slows the progression of the virus. You're airdropped into the situation as Kyle Crane, an undercover operative working with the GRE, who is hoping to locate a politician gone mad, a man by the name of Kadir Rais Suleiman. Rais holds data that could contain vital information on the virus that could eventually lead to the cure of the virus, or at least that's what Kyle is told. The game is about Kyle Crane, performed amazingly by Roger Craig Smith.
I'm shouting because this fucked up infected motherfucker with guts hanging out of his mouth just spit a bunch of toxic snot at me.
Discovering what is going on with Haran and slowly changing his opinion on the GRE, the company that sent him there.
Crane here.
Report.
Another job for Rice. This one's pretty dirty. He's forcing me to collect the money he's extorting from a nearby village.
Just do what he asks and stay close to him. Remember what's at stake.
Yeah, Crane out.
He locates a crate of antizin at the start of the game, and on orders from the GRE to retrieve the file, he burns it to get rid of the antizin and force a more negative situation so that the survivors have to talk to Rise. Following orders, of course. He sees the effects this has on everyone and the unreasonable nature of Rise, and he spends time with people, beginning to slowly realize this place has a potential to not only survive, but actually create a cure. The GRE give him increasingly cruel and duplicitous tasks.
Okay, Kareem, I got Gersel's money. I fucking hate myself now, but I got the money.
But never crosses the line into asking him to do something so bad as to kill his fellow survivors on the ground. This makes his slow change a lot better.
You seem to have forgotten how much is riding on this file, Crane. If Rise wants one girl, then give her to him. You'll be there to keep an eye on her, won't you?
What the fuck kind of humanitarian outfit are you guys? And for that matter, if this project file can save the world, why keep it a fucking secret?
We're not paying you to be insubordinate, Crane. Get this done.
Fuck you, asshole.
Because it allows them to keep the GRE good guy plot going for a lot longer. Through the game, Kyle Crane actually reflects on his position with both the GRE and the survivors, and we see him grow attached to the people on the ground. Why? Because Dying Light took the time and effort to get us to grow attached to these characters. So when they slowly die in one way or another, because of the GRE, or rather in vain, thanks to the GRE, Crane takes matters into his own hands.
The imposing of one's will, the creation of one's own rules, that is what makes a man. Do you live by your own rules, Crane? Or are you merely someone else's puppet?
At the end of the game, when Rise is slowly crawling towards you, as you have a knife embedded in your shoulder hanging from the edge of a building, you're dead. You're expecting the game to slow down and two buttons popping up saying, give data or let go, choosing to either die and stop the data from getting into Rise's hands or handing it over, with some hope this crazy psychopath might actually try to save the city. But that doesn't happen. For the first time in a video game, I was happy that I didn't get a choice. Because instead, Kyle hands him the data, then pulls the knife out of his shoulder, kills Rise, climbs up, and tells the GRE to fuck themselves too.
Get the rest of the research and come with us.
And I can think of a lot of reasons to tell you to go fuck yourself, but why don't we just pretend for a minute that you don't think I'm stupid?
This is a character who started out following GRE's orders as an agent, who ends the game in full control of his own actions, making his own decisions.
I'll be in touch when I've decided what to do next.
It is, in effect, a parallel universe version of Alex's journey, but done correctly. Dropping into the city for the first time, you meet Jade, Dr. Zara, Spike, and Jade's little brother Raheem. They teach you things, help you, talk to you, spend time with you, and most importantly, talk about personal things with you. It makes it so that when Jade, Zara, and Raheem all die, you really feel it. Not to mention, it really helps that Roger Craig Smith is one of the best voice actors in the game.
Stop! That's a fucking bite wound. You goddamn stupid fucking kid! Oh God, Jade.
Meanwhile, Alex, his change is not developed at all. Farah and Hadir are endearing, but there is no point where Alex doubts the CIA or disagrees with their calls up until the moment Farah's forces are redesignated to be considered terrorists. His line, "I'm tired of being told who my friends are," doesn't make sense. I mean, at the start of the game, it would be great if he was working with evil people because the CIA told him to, but that doesn't happen. He's working with Marines. He's always working with Marines because everyone's a good guy. If you look at him at the start of the game, when we first meet him at the Russian gas facility, and you look at him just before he makes the decision to join Farah's forces, during the cutscene at the start of the Wolf's Den, he goes out of his way to defend Hadir. But it's an entirely logical statement. Hadir stopped killing the soldiers as soon as he saw they were Americans. He doesn't say Hadir is his friend, or that it's Farah's brother. His argument isn't emotional. It is exactly as calculating as it was when he seemed concerned about Russian army responding to the raid at the start of the game. This is a deeply underdeveloped change, all in service of this cool scene where Price and Gaz reconcile with Farah and Alex right before the final mission, so we can see Price through a sniper scope. The incessant trailer moment my buddy History Alex likes to talk about a lot. Then we have Gaz, who is the other side of the same coin as Alex. When we first see him, he is tailing an Alcatala cell in London, with insignificant backup to prevent a panic. He is powerless in the situation. The level involves 3 major explosions, and he is powerless against all of them. He cannot prevent the van from detonating. He fails to prevent a suicide bomber, and he fails to save a man from a bomb vest strapped to his chest. However, as we approach the final level in the game, Gaz begins to get control, expressed through the game by the clearing house mission I described earlier, where you control the pacing of the scene, where the major decisions of who to shoot and when is decided by you, culminating in Going Dark, where Gaz goes out on his own into the darkness. Master of his domain, he breaches and clears an entire compound solo, with only distant sniper support to back him up. This is the final form of Gaz as a character. Gaz even achieves such a degree of control over his own actions in comparison to his complaints at the start, that he is the only character who is actually given a choice, whether or not to take part in the torture of the Butcher. Even Farah, during her imprisonment, is given numerous potential choices, but none of them have any effect on the outcome. She is effectively powerless.
You think you're so smart? Karim. Yes. I've known all along.
Farah's arc is expressed through flashbacks and the very core of the story. Alex's arc is expressed through the player's intended viewpoint, your sympathy towards the ULF. And Gaz's arc is expressed through the gameplay and level design. This leaves Price out of the conversation for the moment, but trust me, we will get to him. It is through Gaz that we most feel what this game is actually about. It's about power. Not power as in strength, but as in control, a grasp for power. Gaz wants power over how and when to operate. Farah wants the power to finally kill Barkov. Alex wants the power to control his own destiny. They all want power for one reason or another. There is no merchant for power. Each character must pass their own trials to obtain that power. Well, everyone but Price. Price is notable as the only one of the core 4 you don't play as. You're never in his shoes, you are always looking up at Price. There are next to no scenes that feature a downward angle on Price for deliberate reasons. Price is a static character, not emotionless or featureless, but his role and position does not change throughout the plot. He delivers us our philosophy throughout the entire game, probably most simply embodied by his phrase soon after any classic Call of Duty trailer moment occurs.
All stations. Room is clear. Prep medical are coming up. Okay, everybody stay calm. We're gonna get you out of here. You broken?
I'm good.
Price never asks the cliched or oft-repeated "are you okay" or "are you hurt," because that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is if you can fight or not. Price doesn't care if you're injured, because it only matters if you can still fight, and Price always gets back up. He appears from the darkness like a phantom. He sails from the sky like a guardian angel. He's a perfect shot at any distance. He never misses his mark, and he never makes a mistake. He never doubts himself, and he is never wrong.
What's the plan? Shock and all.
What if they don't move?
That old hell's gonna break loose.
3 seconds.
There's plenty of time.
Holy shit, Captain. Nikolai said they'll bake. What if they follow? They won't.
If all of these characters are searching for power, then Price is the embodiment of that power. The power to control the outcome of uncontrollable situations, to choose where and when to fight, to be omnipotent. The start of the game involves Price informing Laswell where the next terrorist attack is going to happen. We never learn how he knew that. He just did. The power to defeat one's enemies, lead the many, and make the right decisions. If this game is about power, then Price is that power crystallized and in its clearest form. The game introduces at the start the presence of Russian chemical weapons in Urzikstan. They are stolen by what we presume to be Al-Qatala, but plot-wise, they are a red herring and effectively an excuse for spectacle. The truth is that Farah's brother Hadir stole the chemical weapons, and from the moment he uses it against the Russians as your position is being overran, he is the villain until the end of the game. He is never viewed as a sympathetic character again, yet the narrative justification for the horrors Price has performed is thick on the ground. The threat of murdering the butcher's wife and child is justified. The potential murder of 2 innocents, just for information, is warranted. At the start of the game, Alex and Laswell, also seen as moral and just individuals, use white phosphorus on the Russians, a chemical that anyone who has played Spec Ops: The Line can tell you is quite horrifying. But somehow the use of chemical weapons in a war zone against an enemy we are using Molotov cocktails against is unforgivable. Together with his power, Price is written as the arbiter of right and wrong, telling Farah, before she starts the ULF, to stay on the high ground.
The revolution begins now, sister.
The war begins now, brother.
Even war is a high ground. Stay on it.
In this moment, it's clear from Farah's expression and the conversation about chemical weapons in the story that Price is not talking about a tactical advantage, but a moral one. That it is better to stay on the moral high ground in war, despite himself and his allies repeatedly using immoral tactics to achieve his own goals. At a moment during the embassy raid, the Butcher, a villain, murders a mother in front of her own child, the child screaming over her dead body. This is viewed as a terrible, horrific act. Despite this, during the Wolf's Den, Gaz shoots the mother of a child in front of her own child. Sure, she pulled a gun, but the parallels are too strong to be ignored. This is a confused story. The messy nature of this plot is further confused when we look at what separates Al-Qatala and the ULF. Their tactics and enemies are in truth the same. Both the US military and the Russians are foreign invaders in Urzikstan, but the Americans are diamond dogs and the Russians are child-killing psychopaths. During Hunting Party, the Americans open concentrated fire on a hospital we immediately see has wounded inside. Wounded Al-Qatala, sure, but civilians as well. The nature of this attack is not discussed. We simply move on and capture the wolf, because that is the goal. It is worth acknowledging that while the Americans are working with the ULF, the Russians and Al-Qatala are not cooperating. It would be inconvenient for the plot to acknowledge it fully, but Al-Qatala wants Barkov dead just the same as Farah. The only distinction is that Al-Qatala wants all the foreign invaders in Urzikstan out, not just the Russians. I suppose that's why they changed a lot of the history the Americans have in the Middle East, to make them more appealing, you know, like the Highway of Death.
The Highway of Death is a 6-lane highway between Kuwait and Iraq, known as Highway 80. In 1990, the city of Kuwait was invaded and annexed by Iraqi forces. Kuwait had supported Iraq during the Iran-Iraq War in the years prior, causing Iran to target Kuwaiti infrastructure. Kuwait had loaned a significant amount of money, $14 billion worth, to Iraq, but by the time the war ended, Iraq had none of that money to give back, and they were in debt a further $46 billion. This was one of several different factors that eventually led to tensions breaking, but the dispute about Kuwait being rightfully Iraqi territory is a dispute reaching back to the 30s. The invasion in 1990 most likely holds its inciting incident in money. In 1990, Saddam Hussein, under the pretense of a green light from the United States, invaded Kuwait. Elite Guard divisions, motorized infantry, helicopter gunships, and special forces units equivalent to a full division invaded Kuwait. Hours later, the home of the Emir of Kuwait was attacked by Iraqi special forces, while the motorized vehicle division rolled in on Highway 80. The Emir had escaped, but his brother was killed defending the palace. Kuwait was caught off guard. Despite being on edge with Iraq for a long time, they were not prepared. By the end of the first day, most of Kuwait had fallen, with only small skirmishes left within the country, defending choke points until they would run out of ammunition. By nightfall, the final base, Ali al-Salem Air Base, was the last to fall. Soon after, however, the Kuwaitis would found a local armed resistance, initially occupying Iraqi soldiers set up a large number of checkpoints within Kuwait, forcing Kuwaitis to replace their license plates with Iraqi ones. It wasn't long before the Kuwaitis countered with non-violent resistance, staying at home from factories, schools and their workplace. The Iraqi response was heightened repression, and the Kuwaiti resistance responded in turn. One woman, Azra al-Kabandi, was one of the resistance leaders. She helped people flee to safety, smuggled weapons and money into Kuwait, and smuggled CDs from the Ministry of Civil Information out of the country. She also, along with several other Kuwaiti resistance members, destroyed monitoring devices used by Iraqi troops. She was captured and killed in January 1991. The Kuwaitis had, by then, long since escalated to tactics such as car bombs and sniper attacks. By the end of August, the first month of the invasion, the resistance movement was receiving support from the US government. They supplied generally covert assistance in the form of the CIA and Green Berets. Questions about this support aimed at US officials was generally met with "I cannot confirm or deny," but it was hard to avoid the obvious link. In October, the Iraqi army would begin their escalation against the resistance by executing hundreds of people suspected to be involved in the movement, conducting raids and searches to try and hunt down the resistance members. After the crackdown, the resistance began to target Iraqi military bases in retaliation. The Iraqis performed public executions, Kuwaitis would be kidnapped, and their corpses would be dumped in front of their families' homes. Kuwaiti resistance members would be found dead with clear signs of torture, beating, electrical shocks, including the removal of their fingernails. At this point, the United States had issued an ultimatum to Iraq to withdraw its forces from Kuwait by the 15th of January 1991 or face war with the US. This date was not met, and on the 17th of January 1991, Operation Desert Storm was launched, hoping to finally liberate Kuwait.
Which has come to a lot of criticism. We have to go to Baghdad, Secretary. We're going to Bernard Shaw in Baghdad.
This is, something is happening outside. Peter Arnett, join me here. Let's describe to our viewers what we're seeing. The skies over Baghdad have been illuminated. We're seeing bright flashes going off all over the sky. Peter?
Well, there's anti-aircraft gunfire going into the sky. We hear the sound of planes. They're coming over our hotel. However, we have not yet heard the sound of bombs.
The American units in Saudi Arabia had for months been under near constant Iraqi artillery fire. However, as they crossed into Kuwait in February 1991, they encountered numerous fortifications. These positions were poorly defended, and the American military bulldozed their way through with relative ease. Most Iraqi troops surrendered after minimal resistance. On the night of the 26th of February, an Iraqi column had been ordered to retreat through the 6-lane highway between Kuwait and Iraq, known as Highway 80. The following day, Saddam Hussein would have ordered a full-scale retreat from Kuwait. As the army was retreating, American A-6 intruder jets dropped cluster bombs on the front and rear of the column, trapping the rest of the Iraqi forces in an enormous traffic jam. Over the next 10 hours, the US Air Force and US Navy would attack the retreating soldiers. While many were able to evade the attack and continue driving north, one bottleneck would cause an uninterrupted line of more than 300 vehicles. The minimum death toll is at least 500 to 600 people. The nearby Highway 8, also filled with retreating troops, received similar bombings from American artillery and Apache gunships. Combined, the fatalities of both highways amount to nearly 1,000 retreating Iraqi military. However, some would later note that the column included Kuwaiti hostages and civilian refugees. This conflict was but one small part of the Gulf War.
40,000 Kuwaiti hostages taken by the Iraqis. Where are they right now? That's quite a few people. Are they in the line of fire? Do we know where they are?
No. We were told, and again, and this is a lot of this is anecdotal. Okay, we were told that they were taken back to Basra. We were also told that some of them were taken all the way back to Baghdad. We were told 100 different reasons why they were taken. Number one, to be a bargaining chip if the time came when bargaining chips were needed. Another one was for retribution because, of course, at that time, Iraq was saying that these people were not Kuwaitis, these were citizens of Iraq, and therefore they could do anything they wanted to with them. So I just pray that they'll all be returned safely before long.
In Modern Warfare 2019, this attack is rewritten. It was not performed by the Americans, it was done by the Russians. You know, the bad guys?
If they try to escape to the mountains, there is only one road, Tariq al-Maut, the highway of death. The Russians bombed it during the invasion, killing the people trying to escape.
Yeah, because fuck ever acknowledging American atrocities. Just rewrite it to be the bad guys. History doesn't matter. Now, the reason I had Alex tell you the specifics is because there are a handful of parallels between the invasion of Kuwait and Urzikstan in Modern Warfare. We have female leaders. It's a small nation invaded by a nearby enemy, and we have atrocities performed by an exterior military. But therein lies the confusion. If this game wanted to make an interesting point about war, there are the building blocks of a depiction of the liberation of Kuwait here. You have Kuwaiti resistance getting increasingly desperate. You have an invading force performing torture and terrible acts, and you have the US military dropping in giving covert aid that then escalates to full military aid. You even have the resistance planting bombs on vehicles and escalating to attacking military bases, just like the Kuwaiti resistance. And you even have the highway of death. With a simple rewrite, this could become an actually interesting historical video game about an underrepresented part of history. Unfortunately, that is not what they decided to do. Instead, they decided to make another video game where you fight against Russians and terrorists. But we can't have Americans do bad things. Oh, and also, this is being made in an era of representation. So instead of having freedom fighters who are also terrorists, showing the gray nature of wars like this, it's instead freedom fighters and terrorists. We'll allude briefly to any potential parallels, but we can't actually make Farah a terrorist. That'd be bad.
I lead soldiers. You train killers.
But we are all killers here, no?
As soon as Hadir does any terrorism, he's no longer a brother of mine. Oh my fucking god. But we can't have our main characters look bad or do bad things. That might be, you know, philosophically interesting and engaging. It might make you think about the positions, actions, and moralities of these people. But that's fine. You can absolutely have a story where everyone on the protagonist's side is a good guy. Keep in mind, everyone on Black Ops II good side is good guy. It's the bad guy that's gray. And hey, if you want everyone to be good guys and you know you're making sequels, if you're making this new franchise in, let's say, the late 2010s going into the 2020s, why wouldn't you base your new reboot franchise on basically the same formula as the most successful franchise in the world at the time, the MCU? But that isn't done. If this was supposed to be following the MCU formula, then we would be focusing primarily on Gaz, Price, and Laswell as characters, since they're the ones that are going to stick around. Why is most of the screen time and actual story arcs handed over to Farah, who doesn't join 141, and Alex, who dies at the end? So this isn't a setup for Modern Warfare 2. Sure, it ends with a bunch of member berries mentioning Soap, Ghost, and giving Gaz his nickname. But Modern Warfare 2 then begins with these people already having worked together for a while. 141 is still relatively fresh in the sequel, but it's not like the game is about their first ever operation together. So if it's not a philosophical conversation about war or politics, if it's not a shocking horrors of war and the gray nature of winning and losing, and if it's not a character drama, what is it? Well, it's almost nothing. Sure, it's a story ostensibly about attaining power, but it makes no judgments about that power. The attainment of that power is never ambiguous, it's always good. The game talks big about getting dirty, about having these ideas, and about having philosophies. But the marketing team and the writing team are fighting for who is actually in control of the story. I'm reminded by Jacob Geller, who did an amazing video a few years ago asking the very important question, does Call of Duty believe in anything? I would seriously recommend watching his video. In his video, he brings up an interview that the studio art director at Infinity Ward did with Game Informer. Therein, he asked a number of questions that will become incredibly important later, but the key one is the idea brought up in that interview that Call of Duty is not political.
And what's the new story about?
A very relevant contemporary war story.
Is this game political?
No.
Really?
No.
Really?
We're just making games.
That seems insane.
It seems insane to get political to me.
This is the problem at the core of Call of Duty's new story. According to Joel Emsley, who has an amazing first name, might I add, Modern Warfare 2019 is simultaneously a relevant contemporary war story and non-political. Treyarch, it's been a while since we talked. It's been like 2 hours. And all because the last game you made was multiplayer only, you fucking bitch. I can see you two have abandoned the futuristic genre in favor of going back to basics. Cold War, eh? Well, I guess this one will be more standard than the original, just like the MW19 remake. Oh, you've actually handed over development of the campaign over to Raven Software. Really? I mean, they haven't even made a campaign before. How good could this possibly be?
Oh my god, it's so amazing, it's so good! Ooh!
Black Ops Cold War is the game I played that made me realize there is no fucking point in pretending Black Ops isn't the best franchise out of these three. It's not even close. I cannot review this game's campaign and keep up the facade of the other games in the franchise being anywhere near the level of this game, which is not to say that this game is flawless. There are some major problems in this game. Alright. But the rest of it is so good, it ultimately doesn't matter. This is great. Before we begin, I want to say that there's going to be a moment where I tell you to go and play this game. Then I'll do the big spoilery reveal. It didn't matter for Black Ops 1 because that game is literally 13 years old. But this is still a relatively new game. This could be believably on some people's backlog. So I won't spoil this because I actually respect the story here. I'm going to tell you as much as I can without spoiling the major plot reveals, but my recommendation is to go in completely blind. So fair warning, there is a point of no return. I'll tell you when the moment is so you can go and play this game or skip to the next game. Trust me, you'll want to experience this reveal if you haven't already. It's just as good, maybe better in some ways, than the original Black Ops reveal. I guess we should start with the first mission in the game. You can tell a lot about what a game is actually about by seeing what it showcases in its first couple of missions. However, this is not a hard and fast rule. Sometimes shit will appear midway through a game or a few hours in, and they totally change the feel of the game. A lot of the Far Cry's tend to pull that one, and most recently Starfield, depending on how hard you play the main story, could appear 40 hours deep that you get these superpowers. For the most part, however, video games tend to want to showcase what it is about in the first hour of the game, especially now as games have gotten more streamlined. The first mission is nowhere left to run. A lot of the missions in this game have fun little references to the original. Not in the we're replicating it because our marketing team told us kind of way, but more in a we're paying homage to the originals in a fun way kind of way. Here, this mission starts with a lighter burn, burning the picture of Kasim, the guy we're looking to hunt down, as an homage to the start of Operation 40 from the first game. Just proving this game has a bunch of problems, they realized they later needed a picture of Kasim for some of the cutscenes of the game, including at the very end, which I'll talk about a lot later, but that means they have to use a burnt model of the photo, which means Mason just burned it for basically no reason. The mission takes place on the 12th of January 1981, during the Iran hostage crisis, where 52 Americans were held hostage in the US Embassy in Tehran. The CIA has located a connection with 2 Iranian terrorists, and the location of one of them is now known, hiding out in Amsterdam. We start in a bar talking with Police Chief Hans Timmerman. Adler met him many years ago in a poker game. There, Hans revealed his long-lost dreams of being a spy, something Adler is using in the first mission to clear the area of police for what comes next. The bar itself is filled with fun, amazing details from the 80s. They really wanted you to understand what decade you were in, just in case Adler's cut and fit didn't already tell you. In the alleyway, before we're told to shoot anyone in a Call of Duty game, we are given a choice between 3 different weapons: the Milano 821, the MP5, or the AK-74U. This is an important distinction, because while the rest of the game doesn't feature a loadout option at the start of the mission, frequently there will be moments where, in the first few moments of a mission, you'll be allowed to pick up different guns of your choosing. This is basically a cheap way to implement a fractional version of the loadout selector in the previous 2 campaigns. I assume it got cut for development time. What follows is Black Ops' take on the Clean House mission from Modern Warfare 2019. Now, we have a conversation. While it's relatively simple and unfortunately lacking voice acting, it serves as an interesting and important introduction to this game's dialogue system. Most of the dialogue will move the conversation on or ask specific questions. However, some pieces of dialogue will be paired with action brackets, and also, there are multiple ways for these situations to go down. The simple conversation at the start of the game has 4 different endings. There really are only 2 outcomes, with Kasim either dead or captured, but the way you get there has 4 different variations.
variations. You can throw Qasim off the side of the building right after he tells you that the other Iranian, Arash Khadivar, is at the Trabzon airport in Turkey, or you can ask who he's meeting with and receive a piece of evidence, a part of a code. Playing through this the first time, you might assume this is a collectible, but in reality it's part of one of the game's best strengths that we'll get to later. After asking, you can either throw him off the building, arrest him, or stand him up, at which point Adler or you can shoot him. Each of these different permutations don't really matter. Plot-wise, the game is done with Qasim after this mission, but the fact that the game is willing to spend a lot of different voice lines and animation work on this simple cutscene really hides the fact that this game had 1 year of development. Except it kinda didn't. Like I said, this campaign was not made by Treyarch, though their franchise name is on the tin. Turns out, prior to the breakup with Sledgehammer Games, Raven was already working on a Cold War campaign, and this is that game. This is important because after we kill Arash Khadivar at the airport, and we hear about Perseus, the main plot starts, and you might notice that none of the Black Ops crew are really around all that much. Woods and Mason spend most of their time off-screen, generally aren't in the warehouse for most of the game, attributing them to cleaning up in Kiev. Hudson does show up a decent amount, but he doesn't hold that much of a pivotal role in the game. But Adler, Park, Sims, and Lazar are all new characters who are given most of the screen time and some lovely development I'll talk about later. There are so many fucking layers to this.
I'm a goddamn onion, Mason. You should know that.
Yeah, I gotta talk about that later too. So, I guess it's time to talk about who we play as. For 3 missions in the game, you play as Alex Mason, and for the best mission in the game, you play as Belikov. But for the most part, we're looking through the eyes of Bell. Bell is a super interesting character, even though they have no voice acting. This game takes the classic Fallout approach of giving your player no voice and having them talk instead. This allows you to play around and do fun accents to roleplay them. Don't think I've talked about Vietnam in years. I certainly try to do it every time I play this game. It's fun stuff. Bell's biography is actually up to you. You get to pick their real name, where they're from, even their affiliation between MI6, ex-KGB, or CIA. You can even pick their gender. I'll get to it again. Layers.
Goddamn onion.
What you pick comes up in dialogue semi-frequently. At the start of the game, when we first appear in the warehouse, Adler says a line that is entirely dependent on your affiliation. He'll reference either the KGB, the CIA, or MI6.
Bell, this is where you come in. Your MI6 experience helped our team back in Nam, and I'm counting on it once again. Bell, this is where you come in. We needed the best of the CIA and SOG, and that's exactly why I requested you again. Bell, this is where you come in. As ex-KGB, it was a risk to bring you on, but we needed to think like them. And we need that mindset again. Head to the evidence board. We'll retrace our steps through Da Nang.
It's also worth noticing that they'll use appropriate pronouns for your character, which is, of course, great attention to detail. Black Ops 3, on the rare occasion they'd refer to your character in third person, they would just use they, which is a very cheap way to avoid having to say a specific pronoun. A bunch of games do this, by the way, and have for years. Super cheap. You also get to pick 2 psychological traits. There's 15 to choose them, and while a lot just give basic improvement to some things, oh boy, I can sprint slightly longer. How amazing. Some of them give really interesting stuff that can really change how you play the game, like full movement speed while aiming down sights. Some people found this feature disappointing, a take I actually do not understand at all.
Yeah, I was disappointed that they didn't have you choose appearance for the character or do anything creative with it.
The only detail about Bell that's locked in is that you're a world-class cryptographer, an excellent detail that absolutely plays into the game. 2 optional side missions in this game are paired with randomly generated puzzles that are unlocked by Bell. They can, through their cryptography training, see things that nobody else can, and you get 2 really cool puzzles. And since they randomize the details every time, they're always fun to do. This type of puzzle is something I've only ever seen Shadows of Doubt build on, where you randomize the details of an investigative puzzle. It's genuinely great stuff and means that on repeat playthroughs, it isn't just already solved for you. Operation Chaos and Operation Red Circus are the 2 missions, dealing with networks of Russian spies in America and in European governments. The actual gameplay missions of these are pretty standard. They are probably the shortest out of any of the campaign, but in the end they have some neat, unique gameplay things as well. The only time you can use an M82 is in Operation Chaos, and Operation Red Circus allows you to call in and extract from any location on the map, kinda, which is simple and fun. What? What? Excuse me? The true meat of this is the puzzles you need to get in, however, which is genuinely amazing. Call of Duty fans who are used to mindlessly running around and doing shooty bang-bangs were forced to pick up a pen and paper and solve a puzzle. The rest of the missions, well,
It says that there are 16 of them, but that's a lie. 6 of them are briefings in the CIA safe house. Now, not to disparage these scenes, there is a frankly astonishing amount of effort put on display here. Character writing and wonderful moments, secrets to discover, characters to talk to, and stuff to explore. For instance, there's an incredibly Black Ops puzzle to open up this secret door that then leads to an arcade machine that features a bunch of old-school Activision games from the 80s. Sure, some of them are slightly off. Chopper Command and Pitfall, for instance, are both from 1982, which is a year in the future, but who cares? This is rad as hell, and it even uses a classic Activision logo. And for absolutely no reason other than nostalgia, you can flip the screen to be in black and white, because hey, widespread use of color television is still incredibly recent. As recent as 9 years prior to this game, half of the households in the US still had black and white TVs. You can also find more games throughout many of the levels and play them, unlocking them at your safe house. And if you turn around, there's another computer with a bunch of fun secrets on it, including, quite amazingly, 12 old-school text adventure games. This is actually a reference to the original Black Ops I, which I specifically didn't mention because I wanted to talk about it here. It's a very neat side adventure where you get to actually explore this internal stuff, and it has a lot of hidden concept art and shit like that. There's 12 old-school text adventures that are rad as hell. You can even get achievements for playing all the way through Zork, and once you do, apparently Treyarch will send you one of 15 pieces of a further, more complex puzzle. Absolutely batshit insane. You can actually spend longer time on this side content than the actual game. That's pretty fucking cool. I haven't explored it as fully as I'd like, but in the original you could find a bunch of secret side stuff. You could find hints at Reznov being alive, at Woods being alive, and it's where we see the letters from Mason's family, the ones where he misses his mother's death and her funeral, and his father preferring that he was dead back in Vorkuta. It adds some nice character details to Mason, giving him flaws. Unfortunately, Mason and Woods are written like two 30-year-olds on a boy's vacation to Spain, and the dialogue they have is actually just downright terrible. Is there some history between you and Fidel Castro?
Are you fucking serious right now?
Don't get him started.
No. Hold on, let me set the record straight.
Here we go. Kept it under 5 minutes. I was expecting a diatribe.
Why did you have to kill him?
Because the numbers were telling me to! Why don't you fucking understand?
I think the word character assassination could be a little strong, but it's not far off. For instance, the onion line.
Do it all quiet-like?
Yeah, you're the expert in quiet.
I'm a goddamn onion, Mason. You should know that.
I'm a goddamn onion, Mason. What the fuck is that? Who the fuck says that?
James C. Burns, the voice actor for Woods, has been incredibly open about him being recast and has made his opinions really, really clear. On multiple streams, multiple times. Sam Worthington, meanwhile, is too busy having sex with blue space aliens to actually care that he lost his lame Call of Duty gig, I assume. ChatGPT, please tell me why Alex Mason was recast.
In the original Call of Duty Black Ops game and its sequel, Alex Mason was voiced by Sam Worthington. However, in Call of Duty Black Ops II, Mason is voiced by actor Michael Keaton. The change in voice actors was likely a creative decision made by the game's developers.
What the fuck? The recast for Alex Mason makes complete sense. Sam Worthington is too busy. Same can be said for Ed Harris and Michael Keaton. And hey, since you're recasting the whole group, why not recast Woods as well? It's the same situation as MW19. We're recasting the whole group. Except here's the problem. Modern Warfare 2019 is a total redo of the entire franchise. It's a hard reboot. This isn't. This is a sequel to the original game, which means these versions of Woods, Hudson, and Mason need to match their counterparts in Black Ops 1 and 2. So you can't actually recast them. But man, they didn't even really get close. Piotr Michael here gets a pass. He does a great job as Hudson. I was concerned the first time I saw the reveal and looked him up because compared to Michael Keaton and Ed fucking Harris, he really doesn't look the part. Dude looks like a fucking cartoon SpongeBob voice actor. Well,
there is no truth. Only who you choose to believe. Adler knows all about that. Don't you, Russ?
Turns out, an impressionist cartoon voice actor is perfect for this role, because, hey, he sounds exactly like Hudson, and pulls off his no-nonsense, ice-cold character pretty well. This is a seamless transition from Hudson in Black Ops 1. Woods and Mason, however...
That's what you do best, isn't it, Hudson? Manipulate people. Tell them your own version of the truth.
Are not even close to the same characters. Mason is a mentally unstable soldier, victim of what the CIA refers to as menticide, a systematic effort to undermine and destroy a person's values and beliefs, using interrogation, drugs, or torture. The process described by Woods as they carved a hole in his head when they put the numbers in there. And even before that, Black Ops I intel refers to Mason as erratic. According to said intel, Mason has gone rogue MIA multiple times. He is a loose cannon, only controlled slightly by Woods, but his effectiveness in the field is the only thing that keeps him on the level with the CIA. Woods, meanwhile, is a street kid. He's, at the same time, immature and mature. He grew up without his parents, and is one of the CIA's most effective Vietnam operators. He's loud, but he's also eminently effective in the field, and like I said, he's a surgical hammer. These characters are flipped in Cold War. In this game, the mental patient who had experimental brain surgery and who hallucinates numbers in his brain, combined with a dead Russian, is the stable and calm one, whilst Woods is the one who is violent and chaotic. Their chatter is awful too. The dialogue between the two and Bell, the thankfully only one time you get to talk to the two of them in the safe house, is genuinely terrible. They do this gag where if you ask about Hudson being scared for Woods, they do an entire fucking bit pulled straight out of Goodfellas.
Hudson seems concerned about you.
You got a point in saying that?
You sound concerned too. If you're trying to be friendly, this is the dumbest way to go about it.
We're just fucking with you.
Does this sound like the same two motherfuckers who were in Black Ops 1 and 2? No! Their humor was never based on deception. It was based on open mockery and humiliation.
See that handsome bastard? That's me. The ugly one's your father.
Woods, you look like hammered shit.
I'm so tough for shit and junk. It's nah, baby.
But here, they're pulling their performances from a fucking mobster villain. It's lies based on deception, making someone else feel uncomfortable. This type of hazing absolutely sucks, and it totally does not fit their characters. The sitcom-like writing of Woods and Mason in this game is actually terrible.
Not a fucking word, Bill.
I don't want to put too much shit on the voice actors. Chris Payne Gilbert and Damon Victor Allen. Jesus Christ, triple first name for both of them. That's a red flag. Frankly, if anything, this was probably the fault of the casting director. Their performances suffer probably from a lot of the same problems as Black Ops 3's male voice actor did. They're not voice actors, so their delivery is fairly flat as is. And on top of that, they're doing impressions of characters they don't really understand, combined with writing written by a team that also doesn't understand these characters. But thankfully, like I said, they're not in the game that much, and the rest of the characters are great. Park and Lazar have a bit of shared history, unbeknownst to either one. At one point, she was working with an MI6 agent codenamed Madame Shell in Cyprus. Park suspected that she had gone rogue and began working with the enemy. But before she could confirm her suspicions, Madame Shell left her a parting gift, her throat cut. Park managed to survive, but learned a valuable lesson in the process about trust. However, Lazar would, some years later, track down Madame Shell in Cyprus and cut off her head.
Body washed up on one bank, head on the other. Ironic, wouldn't you say?
I'd call it poetic justice.
Lazar. Thank you.
For what?
Finally, Sims and Adler. Both of them served in Vietnam together with Bell, each of them coming out of it with something different. Bell, through dialogue, seems to have suppressed Vietnam, trying not to think about it at all. Adler, meanwhile, has come to terms with his role in the world a long time ago, forging himself as an enigma. You can ask him about a scar in the game, and every time he tells you a random version of events.
I jumped off a roof in Calcutta back in '75 while chasing a Soviet agent. The jump was successful. The landing, not so much. Advice? Always make sure you know where the utility poles are. You know what they say about kids falling in with a bad crowd? Well, let's just say I fell in with the worst part of the bad crowd. The girl wasn't worth it, believe me. Back in '73, I was nearly killed by a tiger while on a mission in Malaysia. But human ingenuity still rules the animal kingdom. You ever been attacked by a tiger, Bell?
He's been off-screen for a lot of the events of Black Ops 1. In Vietnam, his team, as Woods describes it, was right next to theirs. Adler is an enigmatic character, but he's not much deeper than that.
though I'd say he doesn't really need to be. On the other hand, Sims has always had an interest in the world of technology and black market acquisitions. He can get a hold of damn near anything, anywhere for anyone, so long as they have the dollars to pull it off. Vietnam doesn't seem to eat much away at him, though he does seem to have more animosity towards Bell than Adler.
Are you being funny? Did we not just go through this? Look, I could say so many things right now. No, forget about it. It's good.
So outside of, the two most recognizable characters in the franchise, the rest are pretty well developed. And there is a ton of Metro-style optional dialogue at play in the CIA safe house. You can walk around, talk to people, interact with things, and listen to conversations to your heart's content. People move around and do things. There's even an entire conversation between Adler and Park, filled with voice acting and animation that you literally cannot hear or see apart from through the blinds or muffled through the door. It's actually crazy, but it adds to the secrecy around the main story that really works for a Black Ops game. You can definitely tell, though, that this was written and partially developed as a campaign by Raven Software before Treyarch joined them. David S. Goyer joined to help make the campaign more Black Ops-y, but in my opinion, I don't think he did that good a job. The insertion of Hudson, Mason, and Woods is so forced and pointless that I would almost prefer it if they weren't in it at all, if we were dealing with a totally new squad instead. Expand the universe a bit. Maybe include Hudson. His role in the plot isn't totally throwaway, but it is unnecessary. Not to disparage the overall plot, by the way, because that is incredibly Black Ops-y, and we'll get to that in a little bit, but it's just the insertion of the characters just doesn't really work for me. Okay, so I guess I can talk about the missions now. They're all great. There's 10 missions in total, though the last 2 swap depending on your ending. So in a standard playthrough, you'll only be playing actually 9 missions. The missions jump between 2 types of missions. Ones where you can tell they're referencing the original game this is a sequel to, and ones you can tell were blocked out and in development before Treyarch were on the project that are really, really good. I mean, that's pure speculation based on the timeline of events. It could be that the only missions featuring Woods and Mason are the first mission of the game, 2 optional missions, and exactly 1 other mission. Fracture Draw, for instance, is basically greatest hits of Black Ops 1 Volume 1. It's in Vietnam and pulls a lot of the sections from Vietnam straight out to play with. We have aerial combat, a helicopter crash, and standard town combat, though nothing in here is individually identical to the original. It definitely alludes to it. The helicopter combat section even has people shooting at you with rockets from caves just like the original, and you fight a Russian Hind. What it doesn't do is break all tension by having Woods and Mason fly a Russian Hind and taking down enemy pilots. You only fight 1 Hind, and Bell is only controlling the guns, not the actual flying story-wise, so it's fine. Speaking of the story, remember Perseus? Well, we're back in Vietnam to try to find our last connection to Perseus. Finding it in a little blue book in what the fuck am I doing? Finding it in a little blue book in a secret hidden room behind a red door at the end of the level, surrounded by Spetsnaz. The shooting in Fracture Jaw is pretty great. Instead of leaning into realism like MW19 did, Black Ops was the only ones who remembered what fun was in Call of Duty. I guess Infinity Ward forgot as soon as they made Infinite Warfare what fun is, and Raven and Treyarch had to come back and make us remember. Gunplay is neat, and most of the guns are pretty good, but I'll talk about them more later. Immediately after we come back to present day, we've decrypted the entire book from Vietnam and pointed out the name Volkov. Except Bell did it, and can't quite remember, asking questions as if they didn't believe they did it themselves.
After we dug it up, you spent 2 full hours decrypting everything inside. You seem to think Volkov was the name to pay attention to.
I decrypted all the intel myself.
Are you feeling all right, Bell? That's one of the reasons we wanted you on this team. Not even the CIA's best cryptographers have been able to crack that dossier. You're special, Bell. But it also sounds like you need a nap.
Maybe Mason isn't the only person in the team with brain damage. Brick in the Wall is a pre-Treyarch level, though, and it involves breaking past the Berlin Wall. It has some pretty neat stealth as well as the ability to pick up dead bodies, a feature World War II would shamelessly ignore 3 years prior. I did the pyrocynical thing. This allows you to actually do stealth in the missions. There's a proper alertness meter and stealth, and it's clear where and when you can't be seen. Kind of. It's really fun stuff, and some of the level design reminds me a bit of a Dishonored. Plot-wise, you're back in Berlin to track down Volkov through his smuggler, Franz Kraus, with the help of Greta Keller, an operative of the Bundesnachrichtendienst. Okay. an operative of the Bundesnachrichtendienst. You fucking try to say, you dumb piece of shit. The Foreign Intelligence Agency of West Germany. She tells us about Lucas Richter, an agent of the BND who has been captured by the Stasi and under interrogation. We can then choose how to deal with Lucas Richter, or ignore him completely. It's an optional side quest, similar to the one where you save the undercover agent in World War II, except this one actually has consequences. If you go into the room that has him, you can discover a piece of evidence tied to one of the two side quests, as well as a note on Lucas Richter himself. Lucas Richter is actually a double agent. You can ask him about the information on the note that implies he's a spy, and he'll deny it in the world's most suspicious dialogue ever.
What did that paper say? You can't trust these people.
I have no knowledge of any of this. This is so bizarre!
If you release him or don't deal with him, he appears in a later mission, and you can choose to deal with him or not there. Lucas is a lovely small tidbit that your choices actually do have consequences in the story, because if you put a bullet in him, he doesn't appear later. And that stuff will affect more than just the end of the game. Kind of like Black Ops II, isn't it? During the mission, we have to sneak into the apartment of Franz Kraus. Inside, things get pretty scripted, but pretty well executed. The sounds are great, and part of it reminds me of Munich,
which is one of the best movies about 70s, 80s era spy stuff that's ever been made. It had its inciting incident in a similar event where, during the 1972 Summer Olympic Games in Munich, Palestinian terrorists shot up the Israeli Olympic team, killing 11 of them. Given the timeline lines up and it makes perfect sense in Call of Duty logic, Lazar may even have been involved in the events covered in the film. But as a result, the similarities are most likely very deliberate.
Next, we have Red Light, Green Light, which is kind of weird. We're infiltrating a Russian training facility inside of Ukraine, a huge concrete building where inside the Russians have built Anytown, USA. They've created a classic American town to train in as Kill House. It's a really cool environment to fight through and a fun reversal. The first time I played through this mission, I was actually caught off guard by the sudden change to the level structure, moving from generic Russian facility to an arcade. This mission is filled with fun stuff, like if you play on the arcade machines, Woods will start commenting on your gameplay and give funny remarks. Definitely more in telling with his character, but man, is there nearly not enough swearing in his dialogue? You can really tell.
You a nerd or something? Hey, give me a quarter. Oh, Bell, you stink.
Brother, that is literal schoolyard dialogue. This is not the same guy who would go on to say,
I got a couple of fucking broads. Work this shit out on your own. Need some smokes. There's bat shit. Where's my smokes?
Whatever. The level ends in the discovery of Operation Greenlight, a nuclear deployment done by the United States that has Hudson's name and voice attached to it. Interrogating Hudson, we get an explanation of what Greenlight is. In classic Black Ops stupid, over-the-top fashion, Project Greenlight was the plan from the Americans to plant nukes in all European cities in the event of a Russian invasion of mainland Europe. The bombs were upgraded in '74 to high-yield neutron bombs, a type of bomb meant to minimize damage to infrastructure and maximize deaths to radiation. Next, another plot contrivance takes us to the Ural Mountains in Yamantau, where Perseus is hoping to retrieve an old mainframe from the building. This level's unique gimmick is zip lines. They're all over the level, used by both yourself and the enemies. They even Uno reverse card your plot, sending you barreling into the facility and losing your guns, separating you from Woods and forcing you to scavenge weapons and sneak to survive, or just pick up whatever and kill your way through. During this mission and the previous brick in the wall, Woods and Lazar would comment on how well you did in the previous segment stealth-wise.
That's your low profile, Bell. God help us all.
It has no further consequences for the mission, which is of course unfortunate, but it's at least a massive step up from the original Yamantau mission, where carefully stealthing your way through the entire compound would result in absolutely nothing.
You're one sneaky son of a bitch.
This part of the mission also includes a piece of classic game design. You can find a key that you can use on a locker at the start of the mission to get a one-hit kill revolver, a real help towards the later section of the mission when you're dealing with so many harsh and brutal enemies. This type of design generally encourages players to explore the levels they're in, to think about their surroundings a little more than simply seeing them as a shooting gallery. The unfortunate part of its execution here is that both halves of the puzzle are directly called attention to, and it's a super simple solve, with that part of the level being extremely linear and there being enemies near both halves. In the first case, you're pushed into the room with a locker to avoid the enemies, with the alternative room being lit up. As soon as you're in the room, you're waiting for the guards to pass by, so looking around the room, it would be impossible to not see the locked cabinet and get the optional quest to find the key. Later, in the rotunda, there's a dark circular pathway around the outside of a large, brightly lit room. Since you're hoping for stealth, your brain would naturally avoid the central area and follow the pathway around, which will inevitably lead you to looking through a door door at the back of a Russian soldier, brightly lit, walking into a dark room with his back turned towards you. This is the bathroom eyes equivalent of enemy pathfinding. Suicidal levels of bad AI patrolling that it isn't even funny. Taking out the guard points your field of view naturally towards the console on the other side of the room, and once again, seeing the interaction circle, you walk over, finding the key instantly. While the general design of this type of encounter would often have you thinking or keeping your eyes open, as is in the case with the first two Metro games that use this very setup constantly, keys and safes, this game does the opposite of that setup. The experience is so streamlined and obvious that you don't need to think for a single step of it. Every single moment of discovery is a natural step in reaction to the level design and enemy movement. You can see in this moment the developers realizing the potential of this type of game design, but then going on to playtest and streamline and focus testing all the challenges in discovery and investigation straight out of the experience. Meanwhile, in the Metro games, while the key for whatever level you are on is always bright red and glowing, getting it is another thing entirely. And then you have to find the safe it fits into, which often blends into the terrain itself. Metro plays with the locations of both, and sometimes places them in really obvious but dangerous positions, asking the questions, are you willing to risk it all for an extra handful of bullets? Here in Black Ops Cold War, it places you at the center of the universe, and the entire level kind of railroads you into discovering this optional mission, which is, I think, pretty damn unfortunate. It wants to be better, but once you link back up with Woods, we're back to standard Call of Duty gameplay, which, however fun it is now, is getting increasingly difficult to adequately describe in a way that hasn't already been done. Finally extracting with the mainframe in tow, we ferry it to the CIA for analysis. 4 days later, we have our answer. Perseus is looking for the names of sleeper agents Dragovich used in 1968, but after extracting them from the mainframe, he deleted them, meaning the only way we could get them now is in the Lubyanka building, KGB headquarters. Now, this mission is stupid. It's stupid. It's really, really dumb. The natural process would be to try to track down literally any other leads, exhaust all other opportunities, dig up the wreckage of the Rusalka, maybe track down some lost abandoned tapes on Rebirth Island. Heck, maybe track down and interrogate Kravchenko on potential locations of the list. You would exhaust any and all leads before infiltrating the KGB. Plot-wise, and as Hudson says,
strategically speaking, this borders on insanity.
If we were able to keep this clandestine, as in entirely clandestine, it would be potentially believable. I'm once again reminded by this franchise of Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, which starts out with our Mission Impossible task force infiltrating the Red Square and barely making it through, except as things conclude, an outside agency infiltrates and blows up the entire building as well, resulting in Cruise Control and his whole gang having to go hiding in the train carriage, because naturally they are no world enemy number one. This is a realistic amount of consequences to being potentially related to an attack on Russia in a non-Cold War period. This is during the Cold War. Admittedly, yes, in its waning years, but the Berlin Wall stands and the Soviet-Afghan War is ongoing. This was referred to as the new Cold War, and by golly, the way this mission ends would heat it up faster than Robert Oppenheimer heats up the Nevada desert. However, this is simultaneously the best single level in the Black Ops franchise, maybe all of Call of Duty, because to describe this mission simply, you spilled your hitman in my Black Ops. Holy shit, please give me some more! This mission starts with you as Belikov, and your part in the mission. Before all of the Call of Duty stuff happens, this is to get the key card for the bunker to Adler and Bell. You can do this in 4 ways that are marked and 1 way that is not. You can talk to Kravchenko and discover their unauthorized communications and use them to frame Charkov, then steal his key card when he's apprehended. Getting to the armory by dealing with his guard, which you can bribe with as a car, which you will need to find, steal the paperwork from a highly guarded officer, sneak around and take him out. Convince a prisoner to kill Charkov with a pencil by using his family's capture as leverage. Locate poison by solving a fun lore puzzle in Kravchenko's office and poisoning Charkov's tea. Oh no, he took the wrong one, and improvising some bullshit to distract him to swap the cups back. Or straight up stabbing him and taking the key card. Each one of these come with their own challenges and potential benefits. No matter which one you choose, Belikov ends up cover blown and taken prisoner anyway, but hey, this mission is fucking great anyway. You can even find a piece of hidden evidence, and if Lucas Richter isn't dealt with during the Pink Floyd mission, you can deal with him here, which is a great attention to detail that adds that this is all an interconnected conspiracy. Unfortunately, once you get the key card by whichever way you choose, the unique, great part of the game is unfortunately over, and you have to hand the key card to Bell and Adler, who proceed to Call of Duty their way through the rest of the level. Plus, this part of the game is relatively streamlined, with most of the objectives being taggable and waypoint, though it doesn't tell you what to do with each of the puzzles, levels, which is a great detail. My only criticism for this mission is that there isn't more of it. There are a handful of fun conversations throughout the building, like a conversation between two operatives trying to write a letter to a British MI5 agent hoping to invite them to a party, fixating on the details. Given the coveted special relationship Thatcher and Reagan had at the time, it's no wonder Brits are given extra attention in this game compared to previous Black Ops titles. I wish this mission just had more stuff for me to discover. Like, at the end of the level, there's a terminal where you're meant to copy information from onto a disk. However, it also has additional pieces of information on it. Unfortunately, those pieces of information are just the exact same slides that we see in the safe house on that terminal. There's no secret information to find. There's no additional stuff. Okay, I don't really think I can go much further without spoiling the rest of the game, so I'm going to wrap up the few last things before I move on to the last 3 or 4 missions, depending on how you count. Guns. I mentioned that I liked them before, and I do, but they're a bit weird. Much like the campaign levels, we have a mix of Black Ops classics and guns we haven't seen before, like the MP5, an SMG so ubiquitous, it's been in literally every single Modern Warfare and Black Ops game that isn't set in the future. This bitch even appears in CoD 4 for the Nintendo DS, a game so strapped for guns, it couldn't even fit the M14/EBR, a classic. The gun is, however, right next to the Krig 6, a gun based on the Swedish AK-5C, which is based on the FNFNC, a gun that is literally only in this game, and no other game ever. No, Call of Duty Mobile doesn't count, it's basically not a video game, it's a hallucination brought on by Chinese esports viewers. The launchers in this game are also weird, with the Virgin RPG-6 right next to the obscure but based Sigma 2. Sigma?
Sigma.
Chad Alpha Male Hustler, Skr, no cap, for real. This game has a mix of legally distinct names and correct names on weapons that can really confuse you what we're actually talking about. Picking up the Milano 821, you'd assume it's just an Uzi. In fact, as did I and everyone else I was playing the game with, including at least 3 people who are really into guns. However, this is not the Uzi, but the Italian Sochimi 821. Sochimi standing for Società Costruzioni Industriali Milano. I Italiano speaky goody. It's an Italian-made SMG based on the Israeli Uzi. Additionally, the Hauer 77 is a pump-action shotgun that looks a lot like an Ithaca 37, and that's because it was actually an Ithaca 37. They just call it a Hauer 77 for absolutely no reason, weirdly implying a gun from 1937 was made in 1977. There are also only 2 sidearms in the entire game, which can make things pretty awkward in case you thought it was weird in Call of Duty 1 where a Soviet soldier was running around with the Luger and a Brit had a Colt 45. Well, at least they're both kind of believable. The British did, in not insignificant numbers, use the 1911. And hey, the Russian guy starts out without a gun, so maybe he just picked the Luger up. But here, it gets a lot less justifiable when every single villain, be they German, Iranian, or Russian, has a fucking 1911, the most American gun in the world, with Spetsnaz or Russian operatives using the Italian Beretta 93R as well, just to confuse everyone. A gun that is literally not suitable for any military. There is, of course, one additional sidearm present in the campaign, if only in a model. It's in the Russian armory on a wall in the KGB, so naturally, it's a token. Glock 17, I mean, that makes perfect sense. Don't you think so, Jonathan Ferguson?
Frankly, I'm slightly losing the will to live.
Well, I guess that's not quite right. There is a revolver in the Yamantau mission, and of course at the end of Desperate Measures, we can pull up a reference to the Terminator, an AMT baller with a giant LPC Model 7 laser sight. Really cool. Oh wait, that's a Desert Eagle. 2 years early. Whatever. They do try to justify the 1911 thing, with Arash Kadivar from the start of the game supposedly ferrying tons of black market 1911s. Except I don't care how many 1911s you transport. It probably wouldn't be able to outnumber the literally millions of Makarovs and Tokarevs that are around by now, but nice try. Another gun that's in the game in almost demonstration only is the Steyr AUG, only usable in Operation Red Circus, and visible in every safe house section. Unfortunate, because this game really could have benefited from another assault rifle. Because this game basically just has 3. The XM4, the AK-47, and the Krig 6. Okay, what else? The gigantic radius for the throwback grenades option is great, but the grenades are kind of ass. The smokes are fun, but not that useful. The flashbang doesn't do much unless the enemy is basically standing on top of it. My pop flash mindset that's carried me so long in Counter-Strike can't seem to help me here. Okay, I've exhausted the rest. It's time to talk about the end of the game. If you want to play this game, which I recommend, you should play this game, it is good, you should go away now. Turns out the name Perseus was looking for in Yamantau was Theodore Hastings, a recently activated sleeper agent. The CIA tracks his movements and sees him go to Cuba. It seems like either using Dragovich's old connections or simply their continued alliances. Perseus is using Castro to move the green light nuke, potentially moving it onto American soil. We fight against Castro's forces towards a CCTV array, where, just in the nick of time, Perseus shoots some scientists. Once we catch up with them, we find that no, Perseus was not interested in the nuke. He wanted them to reverse engineer the activation codes for the green light system, hoping to quick extract via skyhook to get out of this terrible situation, as Perseus has already managed to escape with the codes in tow. An RPG knocks us to the ground, and we have to choose. Another choice for Bell, Park, or Lazar. Whichever one you choose in the following mission, you start out on a gurney. The complete flip on Perseus's perceived plan means that there's less than 12 hours until Europe gets turned into an irradiated hellhole, and Adler needs to pull the last ace out of his sleeves. Bell is brought into the side room in the safe house. This room has been occupied by multiple people throughout the game if they ever wanted to have private conversations. Adler took a phone call in there with Hudson, and I already mentioned that Adler and Park went in to talk in private just before the last mission. But now, you're finally being brought in on the big secret everyone's been keeping from you. Adler pulls out a needle and sticks it into your eye and begins probably the most fascinating and interesting sequence in a Call of Duty game. I'm not going to show you or tell you what it is, even here past the moment, except to tell you that it can be summed up as the Stanley Ops. The end result is you were lied to from the very beginning.
We've got a job to do.
You are one of Perseus's agents, and from the words of Arash himself, one that is highly thought of.
Perseus thinks too highly of you. I don't want the competition.
So he killed you at Trebizond Airfield at the very start of the game. However, Adler, Woods, and Mason found you alive on the airfield, carting you back to US soil as a POW. They quickly found out that normal forms of interrogation wouldn't work on you. They stuck you in a chair in a room and hypnotized you. You were put through the end result of the MK Ultra program. What the Russians attempted and failed to do with Mason, Adler succeeded to do with you. He implanted his own memories into your mind, using the sound of a bell together with the trigger phase, "We have a job to do," a phrase Adler says many times throughout the game. The file you were making at the start of the game was Adler and Park putting together an identity to supplant your old one. Let me draw your attention to the background of this scene. Soon as you notice it, it's kind of weird, isn't it? It doesn't resemble any scene we see in the entire game. Well, except for this sequence. You stand in the interrogation room, looking out into where Adler and Park sat. However, our character creation screen is shown from the other side of the glass. You had no idea, but at the start of the game, you were playing Adler and Park, making Bell. This adds a ton of implications to who you are, and even the added psychological profiles could be either chosen by them to add more ways to control you, or could even be a side effect of the programming. As when you play through as Mason or Belikov, you can't see the psychological profile of any kind. This is amazing, but this reveal makes this actually make way less sense than it did to begin with. Non-binary is a gender identity, meaning that it is a fairly new idea to the mainstream. The idea of transgender identity in the 80s was still incredibly fringe.
I don't think most of the public know what a transsexual is. They're apt to think of them as some sex maniac, I think.
I mean, we had some films in the 70s that represented the idea of trans people, but they were still generally viewed as cross-dressers or mentally ill by most of the population. Non-binary, although it is its own thing, is a byproduct of this gender dysmorphia debate. My beliefs on the subject is I don't think non-binary is real. I think it's a byproduct of the ridiculous hyperfixation on gender roles and gender identity these leftists talk about. But it's an incredibly complicated subject to talk about without offending someone unduly. But I just wanted to say that so that you could understand that while I, upon initially seeing the option non-binary, thought it silly and historically inaccurate, I ultimately moved on with my life because in the end, this isn't that big a deal. The overarching politics about this are a big deal, but putting non-binary in a video game definitely isn't. My main point of contention was the historical inaccuracy. Now imagine my reaction when I found out that no, you are not a potentially mentally unstable but highly effective American operative who happens to identify as non-binary. You are either a non-binary communist or were chosen to be non-binary by two government agents. I can believe that Bell, had he really been CIA or MI6 or even KGB, had fringe ideas in his mind or was mentally ill or even fully wholeheartedly believed that they had no gender, something that as a concept didn't really exist as an option in the 80s. But the reality is that Bell is either a non-binary communist or was chosen to be non-binary by two government agents who work for governments that currently, in 1981, treat something as common and natural as homosexuality like a fringe illegal thing. Keep in mind, in the 90s, it was a huge deal that Diana shook hands with an AIDS victim, because despite there being no evidence that it would be transmitted through touch, people were so disgusted by homosexuals that they just assumed it had sped by touch anyway. The idea that these people would even think to include non-binary as an option is ridiculous. And oh, by the way, if the idea of Americans choosing non-binary is stupid, get a load of Soviet Russia. When Stalin died in '53, a bunch of things got liberalized. For straight people, of course. During this time, homosexuals in Khrushchev's Russia were basically treated as child molesters. Now, why am I not talking about non-binaries? Well, because they didn't fucking exist. It's an ideology or held belief that has to have a source. There weren't Marxist-Leninists before Marx and Lenin, though I'm sure people will argue the opposite. For non-binaries, their source is from the 90s and forwards, i.e. a decade after this game is set. Does this upset me? No. In fact, this whole thing was a waste of fucking time, but it is a smaller point to be made about a bigger problem. Should we sacrifice historical accuracy for the sake of current-day political points? Well, Call of Duty has been doing it for years before even this game. Remember Howard? Yeah, World War II's Howard isn't in the game to add depth to the story. You could remove him entirely and the plot would be no different. He's not present for any of the game's big moments. Howard was added only, and I mean only, so they could have a point of representation in the game. They didn't want to tell a complex story about racism in World War II. They wanted the political points of having a black man in the story. But they have to broach the subject of racism because it's impossible not to. It's the 40s, so naturally they undercook it and it ends up feeling disingenuous. Cold War has a black character at a time that it was much better, but still not great. Racism in the 80s was down significantly from the segregation years, but Sims probably experienced a lot of racism in his life, and probably in Vietnam too. But crucially, the game does not broach the subject at all, because the subject matter of the plot doesn't need the racism angle in order to fit. As a result, Sims is fine. He feels like a character in the world, not a vehicle for political points. The fact that his experience of racism is not explored is totally valid, because the game isn't about the social experience of the Cold War. It's a spy thriller about conspiracies. This inclusion of a non-binary option feels the most like a vehicle for political points, because non-binary didn't exist at the time. The idea would be absurd to every character in this warehouse, and none of the complications of being non-binary is brought up in the game. But if Sims' experience of racism isn't relevant to the plot, why are we talking about Bell being non-binary? Well, most character creation screens don't come up as a plot point later in the game, but this one does.
We needed to give you a new identity to replace the old. It was Park's idea to make you MI6. She wanted that bond with you. You even picked up a bit of her accent.
So why have this glaring and silly inaccuracy? Who was going to complain that you can't be non-binary in a Call of Duty game set in the 80s, 10 years before non-binary existed as a concept? Of course, now that it's there, people would complain if you removed it, like the stupid Starfield non-binary mod, which I have no historical problems with because it's set in the future where I presume gender politics will somehow become even more stupid. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh right. Adler needs to know where Perseus is going to send the activation signal from. And we know, Solovetsky. He said in Our Mind, an island deep in the White Sea in northern Russia. From there, Perseus will watch the fall of mankind. When Adler asks, Bell has the option to lie and instead point Adler toward the Duga radar in Chernobyl. A perfect lie, as just like Park explains if you choose it, it would be the perfect location to send a signal to all of the green light nukes in Europe. If you lie or tell the truth, Adler still reacts the same way immediately after. If you tell the truth, you get the end of the game, which is a rather disappointing but still fairly fun mission on Solovetsky. You get to play with a minigun too. After Solovetsky is dealt with, Adler brings Bell to the edge of a cliff for a heart-to-heart. But Bell is still a Soviet agent. While Bell told the truth this time and saved Europe, Bell is a player character, meaning they're incredibly powerful. Mason and Bell are orders of magnitude more effective than any of the other people in the squad, and in case Bell gets second thoughts, Adler has to make the final choice to take Bell out. Canonically, this is the end. But if you tell the lie, you can do one of two things. You can go to the Duga radar dash and get shot by Adler. But if you tell the lie, you can go through the secret door you unlocked hours ago in the campaign and set up an ambush. I don't want to overanalyze this too much, but this caged area can kind of be a counter to Adler's secret room in the safe house. His room is out in the open, well lit, but blocked off and muffled, transparent and visible, but still hidden, while your secret room is shrouded in darkness behind a chain link fence, only unlocked by solving a puzzle tied to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, which, might I add, was in-world, maybe performed by Mason, who himself was brainwashed. Your room is in darkness, but with no way to block sound, with nobody else getting access either. In there, you can call Perseus and set up an ambush, and in a shocking twist for Call of Duty, you can just kill all of the main characters. This campaign feels almost like a mockery of Infinity Ward's reboot campaigns, where nobody ever makes a mistake and nobody ever dies. Depending on which ending you pick, the central character, which is viewed as the know-it-all arbiter of the universe, makes the biggest mistake ever of trusting Bell, and then everyone fucking dies at the end. Not to mention the lack of choice in either Modern Warfare campaign. Meanwhile here, there's a Fallout-style wrap-up that has a bunch of permutations of how you dealt with each individual you came across in your journey, told to you either with the voice of Hudson and Black or Perseus, depending on which ending you chose, which is a lovely detail. I really love this campaign a lot, and it pains me that it's brought down by a handful of forgettable levels, the unbelievable shortness of the campaign. I mean, realistically, there's only 9 levels in the game compared to the standard 16 we've seen in previous titles. Not to mention the total character assassination of Woods and Mason that really ends up breaking two characters that have an established personality in the original games. But before we move on to the next Sledgehammer Games Mediocre Fest and Alex's History Corner, we have to acknowledge something I don't like. The canon. The canon ending is Park lives, as does Adler, which kind of pisses me off in a weird way. Not Park living, I mean, I would guess that's almost everyone's character choice. Hot British woman beats fat old Israeli man any day, but the bit about Adler living. The presence of Adler in Warzone, which is apparently canonical, don't worry, we'll talk about that later, tells us that Bell dies, which is a bit frustrating. This is without a doubt the player character we have poured the most of ourselves into during the entire Black Ops franchise. While we had choices in Black Ops II, Section was only in charge of 2 of the big ones, whether or not to kill Menendez at the very end, and whether or not you're able to save Karma. Briggs, Surviving, Fareed, or Harper, those are left to other characters, and the other choices Section get are kind of minor, like burning Harper's face. And as for character creation, while we don't have a physical character creator like Black Ops 3, we do still create a character. And like I mentioned, multiple people complained that we didn't create an actual avatar in this game, and that people were disappointed with character creation. But I just remember that in System Shock 2, no matter what you choose, your soldier always looks like this goofy motherfucker. Character creation was all about your build, where you served, and who you were. But in Black Ops 3, again, the character creator was kind of ass anyway, but your character wasn't yours. The entire game was about being a puppet in a play put on by a mad AI. You literally don't control any of your own actions, even if you were given a choice in that game, which you really aren't. Cold War had to kill off Bell for the sake of future sequels, because how do you deal with the character that could be ex-KGB, CIA, MI6, Australian, European, North American, male, female, non-binary, and having any 2 of 15 different mental illnesses? Part of me still hopes Adler and Bell at least traded wounds before Bell went down. Otherwise, their story is regrettably only a tragedy, a disposable tool used by the US government to take down their enemies, another cog in the meat grinder, another disposable cigarette butt in the gutters of history, a redacted part of a hidden black operation that would never see the light of day. Even if it succeeded, Russell Adler's name would not be painted on banners of victory, and he's not even the one who saved the day. All I can hope is that Bell at least left another scar on Adler's body, so they would at least be remembered in some form.
Why am I looking in a book? It's a fucking video game. There are a lot of gun-related errors in this game, and Joel pointed out many above, so I'm going to keep this quick. You know how in Black Ops 1 I made the point about plausible deniability? A point which this game even acknowledges in the first cutscene before backhanding that no trauma having little shit and scattering Reagan's jelly beans across the meeting room table and diving headfirst into acts of incredible violence in some of the most densely populated and observed areas of the world. I wanted guns that fit the environment because I truly hoped this would be a sign of the devs leaning into the more interesting espionage parts of the previous titles. The problem was giving guns out because they looked cool to anyone and everyone, including Spetsnaz using the early 2000s versions of the FAMAS during the late 1960s. The solution is not to give everyone the same few guns that are loosely in the right period. I get that it's probably hard to make a model of an MP5 and you're quite proud of it, but I think it's been done. I don't need to see it on every single dead body in the game. This is technically an improvement, as these guns are only anachronistic by a literal couple of years in most cases, which compared to the decades and half centuries of Black Ops 1 is pretty damn good. Anyway, let's power through this. What do you mean you already did it? Okay, seriously, why was the N-word necessary in your response? Fuck it, I'ma do a summary. AKMs are mislabeled as AK-47s. The Milano 821 was designed in 1983. There is one period-appropriate laser on the hand cannon, but why do the Soviets have it and all the rest are very modern? I know MP5s exist in this period, why the fuck do the Stasi have them? The LW3 ORM, or more commonly known as the AWP, hadn't entered full production in 1981. It's still kind of possible they might be able to get one for the team. At this point of the first hand-assembled 100 rifles, about 90 were taken by the British Army. The QBZ-83 or the Type 95 didn't exist until 1995 in prep for the fall of Hong Kong. Type 63 is a Chinese clone of a Soviet SKS. Why here? Glocks are in the KGB armory. I can't really figure out a good reason why. AUG, oh my god, they actually use an AUG. Those goddamn Uzbekistanis have been hoarding them for the whole game. I think this is the only place in the campaign where it shows up. As Joel said, a lot of the guns are weird and everyone having a 1911 is fucking insane. This, coupled with CoD's preference for the Warsaw Pact nations using NATO weaponry, is pretty unexplainable. I cannot think of any reason why the Stasi would be using MP5s while they are in their own uniforms. As for the rest of the weaponry, they generally don't make sense for when and where they are. It's not as bad as Black Ops 1, but it really isn't great. I think everybody loved being able to pick your own guns in Black Ops 2 at the start of missions, and it's a shame they didn't go back to this. Though displaying this game's limited weapon list could be a shameful comparison to the breadth of more interesting choices in previous titles. It is nice seeing some enemy variety with the brand new Stera titanium helmet, much beloved by Tarkov players. I don't need to tell you that the rest of their body, especially their legs, shouldn't be this bulletproof, and I certainly don't need to tell you that this helmet cannot stop 50 cals, 5-7 rounds at most. The average AK-74U round has about 3 times the energy needed to go straight through. Alright, now that's all over with, what's the history behind this mechanically fantastic game? They shoot up the Lubyanka. So, what's the punchline? What the fuck? Okay, let's try and work out why this is going to happen. Why the fuck would they hire this crew to find a spy? Given their past canon loud explodey track record, plausible deniability is indeed their greatest asset. A couple dead could escalate the Cold War, and Mason tends to leave an impassable barrier of corpses in his wake. What kind of insane president would use this crew, who will inevitably do everything in their power to escalate the Cold War in order to prevent a threat that could be easily mitigated by other action? I could talk for quite a while about Mr. Reaganomics himself, but I think his use is a good example of how we should treat direct historical characters in video games. You don't overuse him, you stick to the fundamentals of their character, and you pour on the little authenticities. The autistic, perceptive, or Holmesian amongst you may have noticed a strange jar of jelly beans on the desk in the initial cutscene. This is a great little Easter egg. During Ronald Reagan's presidency, he would keep a regular supply flowing into the majority of US government buildings of about 720 one-pound bags per month. Well over 300,000 beans. Ronald Reagan was one of, if not the most aggressive US president in terms of foreign or anti-Soviet policy, just as that regime would soon come to soften, then crack under Gorbachev, partly due to his actions. So it slightly makes sense that he would take an incredibly aggressive approach to dealing with this self-imposed threat, but this is still
an insanity.
As for the blunder we are trying to prevent, what is the history behind Operation Greenlight? This game takes an obscure, limited nuclear capability and escalates the danger to an apocalyptic threat. The real Operation Greenlight was envisioned by Eisenhower as a means to level the playing field with the Soviets. They would train Greenlight teams, these hard-as-fuck special ops guys who underwent probably the most thorough background checks the US state can perform, before being given literal nuclear bomb backpacks. Sometimes they would even jump out of planes with a nuclear bomb tied to their crotch. Like kamikaze pilots without the planes, this is amazingly even more dangerous than the Davy Crockett, which would go on to inspire the Fat Man. Surprisingly, this is not the first attempt at placing stay-behind nuclear weapons during the Cold War. We Brits beat the Americans to it. The Blue Peacock. Imagine a nuclear landmine about the size of a small van that can be triggered remotely up to 8 days after it was buried, loaded to the brim with anti-disarming and defusal measures. It's imposing, isn't it? The large cylinder weighing only about 7 tons, yet producing 8 to 10,000 tons of TNT worth of explosive force. About half the strength of the bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki. What an incredible device, but dear viewer, your mental image is insufficient, for you see, it lacks sound. Yeah, that's right, to prevent the mechanisms from seizing when buried in the cold German winter, it would be stuffed with chickens and enough food and water to survive for a week. Apparently their body heat would be enough to keep it at working temperature, and that bored chickens as well as their turds would not ruin this device. This was actually declassified on April Fool's Day in 2004, but the plans were indeed real. Stay-behind weapons are fucking terrifying. I'm not an anti-nuclearist, but generally speaking, the more of these there are around, the higher the chance of kaboom boom by literal design. But detonating these remotely is just insane. The nuclear football that follows our sleepy boy isn't for show. Every nuclear system ever made has a lot of opportunities for their control, be it needing all officers to agree before firing a nuclear torpedo, to a large chain of command. You cannot just hold one bit of detail, one password, in order to detonate any nuclear device while not being right next to it. But that isn't the biggest leap in logic or history. Take a look at this map. While I do love the music in this brief scene and the other visuals are fantastic, this single map might be the worst thing in the game. The point of Greenlight teams was, in the event of a nuclear war, hundreds of small tactical nuclear weapons could be used to destroy critical infrastructure or deny areas to the enemy. These nukes had rather shit mechanical timers. They were not remotely triggerable, as that technology was primitive at the time of their inception, and to prevent this scenario. So the premise of a Soviet facility having magical codes to blow them up is broadly incorrect for a lot of reasons. Take a look at the placement on this map. You may notice, up north, very neutral Sweden. Why the fuck would they be in a non-NATO nation that would never accept this shit? Remember, Sweden and the US weren't exactly on good terms since the Swedes helped the Viet Cong. Why the fuck would they let American nukes in to defend them from the Soviets when they have a Finland in the way? The placement of these weapons is fucking dumb, especially considering the Soviet perspective. Contrary to popular belief, the US intelligence network in the USSR was incredible. I mean, even in this game, they turned the fucking head of security in probably the most important building in the whole country. The Soviet declassified plan was to hope to storm through West Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, and get to the French border. They would then hope for some kind of treaty. The reason why is the French nuclear arsenal. France was a wild card throughout the Cold War, briefly publicly leaving the unified command structure and developing its own nuclear arsenal without any other nation's help. Keeping remotely detonatable nukes in countries with their own significant nuclear deterrents is just fucking dumb. No nation would ever accept this. Placing them in the UK doesn't make too much sense either. In the most limited case of a nuclear war, the UK is very high on the target list. By the end of the 1980s, this concept of a limited nuclear war was basically done for, and the Greenlight teams and nukes were dismantled without a single operation. This game plays too fast and loose with these issues. Adler calling in a napalm strike on a nuke that would never have been placed in Vietnam is
strategic fuckery of the highest order.
There are a lot of mistakes in these missions, from the helo in the end of Yamantau not even being able to carry the cargo container because that would, without the mainframe, weigh twice its carrying capacity. I do like some of the small details, like your radio cutting out when you enter the insulated concrete tunnel so you can't hear Onion Boy.
I see a tunnel down here. You'll have to find another way inside.
Copy that. Station.
Woods. Great.
Amazingly, shooting up the Soviet equivalent to the CIA lobby and endangering not only foreign leaders and assets, but also high-up government officials is not the end. Apparently, that does not count as an escalation or the crescendo of this story's drama. I refuse to believe a high-speed car chase in the Soviet Union and massacre of this scale could possibly be covered up. This mission starts great. It's a little bit doubtful they use this much high-tech information systems and computers within the NKVD, but how the fuck could I even find this out? It just seems unlikely to me. This mission otherwise starts pretty great, and it makes some sense that our head of security is willing to make such risks when the world is on the line. Making it out is insane. There are some fantastic details in this mission's hidden content. When you read a letter from Yuri Andropov, then 4th chairman of the Committee for State Security and later General Secretary of the USSR for like 2 years before he croaked. It's great to see they take the time to look for these details even if it might be missed. But this mission is just too insane to deliver the same kind of immersion that I adored in previous entries. I mean, seriously, none of the consequences matter. How the fuck would anyone make it out of Russia alive? Operation Red Circus. Again, how could this be covered up and not become international news? Operation Chaos. I mean, at least the name's appropriate. You guys know that Americans are pretty paranoid, right? Like, all it took to create a globe-spanning billion-dollar genre of film merchandising and sustain the town of Roswell, New Mexico was a single foil balloon, right? Project Mogul is very rarely discussed, though it has long been declassified. To summarize, as we are running out of time, the whole Roswell UFO crash was a cover-up to disguise US nuclear detection balloons. A balloon crashes in the desert, and it gets all of that attention. Millions leap onto the conspiracy theories of what's really going on in the US. But we're just supposed to believe that this huge firefight in the middle of the US in a public location where any resident is likely to call the police on these military forces is just going to be covered up successfully and won't spawn any problems later on? So the Cubans could easily detect and shoot down a U-2 stealth spy plane in 1963. 20 years on, they can't seem to find a tubby turboprop shooting at a compound that Castro is massively invested in due to his interest in nuclear weapons. How could this not be detected by the Cubans and intercepted by their Air Force or air defense systems? Black Ops games tend to end big, a huge action set piece with some of the last shots being fun or desktop background worthy, but this final mission is fucking ludicrous. Now, of course, there are multiple endings, one being dragging those who fucked with your mind to a suitable array in Duga. This ending is a lot more sensible in terms of its location, and I really do love that you can set this up. Again, the idea of remotely detonatable nukes like this is ridiculous, but the idea that this array is suitable to trigger them all at once makes a hell of a lot more sense than the alternate option. This is a pretty faithful recreation of the array at Duga. Solovetsky is narratively fun. Perseus's faction is clearly on the more radical side of the communist movement, while at this point them opposing any direct leaders wouldn't make any sense as the Soviet system was content for things to stagnate and for a multitude of senile leaders to be swapped in when needed. There's no point in them targeting Gorbachev because the reformist faction was still oppressed. I believe that them symbolically choosing Solovetsky Monastery could have done with a throwaway line or two, because that island was host to the first Gulag. Initially, it was filled with communists who had alternative view to Mr. Vladimir Leninade. All retard communists think that all the other communists are reactionaries, and this may be a way to pay tribute to the ideals of the new union Perseus wishes to make. Solovetsky Island is located here. The entirety of the largest Russian fleet, the Northern Fleet, is based here. Now, even if this carrier went all the way up the coast of Norway undetected, despite this being the stomping ground of Soviet subs, they would have to fly their helicopters through Soviet airspace. I have no idea how they got these trucks and all this ordnance to this island without being intercepted. Now, of course, we can debate whether anyone on the ground would pull the trigger to defend what would become a World Heritage Site, but come on, of all places this could be. You can only get a small infiltration team into Ukraine, a couple 100 miles behind the Iron Curtain, but getting half a fucking armoured division into the Barents a few thousand away is piss fucking easy. No confrontation with Soviet jets or ships or submarine nets or mines, you just sail right in. While the symbolism works, this is so far into the fantasy it's farcical. Even getting a small team of divers into this area via submarine is extremely doubtful. It also misses the good idea with Duga being an appropriate broadcast array. I guess they could build a suitable array, but it really should be as big or bigger than the one at Duga. Why do we use an EMP missile and not an actual one to blow up the fucking thing? Or artillery to level the place? You need to kill the AA to let the bombers get through, but a couple bombers is a worthy sacrifice to these. Are those fucking Flak 88s? The S-300 was a thing at this point. Half of Europe is about to have a nuclear disaster, and most importantly of all, the Americans whose entire fucking fault this is may be blamed. You have a carrier, you have somehow got it in striking distance of this place. Why not use cruise missile submarines, or the bombers can just fucking ram into it? Why can an EMP missile get through, but not an explosively laden one? How did they know the EMP one would work? What if everything was shielded? Jesus fucking Christ. So we gunny gun, cover shoot, there's a minigun with no ammo or harness, we go there, we do the thing, Perseus escapes. The world is saved, the game has been won, well done player! That's a bit premature, Adler, because what the fuck prevents him from trying this again? He personally got the green light codes, what's to stop Perseus from triggering these at another point? Like Duga, he lives for another 2 years officially. Would he seriously just give up a man that fucking committed? And you know what the real kicker is? Perseus doesn't know where all the Project Greenlight nukes are, but we do. From minute one, we could have called the Greenlight teams and said, hey, can you disable your nukes? Throw out the remote timer or put them in some Faraday's cages so they can't be remotely activated. You know, any of the shit you were trained extensively to do, and the whole plot just falls through. But they lose that capability. That capability was obsolete. The Soviets were on the back foot by this point, and the Soviets didn't know much about this project either. Reagan was funding the fuck out of the military, and NATO hadn't disarmed. If they just say, hey, turn off or gather the nukes until we have this Perseus thing worked out, which cannot take more than a week, considering all of these nukes are meant to be accessed quickly, then the threat to the West is removed. The only nukes remaining would be in the Soviet bloc. So Perseus wouldn't trigger that, as that would destabilize the Soviet bloc for no real loss to the Americans. He couldn't make the argument that the Americans are to blame because he, a Russian, triggered them. So where does this leave us? We have a game which is fun. That's the point of Call of Duty. But that isn't the point of my review. More on that later. The game brings up the subject of plausible deniability in a time period which was practically ruled by it, and throws the player into a plot that is fundamentally flawed. The plot, while not meant to be an exact depiction of history, makes colossal leaps of logic even based on their own rules. There is a tiny amount of attention to detail, being directly authentic to that exact time period, which is squashed to the side due to the needs of the plot, and above all, spectacle. There are moments which made me so hopeful for this game. The puzzles, stalking around the Lubyanka, picking good dialogue, all the cool shit to me is torn open by the time we leave that elevator. From then on, it is a spectacle fest where the minimum amount of explanation possible is required to place you in or near the next set piece. The subtle start of this game is blown away, and the game suffers for it. Every moment from that elevator onwards is fucking madness, where history and the oh-so-fascinating vital tension of the Cold War is an obstacle which the plot blows over without a second thought. Rating this game until Bell and Adler get the key, I'd honestly give it a B- for all of the cool shit, the hidden extra details, the notes, and the beginning of the Lubyanka. From then on, everything else the game does that isn't a puzzle, every mission concept drags this to the lowest rank thus far. Overall, I am giving it a D-.
Back to World War II. We have something interesting. I mentioned in MW19 that one of the possible routes it could take with a reboot is effectively to take inspiration from The Avengers. Have a group of heroes, but build them up individually before they come together. And they do try to do that here, but with a few oddities and problems and non-linear issues that, although separately make sense, create an unfocused whole. But I want to start the new review of Vanguard specifically by telling you that this game is really fun. It really is the most fun I've had in a Call of Duty game in a long time. Cold War was decidedly pretty fun, but its problem was that the gameplay was just kind of the same as everything else. And while the puzzles are fun on a brain-thinky sense and satisfying, it's not the visceral sort of punchy fun you get out of a lot of Call of Duty games. It seems Sledgehammer Games, whenever they're handed a game, do like to change shit up. They reinvent the genre every time. They introduced proper stealth into the franchise. They reintroduced a non-regenerating health pool. And here, they've introduced special abilities for our characters, and they are a thoroughly mixed bag in both utility and usability, as well as how they tie into the characters narratively. But let's strip away all of the Call of Duty writing and all of the World War II and talk about this game in raw mechanics, because as we add to the story and aesthetics, the game can slightly fall apart a little bit. The game features standard Call of Duty combat across 9 missions. While that might sound incredibly short, and it kind of is, we'll talk about that later, the missions are substantial in size.
For instance, the mission listed only as Operation Tonga is actually 2 large levels with a level transition in between. Most missions in the game have this, which means we could call the 9 missions actually 14 missions.
The transitions are getting seamless at this point between levels, and trying to make them into specific missions is starting to become pointless. But that's besides the point. I'm just hoping for the day we get the Half-Life seamless continuous game, but it's not going to happen for a long time. These 9 missions feature vastly different environments, but the visuals are irrelevant, as I said. Material difference is all that matters. If 2 missions have the same level design 1-to-1, then they are the same level. Aesthetic differences don't change that, which is why the new remakes of maps in Counter-Strike 2 still play almost exactly the same as their CSGO equivalents. For the most part, the only difference is visual. So how does this game change up the variance? Well, they allow the environments to play to their strengths and reflect that in the gameplay. A lot of it is standard Call of Duty environments though, beautifully designed as they play very nicely, but stuff we've become familiar with. But for instance, we play as a sniper in a destroyed city, so naturally we use the rubble to our advantage, so our sniper has the ability to climb and crawl in ways the other 3 characters can't. This allows a lot of fun movement and deception in the gameplay. The AI is terrible this time round, I mean really bad. They barely do more than follow set movements and take cover on occasion, but either way, they will fire at your last known location. As a result, our sniper can draw attention from one space, crawl through a small hole in the wall, and pop out from another area, leaving the gunfire behind so she can sneak to another position and flank. This allows you a lot of fun creativity in your movements, and combined with the mounting mechanic from WWII, the tactical sprint that makes no sense from World War II, and the tactical slide that you can now do through these much smaller openings, the level design really feels like you're fighting in your own element.
That's the MG42. Last time I got... No! You can't do a tactical sprint with an MG42! No! There's no way!
The missions in the destroyed city are a ton of fun. The level design and the characters' abilities are in perfect harmony. You could base an entire game around this setup, and they should have. But we'll get to that later. That is the best that it gets, because from there, it's a sliding scale of usefulness and justification. Our next main character is a sergeant of the airborne, and after dropping, his captain is dead, so he assumes command. While he has no unique abilities himself, he can order his men to suppress the enemy, and by golly, this immediately reminded me of a particular trilogy of video games, Brothers in Arms, which I mentioned only a handful of times while playing the game with Alex.
Every time I see Baker in a military movie, especially if it's about, like, airborne, I always think, like, is it a reference to Brothers in Arms? Look, they literally stole this from Brothers in Arms. Kind of what Brothers in Arms almost didn't do. So yeah, you remember that bit in Brothers in Arms? One day, I wish for a game to not give us this scene. To have the parent die, and then just they're dead. They are dead immediately.
Can't talk to them, can't give them
no just not have this scene. Like, just don't have the scene.
You know what?
They are dead.
Total thing. Have it be a horrible thing of you can't fucking mourn. You know?
Yeah, no, you have to move on, because that's what Brothers in Arms does. That's what Brothers in Arms does. I'll keep referencing Brothers in Arms for all eternity when it's a World War II shooter, because Brothers in Arms does it the best. My half-hour required mention of Brothers in Arms.
In those games, while your squad had AI and would take cover and fire on their own, you could order groups of 3 around the battlefield to take specific cover and fire at specific groups of enemies, giving you the freedom to totally control the battlefield and to tactically maneuver around it. In Vanguard, you only have contextual button prompts to go from. So the game decides when the officer can make an order, and you do not decide the movements of your allies in any way. While that can allow for the developers to have an easier time making this whole system work, given the hyper-simplistic AI, it does ultimately result in barely ever using the ability apart from when you have to, because it suffers from the exact same problem as the character abilities do in World War II. You need line of sight, it has a relatively small detection radius, and worst of all, it isn't all that useful. You will play through this game, and while you can play as the officer for only 2 missions or 3 levels in the game, you will inevitably just fucking give up on using his ability entirely. Outside of clicking at anything you see, because you'd have to take the opportunity, because God knows sometimes it might be on screen with no way to press the button. While the level does account for the ability, in that there are machine gun placements and actions that need to be suppressed to move forward, the marriage isn't harmonious. As a result, the experience feels a little tacked on, as if they designed the whole level around standard Call of Duty gameplay and then later introduced the idea of giving orders, which itself feels like a bad theory from me, because the whole deal about the character is that they're a leader, and all of the dialogue is structured around that. This is unfortunate, because if done right, you can base an entire game on this mechanic, and they should have. But we'll get to that later. Next, we have a demolitions expert. His special ability is that he has a throwing arc when he throws grenades or fires a grenade launcher, and can have way more throwables than anyone else, a massive variety of them in fact. This allows you a decent amount of creativity if you can be bothered. They included a direct impact gammon bomb, so it's basically an instance of point to where you want an explosion to happen and make it happen there. This sort of kills the creativity because you have an instant solution for everything. Unfortunately, everyone has starting guns, and his are the worst. His sidearm, the top break, also known as the Webley, is kinda ass. I like that they modeled the double action trigger by having the click of the mouse pull back the hammer and fire, rather than the hammer moving really fast when you click the mouse like most games do and just making the shot instant. For a realistic shooter, that would be ideal. But this is a fast-paced shooter, faster paced than Counter-Strike, a game where a revolver with a built-in delay is so dumb it isn't used by damn near anyone, and here it is in Call of Duty. His primary weapon is an Owen gun, and while the sight picture's flipped, it's not a problem, because especially in a shooter that lowers your field of view when you aim down sights, vertical magazines are the death of any gun that has them. I hate the Bren for this specific reason, and frankly, I'm glad they added this ridiculously inaccurate drum mag. It makes it usable. You heard me. This is not a joke. Visibility is king, and I play on an ultra-wide monitor. I don't want literally half of my monitor to be useless because of a fucking machine gun when there's an STG on the floor with no problems. So yeah, put the drum mag on there. I want to use the Bren. It's cool-ish. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the demo expert. His missions reflect an interesting series of situations, with stealth, ambushes, open combat, as well as some tighter crevices, finishing with a defense of a fortified position. If anything, in terms of literal actions, the demo expert's mission probably changed the most moment to moment, but unfortunately the special ability is only useful in open combat and at the very end when the story calls for him to blow up the depot, as it involves blowing it up as explosives. He's a demo expert. It isn't a perfect relationship between the character and their abilities, but it works decently well. What I will say is that there is enough here to build a game around this character. And they should have. Do you see what I'm getting at? Okay, let me finish with the pilot before I say what I think about this whole setup. The last character is a pilot in the Pacific, and the flying sucks. It's a massive upgrade from World War II, but it doesn't model flying in the way games that actually make flying fun does, where A and D introduces roll while your mouse is pitch and yaw. This system allows for a lot of fun and creativity, because you can take a turn much harder if you roll your plane and turn than if you simply yaw your plane and turn. This isn't modeled in Vanguard, so you just point your mouse roughly where you want to go, and the plane slowly interpolates there. It's a bit like playing with a laser pointer and a pet, except the pet is a fucking turtle. It's slow and meandering. The first level is all we get of the pilot's experience in the sky, and once we're grounded, we're told repeatedly that Flyboy isn't a natural boots-on-the-ground shooter, but he's a quick learner.
That one's dead weight. Just gonna slow us down. I'm right here. You know how to use a gun? Went through basic just like you. Well, someone give Lenny's gun to John Adams. We could use the help. We'll do what we can. Don't get us killed, and that might be enough. By the time we got your hands dirty. After you. Not bad. Fly, boy.
So naturally, the guy who's a pilot and doesn't do much on the ground combat has wall hack, time dilation, and aimbot. Now I get why he looks a bit like Max Payne. Given that the pilot here has the ability to literally aimbot at quarter speed, it makes absolutely no sense that is the ability of the pilot. And here is where the gameplay collides with the story, because the characters have an increasingly distant relationship with their abilities. I was really happy seeing Kingsley and Polina, the officer and the sniper, being one-to-one to their abilities and role in the world. Kingsley is a natural leader of men, and he's the leader of this Vanguard group and the leader of the story. He narrates the whole game, so naturally, his ability is tied to leading. It isn't executed all that great, but at least it matches. Polina, who's a sniper and played by Laura Bailey, who is approximately, based on pictures and some careful analysis, is about 2 feet tall, so she can fit in really small spaces and climb buildings. I would like it if they played into the more Dex v strength build a little bit more. Clearly it makes no sense for Polina to be able to lift and tactical sprint with an MG42, but hey, we're not going for realism, we're going for cool, so whatever. But, you know, I would have liked an actual ability tied more directly to her shooting, rather than movement-based. It's good that she can climb because it's obviously ideal for a sniper, and of course it fits. But the fact that the American pilot is technically a better shot is ridiculous. Also, the Australian, being a demolitions expert, kind of feels untethered. Not as untethered as the pilot, who doesn't really shoot guns, being a living aimbot, but the Australian's character doesn't really reflect an explosive nature. Really, his character reflects someone with a stealth ability. He's roguish, distrusting, is a bit of a lone wolf, doesn't like command, and he's naturally deceptive, which is a big plot point at the last act of the game. But as opposed to the pilot, who sees himself as a cocky maverick, the Australian sees himself as a disrespected underclass.
We were the pieces of shit flushed down the ground's dunny.
Yes, of course, but your nations are allies.
No, it was more like master-servant. I did what I did because to every Brit, folks like me are expendable.
He's even part of the group named Rats of Tobruk. Rats, famously known for explosives and not stealth, which this game has and should have capitalized on. But I can't fanfiction about what they should have done, because any changes would require total rebuilds of every mission, which is the bad thing. The foundations are broken. The Pacific Campaign's dense foliage and ambush attacks in open spaces lend themselves massively to the pilot's wallhack and aimbot, irrespective of the fact that it makes no sense for him to have those abilities. The rubble and buildings of Stalingrad are obviously perfectly suited for a parkour sniper that can squeeze through small spaces. The open areas and targets to blow up in North Africa is perfectly suited for a character designed for that environment. And when you play as Kingsley, you have to press 4 while aiming at crosshairs sometimes, so that'd be really hard to get rid of. The problem is that this isn't well enough developed in pre-production before they based the entire game around the abilities they had set out. And perhaps even during development, some of the developers may have even noticed or spotted that these mechanics don't quite make sense for the characters, or maybe they did spot it in pre-production but and accounted for it, but something had to change. Like maybe the pilot was more of a shooter at the start, but then they had to make him a pilot to make the World War II stuff. Or maybe they just didn't have time to make it good. But that, at the core issue of Vanguard, is kind of why it fails on a relationship between just the characters and the gameplay. This game just fucks up in small but ultimately pervasive ways, where the story and gameplay are totally disconnected. This happens twice in Kingsley's mission. During the mission, Kingsley is dropped as a member of the Airborne to take down the Merville gun battery for the invasion in the morning. Once he links up with his squad, he discovers that his captain is dead. The two main named characters we deal with are Richard Webb and Thomas Jones. In case you couldn't tell from the name, Tom Jones has an incredibly strong Welsh accent to tell you where he's from. But he's also young and rambunctious. He wants to fight to the gun battery, and as a result he supports Kingsley as opposed to Webb, who has a more pessimistic view on the mission and wants us to hold behind. After fighting through the small compound, the group capture a truck, and Kingsley says in voiceover,
8 men standing against a Nazi gun fort. Richard said I'd gone mad.
It's implied through the voiceover that Webb and Kingsley bonded on this short drive to the gun battery, and the voiceover makes it abundantly clear that this is a risky move. Then once we exit the truck on a hilltop in front of the gun battery, there's roughly 200 soldiers standing around a house waiting for orders to advance. The reason that there's hundreds of soldiers waiting for us is because the following rush couldn't be done with the 8 the game mentioned, and Sledgehammer Games don't have the budget to make an open stealth level to sneak in and take it out quietly. So we needed more soldiers to justify the charge, and the charge itself is cool. It works. We use trucks to clear the mines for the advance, we rally our men to rush over and take the battery, and as Alex pointed out, it was a very good depiction of a rush. While the sequence of events makes makes sense and works, the gameplay and story and visuals are at odds. The story wants us to think Kingsley, Webb, and Jones, together with 5 red shirts, took over the gun battery, with Webb mortally wounded at the end and Jones dead. We'll talk about that later. But the reality of the visuals is that we are one important but ultimately small part of a concentrated effort by dozens of other squads. Then the reality of the gameplay is, as always, that Kingsley, the main character, even though he gives orders to his fellow soldiers, does everything on his own, including taking down both guns solo and then even firing the flare at the end. So we have 3 different interpretations and perspectives on this mission that can create a sort of internal confusion, because each of the individual visions makes sense in their own bubble, but they conflict. It screams of simultaneous development. There's also a hilarious issue where you lead the charge, you blow up the mines with the truck, then you run through the mines to the trench afterwards, where there are now dozens of soldiers who got there before you. This is the type of dream logic writing you'll see in games with confused and misaligned development cycles. This is a pervasive issue through the game that can be best exemplified probably through the death of Thomas Jones. Thomas Jones is, as I said, introduced as a young and fiery, heavily motivated character, but it's also telegraphed that he's gonna die. Each character in the party is paired with a sidekick for their backstory. Polina has her brother Misha, Lucas has his buddy Dez, Wade has Mateo, and Kingsley has Webb. Since the game starts with the core 4 together with Webb and Novak, the fact that neither of them have a dedicated mission telegraphs that they're probably gonna die. Neither were on the game posters, neither. Both Webb and Novak are effectively characters created out of whole cloth specifically to introduce manufactured tension when they die. They don't actually provide any plot significance. So when Webb gets shot halfway through, it's incredibly predictable. This probably telegraphs that everyone else's sidekicks are gonna die too. Misha dies, Dez dies, and of course, since Webb has to live, Kingsley also has Thomas Jones. His absence from Task Force Vanguard and the marketing around the game is, for any eagle-eyed viewers, an extreme telegraph that he's gonna die, coupled with Kingsley's voiceover in the introduction to this mission.
You lose men. That's war. Sometimes the only way to honor a fallen soldier is to finish the mission. But try remembering that while their blood stains your boots.
We know that Death isn't referring to Webb because he's present at the start of the game at the latest part chronologically, so naturally we know he's not going to die. So this is painting Thomas Jones with the label as a red shirt, but a red shirt can work. They are a useful tool in upping the stakes, and people do die throughout the campaign, so there is real tension to the story in that way. Thomas Jones dies in actually a really brutal and real way. He opens a door and a single shot blows his head off and takes him out. His death is instant, brutal, bloody, and happens seamlessly inside the gameplay. You aren't given time to grieve, nor are you given a cutscene of slow motion, because you need to take out the gun battery. But there is this poignant sense that while he was telegraphed to die, you expected him to die slowly in your arms, like every other major Call of Duty has showed us people dying, or in a cutscene. The fact that he's blown away and then he's gone is the type of violent, sudden death that video games can be exceptionally good at depicting. This is why people refer to Rising Storm and Red Orchestra games as PTSD simulators. A brutal way to describe a fun multiplayer shooter, but the visceral, sudden, violent deaths in that game are crucially reflective of deaths in World War II. If not a documentary depiction, they are at least emotional depictions. The problem with the death of Thomas Jones is that it happens in an armory during a lull in the gameplay, so rather than focusing on the moment of death, this dramatic, extreme, violent moment, you're looking at the guns in the side, causing the almost inevitable result of Kingsley screaming, "Tommy!" at a rack of STG-44s. And since the shot took Thomas's head clean off, you might not immediately understand that it was the young Welsh kid who died. So when I first played through this game, I was utterly confused and thought Tommy just disappeared at some point. And I assumed this dead soldier being dragged away was a random NPC used for cannon fodder, because I was investigating the first room in the game where I could stock up on different new guns, so I missed the actual death. The gameplay and level design seems uninterested in telling the story and actively harms it in this instance, in a very funny way. It's almost as though Kingsley's more interested in the new guns and the Volkssturmgewehr than he is in the death of Tommy. However good the gameplay and characters are individually, and they are good, I just wish we got to see the characters change and grow.
You took everything from me! Now it's my turn.
Like, Paulina's an interesting character if she's given time to develop, time to get here. If we slowly watched her get more and more disenfranchised from the, like, sort of bratty kid she is at the start, you know, it would have been really interesting, but instead we get 2 missions and that's it, you know? Experiencing their campaigns kind of feels like playing through the backstories and fast forward. You see Polina asked to fight and talk about her experience with a rifle, and then she sees the horrors of war and nearly dies, but she can't process it. Her father dies, but she can't process it. Her brother dies, because she can't process it. She gotta move on. These things are not given time. We have to simply keep the plot moving, because we don't have time. There are facsimiles of a greater story present, and they do change, but we don't see it happen.
Nice lighter.
Puts it on the floor instead. See, there's nice character details like that. I would love to see a video game that covers her journey from the bratty kid that hasn't really served but knows how to shoot to this person. I would love to see that story. I didn't. I got to see 2 snapshots of it. We're not along for the ride. We get to see the start and the end of the ride and nothing in between. Without the time that, for instance, a Far Cry 3 had to show Jason's slow descent, the game doesn't allow any arc to land. But of course, they planned this. They didn't run out of time, because every single flashback alludes back to why they are in prison at the end. Every person saw something related to Freisinger or Project Phoenix and the eventual discovery at the end of the game. A bunch of secret World War II Nazi projects. So we jump between these 4 different characters watching the mystery of Freisinger unravel. This incredibly powerful individual with the power of being some guy in the Nazi hierarchy, hoping to overthrow the Nazis. His entire existence isn't ever properly displayed or explained, but as a result of this story, we get the same effect of Black Ops 3, skipping through the story, moving over the important character details, focusing instead only on their interactions with Freisinger's group, who is absolutely not at all interesting in any way. While in Black Ops 3 that was justified with the entire game being a simulation of reality, presented through the eyes of a crazy AI, and missing those gaps in time or plot moments was meant to clue you into what was actually going on, that the AI doesn't care about those stuff. Here, it just feels like we're missing it because Sledgehammer Games doesn't have long enough to make these campaigns as good and as long as they need to be. Which is why they should have just picked one character and made a game about them, and then mentioned Freisinger at the very end. You know, like what the Avengers did. But instead of copying the MCU, they accidentally copied the DCEU, as every single one of these attempts does. Did you watch The Mummy? Did you know that was trying to set up a universe? No, you didn't, because it failed, but it just crammed it all into one, and this did the exact same thing. The DCEU was rushed and underdeveloped because it was trying to replicate what the MCU did, but in half the time and a quarter the films. Which is interesting, because David S. Goyer, who wrote a lot of the DCEU, is actually writing for Treyarch, who's doing a great job, so whatever. And yeah, if we're gonna talk about the writing, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. This game is set during World War II, deals intimately with Nazis during the entire game, in every cutscene, and in all dialogue with them, and not once are Jews even mentioned, or the Holocaust, or any camps of any kind. After World War II did an important but underserved representation of Jews during World War II, and had it be the core of the plot, Sledgehammer Games barred the mention of Jews during the writing of this game. Presumably. I have no evidence of that, but that's the only thing that makes sense. The lacking mention of Jews in this game is either a reflection of the marketing of this game, hoping not to be viewed as potentially anti-Semitic, or the writers being incredibly uncomfortable with it, though the amount of Nazi flags makes me think the second one instead. The writing, however, does have to convey that the Nazis are bigoted, so instead of being anti-Semitic, they're racist and sexist, which, I mean, they probably were, but let's be real, that's not the main thing about the Nazis.
I have spoken with the Führer on exactly one occasion. He recommended a book to me, The Passing of the Great Race, by an American, a man named Madison Grant. The Führer had nothing but praise for him.
Fuck Madison Grant and everyone like him.
I need only your screams. That will convince your friends to talk.
Why? Because I am a woman.
I know why you chose to cooperate. I would not take orders from a Negro either.
You got it all wrong, mate.
There's way more, but I want to keep the video going because it's getting fucking late in the day now. But basically, This is a replacement for the Jewish anti-Semitism present in the actual real history of the Nazis. They are showing this sexism and racism instead of showing any anti-Semitism when they didn't genocide blacks or women, they genocided Jews. So having no mention of Jews when you're dealing with the Nazis to this extent is actually insane, and replacing that with bigotry for women and blacks is almost a ridiculous insult to history itself.
Allow me to quote a review from November 11th, 2021.
This latest entry's narrative is only about how desperately it wants to ride the zeitgeist of progressive representation, without ever giving a moment's thought to just how poorly it rewrites the reality of marginalized people involved in the war. Call of Duty Vanguard is all about a time-traveling group of 6 elite soldiers sent back to the 1940s to save the war effort. Now, I should say this is not explicitly stated, but there's no other workable explanation for this wokest group of sensitivity-trained progressive millennials to exist in the time period.
I'm going to plagiarize that entire bit and supplant that opinion as my own. Thank you, John Walker. But I wanted to make this point because this isn't from a right-wing media site, nor is it the writings of me, because if I said those things, maybe you would suspect that my personal political beefs would make me judge this story unfairly, because I'm clearly a Nazi after my non-binary rant. Fortunately for me, this particular review is found on Kotaku, a website at such insane heights of left-wing populism that during the Trump years you could click on any random article and somehow see a mention of Orange Man Bad. That website says this story features an overly woke group of ill-fitting millennials whose composition and positions do not fit in World War II. Where I disagree with John Walker is the idea that this being ridiculous is a problem beyond the ridiculous political pandering to modern-day leftists. To say the original Call of Duties were a stark and dramatic recreation of World War II is an outright comedy. Go back and play it and tell me it's a cool video game that doesn't go over the top. I mean, we literally blow up an entire dam on our own. We shoot down like 30 Stukas in a single sitting. It's a fucking action comedy the likes of A-Team or The Expendables. So to say that this is an insult to those games is ridiculous. This game was aiming for the World War II comic book aesthetic. The characters even have special powers too. This is trying to be the midpoint between the ridiculousness of Wolfenstein and the grounded combat of World War II. And while I think the campaign itself is a bit of a mishmash of competing plotlines and ideas, they did hit the nail on the head for that thematically and mechanically. This game feels as ridiculous as it's meant to be, but it's grounded enough so that you get a feeling for what some of the character deaths we experience are meant to feel like, because people die. But again, this should have been an entire game about Polina. She's the most developed character. She has the clearest arc, even visible through this fast-forward highlight reel of a video game, going from a naive girl who can shoot good to the leader of the Soviet resistance in Stalingrad. That would be a great story if we didn't skip all of her development. Not to mention, her writing is unfortunately also filled to the brim with patriarchy defeating dialogue, proving she's not just a woman.
One Russian girl will not best all of us.
Let her actions speak for her. She kills a bunch of people in impressive ways. She doesn't need this misogyny subplot that adds nothing to her story. Finally, we have to talk about the other elephant in the room. Kingsley is black. I've avoided talking about it thus far, but there isn't nearly enough of an actual story made about the fact that Kingsley is black and becomes an officer, especially if we want to focus so badly on the Nazis being racist in multiple scenes. They should have made a story where Kingsley overcomes racism, because that doesn't happen in the story. He's treated effectively the same as a white person. Robert Webb has to be the friend of Kingsley so he can be with Vanguard when he's killed midway through the game to add tension. So we can't have Webb say stuff like, "I'm not taking orders from a bloody African," or the like. The fact that Wade currently lives under a segregated United States isn't brought up.
They just brush past it in the American campaign, but not nearly enough to deal with the ingrained racism in American society at the time.
Hey, you guys said you were 93rd. Never heard of it.
Bet you ain't never met a Negro before, neither. We ain't exactly in the credit-getting business.
Oh, colored regiment.
I get a word. I want to see your best, Jesse Owens.
Who?
What do you mean who? What do you mean who? He was like the most famous fucking guy.
If anyone should have issues with taking orders from a black person, it would be Wade, but it's mysteriously ignored. If you wanted to tell a story without those things, you shouldn't have made him black.
Sorry, it's the 40s. You have to talk about it if he's black. If he wasn't black, you didn't have to talk about it. It's kind of the benefit of, like, setting it in an era where that's not a problem, you know? I thought it was a bit weird that they didn't mention Ice Cube being black in Black Ops 1, too, but that game doesn't mention racism at all. This game does. So they don't mention how the other bits should be racist, but they're not. Whatever. Finally, the plot ends in a silly way. Freisinger run away, but if you shoot him, the mission ends, but then Polita decides to kill him anyway. And then the whole just stupid ending with taking off a plane while being bombarded by the Allies. We're in a German-marked plane, and we're taking off into airspace controlled by the Americans. They just shoot you down instantly. And you have Polina, symbol of the Soviet Revolution in Stalingrad, so why don't you just stay and wait for the Soviets to appear and then use Polina to sort of curry favors back to Britain or American soil or whatever you shipped out from? And then, you know, while midair, they do all the setup for the future games that I genuinely hope happen. They mentioned Project Aether and nice little reference to Project Nova. Been a couple references to Black Ops actually in this game, with Nova being mentioned at the end, and actually we hear a violin in the streets of Stalingrad at the start for Polina's. Unfortunately though, it's not Reznov's dad, it's a woman on a rooftop, so that's unfortunate, but whatever. While the ending itself is weak, the final mission you play it in is great fun. Each character gets their moment to shine in a very Avengers-style mission, except it doesn't nearly hit as hard as Avengers because, again, we didn't have enough time to build this up. It is a bit of a disappointment, but while the start was a missed opportunity, I think honestly, if we're aiming for perfectly fine, fun, goofy World War II Avengers, the sequel can only improve. This has the very terrible job of being all Phase 1 Marvel films combined. But hey, once you've done it, the characters are established and you can do better. I'm not too hopeful for Vanguard 2, given that Sledgehammer had to help make Modern Warfare 3 ready for release, thanks to the rushed schedule. I hope Sledgehammer can continue their Vanguard project. It actually has a lot of potential. Also, just at the end here, I want to mention the ammo constraints in the game. I love it. If you play on the harder difficulties, you have severely less ammo and it forces you to scavenge the guns. This lets you use many of the weird kooky guns the game has to offer, and it forces you to change your play on your feet. Right now, you may have an MP40, but in a few bullets, you're gonna have to swap to a Kar 98K or a Webley. It forces you to think about where you killed people with specific guns, so you can maneuver yourself to get to the best ones, or it forces you to rapidly swap to whatever's nearby and change up your playstyle. It's great. Plus, even when you had full ammo with the guns, you were bound to run out of ammo in not that long. You only have like 3 clips and you're spraying down tons of enemies. This is great too because it's a relatively simple way to add difficulty without making the game more annoying. As opposed to making the enemy shots kill you in 2 bullets or making them bullet sponges, the game instead forces you to scavenge guns or use melee, which promotes movement and aggressive play. And mobility in this game, especially in Polina's section, is great fun because it's the new movement system ripped straight from MW19. Fuck it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Speaking of scavenging, there's a couple of hidden armories in this game too. One of them is in the pilot's section. You can find weird guns. I love the guns in this game. Yes, even the ridiculously historically inaccurate ones. It really adds to the wildly inaccurate setting they were going for. Too bad nobody told the marketing team.
This is what war looks like. This is what conflict looks like. This is it. This is real.
God, that's bad. Anyway, Alex, wait, why are you shaking?
I am become death, destroyer of historically inaccurate guns. It may try to hide them, but these foolish fake names, Klauser, Rat, and Topbreak, all must die. The weapon variety is strange, and though it is well distributed amongst levels, it is done so in the reverse fucking order. Why? Why the fuck are you obsessed with the fucking Volksschießgewehr? Do you love that piece of shit weapon given to the disabled, the children, and anyone they could find in Berlin, who as desperate as Germany was in 1945, couldn't be put in the army? Is that how excited you were for this gun? Fuck it, shove a fucking telescopic sight on an improvised weapon, only about 10,000 of which were made. Roughly speaking, you put about 2,000 or so in this game, and I know you would have put more if you got to do the whole of World War II and make a serious franchise out of this. Any gun can be at any time because fuck it. MG42s turned to turret in the middle of the Pacific despite having Japanese LMGs good to fucking go. If you don't misplace it, you modify it beyond recognition. I can say with a colossal degree of confidence that not every other Kar 98K given out to the German army had a World War I field modification whose magazine was specifically not detachable. A detachable one like this couldn't really work without a massive amount of over-engineering that isn't present. Try laying prone and shooting that fucker. Sometimes you make weapons have twice or 3 times the ammunition, but as Joel noticed, you rarely have enough ammo to fill up one of these larger fantasy magazines, so I don't really see the point. And if you don't do that, then you replace it with something weird. Hey fellow devs, we're gonna have a couple missions in North Africa. Can anyone tell me who fought there?
Only like the Germans and the Allied coalition, but we have to add an Italian gun, so let's make the one that they didn't adopt and sold 800 of to Costa Rica instead of any of the weapons the 2/3 majority of people we should be fighting used.
Any of these would work better than those pieces of shit. You had a fucking chance, and you blew it. I luckily am not touching the subject of multiplayer guns, as I don't want to be chucked into the loony bin.
There's just going to be a lot of pained wincing going on. Wow, where to start? What? Yeah.
Why do you choose to fuck this up? Well, Alex, maybe they didn't have the time. Time? You want to talk about time? How about this? You're a perfectly serviceable Lee Enfield in CoD World War II. You made it just a few years before. It's a good model that I would not have fucking criticized you for importing into this game from your own asset storage. But you just had to ruin it, didn't you? You don't need to balance single-player guns, you fuckers. The Mark 11, or in actuality Mark 3, is a weird choice, and the Rotary magazine is ridiculous. No idea why this isn't an American armory thousands of miles away from the nearest tank it may have been ripped off of. This obsession with any gun anywhere is fucking with my head. Fortunately, this extends mainly to firearms. Grenades, knives, boats and tanks are all mostly of the period, which is encouraging in the same way a doctor says it hasn't spread yet. Unfortunately for us, there is another suspiciously hard and veiny lump in this game in the form of uniforms. Freisinger, as Joel managed to detect, is a Nazi. There are even some subtle clues that may be noticed by some eagle-eyed flag enthusiasts. He is the main villain of this game. The Big Cheese, the main man who runs this weird SS unit thing that is inevitably going to be destroyed by the advancing Red Army. Is that a corporal's patch? And his lapel says second lieutenant. What fucking rank is this guy meant to be? Did they just pick a V because the game's called Vanguard? But the Allies are Task Force Vanguard. Why would he have a V?
To the Fourth Reich.
Did he just declare himself Führer of the Fourth Reich? As a corporal. Now I grant you, Richter seems like a bit of a whipped bitch, but he is a Nazi with 2 pretty large ranks over the lucky new Führer. He's a full-blown, card-carrying, brown-shirting, jackbooting Nazi, but is socially dominated by a fucking corporal. I'll be honest, I don't know what Freisinger's deal is as a character. What is he even trying to do? He's trying to escape Berlin, but is the long-term goal to retake Europe? To rebuild a Fourth Reich? Why can't he work with the current leadership, who would be quite keen on doing that? According to the wiki, Freisinger is based on Heinrich Müller, one of the main men involved in planning the Holocaust, without this game mentioning the word Jew. But then again, the wiki says they killed Hitler, and that's not the case. Seriously, what is the similarity between them? Freisinger is fine being captured by a Russian woman and given to the Allies, but Müller did such a good job of running, hiding, or competitive noose tying to the point that he is the highest ranking Nazi official whose fate is unknown. You burn Freisinger, who looks nothing like Müller, so I'm serious, what is the similarity? You know how Black Ops got sued a couple times? Both cases were dropped or won, and their depiction was largely favourable or accurate, neither case having a leg to stand on. Do you know what that was? Fantastic advertisement for the game. The people involved in these important events typically had influence, and thus the game is brought to any circle that knows about them. Your parents probably knew the name Noriega, so when a game that you want for Christmas has him in it, that gets everyone talking. In the World at War review, I noted that Vanguard would name a unit after one of the weird obsessions of Himmler or some such, but as it turns out, that was wishful thinking. I recognise that Vanguard would sacrifice historical accuracy for a tone shift, but they didn't use history to do that. Instead of taking inspiration from any of the insane top Nazis for a potent main villain, they made Freisinger a slightly intimidating blankish slate. My expectation and assumption that this game would do that was incorrect. They should have done that. Wolfenstein just outright showed and mocked senile Hitler.
I'm from Arizona. Sie kommen immer wieder.
Every Sniper Elite has players shooting him in the testicles to check that he does indeed have one, to ensure it is not a body double. If you can't be bothered to write an interesting villain, or perhaps you do not allow yourself the time by adding way too many characters, then why not draw on history and let that fill in a lot of the work for you? Rely on some assumed knowledge, and if the player doesn't have that knowledge, then they can look it up and have that Black Ops "oh fuck" moment that we all loved. No matter what, that is a better idea for the tone we believe this game is going for. Seriously, just saying the following men are weak is laughable. I mean, what would you do if you were walked up on by a one-testicled man terrified of cats who claimed to be literally possessed by a mystical Aryan spirit to Mussolini, who had no fucking clue if he was joking or not, who sent a guy to the Eastern Front for joking that swatting flies is a job for the Luftwaffe? A man who had such a fucked sleep schedule that it may have been one of the determining factors in who emerged victorious on D-Day. A man who believed he was the reincarnation of a German king and an ancient Hindu god. This was shortly after abandoning Catholicism for the occult and paganism, believing that the Aryan race was descended from a load of literal giants that lived in the Himalayas and somehow de-evolved and founded every good civilization before being outsmarted by the Jews and kicked out to the next. A man who, literally as a detour in 1940, attempted to find the Holy Grail and intended for a castle in Westphalia to be an equivalent to Camelot, where some of the rooms were named after elements of the story, despite his aversion to Christianity. It even had a fucking room where a lot of the rings of the dead SS men and officers were stored, probably because this crazy fuck would only have a go at necromancy if he managed to find the Necronomicon. He stated his belief that Thor's hammer, yes, that Thor, was an early, highly developed weapon of our forefathers, sending people to try and find it and other artifacts. Am I the only person who plays these games who thinks any of this shit is interesting? The fact that one of history's most disgusting monsters wasn't just boring or evil because I am evil, but is actually a character, a fucking weird one you can endlessly mock and humiliate and educate people on. This former professional chicken farmer is an infinitely more useful tool for a writer or game developer to use than making a new shit character. What's the worst case scenario? You make him look noble? Then you as a writer must be too shit at your job to make a good game. If you cannot find a way to mock that pathetic man or any of the other top Nazis, from obese morphine addicts who dressed up in drag, wore massive amounts of makeup around literal Nazis, maybe the director of the Gestapo who got the job because he read a load of spy novels, refused to have photos show him from the chest down as his hips and ass looked too womanly, who died because he wanted to personally shoot back at his assassins, turning the escaping car around and getting shot in the process. If you want to do social good for the world by putting a character in a game, and for some reason you're not willing to mock literal Nazis, or are perhaps too afraid of standing up to Nazis, you don't do a Kingsley. You don't just pay a tiny amount of lip service to an issue while making that character someone who acts like they aren't or were never affected by it.
Fuck Madison Grant. And everyone like him.
I am British, and from that tone of voice alone, Kingsley is a massively privileged Oxbridge twat who doesn't represent any of the struggles that people of his descent black-faced. Ha! Didn't even need to look it up. You may be thinking, but we don't want to portray stereotypes because that's racist, so him being really smart is counter to that stereotype. That ignores the entire situation at the time and thus defeats the point you are not trying very hard to make. The whole point about criticism of or defeating bad stereotypes is they literally are not true or representative of reality. They warp our perception of reality so we take actions that do not make sense morally, socially, or even logically. Have the fucking guts to have a character like Kingsley be kicked out of a bar for his skin tone, and specifically not be white knighted by anyone else. I don't know what it is about a lot of modern films, but the idea that we have to save those of a different race is fucking awful. It's patronizing and implies that they need saving. Have the fucking skill to write an interesting and sympathetic character, then put them, and therefore the player, through that horrible experience too. How the fuck is anyone supposed to relate to Kingsley here? How does he represent an oppressed minority by attending the, at the time, second best university in the world? First-person games have a unique ability to plant the player in someone's shoes. Why don't you show that for the vast majority, those are some pretty shit unfair shoes, and that those who overcome all that adversity, besides the war, death, and horror, are pretty incredible people that would be more valuable than whatever this is or even what it is trying to do. I do not have the time or even the full knowledge to dissect this game. If you want to cringe at how bad this is, find someone who has spent 60 minutes analysing a 15-minute mission. They are, in all likelihood, right. I don't have the time to do that. The point I'm trying to make is that this game goes for big, loud aesthetics that help the gameplay, seeing the real history as an obstacle. Vanguard is meant to be a cool, slick, spectacle-filled action game that uses existing history as a framework, because doing acceptable world building is extra effort. It uses World War II, not because it wishes to represent the incredible events of the period, but so it can appear on people's radar as many people are interested in the conflict. I'm not expecting this game to reenact every battle, as that isn't the point of video games in general, but they clearly see it as the background notes of the setting and do not think about or take the effort to resolve any plot holes. They fly out of Hamburg in a Nazi plane because they need a dramatic exit and to justify the existence of the pilot. Why wouldn't they just wait 10 minutes for the advancing Red Army they were fighting with in the previous square? I think that would honestly be a better setting going through some huge ass warehouse filled with paperwork and cultish artifacts / references to zombies. The whole time they were flying that plane out, I was simply wondering why wouldn't an allied fighter shoot that shit down? They could have done a lot more interesting things with the resources available to them in the setting. They chose, but they didn't. Just take a look with me for a second on YouTube. There aren't any YouTube shorts spending a minute explaining anything interesting about Freisinger or the plot of Vanguard, but there are about Savimbi and Noriega from a game that's 9 years older and out of the loop. I could talk about Wade healing his chest wound without a single cut to black and then putting on a flamethrower. I could talk about the knife trick being really dumb at close range, or Stalingrad going from picturesque for a repressive mass murdering dictatorship to a ruined city in 5 hours of Polina being knocked out? I could talk about more uniform or weapon issues all day long. I could talk about the evacuation plan for the Nazis not working or being utter lunacy, or how the whole plot of them going underground and the lack of detail surrounding it is absurd. But why should I? You can all figure that out. Anyone who plays this game and spends more than 20 seconds analysing each plot point can find something wrong. Why should I care? Because this game clearly doesn't. History is a resource they didn't dare to immerse themselves in, and most importantly of all, they failed to immerse you in real history, despite all the opportunity being there. They assumed that what they would write would be better. They were wrong. What else can I give this game? The saddest thing of all is this might be one of the last best chances for a good single-player World War II game we get. It failed. It didn't care about logic, it wasn't bold politically, and didn't try to do good socially. It criticised the Allies more than the literal Nazis. It was mechanically fun, it looks great, it has great level design, but that isn't what I'm here for. Overall, where else can this go but an F?
MW22, the penultimate game of this 20-year saga. And to say things bluntly, this game leaves a dogshit first impression when trying to play it today. Such a bad impression that frankly this game is starting at the bottom of the rankings just from the raw first impression. We can start with just trying to launch the game. Should be easy, shouldn't it? In the first few Call of Duty games, you could launch up Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare and boom, you're in the game, in the main menu, and from there you can select campaign, multiplayer, or co-op. Then, people realized that they wanted to split the executables so that, for convenience and saving space, you can download only the versions of the game that you want, in whatever permutation you want. Only play Black Ops 2 for zombies? You can download just Black Ops 2 Zombies. Only care about campaign and multiplayer? That'll do too. In more recent years, you can launch the game and be presented with this weird split screen between the newest game and the game that you actually launched, with single player, multiplayer, or zombies listed on it, and you can click on the one that you want to start up, and you're then sent to that executable. Now, that isn't the worst system in the world. It's a little clunky, but it's okay. I know that because for Modern Warfare 2022, they decided to make the worst system in the world. Modern Warfare 2022 doesn't exist on Steam anymore. See, after MW23 got announced for pre-order, they removed Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 2022 from Steam and replaced it with just this executable called Call of Duty. Presumably they did this because the new MW23 is and was always going to be DLC for 22, it being a rushed game, and they didn't want to make that incredibly obvious, so instead we have it renamed. Great. Launching it up, you get presented with possibly the world's worst user experience. First, it will make sure the game is thoroughly connected to a central server, because all these games have always online DRM. If it notices an update, it will then update, instead of using Steam's incredibly reliable updating service. The reason for which that Steam exists at all and was invented entirely was to
give updates over the internet in a very easy way, but for some reason, Activision and subsequently Infinity Ward feel themselves above that requirement. So it's only going to detect an update once you launch the game. This also means that there is no way to play older versions of the game where this whole mess was not the case. So you're forced to quit the game and it updates. Once it's back again, it will do all the checks again to connect back to the central server, because we can't not be connected to Activision's servers. And then you're immediately slapped in the face with an unskippable cutscene depicting whatever the fuck is going on at the time of launch. Then, no matter what you planned on doing when you launched the game is forced out of the way, because you're then obligated to interact with this battle pass just to get to the main menu. Then, once you're in the main menu, you're viewing the single ugliest main menu in living memory. There's about 30 different fonts, none of them look good, and all of them confuse you with way too much information, and nothing about it is clear. This isn't a main menu. This is a storefront. So naturally, you look at the options at the top and click on Home to get to the game that you launched. In Home, you will be immediately presented with your entire giant screen, no matter how big or wide it is, being filled with a grand total of 4 options, all of which are multiplayer, combined with a gigantic message of the day filled with vapid, aimless words that seem to want to get you to play the multiplayer, paired with a disgusting effect of green fiery embers slapped on top of an awful menu, constantly confusing your eyes. You're not always guaranteed to get the green embers, but you're always guaranteed to get something that confuses your eyes. I myself have experienced at least 6 different backgrounds. I don't think a single one was worth seeing. Then, since you have no other option trying to find the campaign, you scroll down once where you will be presented with 2 huge buttons occupying roughly 20% of the screen each, allowing you to easily pre-purchase the next version of the game. Yet another barrier between you and playing the fucking game that you launched 2 minutes ago. Scrolling down again and you get to the Modern Warfare 2 section of the game that you launched, which is Modern Warfare 2, and you're presented with 3 options, but yet again, huge buttons, they're not what you're looking for. Multiplayer, Ground War, and Raid. Scroll to the right again and you'll see Co-op, Ranked Play, and finally, Campaign, hidden at the back of a submenu, hidden underneath 2 submenus, in a different menu from the one where you start. This is if you know what you're doing. If you're lost, it'll take you more steps to get here. However, you can then click Modern Warfare 2 Campaign, at which point you will be forced to restart so that it can launch Modern Warfare 2 Campaign, which is the thing that I wanted to launch from the beginning. So you allow it to restart, at which point you will have to wait for the shaders to optimize in the top left. Thankfully, recording for this section didn't take this long this time, but when I reinstalled the game after having a little bit of storage issues on my PC, I recorded the full effort of waiting for this shaders to optimize, and I had to wait 20 minutes for it. And I have a 3070 and the game was installed on an SSD, so I can expect that some poorer people will have to wait much longer to play the game. At which point, finally, after 10 minutes of navigating menus and 20 minutes, potentially, of waiting for shaders to optimize, you can finally play the game. You have to go through this process every time you want to launch the campaign, in any way. Oh, and here's the thing. Because all of this is tied to a central server, if you idle for too long or lose connection, you get kicked straight back out of the game. Additionally, sometimes when you launch the game up, it will genuinely ask you to uninstall single player, to delete the game.
Wait, what? I can't fucking say no?
This is not a joke. You can launch the game up and it will tell you, save space by deleting our game. But fine. We're going to play it anyway. It took a lot of effort for me to not make this review end here by saying, to save space, I've deleted the rest of the review. But it's too important. I have to keep going. Because once you start playing the game, the problems don't stop. In the last 3 missions of the game, if you're unlucky, you can start noticing this terrible lens flare bug. It hides enemies, terrain, hell, the whole fucking map can be hidden behind this J.J. Abrams masturbatory aid. How do you fix it? Fuck you. Accessing the game files is only allowed for Infinity Ward and Activision. You're not allowed to fix any patches yourself, so enjoy restarting the game every time you encounter this bug. Another problem in the game is the enemies, once you can actually see them. Bullet spongy enemies are universally bad, and Call of Duty is another sinner in that aspect. See, for absolutely no reason, I completed every game on this list on the hardest difficulty, i.e. Veteran. I didn't record footage of most of this affair, but I did record it for MW22. You can see this bit where I was stuck for 10 minutes thanks to these ridiculously tanky enemies. It's a mission with not a lot of cover where you die in 2 shots, and you have to keep moving to chase Graves. This creates a nightmare combination, and frankly, it's a problem for the whole game, but it's most pronounced here in Ghost Team. Graves' boss fight is the hardest and, I guess, first boss fight in the entire franchise, and it is hard for all the wrong reasons, but there are good things. The levels have a ton of variety. There's a mix of overtly member berries missions that desperately want to remind you of the original, as well as new, fresh missions that totally change the gameplay. This takes the whole shtick the CoD campaigns have had this entire time of changing things up every level and does it at 110%. Nearly every level is totally different. As a result, the mix of new and old is extremely overt, with stuff that's so new you could base an entire game around it, stuff that's pulled from the previous game, and finally stuff that ends up being a poor recreation or a halfway remembered thing from the original games. An example of that last one is Recon by Fire and Dark Water. Recon by Fire was clearly marketed as a reimagining of All Gillied Up, but it really isn't. It really isn't. All Gillied Up was an extremely linear and tight stealth level that slowly built and released tension a handful of times throughout the mission, peaking as an army walks around you. It's nice, but it's immensely scripted to the point where I don't really consider it true stealth. There's no patrolling AI in reality. Recon by Fire's similarities to the original are in raw level design and gameplay absolutely non-existent. The only similarity is aesthetic, the ghillie suits you wear. Otherwise, the new version is totally different from the original, and ultimately better as a gameplay experience. It's way more open, way more creative, and way freer. But it has also kind of removed the tension of the original. Recon by Fire is built mostly on the combined principles from Going Dark and Highway of Death from MW19. You start the mission being introduced to the core concepts of sniping and hiding in the suit. You get introduced to the new heartbeat sensor, and then you're put atop a hill. The introduction to these elements are kinda clunky, but it works. This game uses these techniques repeatedly to introduce you to concepts that will be going forward in a given level. It's a very Half-Life 2 approach to teaching you new game mechanics, which is very nice. What follows is a rinse and repeat formula. You start with Price atop a hill, and you pick your targets and snipe them, accounting for elevation. It's nice, but Price is a little too ready to catch your mistakes, and I wish we were able to do the elevation calculations ourselves. Once you're done sniping, or once the base is alerted and everyone hides inside the buildings, your job is to walk up, as Gaz, to the buildings and breach and clear. The buildings have multiple points of entry, skylights, air vents, and as a result this part can, if you ignore Price telling you what to do, be reminiscent of an immersive sim. There's not nearly enough of it, though. There's not enough options, and the steps feel way too straightforward on repeat playthroughs. But it is a nice change of pace that you're given total freedom on how to approach something. It's why I loved Going Dark so much from the previous game. One of my favorite strategies is using the heartbeat sensor combined with the snake cam to shoot people through doors and walls. I almost wish after the first 2 they'd shoot back through the door, but hey, just the fact that I'm able to clear a building from the outside is pretty cool. Once the warehouses are dealt with, you repeat the same process with the lighthouse, snipe from afar, and breach and clear close up. It's tighter, smaller areas with poorer visibility, and instead of being one open structure, you have to keep your eyes open on the corners, so it plays significantly differently. Then, once you get to the tunnels, you shoot up an area at the bottom by the submarine, and Laswell gets captured, and then you go on to violence and timing. None of that really matches All Gillied Up, or One Shot, One Kill at all. It's all basically new stuff. There is no defending an area from people attacking you with claymores. There's not really a lot of walking through the streets and dealing with individual areas. There's not a lot of like ambushing specific positions with a handful of enemies. So we can't have that. We need to just shove something in that reminds us of the original. So instead, as you go downhill after sniping, let's smash in some Alcatala that drive up, go out of their car, and walk past you. The problem with this is A, it's a small group every time, so it's pretty boring. B, they always walk towards you no matter where you go. This means that inevitably you're going to try to outsmart them, and the AI will completely bug itself out if you get too creative. See, they drive out on a lower road and walk over a field to the higher road, using your position as a midpoint. But if you sprint, you can get all the way below the lower road and they will stop, get out, and get right back into their car. And then, whether you went loud or quiet, none of it matters because they just drive away anyway. Like, they just drive away after patrolling the area. They don't come back to flank you on the second run, nor do they factor into the rest of the mission at all. They drive up, walk past you, and then drive away. The only information plot-wise that's given is that they are Alcatala, but that could have been found anywhere else. What were they doing here? God's truth, I think these guys were added super late, just to have something that reminds you of the original. Similarly, Dark Water is 2 short missions smashed together with a hydraulic press. One that was meant to be like the original Modern Warfare 2, and the other, which is what they had the original idea for. The first level involves infiltrating an oil rig, just like the original Modern Warfare 2, the only easy day with yesterday. But it's the old heavily scripted stealth instead, which again I don't like. But then you have 1 minute of open combat and you're quickly ushered to a boat that takes you to the second level, the one they actually had the original idea for. Welcome to Amazon on Ice. There's a ton of these containers and they're sliding around. Basically, you have a bunch of cubes sliding around on a level, and technically speaking, this is immensely simple, but it's also incredibly fun. You get crushed if you're between the containers in a hard place. You can climb on top of them, move around them in a fun, cool way. Trying to get across these without touching the floor is genuinely a fun platforming puzzle. And, oh, you can even peek through new openings all the time. Every time the containers are moving apart and together, which means you might be shooting at someone who then gets cover given to them, or you might be walking in a direction that then splits open to reveal multiple new people. Unfortunately, this is not really built on. It's just a set piece to get through. As a gameplay thing, it's basically a fair ride that starts and ends and then it's over, which is unfortunate, but it's what we've been used to for a long time in Call of Duty. I wish it kind of built to it as you got further along, with them getting taller or smaller or bigger or wider or moving faster in some way. But ultimately, smashing together the 2 missions makes them both independently feel weird from each other. Even the way that you get onto the boat is really, really weird. Graves says take the ramp, but when you look over the stern of the ship, there is no goddamn ramp. He made it up. Then, on the other hand, we have Alone, the best mission in the game. Graves has betrayed us, Ghost has run away, and we are shot in the arm as so. Now, because Graves has turned villainy to cartoon levels, he's murdering everyone on sight, including civilians. So we need to sneak through the village and build up our resources to try to get an advantage. This level is really, really well paced, and it's just fundamentally good. As you start off, you have nothing. A lot of missions where you lose everything will start you off with either a pistol or a knife. So you can find a man giving you the bedroom eyes of patrols that we talked about in Cold War, and you can get a proper gun. World War II does this, Cold War does this, and basically every game with a mission like this does this exact thing. Well, someone at Infinity Ward had their head screwed on right and said, what if we turned this into a totally new experience? So you don't have shit. You ain't got nothing. You can make a metal shiv, but that can't be used to kill enemies. You have to use them to pry open doors. You can finally track down 1 knife, but the enemies have guns. You have to explore the level and find supplies to build traps and weapons and explosives. Smoke bombs so you can give yourself an advantage in the fight. It's great stuff. It rewards exploration with a valuable new tool. Wandering around the corners of the map might reveal some more explosives to build mines, and if you pay attention to your surroundings, you can find a safe with the code nearby in a relatively easy way to find. But it does still work. Alone is actually just a really good game, and with the basic setup, it's not deep enough to go further, but you could base a whole game around a deeper version of this setup. It's really well put together. The only restriction on this going further is the fact that you can pick up all the ammo in the world and have 240 spare bullets. If you only had 1 extra clip, or hell, no extra clips at all, you could really stretch this to go a long way. But once you link up with Ghost, it's normal combat again. Yes, you can use your tools, but it's not nearly as interesting. There is a light retread of the same mechanics in the final mission, but it's it's not done nearly as well. As you can see in this footage, all I did was stab 2 guys, and then I got the ending cutscene. It's basically just ends on his own. It doesn't actually go anywhere long enough for it to feel good. It's still above the standard gameplay, but it's too short and the environment is a bit too small. Its main effect is actually just to make you realize how well done the first one was. Everyone is talked to death about violence and timing. It's fun and it's new. You don't need to know anymore, just fucking look at this. You have 3 mini-bosses and you have a cool jumping between cars and shooting guns out of windows, and they drive themselves, and it's just fun. It's great fun. Realism is actually just a total waste of time when it comes to the FPS genre. All we need is story and gameplay to link. Keep the fucking Arma and your Red Orchestra and all that shit for realism. Total abandonment of reality in favor of gameplay is still the best approach to FPS games. It does drag a bit around the middle, but it is real fun. There are a couple of shit missions, though, so you don't get away from thinking the impression that this is filled with good missions that are ultimately kind of held down by the old games. No, there are some bad missions. Tradecraft is an extremely linear, if pretty, playable cutscene. Considering how we blew up St. Petersburg in the last game, being terrified to have a prolonged fight in Amsterdam is a bit pathetic. El Sin Nombre is a worse version of Desperate Measures from Cold War. Kind of. It has nice world building around the masks, but the level isn't open or interesting enough to allow for good fun play. There's a lot of dead ends that go nowhere, but you have 3 options of approach, which is nice. Most of the time it's just loud or stealth. Here you have 2 stealth options. Neat. Prison Break features an absolutely atrocious bit retreading the CCTV thing from the last game. It wasn't fun then, it's not fun now. It's the thing that I dread playing through these games every time. Hindsight is an on-rails shooter, and Borderline is fundamentally stupid due to its interaction with this game's biggest problem: the writing. Unfortunately, a lot of the levels suffer due to the Sledgehammer game's blueprint all over the story. The blueprint allows Infinity Ward to use the powers and language of traditional filmmaking and simpler writing techniques to write a story that is believable on a basic level and ultimately unoriginal. However, since video games aren't movies, the shift in perspective brings with it a lot of disconnect from the story at play. Relegating important stuff like Graves' betrayal to a cutscene, for instance, remove a lot of the power from that betrayal. Shepard looked you in your eyes as he shot you in the stomach. That is 1,000 times more powerful than Graves arresting Alejandro, a character who you never play as, and shooting at Ghost and Soap, who ultimately get away. The consequences of the betrayal are ultimately destroyed during and immediately after the betrayal. The next mission after Alone is Prison Break, where Alejandro gets out home free. We even have a huge warehouse of weapons and vehicles to fight back. We don't even lose resources. The next mission after Safe House in the original is a fucking suicide mission, with all hope of survival lost, with the only hope being to kill Shepard. The cutscene before the final mission is even spent listing all of their available resources. The sequel goes on to undermine it, but ultimately the effect is tenfold of what we see in Modern Warfare 22-022, even though conceptually the gameplay consequences are that much higher, because the game is placing the betrayal at the end of the journey. By this moment, when Price and Soap get their Jeep into Nikolai's plane, we don't know if they're gonna die by the end of this story. They feasibly could, so long as they achieve their revenge of killing Shepard. Unfortunately, the only path for us to go once Graves betrays us is that everybody lives, because the arc of Ghost and Soap isn't to die here, because they haven't had their true bonding moment that the game was built towards. Instead, it comes at a point in the story where the threat is still active. The betrayal makes no sense because it is done with 2/3 of the plot finished. There's still a missile out there, and there is no reason for 141 to be betrayed. What we find out after Alone and Prison Break is that Shepard and Graves lost 3 off-the-books missiles to Russian ultranationalists, who then sold it to Hassan. It's not clear in the plot at all how this is something done poorly at the hands of Graves and Shepard, and Laswell semi-justifies their immoral actions by saying the cover-up is always worse than the crime. But the crime wasn't that bad, and the cover-up was totally fucking unnecessary. So the revelation is entirely pointless. Shepard didn't give the missiles to the ultranationalists to help them fight a Russian revolution, and then those missiles turned up in the hands of Hassan. That cover-up would make a lot more sense, because Shepard then effectively ferried American missiles to Hassan. But instead, Shepard was robbed and then didn't tell the greatest SAS operative on planet Earth, who in the previous game already tracked down missing weapons of warfare in the Middle East. In the previous game, Laswell telling Price immediately after the gas is gone is followed instantly by him informing her there's going to be an attack on London and getting ahead of the curve. Price clearly has information on operations of Middle Eastern forces and has an explicit relationship with Farah in the Middle East. The scene where Price and Shepard go at each other is hilarious because neither party at any point says anything other than generic disagreements with the actions of the other. It's word soup with nothing there because it's a totally manufactured betrayal in a story that was never going to be about that betrayal anyway. There is nothing at the end of MW22 that calls back to Shepard's first moments in the story. Bald fraud Shepard doesn't bomb his own people as a callback to him bombing Danger Close in the first mission. He doesn't reveal that something he did at the start was actually an intentional decision made in order to cause more death and war at the end. Hell, nothing in this game even ties back to the last game. Shepard's betrayal here feels utterly untethered, a detour in a story about tracking down missiles from Hassan, and a parallel that utterly fails the test. Jeff and Brian here think they've created a story that reflects the parallels of terrorists and Western forces in the Middle East. Every man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. But it's a parallel that fails to land, because the similarities are between two villains, not between the good guys and the villains. 141 kills both Hassan and Graves, and while the two of them could be construed to be parallels or mirrors, Hassan works with the Mexican cartel and Graves works with 141. But unfortunately, there's absolutely no parallel at all between 141 and the cartel. The parallel between 141 and Hassan makes a bit more sense. At the start, we, together with Shadow Company, go to a bordering nation with Iran and blow up Gorbrani, similar to how Hassan goes to an oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico to blow up New Orleans. Equally, Cartel and Shadows are surface-level parallels, with Cartel having way more resources than they should, being backed by the Mexican army, and Shadows having more powerful tools like they should with an AC-130, and using PMC status to cut red tape, as with the Mexican army cutting red tape the other way for illegal actions. But these two fail as soon as you pick at it slightly. Like a piñata made out of wet toilet paper, the first impact is going to tear it apart. First of all, blowing up a military convoy in a general is nowhere near the same as blowing up New Orleans, which isn't a military target. Second of all, if the parallel is between 141 and Hassan, why does Hassan say this line to Graves?
You're the commander of a foreign terror organization.
I can say the same to you.
Honestly, replace Graves with Price in this scene and it has a lot more meaning. In reality, it's just two villains mugging each other off. The parallel falls apart as soon as Shadow Company becomes evil, because then the civilian mass murder in alone is not beholden to 141. The main characters remain blameless in all of the evils of Shadow Company's actions. Laswell is taken prisoner by Alcatala and Valeria is taken prisoner by 141, but again, the effect is skewed. Valeria is a literal criminal and should probably be in prison anyway, and Laswell is also doing illegal action as well, but this is happening in Spain. Alcatala is arguably even more illegal here than Laswell. Additionally, Hassan is entirely uninvolved with the capture of Laswell, which begs the question whether or not it was an intended part of the parallel or an excuse to do violence and timing. I could go on, but instead I'll move on. Basically, the parallel hasn't been worked enough to be as good as it could be. The morality isn't questioned in regards to 141, and the rest are cartoon villains. There's nothing gray about them. The original did ask you if you trusted the decisions of its central characters. Price launched and detonated a nuke over the United States, and it is made explicit that this killed innocent people. You play as one of them. But again, much like MW19, this game's version of 141 is incapable of wrongdoing. Gaz does not factor into the plot at all, by the way. For the character who was given the most choice and agency over his journey through the plot in the first game, to see him relegated to being Price's sidekick is quite unfortunate. He's not even given an interesting choice anymore. Both Soap and Gaz are given utterly vapid choices in dialogue that barely affect the immediate response. In the end, Modern Warfare 2022 is a game that raises some interesting gameplay ideas, keeps your gameplay on your toes, but has such a vapid and pointless plotline, you'd be better off skipping the cutscenes altogether and just playing the game.
Okay, so at this point we have to deal with a big problem. Him, and also him. Well, you see, Sledgehammer Games were once again tossed a hot potato. A big, stinky diarrhea mess that Infinity Ward and Activision had sprayed all over the trilogy. We'll get to how well they dealt with the cleanup later, but first we need to get a detailed description of said diarrhea, so we know what the cleanup might entail. So, you play Modern Warfare 2019's campaign, and the whole thing eventually leads up to Price creating Task Force 141, with Gaz, himself, Soap, and Ghost, together with the help of General Shepard, who is given in name only. The game you just played had half of it be set up for the first half of that group, with Price and Gaz being set up, and the second half was just an isolated story on its own. This seemed to be a format that made sense, because they repeated it in Modern Warfare 22, with half the game being set up for Soap and Ghost, and the other half being a continuation of Price and Gaz hunting down Al-Qatala. Then, they kind of pissed it all up. Because, well, in the original game, that isolated story was kind of about Alex taking the role that Hadir was meant to have, because he cast it away to do evil with chemical weapons instead. Alex, in his place, gives his life for the ULF because he has had a journey becoming more endeared to the ULF, eventually choosing to go rogue from the CIA and join the indigenous group. And then he gave his life. He said, "I'm not getting out of here. You go on without me." And then Activision walked in, looked at the story, and said, "Hey, you know that setup for the next game about Soap and Ghost? Ghost just ropes in at the start of Warzone, and he's just here now." So that potential introduction was spunked. Oh, and Alex? He lives. He's just alive now. He didn't die. He just lost one leg, detonating C4 in his own face, presumably by hand, inside of a chemical plant producing a toxin that kills people pretty much within seconds of first breathing it in, and collapsing the building on top of him. He just lives. He lost a leg. That's it, not even any burn scars. He's alive, so that Warzone can sell skins of him. So the explanation for his survival is undercooked as fuck.
Alex, thought you were dead. Still standing.
They don't have time for a prolonged explanation because it's a fucking trailer for Warzone. It can't be more than like 2-3 minutes, so he basically just says, "I lived," and cocks a sniper rifle, as if that's enough. As for Graves, well, he lived too, and his explanation is even dumber. It's told to us relatively explicitly by both the level design, sound design, and all of the characters that Graves is in the tank. He reacts to being hit with C4, the sound of the radio is as if he's in a metal tank, and he stops talking to us as soon as the tank blows up. He lived, and the explanation is, "I wasn't in the tank." But what's even dumber is he then teams up with Farah and Alex in Al Mazrah, which makes even less sense. Farah has had her life saved by Price on multiple occasions. At this point in the story, Price has helped her track down her brother, personally saved her life twice, and helped her achieve her life goal of killing Barkov. And yet here, she is allying with a man who attempted to kill not just Price, but the entire team he worked with. And the explanation is, we don't listen to rumors?
What else you heard?
We're fighting our own battles here. We have no time for rumors.
Keep in mind, Graves killed roughly 10 quadrillion innocent civilians in Mexico last game, and this woman was willing to kill her own brother for using chemical weapons on the enemy once. Graves is turned into a comic book nonsense villain in Alone. He murders relentlessly, and we wander through the slaughter. So when this game revives him and places him in an allied position with Farah, and then wants us to pretend he's a morally gray character, is absurd. But this game has to pretend that's plausible, because otherwise they have to reconcile the fact that Farah would shoot her own flesh and blood on sight for using nerve gas once, but is totally fine with Graves executing hundreds of civilians. I want to make it explicitly clear how big of a deal this is narratively, because as Modern Warfare 2022 didn't deal with this, I figured this game might, but it too doesn't. It just doesn't. Nobody brings up the fact that Graves went on a massacre and killed hundreds of civilians. There's even a fucking hearing talking about his actions in Mexico, and nobody brings up the fact that hundreds of civilians were killed in a town. Now, thankfully, he plays a relatively minor role in the plot. There is a pointless retread of the AC-130 mission yet again, which, might I remind you, still doesn't understand what made the original powerful. Graves being alive is primarily useful plot-wise at the end, where Shepard is contradicted by him at a hearing, which indicts Shepard, but doing war crimes as an American general is basically the job description, so they leave it at that and he's allowed to keep his job.
Otherwise, Graves is just left as a minor cameo, only slightly more plot relevant than Alex is. Okay, so back in Modern Warfare 2022, I thought, well, Alex doesn't appear in the sequel. It could just be a marketing tactic to sell multiplayer skins that they pretend he's alive and that's canon. I was coping with Modern Warfare 2022 because until this game, this year, that retcon hadn't hit the single player. Alex wasn't with Farah when we went back in 22, and Graves doesn't show up in a post-credit cutscene either. In my mind, they were both dead until they appeared in the single player. Well, it's pretty hard to avoid it now, isn't it? They're both in the actual plot. I can't just ignore it. I have to talk about it. Alex is even less present in the plot than Graves. He's effectively here as far as sidekick, occupying the space that Hadir did in the last game, but without the morality issues. So Alex and Graves are here, which really annoyed me. I mean, listen. Show Alex right now.
Oh, there's Farah.
Show Alex right now.
Alex.
Show Alex right the fuck now. There he is!
There he is!
He lives! Why does he live? I mean, the boss fight against Graves is not only one of the only boss fights in Call of Duty history, it is also really, really hard. On higher difficulties, it can take you half an hour just to fight Graves, which, for an arcade shooter like Call of Duty, is a long time. So if that tank battle is against some cunt in Shadow Company, narratively, what's the point of that mission? It is no longer narratively satisfying to complete this battle because we are no longer killing a villain. We are killing some random cunt in a tank. So that's the diarrhea. Graves, Alex, and Shepard are still alive. Modern Warfare 2019 and 22 set up characters that were meant to die by the end, and then they were unkilled in the multiplayer. And now, in Modern Warfare 23, Sledgehammer Games, or more realistically the Sledgehammer Games writing room, have to work together with Brian Bloom to unfuck his own script. And how do they do? Honestly, I don't think I could do much better with the source material I would be forced to use, but I'm sure there are writers on the planet better than me who could do a much better job than these guys did. So honestly, I mean, props to them, they did better than me, but not the best in the world. I mean, by their very nature, cleanups are messy, and this one's less messy than others, and in the end, it's leaving a fairly clean slate for the next game to follow up on. You know, Makarov is set up as a villain, and he's a good one. His face is boyish, and he's not all that intimidating as a presence, which is unfortunately down to Julian Kostov's performance. His face reads more like dickhead rich boy than psychopath ready to destroy the world. Despite his role, position, and written dialogue, he still feels like the second-in-command character. I was waiting for the secret Shepard-style character to be revealed to be pulling the strings from the background. The original Makarov wasn't good, and in a lot of ways this version is an improvement, but at least Makarov in the original trilogy had a presence that felt like a commander, in a way that this Makarov kind of doesn't, due to his voice and face. The way the original character casually executes you after showing up in a smart suit and scarf to kidnap the president, it's a swagger that gave him a menacing presence not present here. This Makarov is way too heavily tied to the black plate carrier. He dons it like it's him regaining his crown when they break him out of prison at the start of the game, and he wears it in pretty much every subsequent scene in the entire game. And it unfortunately doesn't really scream confidence to wear a fucking plate carrier everywhere he does. The original Makarov only really wore a plate carrier during No Russian, which, you know, is a combat mission. Makarov wears the plate carrier to an airplane for some fucking reason. But Makarov is set up as a powerful villain, because he does kill a main member of the cast. Okay, so let's go through the 4 main members and talk about why you would, narratively, want to kill each one. Because I think some people might come out and say, they shouldn't have killed they should have killed someone else. Well, narratively, they can almost go all 4 ways, starting with the most obvious one, Price. The franchise started with him as the omnipotent, omnipresent pillar, the moral arbiter of all things good and evil. He teaches Gaz that sometimes evil is necessary, and he teaches Farah that you need to stay on the moral high ground. And he has one of the most visceral reactions to Hadir's chemical attack outside of Farah herself. Additionally, Price has been mentoring Gaz for a long time. In the first game, Price would lead multiple scenes before letting Gaz take the lead later, eventually ending the first game with Gaz taking full lead. Then in the sequel, every operation they do together Altogether, Gaz takes the lead of his own. I know it happens entirely off-screen in Modern Warfare 22, but Gaz does lead an entire team of SWAT and police up the entire building until Soap and Price link back up with him. They even reverse their call and response from the last game in this one, with Gaz for once asking Price, "Are you broken?" So there is a natural path here. You can kill Price and have Gaz take up the mantle to be the new leader, to become the new Bravo 6. You could even go into the last mission, which is an underground tunnel, and would therefore actually cut communications with Gaz saying Price's catchphrase, "Bravo 6, going dark." Okay, so you can kill Price and finalize Gaz's mentor-mentee relationship with Gaz taking up the mantle. Alternatively, you can kill Gaz, because he's kind of superfluous at this point. His arc was actually completed in the first game, and it was a complete arc, a manifestation of his operative abilities. He had next to zero input on the actual plot in 22, so he's clearly superfluous to the actual writing of the games. Here, in this game, he serves as a sort of voice of reason, which could be a powerful thing to get rid of if you kill him off.
The only guy can tell was solid. Even if he is lying now, we can still use him. We dump him, we're walking away with nothing.
Plus, if you want Makarov to be evil, kill off the character we've spent the longest time playing as. Gaz is the only character we've been able to play in all 3 games. It would also be a powerful motivator for Price as well. Up until now, Price has predominantly showed anger and disgust. It would be immensely impactful if we saw this stoic, hard-ass character shed a tear, much like the original Price eventually finally wept over Soap's death. It would effectively be this game's equivalent of killing Soap in the original trilogy, as Soap was once again the only character we look through the eyes of for all 3 games. You could also, obviously, kill Ghost. Ghost is a bit of an enigma. He's kind of a filler character. He's a bit of a caricature because we haven't really explored him, and that can be a surprise. Ghost's death in Modern Warfare 2 was shocking. Additionally, since Ghost is kind of a prop character, you can kill him off, and narratively no arcs are left unresolved. It would be, plot-wise, a very effective character death because it would be emotional and strong, but you wouldn't leave anything unresolved because he is, by his very design, without any story. It would also provide a lot of motivation for Soap to kill Makarov because Soap and Ghost bonded in the previous game, and also would continue Soap's arc because the Ghost and Soap mentor-mentee relationship would then follow the standard Hollywood cliche of the mentor dying and the mentee taking up the mantle. The hardest kill to justify, however, is of course Soap. Soap was introduced to us in the previous game, so he hasn't been around as long as Price or Gaz, but he does have a backstory. He's introduced to us as a marksman and demolitions expert, he's referred to as a perennial FNG, and in Alone we learn some more details about him. Unfortunately, those details change depending on what you choose in dialogue, but he does have a marketable personality. Additionally, his arc of not being an FNG anymore hasn't been finalized in this game. Soap is also of the younger crew, which means the mentor-mentee relationship is still being manifested through Soap and Ghost's relationship. It's not done yet. I already said you can kill off Ghost to advance Soap's journey and arc, because he's still on said arc. You can't really kill off Soap to advance Ghost's arc because he doesn't have an arc, because he is again primarily a prop character. Soap hasn't really had a prolonged relationship with Gaz or Price either, so killing him off won't advance them either, at least not in the narrative. But there is a benefit to killing Soap off. He is highly emotional compared to the other 3, pushing to try to save everyone he can. Even in this game, he is the most eager to put a bullet in Shepard, Graves, and Makarov as soon as he can, whilst Gaz simply snubs his handshake and moves on after their plot contrived into working together again. As a result, he is to some extent the raw emotional core of this group, with even Farah being a neutral, calm, and collected force in the entire group. I said group twice, I'm sorry. So killing him off would cut out what would be the most emotional core of the story, which can be immensely powerful. Some great TV shows kill off the most emotional and naive characters in order to leave a marked and noticeable gap in the team, leaving behind the brutal characters. It's no wonder that the best TV writer in living memory, Vince Gilligan, wanted to do that exact thing with Jesse in Season 1. But out of the 4, no matter which way you cut it, Soap is the hardest one to narratively justify. Well, it's Modern Warfare 3, so what do you think they did? Makarov kills Soap. I will say, though, at least Makarov doesn't do it with bombs from far away. At least his actual death isn't temporarily separated from the moment where he is, mechanically killed, or at least his death is solidified. And as a setup for Makarov as a villain, especially as he gets away afterwards, it is great. And Soap is dead in a way that the multiplayer folk can't fuck up after the fact. He gets his brains blown out on screen and then is fucking cremated and his ashes are scattered in the Scottish Highlands. He ain't coming back for Warzone, lads. And props to them. Soon as Shepard has served his role in the plot, Price does a Departed on him after the credits. Sledgehammer Games kill off 2 named characters, one of whom is part of Task Force 141 and one of whom we were allied with in the previous game. So far, this trilogy has only killed villains, and finally, we get some actual people that we would feel something for getting killed. And both times they do it in an unambiguous way. They are both shot point blank in the head with a gun and are shown to be dead, which unfortunately is the only way anyone will believe a character is actually dead now. Frankly, at this point, I'm convinced Warzone multiplayer writers could fucking resurrect Kevin Spacey from the end of Advanced Warfare. But unfortunately, I don't think the writers of this campaign did interrogate which character they should kill. Genuinely, I think Makarov kills Soap because he did in the original. That's it. I would like to think that Brian Bloom was finally allowed to kill someone, so he killed Soap because he thinks that was genuinely the best choice for the story. But given what's already happened in this franchise repeatedly, I think he was just told to kill Soap because that's what happened in the original. And as a result, the impact of his death is significantly lessened. It's sad, sure, any death is sad, but in terms of emotional impact, they picked the weakest character to do it with. The story is, frankly, a bit confusing, but that could be due to my first playthrough being with the subtitles off. Now, what is supposed to happen is that with subtitles off, they only show up when people are speaking a non-English language. But unfortunately, the early access version was a bit sketch with all that, so instead, the entire first mission, which is introducing Makarov, has absolutely no subtitles for all the Russian being spoken. So, on a second playthrough, I got a significantly better idea of what Makarov is about. In the opening mission, Makarov makes it clear that he's been planning this game for a long time while in prison, where he's been for 4 years. Ivan, the leader of Makarov's Alpha team, stops the elevator bringing them to the surface, saying there's too much activity and action up there. Makarov scolds him and restarts the elevator. This is all part of his plan, you know? Then, as we try to exfiltrate, our path is cut off. One of Alpha Team dies, and we are forced to Yuri our way off a cliff into the ocean. Ivan is then killed for not trusting Makarov's plan and wasting precious seconds. It's a decent indicator of what type of person Makarov is, autistically min-maxing time spent in every second of every moment. But it's only done that way, conceptually, on paper. Because he wastes time a lot. When he gets out of the jail, he spends some time catching up with Alpha Team before moving to Extraction. And unfortunately, due to the gameplay requirements of the open combat missions I'll get into a bit, Connie Group just sits and waits around, patrolling an area before doing what they're supposed to. As a result, Makarov is perpetually one step ahead of Task Force 141 and simultaneously always waiting around for Task Force 141, which doesn't do a great job to tell us Makarov is obsessed about time. I mean, our introduction to him, where he gives a big speech that he's gonna do false flag operations, he turns to the new second-in-command and says, "Every second counts." But then he knocks out Soap and puts Price on the ground, pointing a Glock at him, but instead of icing both of them immediately and clinically, he talks for a few seconds so that Soap can put a knife in his back and then get killed. Makarov's grand plan for detonating this bomb in a tunnel is denied because he wasted time. Every single open combat mission is basically Connie Group waiting around for 141 to come in and fuck up their day. There's never a timer because mechanically you can't do that. It's a huge open level to explore, so Connie Group have to wait around. The mechanics of the game is crashing into the story we're being told. But again, this is also partially because of the diarrhea cleanup I mentioned earlier. Soap and Makarov could have been set up for this moment a lot better, but unfortunately the story has to deal with the lingering smell of Shepard and Graves. In the original Modern Warfare 2, Makarov is the primary threat, and then boom, suddenly, Shepard betrays us, and then he's the main threat, then Shepard is killed, and in Modern Warfare 3, it's all Makarov. So in the previous game, they set up both villains, one of them betrays us, and we kill that villain, so that in the third game, Makarov can be the focus of the story. Here, it's the other way around, except they don't deal with the new threat in Modern Warfare 2. In Modern Warfare 22, Graves and Shepard are two big-named characters who betray us, and while the focus is on Hassan, we detour to deal with Graves and Shepard. Shepard runs away when Price gets mad at him, and Graves gets killed. But then Graves isn't dead, and Shepard is no longer running away. So when you set up Makarov in MW23, you still have two massive problems you need to deal with, and Makarov has to share space with two other villains. So now, instead of setting up Makarov or focusing on Soap's character in preparation for his death, we have to spend time dealing with the obvious fallout of Alex and Farah working with Shadow Company after Graves tried to kill 141, and we have to deal with Shepard still being alive. It defocuses the story because it has to. Too much shit that's canon in Warzone has happened to where you absolutely have to deal with it in the campaign. So unfortunately, everything kind of feels inconsequential to everything else, because everything is in focus, which defocuses it all. But even though the story lacks focus and attention, the gameplay is brilliant fun. I saw a lot of people disparaging the open combat missions on Twitter, and frankly suck my nuts. They are genuine fun. The entire time I've been making this project, I've had the thought in my mind that Call of Duty should just try to become Dishonored, but with guns. A focus on missions based in big open play areas with optional objectives, explorable terrain, and you can pick stealth or loud combat, or anything in between, from sniping to run and gun. Because, hey, we have a rudimentary stealth system, as well as a versatile combat system that's been refined over 2 decades. Okay, so the OCMs aren't quite that. They aren't quite Dishonored. While quite often the missions will have multiple options of approach, and you can pick their multiple targets in their own order, there's not optional side goals like we saw in Cold War. Additionally, the areas do feel a bit too much like their Warzone maps dressed up as an open explorable area. People disparage those facts and then ignore the reality that a lot of the time spent creating those levels was probably dedicated to increasing replayability. However, I feel like a lot of the complaints about the OCMs come from people who run through the campaign on Recruit, which is not a good idea if you want to genuinely critique how good a game is. JGodY2, who I already pulled up, said he completed it in 3 to 4 hours. The Ghost of Hope said the OCMs were just okay, and then in a follow-up he said he played on Recruit and sprinted through the open combat missions. Guys, if you think the game takes too quickly and is too easy, maybe don't intentionally choose the easiest difficulty. Operator Drewski says, dry sneak around combat that I ended up just running through because I got bored. And I wonder, hey, if you were able to just run through the missions, maybe play on a harder fucking difficulty. These buttons, right? They are meant to correspond to how experienced you are in FPS games. My second time through, I played on hardened because regular was too easy. And guess what? It's way harder to run through the campaign in that mode. How about that? If that's too easy, go to veteran. If that's too easy, sorry, you're just too good at video games. It's actually insane. These people literally choose the easiest difficulty and then complain the missions are bad because they're too easy or boring. My guy, you made the fucking sandwich. And note how I haven't really mentioned or complained about length in any of these reviews. That's for a deliberate reason. It's a pointless argument. Quality of a video game doesn't come from how long you have to play it, otherwise RuneScape would be the best game of all time and Portal would be terrible. In reality, Portal is a top 20 game of all time, and you could watch a Lord of the Rings movie for longer than it would take an experienced player to play through that campaign. And you tell me that Portal is shit. Okay, but what are the missions actually like? They give you a cordoned off section of a Warzone map, dress it up to look like a mission, sprawl it with mission goals, weapon unlocks, and secrets, and then let the player free into it. First time through, you're just given the starting loadout, and your available arsenal is specific to each mission. So you'll have some guns unlocked in some missions, but not others. Part of me wishes we had something closer to Black Ops 2's continual loadout, but I totally get this way of doing it, because as soon as anyone gets their hands on a silenced semi-automatic rifle with an IR scope, they just pick that at the start of every single mission. Forcing you to find guns for repeat playthroughs is a risk because one of the big features of the OCMs, the ability to choose your loadout for a mission, is relegated to repeat playthroughs, reloads on death, and if you can find the loadout changer inside the mission itself, which, if you're running through, you're probably not finding. You are capable of doing some goofy Battlefield type shit, like throwing a bunch of C4 on a car and launching it into a group of enemies, or more CoD stuff like the ability to find kill streaks in the level and use them against the enemy, until you launch a VTOL and it crashes the game. The OCMs are a bit of a missed opportunity for certain, because they could have played around a lot more with these areas. Unfortunately, 3 of them are generically industrial area, with 90% of the playing field being a flat level. This is an unfortunate byproduct of them reusing Warzone maps, because they didn't have time to make proper maps. But frankly, I kind of don't care. This franchise has reused multiplayer maps for campaign, or vice versa, for literally 2 whole decades. So now, when they make a gigantic open level, they're not allowed to repurpose bits and bobs of it for the campaign? Come on. Some of the reviews are startlingly low effort and rushed as well, as the IGN review for this game says, "It's a shame because you can
see a scenario where the open combat missions could have reached the heights of 2019's Lights Out, a great example of how to handle non-linear objectives at an FPS level.
While I agree with the sentiment, Lights Out is not a mission in Modern Warfare 2019. It's called Going Dark. You know, the most famous phrase from the entire reboot trilogy. Unless they're talking about the horror movie from 2019 called Lights Out. I don't think so. But yeah, none of the missions in this are as good as Going Dark from 2019. Or, for that matter, Alone from 22. But what they are is independently perfectly fine levels with a bit of exploration that, although not as good as Going Dark, are an upgrade to Call of Duty's level design on paper. In execution, they only failed because this fucking game had less than 1 year of actual development and is basically, like I said, hyped up campaign DLC. High Rise is by far the best one of the OCMs, as it's a dense apartment building with doors and zip lines and ladders. It's chaotic close quarters and quite a bit of fun. It is the one that changes things up the absolute most and is probably the best mission in the game. Additionally, exploration takes a lot more effort because, well, the map's not going to help you, is it? Clown car room? Yep. The OCM's biggest failings, though, are that there are no optional goals or side missions apart from exploring to find loadouts. So if you're an IGN reviewer or a cunt influencer just rushing through the campaign to try to get your review out as quickly as possible, the end result is that the missions are very, very short, and the campaign at all is also short, because half the missions are the OCMs. As for the other missions, well, they have a vast variety of qualities, from great missions like Frozen Tundra, which moves through various combat areas and actually challenges you because your beloved IR scope can't help you because the snipers have protection, so you need to actually use your eyes and look at the environment, to missions like Deep Cover, which is, to say bluntly, the weakest version of this type of mission I've seen yet. The mission basically involves walking through a base, finding a guy, killing him, taking his keycard, and then meeting Yuri, at which point the mission ends as we run away from spooky sarin gas. It's really, really short, and there's next to no gameplay. For reference, most missions in Call of Duty range from 15 to 30 minutes. Not in this game, though, it's much more varied than that, but if you count this mission from the start of the cutscene with Nikolai until Laswell jumps into the helicopter, which, might I remind you, includes 2 quite long cutscenes, the mission is 10 minutes. For some, however, it was a bit longer than that. Apparently the concept of the mission where you're undercover is too complex for some Call of Duty players, who despite being undercover walk straight up to the enemies and get killed by them instantly, despite having the giant, loud, yellow alerts at the top of the screen when someone's alerted to you. Do you see why I can't really respect anyone who tries to review these campaigns? They're either people putting so low effort into the review that they can't be fucked to double check the name of the mission they supposedly like more from a previous title, because it's a Call of Duty, or it's people so obsessed with multiplayer that single-player exclusive level design is practically a different language of game design to them. The IGN review isn't that wrong. Sandbox levels aren't what I think of as a Call of Duty mission, but sprinkling them in with other levels adds a great spice to the levels, and they aren't wrong or bad on paper, or that bad in execution. They're not perfect, but they're fine. I said at the start of this entire review that linear single-player FPS experiences are dying, but semi-linear, open-world, or boomer shooters are absolutely booming, with games like Deathloop, Far Cry, and Ultrakill releasing every year, it feels like. So with OCMs, Call of Duty might be trying to move into semi-linear, which would, if they became the new standard level in Call of Duty, be devastating. The last bastion of linear FPS single-player campaigns would be pulling out of the game. What the OCMs can do, quite easily though, is make for fairly simple, easy to digest, quick to put together, and ultimately satisfying gameplay experiences. The level design is already made, every moving character is an enemy, and the player isn't hamstrung by a confined corridor of level design. In theory, every playthrough can look completely different, and you didn't have to put that much effort in. When you attempt to make a curated linear level, none of those benefits are in your hand, and you are forced to make a much more guided experience. And if you're a shit guide, that can end up being a bad experience. Look at Ghosts, for instance. The worst mission out of the non-OCM missions is fucking Flashpoint. Because you know how the idea was that Price was putting together Task Force 141 after the events of Modern Warfare 2019, and the implication was that these were people he had either worked with during his long career, or people he had had his eyes on through rumors, word of mouth, or operation logs. Well, no. See, Soap, Price, and Ghost were actually a squad the entire time. They were just off-screen during Modern Warfare 2019. And in fact, 141 is just about Gaz getting in on the deal. It's an absolute comedy. In Flashpoint, you are playing as Soap together with Price and Ghost as you respond to a terrorist attack in Verdansk that is being perpetrated by the Inner Circle, aka Makarov and Koniglu. Story-wise, this is nonsense, because when Soap got handed the picture of Makarov, he gave a face of, "Who is this cunt?" instead of, "Oh, it's that guy. I know him. I wanted to kill him, and now he's back? Angry." The ending of MW22 was not written with the idea that this mission ever happened. This should be Ghost and Price. But the reality is that Soap's going to die, so you need to take every opportunity you can to give him more screen time. And then the gameplay of the mission sucks too. Here is a vast array of civilians running in dark, low-visibility environments, and on harder difficulties, you die in a handful of shots. So naturally, because this is now a Twitch shooter, you need to kill all the enemies. But the enemies are hiding behind civilians and amongst running civilians. They can shoot them, but you can't. And the kicker is that even if you accidentally graze the foot of a civilian, that's it. Fade out, blur, and cut to black. Mission is over. Fuck you. To fill a combat area with tons of civilians and enemies mingling around, and then have us not be in the shoes of the terrorists, means that every single civilian is an enemy-shaped target that as soon as you accidentally click on, or just hit on accident period, will stop the game, scold you, and restart from the last checkpoint. Playing through this mission is an utter nightmare on any difficulty, only saved by the fact that you can slap Makarov as much as you want. Unfortunately, you can't shoot him, which I totally get, but just don't let me play then. Don't put control in my hands and then show me a character that these people are explicitly saying they should have killed when they had the chance.
We?
When inevitably you restart from checkpoint because you can't die, I feel like I am just a passenger in the story even more than I normally do in Call of Duty games. Speaking of vapid choices, by the way, at the start you are given the one and only dialogue choice in the entire campaign. Makarov asks Alexei,
Who holds power in this gulag? The guards or the prisoners?
and you get 4 options: guards, prisoners, nobody, and no matter what you choose, Makarov says, "Good job, correct answer."
Which is prisoners? Yes, Andre. That's why the guards need guns. Neither. Yes, Andre, very good. Power is held by those who seize it. The guards? Yes, Andre. The guards have it. Until we take it.
Again, back in Cold War, it made total sense that Adler would make up a new lie based on your choices, because he's a spy and a lying piece of shit. You're told not to trust what he says by his actions, and the fact that he tells 3 different lies about his scar is an indicator of that fact. Here, Makarov is a principled individual, and the plot needs Alexei to be the new leader. So, since this choice in dialogue has absolutely no impact on the story, and no matter what you choose, it's always right, it would have been significantly better to not have had the choice at all, to simply have Alexei say one of the 3 options and Makarov to say yes. You're setting up a villain's ideology here, his view and outlook on the world, so to change it depending on what the player chooses is foolish. Makarov's choices tactically are about deception.
A lie flies while the truth only grows.
But he is honest in person. Sure, the main plot is about him using American-provided ULF missiles to attack the Russians and spark international conflict. But otherwise, he says it exactly as it is. He tells Soap and Price that prison won't hold him, that this is part of his plan, and they will regret not shooting him in the head.
You scared, Captain? You should be. You're going to kill me.
Oh, I thought about it, yeah.
I recommend you do. No one is innocent. War is treachery.
Time for you to meet some friends of mine.
What are they?
Close.
So are mine. Simon Riley, I expected you to stay at the airport and die there.
What's the rest of your plan?
This? I think we'll all remember this moment. Some more fondly than others.
The airport! I'll blow your fucking brains out, either of you. Hear me? I swear to God I'll do it.
Do it, come on.
You shut your mouth!
So to have Makarov change his answer when we're meant to be learning about what type of person he is, kind of undermines the entire scene. The dialogue is also a non sequitur. The talk before was about how they shouldn't delay the elevator because the action above is all part of the plan, and the talk after is them exiting the elevator and calling in a rocket on the tower. This talk about who has power in the prison doesn't go anywhere or mean anything, because Makarov's answer and philosophy changes depending on what you say. I call the dialogue choices in Modern Warfare 22 vapid and empty, but this is even worse. At least we learned that Laswell has a wife and Ghost has a fucked up sense of humor. Here, it just creates a negative space in the plot where Makarov's outlook on the world world is meant to be. Other than power is controlled by those who seize it, his values are unexplained. He just kind of feels like an ultranationalist with an obsession on time. He wants Russia to regain control of Urzikstan, to make Russia great again. And while his actions make sense, the consequences of that action isn't properly established, nor is his reason for wanting Urzikstan back under the control of the Russians. Barkov is only brought up by 141 as a lore detail, and it's not brought up by Makarov as a motivator, so that isn't it. He just wants Urzikstan because I guess he likes it, or he considers it an insult that Russia was pushed out of a foreign country. Remember that original Makarov's plan was to kill the entire West by starting a war between Russia and America. Remember that Modern Warfare 3 starts with WW3 turning into MW3. You know, because this is a world war. Not really the same scale here, framing the ULF for terrorist attacks so they can take over a country with zero worthwhile resources, and that is 1/5 the size of Turkey. While I have the map up, let me just quickly point out that at least Sledgehammer Games knows that the Caspian Sea exists. At least Hassan had a clear motivation, the death of his commander Gorbrani, and seeking revenge for that. Here, Makarov seems motivated by nothing apart from the plot itself. So his goal is to brand the ULF as a terrorist organization using false flag operations so that Russia will invade Urzikstan again. But, like, what's it even mean? What's it for? He steals chemical weapons from one of Barkov's old reactors, he steals missiles from the ULF, and he slaps them together to aim them at a Russian military base, planting a ton of ULF markings and flags on the launch sites. Then we get Passenger. Now, Passenger is a bit of a problem in my script, because now I have to say that they should have just had us actually do a terrorist attack. I have to recommend that we should play a terrorist doing a terrorist attack. In Passenger, we play as ULF fighter Samara, who is framed for a terrorist attack. She's on a plane heading to be with her family, and a gun is pointed at her. If you choose to disarm them, there is a standoff between her and the US Marshals. Trying to explain her position, she obviously can't, and the marshals shoot at her. In self-defense, she takes them out, but is knocked out by the other terrorist, and brought to the front of the plane, where a bomb is strapped to her by Makarov. Here is where I have the issue, and here is where Modern Warfare could have really had a powerful opportunity. The timer is started on a phone, and it's thrown down the alley of the plane. Samara is thrown out, with the Glock in her hand and a bomb on her chest. Passengers walk out to stop Samara from reaching the phone, assuming it's a detonator. Pause. Here, the game is asking us a question. Implicitly, with a gun pointed to innocent civilians, are you willing to kill innocent people? Are you willing to pull the trigger? To try to get to the detonator in a desperate attempt to prevent what comes next? Let's pin this moment and instead go back to No Russian. In the long years since this mission, people have kind of forgotten what this scene is even for. It feels like a mindless slaughter for the spectacle of selling the game. And while that certainly has helped, the power of No Russian was your choice as a player. You are told by Makarov, a villain, to participate in the slaughter, to kill civilians. Not by his words, by his actions and your presence in the plot. But you don't really have to. Mechanically, the mission ends exactly the same, whether you kill every civilian you see, only shoot those who are already bleeding out, only shoot corpses to appear as though you're participating, or if you exclusively shoot the enemies that you have to shoot, the security guards and later SWAT officers. But every time you play through, you are given the choice to partake in that slaughter to whatever degree you want. You can reconcile your choice to kill everyone, or you can try to maintain your morality and only kill those who shoot back. No matter what, you are, by your position, both as a player and as Jackson, forced to kill innocents. And to what degree you choose to slaughter, that is what makes No Russian a powerful mission. And it might not even have been intentional, but it is the end result of the mechanics and story. By the end, you have to sit with what your last actions as Jackson were, to what degree you participated in the slaughter. Here, we have an even more contrived version of the slaughter. Samara has been picked out, framed, acted in self-defense, and has a bomb strapped to her. This choice, to kill those in front of you to get to the phone, it's a hard one, it sucks. But as a player, you probably don't identify that much with Samara. Especially because the mission started with a 5-minute cutscene of the subtitles not fucking working. So when she's put here, when she's given the gun and pointed at civilians with her only hope of survival on the other side, the game is giving you a choice. Do you shoot? Would you shoot? Even knowing that it would make no difference on a repeat playthrough. Even knowing that the bomb goes off no matter what you do.
Help me! Give me the cell phone!
But you're not given the choice. The gun is empty, and much like a lot of the plot, it's just for show. There was never a choice. You walk forward, and the cutscene that ends the mission plays. Samara is brought to the ground, she fights for her life, but no matter what, she dies.
The choice of the player to participate in the slaughter is gone. Much like Death from Above and All Gillied Up and Shock and Awe, No Russian is yet another mission that has been redone worse, and without the impact or meaning of the original. You cannot play as a terrorist killing civilians anymore. You have to be forced every step of the way to participate in the slaughter to the exact degree that they allow you to. And no, I don't mean Sledgehammer Games. I mean Activision. I don't want to believe that Brian Bloom or the writing team at SHG chose this form for their plot to take. I want to believe that you were initially allowed to choose to fire, or to push forward, or to stand still. But you aren't. You never are, and unfortunately you never will again. The unfortunate reality is that in this game, Makarov doesn't really achieve anything he sets out to do. We prevent all of it, and the only consequences is the death of Soap. Farah loses 2 people, but they were introduced in the same scene they die in, and while the military base is destroyed and the plane is blown up by terrorists, it is unfortunately kinda just waltzed past, and the potential consequences of the ULF being marked as terrorists is undone, partially by us destroying all the false flag operations, and partially by Shepard clearing their name at the hearing.
The only consequences being Laswell saying, "We are on the brink," but when World War III actually happened in the original trilogy, we were no longer on the brink. The consequences had happened. Potential consequences don't have the same impact as real ones.
We always prevent everything that Makarov wants to do, so he doesn't achieve anything. Really, it's kind of just a holdover plot, to reintroduce stakes, to clean up the mess left behind by Warzone, and to set the stage for the next game where Makarov will actually be the focus.
They say that this is the most direct sequel in the history of Call of Duty, but that's absolute nonsense. Modern Warfare 3 follows literally hours at most after the previous game, and this game follows a year after. Judging by the article describing the Russian base being blown up, this is in November 2023, which would be a year and 1 month after Modern Warfare 22, which took place in October 2022. This is not as of a direct sequel than the previous game, it's just another marketing tactic.
You can kind of tell this was meant to be DLC, can't you?
Hey, sorry to interrupt myself, but I'm currently in the late stages of editing. No, really, tomorrow I am having the first big watch-through of the whole video to review it and mark for any necessary changes. Anyway, a few days ago, a report from Bloomberg's Jason Schreier came out about the development of Modern Warfare 2023. If you don't know who Jason Schreier is, that's too bad, because he is a great reporter who has been around for over a decade now. He broke that Rockstar is announcing GTA 6 the day before they confirmed it on Twitter the same week. He even called early December for the trailer. Dude rules, and his report in this instance is enlightening. Turns out I was under the impression that everybody else also knew this rough timeline, where this game was going to be campaign DLC or otherwise an expansion to the game, and then sometime partway through the development, the scope changed and everything had to be rushed to completion. But I guess it turns out everyone is surprised that this game is shit. I guess they didn't mitigate their expectations. Paying attention to this timeline wasn't difficult at all. In February 2022, Jason Schreier broke the news that Activision was delaying the next Black Ops game to 2023, leaving the 2023 year open and empty. Many outlets then reporting that it would be the first year without a mainline release since 2004, which would be accurate. Activision responded saying, "We have an exciting slate of premium experiences for this year, next year, and beyond. Reports of anything otherwise are incorrect." Which, if you listen to the wording, isn't refuting anything Schreier's report said. Premium experiences can be anything, including campaign DLC. This was effectively confirmed when in November of 2022, after the release of MW22, Activision posted a financial release stating that there will be a new, full premium release in the Blockbuster Annual Series in 2023. Jason Schreier, no, really, he is everywhere, responded to Charlie Intel by saying,
"You keep falling for the same PR language. It's a continuation of Modern Warfare 2. It's called a full premium release because they're probably going to market and sell it as a $70 game with new single-player and multiplayer content. But it's more MW2.
And yeah, he called it. That's exactly what it is. Full premium release does not mean new game, because if it meant new game, they would say new game, or next installment. This year, most of the coverage of Call of Duty focused on the Activision Blizzard purchase of Microsoft, and as a result, development of Modern Warfare 3 was, as is often is,
deep under wraps until we started hearing more about the details midway through the year. One interview I found fascinating was an interview Activision president Rob Kostick had with VentureBeat's Dean Takahashi in October of this year, where they said that they have games planned out all the way through 2027. Which is very funny, considering they forced one of their developers to shelve the title they were already working out and pump out a game in 16 months because another game got delayed. And it's not like he isn't aware that forcing a developer to pump something out in 16 months is bad. Earlier in the same interviews, he says that games are harder to make and more labor-intensive, and he would know this from forcing them to make Vanguard in 2 years earlier. Yet, his company has kept the same 3-year cycle for about a decade now, which is not sustainable. Going behind the scenes now with this article from who else, Jason Schreier, we can get a slightly cleaner picture of what was going on during this time, supported by the articles that I already mentioned. In January 2022, Sledgehammer Games were most likely in pre-production for Project Anvil, which, according to Jason Schreier, was going to be Advanced Warfare 2. Then, in February, Activision announces the delay of Black Ops 2023, which most likely coincides with the refocus within SHG on the development of an expansion to the now late-stage development Modern Warfare 22. Advanced Warfare 2 was put on the shelf again, and Modern Warfare 2 Part 2 began production. Developers at SHG were under the impression, because this was going to be DLC for MW22, that they were making DLC. So in the early planning, they set the scope of the game around a small journey in Mexico, knowing that the release would be in late next year. So they could reuse assets or even maps from MW22 and save time on development. The scope was kept small. So during summer of 2023, which by the way lines up with 16 months before release, SHG were told to start again, replacing the simple Mexican campaign with one set across the globe. So in 16 months they had to create a game that normally is barely complete after 3 years. On top of which, this was immediately after SHG were already only allowed a mere 2 years to make Vanguard, thanks to their project with Raven Software falling through for CoD 2020. The fact that this game is even complete is actually shocking. Additionally, during the 16 months of development, Infinity Ward would keep fucking meddling, and they would have to keep sending emails to Infinity Ward and hear back on changes, and that wasted a lot of development time. Infinity Ward would keep poking their greasy fingers into the development of the game, forcing SHG to change core multiplayer principles, and most likely changing story beats as well. Some ordinary gamers actually posted a video on Twitter X complaining about daily challenges being fundamental to weapon unlocks. I'm willing to bet money that's the doing of Infinity Ward or Activision. I honestly think the best thing for Microsoft to do is, if they have the power, bureaucracy, fire the executives at IW and fold the development teams into Sledgehammer Games and Raven Software, hand the Modern Warfare IP over to SHG and get them to finish with Modern Warfare 4, and then finally get to make Advanced Warfare 2, which they've had to drop twice now. And then we promote Raven to primary developer. They showed in Cold War that they have the chops to make a good game. We have Toys for Bob and Beanox now. Raven can get out of the never-ending support dev nightmare. Anyway, back to my conclusion. While Modern Warfare 3 is a step forward in gameplay, and while the plot does a decent job of cleaning up the mess of the last game plus Warzone, unfortunately the Modern Warfare spirit is gone, and that makes me sad. The previous game didn't feature a single Modern Warfare moment. This game does, and kind of doesn't know what the point of it was. Anyway, that's the last game. Let's rank this shit. If you skipped this moment in the video without even watching your favorite game in the series, fuck you. But also I get it, time is limited, but more importantly, fuck you. This is actually the last thing in the entire video to be recorded, because I had to play Modern Warfare 3 before I could actually do this, and all the other live action bits were done before. But since there's 19 games on the list, let's run through some stuff. I'm gonna limit myself to 4 sentences for each game, otherwise we'll be here literally all day, and I'll pair each relevant game screen with the grade of historical accuracy that it received. World at War was the best, Vanguard was the worst. I don't think anyone's surprised by that. I'm also limiting myself to 4 sentences, because if you want me to talk more in depth about the games, watch the rest of the video. These are my personal rankings, so of course you're gonna disagree with the minutia, but hopefully I've gotten a decent spread here. Let's begin. Ghosts. This is the first game produced entirely without the leadership of Vince Zampella and Jason West. As a result, it is unbearably pretentious, relentlessly ugly, and unintentionally hilarious. Not even a dog could save this game from being the worst, and, most terriblest of all, the villain's name is spelled wrong. World at War. As a historical depiction of World War II, this is great. As a video game to play for enjoyment, this is terrible. From the nade spam on higher difficulties to the completely chaotic enemy AI, this game fails to make the level design in Europe feel distinctly different from that in the Pacific. Reznov is the best thing about this game, and even he is mostly caricature. Modern Warfare 1. Aftermath and Death from Above are formative moments in gaming, and the release of this game changed the landscape of video games forever. However, it is bad, ugly, the characters aren't, the plot is nonsense, and the cutscenes are actually literal nonsense. The villain is only memorable through virtue of being in this game, and his son has no spoken dialogue. Worst of all, the gameplay and level design is mid, with the exception of All Gillied Up, which is, with the best will in the world, very, very linear, and not very fun on repeat playthroughs. Modern Warfare 2022. This game is, frankly, an insult. An insult to the original, an insult to the fans, and an insult to Zampella and West. Where Shepard was an intriguing villain with an understandable twist, he is now a fat, lazy, bald man in an office sending death threats over the internet. Where Soap and Price were leaders of men, badass and resourceful, Soap is now the new naive boy, and Price is an old man. And frankly, Hassan is more confusing and annoying than he is intimidating. World War II. This game was soaring at the top half of this list until the midpoint of the game. It, as a collection of themes and stories and characters, are decent, but just as you start wondering when the second layer of these characters is going to get peeled back, you realize there is no second layer, and you're just left with a nonsensical story with zero depth and a gimmick that barely works. Modern Warfare 3. This game is a very big formative point in this entire series. It was made during when Vince and West were forced to leave. It's just bad. Team Metal are boring, and they're not our squad from the last game, and Makarov is a shit villain. Soap's death is lame, and I think the contrasting memes made about Roach and Ghost's death versus Soap's death is just an incredibly good indicator of how shit this game is tone-wise. Vanguard. I like what they're doing, and I hope the sequel is better. As it stands, this was a game with 4 campaigns, one of them's really short with an undercooked abilities, another one is well designed but with not that good of an ability, a third that was just a fucking comedy the entire way through, and a last one that's actually unironically quite good. In the end, they couldn't do Avengers in one game, because in reality it takes years of time and hours of development to build those relationships up. They should have just made one of the games rather than all 4. Infinite Warfare. They genuinely tried with these characters. They feel real, genuine, the dialogue is amazing, and the plot kinda makes a point about the burden of leadership. Unfortunately, the ending is a rush to kill them all off, and the rest of the game's repetitive level design and poorly thought out gameplay lets it down dramatically. The Retribution is fun and feels like a real space, but you're not allowed to explore it fully to your own free will. Advanced Warfare. How do you hire Troy Baker to play a named character twice and never have him talk outside of cutscenes? This game built a world and did a half-decent job at it. The characters are two-dimensional and the villain is weak. But the gameplay did try to change things up for the first time in the franchise since Modern Warfare 1, and for that, it deserves some praise. And hey, at least characters die. Call of Duty. The original one is fine. The gameplay is fun, the level design is okay, but ultimately, this is a bit of an archaic piece of gaming history, suffering from some of the design choices at the time, and while it's worth a play, judging it as a game from today's standards is a bit of a letdown. If you want to play a 2000s gritty, realistic depiction of World War II, play Brothers in Arms instead. Modern Warfare 2023. The gameplay is probably some of the most fun I've had in Call of Duty, and the new format of open combat missions feels like a great path to the future, but it is let down drastically by the plot. While they do try to clean up the filthy diarrhea Warzone and Modern Warfare 2022 left behind, it unfortunately results in a rushed and weak story. Modern Warfare 2. This game is good, Shepard is good, Soap is cool, and Price is more interesting. The ending is great, and even bookends the game by referencing the first mission. And while it is all James Bond Mission Impossible nonsense, there is something to be said for people remembering Roach and Ghost as cool characters, even though they literally didn't have a face. Modern Warfare 2019. You've made Price and Gaz into potentially interesting characters, and you've added Alex and Farah to deepen the conversation. While the missions and plot does stumble and miss the mark, on top of literally pissing on history at one point, this game revitalized people's attention on the campaigns for a good reason. It's tight yet free, paced really well, and ultimately gave us one of the best missions in living memory. Thank you, Anal Bead Level Design. If you didn't watch the video, you don't know what that means, do you? Call of Duty 2. Yes, I hear you. Regenerating health, bad. But actually, this game doesn't attempt to tell a story with characters like most of the modern games, and by that virtue completely dodges any criticism about the story being shit. A genius decision because the gameplay otherwise is great, simple fun. The Black Ops games. Okay, time to pull the mask off fully. The Black Ops games win. I'm breaking the 4-sentence rule just to tell you they're better. At their worst, the Black Ops games are deep, intriguing stories about conspiracies that span the globe in interesting levels, and at their best, they are games that totally redefine your perception of what Call of Duty is and can be. These 4 games are almost impossible to rank appropriately, because each one does something more amazing than the others in a unique and different way. Cold War literally had you make a character, play through them for 10 to 12 hours, and then told you that character was bullshit. As you roleplayed in the role as an Australian MI6 member with a problem with aggression, you're told none of it was true. You weren't in Vietnam, it was PSYOP played on your brain. Black Ops 3 upped the entire fucking ante by making the entire game a simulation in your dying brain where you are a puppet ran by a crazy AI desperately trying to figure out why it exists. It was also the best the exosuit movement got before it got killed. Black Ops 2, meanwhile, has like 6 different endings based on your choices, most of which aren't actually obvious button presses, the same as they are in Cold War. They're hidden choices that you discover through the gameplay. And the first Black Ops was the first game to actually make you reconsider your own senses, using subtlety, good writing, and sound design to hide the existence of an entire character actually being fictional. These 4 games are so cataclysmically better than the rest of the franchise that to say that Infinity Ward make the better campaigns is nostalgia incarnate. If you disagree, watch the reviews. Infinity Ward struggles to make either gameplay or story consistently good. The closest they got was MW19, which still misses the mark. Modern Warfare 2 is great fun too, but again, Ghost and Roach don't have characters. I could literally give you character traits for Hudson, Mason, and Woods. Cold War made people pull out a pen and paper. Black Ops 3 made people read the wiki. Black Ops 2 made people think about their choices, and Black Ops 1 made people question their perceptions of reality. But if you had to put a gun to my head and ask me to rate them, I'll do this. Black Ops 1 at number 4, it struggles mechanically due to how old it is, and as a result, it unfortunately can't keep up with the rest. Black Ops 3 at 3, because it did fuck up drastically by making the true story so hidden, people had to read the wiki to get it, so that's unfortunate. Cold War gets 2nd place thanks to the terrible ending and being attached to the never-ending insult that is the Warzone canon. And finally, Black Ops 2 at number 1. I mentioned in my review for Black Ops 2 that only one game in this entire series is in my top 50. It's probably too obvious, but yeah, Black Ops 2 is that game. From having the first ensemble cast of memorable characters, to having fun side quests involving cool RTS mechanics, to having literally the best villain in the entire series, Black Ops 2 takes the fucking cake by a country mile and a half. Your actions have consequences beyond just the literal choices given to you, but diegetically through gameplay, something I've only seen Metro do. And that is one of my favorite franchises. Okay, so that's that. That's the final ranking. If you disagree, make your own 10-hour analysis. I don't know.
Hey, come here. I've tried to write the end of this video like 5 times during the course of this project. In the end, I have too much shit to say about the franchise. So, trying to boil down what I wanted to say to a single script was impossible. So instead, I'm just going to talk. This franchise is interesting because at its core, it is a single-player linear FPS campaign whose entire purpose of existence is to be marketing for the actual multiplayer that they're trying to sell you. Because in the end, the skins need to be sold. So in the end, you can't kill off Graves because you can make him a skin in the multiplayer, in the Warzone. You can't kill off Alex because he needs to be a skin in Warzone. You can't hold off on introducing Ghost with his proper voice actor or in a proper context because you need to sell the skin. You can't hold off on introducing Soap either. You need to introduce everyone immediately as soon as you have the opportunity to introduce them. So therein comes the problem. How do you write a campaign when the multiplayer folks can walk in 2 months later and say, the villain that you spent the entire game building up and killing off, well, he lived. And not only did he live, he's now best friends with the ally of your friend. You play as Farah twice. She is practically a protagonist of the first game. And then in the second one's Warzone, she teams up with the villain. And the explanation is throwaway. It's, we don't have time for rumors. That's all you get. Call of Duty leaves you anticipating something to happen for a long time. World War II was the first time this happened for me. In World War II, I was waiting for the moment, waiting for the needle to drop, and waiting for the first of these 4 characters to die. I was waiting for Styles, the comic relief, to get axed in the head, get a shot through his entire brain, right? I was waiting for Aiello to get his comeuppance and get shot in the chest. I was waiting for Zussman to finally get cut in half by a tank shell, so that the war and the meaning of death would matter. Because this is the bloody first. That's their fucking name, right? That's what the whole thing was about. And instead, the death was our brother in the past. That was the big reveal death. So when you're doing the chase in the penultimate mission in the game, in Ambush, when you're doing that chase, are you afraid Zussman's going to die? Are you afraid Daniels is going to die? No, you're not. Since he disappears in the second to last mission, you know you're getting him back, right? Because it's too late to kill anyone. If you were going to set up that death matters in this world, then you would have killed people way beforehand, but they didn't. But then simultaneously, the year before, Infinite Warfare kills everyone. Now, I know that's Infinity Ward and that's Sledgehammer Games, but Infinity Ward would go on to make Modern Warfare 2019, a game where nobody dies. The reality is that Call of Duty struggles massively with commitment to the story, because they have to market to you. The multiplayer is canonical! Woo! So that's a marketing tactic. It's a fucking marketing tactic. And they are fucking you with the campaign. The campaign is getting fucked. Shepard can't die because Graves can't die because Valeria, she's in prison. Nope, she breaks out. What was the point of capturing her? There's no consequences. But, and here's the thing, but you can have a campaign with no actual death consequences. But Call of Duty demands spectacle. So, what is the tension of the nuke in Modern Warfare 1? In the first original COD 4, what is the tension of the nuke? The tension of the nuke is, hey, there's a nuke on the ground. Right here. Teams are moving in. They're trying to disarm it. But you need to extract. Oh, fuck. Your Apache helicopter buddy, the friend that's been helping you for multiple missions, is shot down. And you have to go in and rescue them with seconds to spare. And the end result is you die because of that decision. And the decision has consequences, because the character you play as is then killed, dead, gone. So when the nuke launches at the end of the game, in the final mission, when the nuke launches, or the second to last mission, when the nuke launches and it's headed for America, you want to get to the control room and cancel the nuke, because you are terrified of the consequences. Meanwhile, in the reboot, where the fuck is the tension? Where'd the tension go? When the missile launches in Chicago, there's no tension. Nobody's scared of anything. Because you've already thwarted this exact scenario once before. You could have blown up New Orleans. You could have blown it to smithereens. You could have destroyed New Orleans and given us the modern warfare moment. That moment, like the Davis family vacation and Aftermath and Death from Above, rather. You could have given us a mission where we die in a horrible way so that it tells us that death has consequences, and actions have consequences, and war has consequences. And instead of doing that, they nuke the oil rig and then don't talk about the potential consequences that has either. Because the spectacle is necessary. But when spectacle is there with no tension, it's no longer a good story. It becomes a fireworks display. Yet, they have hired writers like Brian Bloom and directors like Jeff Negus, and they hire these people to write and to direct their entire game, to work for months, potentially years on a single video game, to cast, to direct, to write, to script, to storyboard, to act out all of these plot lines, and then you piss on it. You just unleash your bladder on top of that entire story by hiding it in 2 submenus in a menu you're not even starting in when you launch the game. So what the fuck is the point of hiring Brian Bloom? Why is he there? What's he doing? The poor motherfucker is overwritten and overridden by the marketing team selling the fucking Battle Pass. So that's Infinity Ward, and then you have Sledgehammer Games, and I'm utterly confused what they're doing. What's their fucking deal? Because Advanced Warfare is fine, it's mid, and then World War II comes out and nobody dies, and then Vanguard comes out and people die all the fucking time, and now Modern Warfare 3's out. I haven't even played it yet, by the way, but I'm sure people are going to die in that too. So what the fuck is their deal? Are they terrified of killing people, or are they not terrified of killing people? What's their fucking deal? Because the old Call of Duty games weren't terrified of killing people at all. Cold War has an explicit alternate ending where everyone dies. So Treyarch isn't a fade, so it isn't an Activision mandate, yet they keep fucking it up. Why? I'm genuinely confused. I want to email Brian. I'm going to send an email to Brian Bloom after this. I'm going to send an actual email to Brian Bloom himself and ask him, hey, are you happy with the Warzone overriding your script? Are you happy with writing Graves as a villain and then having that be overwritten? Or, more questioningly, are you happy with them inserting Shepard and Shadow Company as a betrayal plotline into your script? Because the parallels he talks about in all of his interviews are between American operatives and Hassan. All of the stuff he's interested in talking about is regarding to Hassan and the missile plotline with the Mexicans. He's not interested in any part of talking about the Shepard plotline. Fucking watch the IGN interview. It's hilarious. The end result of this entire mess, right? The crowning jewel is that I don't know what the fuck is going on. I have no idea, right? Because Modern Warfare is a confused mess that gets overwritten by the Warzone, whilst Treyarch's Black Ops series is commitment to the storyline and campaign. Nothing gets overwritten, really. Nothing gets decanonized or canonized. Like, Sledgehammer Games is somewhere in the middle because I think Misha's dead, right? Misha and all the other people who died, they're all dead, right? But the writing for the Vanguard games are just bad. So it's so confusing because what the fuck is actually going... What's the vision here, Activision? Who's keeping an eye on this franchise and making sure it's steering in the right... Is it anyone? Do you have a cohesive vision for this fucking thing? Because there seemed to be a semi-cohesive vision back in the old days. What the fuck is going on? Are you paying attention? Did you see that Vanguard hired fucking Sam Maggs to write a script about World War II? She inserted about 15 references to sexism and racism and then forgot to add anti-Semitism in a fucking story about the Nazis. Like, what am I looking at? What is this franchise? What is this whole thing? What is this fucking thing? Why did I make this fucking cake? Christ. So, let me come back to the question that I answered 10 minutes ago for me, but 9 hours ago for you. What is the point of the Call of Duty campaigns? Should they stop? I'm not even sure if Activision know what the point of the Call of Duty campaigns is. So, If Activision doesn't care, they should kill it. But if there is a part of Activision, or more importantly, right now, Microsoft and Phil Spencer, if there's a part of them that cares about these campaigns, they should hire a guy, hire someone who can make sense of all of this. Hire someone from an outside company, obviously. You have to hire someone from the outside all the three main developers. You can't hire someone from Sledgehammer or Raven or Infinity Ward or Sledgehammer Games because or Treyarch. You can't hire anyone from those games because they're going to have, they're going to play favorites with their owns, and you can't really hire someone else from the gaming industry because they might, try to sabotage your whole deal there intentionally. And you need like a Kevin Feige type guy who can sort of be in charge of stuff and who knows about the Call of Duty game, knows about the lore, is aware of it, but isn't like a fanboy. You need someone who cares and is interested, but who isn't obsessed about the characters and shit like that. You need someone who cares about the campaigns, and you need someone who is capable of forming, a grand vision for a large project, and I think it should be me. Phil Spencer, hire me to control Activision Blizzard's Call of Duty campaign. It's the credits. Hello. I'd like to give special thanks to Alex for joining me for this project. Neither of us are getting any money out of this because, of course, the ad revenue will be nothing for this very, very long video. However, I would like to thank him for just sort of lending his time to even do this project. I would also like to give special thanks to a group of individuals who also helped out with this video, primarily in both the research and playing stage. I would like to thank Connor, who is a close friend of mine who you heard through most of the playthroughs. He was there for a lot of playing through and kept me sane for most of it. I would like to thank Sizzy Man. He helped with some Russian translations, which allowed me to use some footage that I otherwise would not be able to properly source. I would also like to thank the group of people who I asked to provide feedback for this video. Without them, the video wouldn't be what it is today. Jackie, Jacob, David, or Fatslag, Benny, and of course, Andy. I have one more project that's going to be coming out in the future, which will be a follow-up to my video on the rating system in CS2, which will be a much more in-depth video, and I'll be starting work on that very soon.